World of Immortals Chapter 515 to Chapter 552. The formation diagram is incomplete, I can make up for it with my own body. Xianxia had this thought in his heart. He had truly witnessed the formidability of the formation diagram. Even though it was incomplete, it still withstood the boundless killing intent of the ancestral god. Today, even though he was smashed to pieces and his soul was shattered, he still managed to escape this calamity. It was all because of the broken formation diagram. The mysterious old farmer's words startled Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the golden beach. He asked, "You also saw the broken formation diagram in the past, and it was only a corner?" "I returned to the previous civilization era and participated in the final battle. I did indeed see a corner of the broken formation diagram. There were 5 battle swords hanging upside down around it. It was truly incomparably sharp and invincible." At this moment, the old farmer's entire body was covered in blood. Half of his temples were dyed red by blood. His clothes had long been shredded into strips of cloth, and his close-fitting battle suit had long been in tatters. Terrifying wounds were still dripping blood, and many places revealed pale white bones. It was a ghastly sight to behold. 5 battle swords and a corner of the broken formation diagram? Xianxia immediately stood up and asked, who was controlling it? "I only saw 5 sword lights shattering the heaven and earth, and a corner of the broken formation traversing the blue dome of heaven. I couldn't see anything else." The old farmer shook his head. There was a bull-sized bloody hole on his chest. The iron armor there was shattered, and the surroundings were even more cracked. One could vaguely see a shattered heart beating. "I didn't see who was controlling the battle swords and the broken formation diagram?" Xianxia was greatly surprised. After that, he looked at the heavily injured old farmer and asked, "The injuries on your body, could it be that the battle swords pierced through your body?" "No." The old farmer shook his head desolately. Even though the 5 battle swords and the broken formation diagram possessed terrifying might, it was only a flash. He didn't even know who was controlling it. History couldn't be changed. Even if he returned to the past, the result of that battle was already decided. The old farmer was very depressed. Just at this time, Keek's beautiful mother woke up. She sat up lazily on the rattan chair. Her long blue hair flowed down like a waterfall, making her jade-like cheeks even more beautiful. "I've returned to the past and encountered the 5 swords and the corner of the formation?" She stretched her soft waist, yawned, and said, "It's really strange, why does everyone who returns to the crucial period of history see it?" "You mean?" Xianxia revealed a suspicious expression. "'Cause mother stepped on the golden beach barefooted. She walked over with graceful steps and said, I've entered retrospection myself and seen that corner of the formation and the 5 swords. But it seems that only those who have traveled back in time can see it." The old farmer's expression changed. Could it be that the legend is true? There are 5 swords that were lost in the past, Cuz mother's eyes lit up. Although Cuz father didn't talk about retrospect, he once speculated that it was impossible to gather all the swords. The complete formation couldn't be displayed because they seemed to be in a different era. However, the old farmer didn't mention the process of the battle. If he brought it up again, it would only increase the sadness. He returned to the past to fight a battle that had already been decided a long time ago. Cuz beautiful mother was already sleepy. She yawned again and again. She was incomparably charming. She lay back on the rattan chair and said, "Why is my little darling not back yet? Could it be that this little thing really has some regrets?" Squeak! Squeak! Just at this time, a white light flashed and the snow-white little critter rushed out from the door. "Oh, my little darling, you finally came out." Cuz mother stood up happily and hugged Ku in her arms. She said, "My child, have you resolved your regret?" Squeak! The snow-white little critter immediately felt embarrassed and said, "I didn't have any regrets at first, but now I really have one. I ate too much, my stomach hurts." Ku's voice became softer and softer. In the end, it couldn't be heard anymore. Everyone laughed. This little thing actually returned to the past to enjoy the spiritual essence. This kind of regret was really special. Just at this time, Ku struggled free from the beautiful blue-haired girl and passed a parcel to Xianxia. Xianxia received it very naturally. Ku's mother immediately pinched the little critter's nose and said, "My little darling, you actually forgot about your mother and gave the delicious food to someone else. Mom's palace is filled with spiritual essence. I can't even finish it. There's no need to give it away." The snow-white little critter replied like that. "You little thing." Ku's mother pinched it affectionately again. She swept a glance at everyone and said, "Are you all back? We're still missing Crisis." The white-haired fatty Zhuge answered. Although he went to the past, his physique didn't change at all. Not long after, a ray of light flashed inside the door. Crisis walked out. However, at this moment, he was completely different from his usual cheerful and carefree self. "Boo-hoo," the third stutterer cried as he walked. His pair of peach blossom eyes were swollen like two red peaches. Hey, who is this? Is this the world's most carefree Crisis? He's actually crying with his mouth wide open today. Haha. I'm dying of laughter." The fatty Zhuge didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. He sat on the golden beach and laughed heartily. His white hair danced with his fat. "Boo-hoo. It's none of your business." The third stutterer stared at him while crying. "Uncle Crisis, what happened to you? Could it be that you went back to the past and got beaten up by someone?" Xianxia blinked her big eyes. She pursed her lips and snickered, "Do you want me to help you vent your anger?" "No, I'm never going back. I'm too sad." Tears and snot flowed down Crisis's face. He faced the sky and cried loudly, "Love is originally beautiful and fragrant. However, after it deteriorates, it will turn into hatred and give birth to poisonous thorns. When it hurts others, it hurts itself first. Hey, this world is too crazy. Even the 13th stutterer who claims to have a 13-man one-night stand is crying innocently and lamenting about love." The fatty Zhuge laughed heartily. Seeing Crisis's appearance, he laughed so hard that his tears almost flowed out. "White-haired fatty, do you have any sympathy at all?" "I'm about to cry to death," Crisis cried loudly and said, "Love is beautiful, but it's also dangerous. Don't let love turn into hatred. If love is no longer fragrant, then it's better to completely disperse. Don't hurt yourself or others." The fatty Zhuge originally wanted to make fun of him again, but after seeing Crisis's appearance, he could only swallow the words he was about to say. "That beautiful junior sister of mine who will never return," Crisis wailed. "Sometimes, the truth really shouldn't be explored. I, Crisis, have lived a carefree and unrestrained life for half my life. I didn't expect such a day would come." Seeing him like this, no one dared to make fun of him anymore. Xiaochen patted his shoulder. Frosty also said a few words to comfort him. Xianxia even walked forward and passed a fragrant handkerchief to him. "Youth doesn't last forever. There's not much love left for us to squander." Crisis said it in a very sentimental manner. However, the instant he received the handkerchief from Xianxia, he immediately straightened his back and said, "I've decided to live on properly from now on." "Xianxia, thank you." Why are you thanking me?" Xianxia was immediately startled. Frosty even hurried forward and stood in between the two of them. The fatty Zhuge pounded the ground and laughed heartily. "I just knew this stupid stutterer would never change his lecherous nature. If he becomes infatuated, then the sun will really rise from the north." "Sigh, I can't let junior sister down." Crisis let out a long sigh and said, "She wishes for me to live a good life. Since that's the case, I'll follow my heart and live on properly. The world is my oyster." "You're trying to say that you can do whatever you want in the colorful world, right?" The fatty Zhuge stood up and said, "What a pity, this world will no longer be as colorful as before." Frosty stared at Crisis resolutely, blocking his peach blossom eyes that were looking at his daughter. Crisis hugged the doomsday dagger axe and turned his head around regretfully. He said to Xiaochen, "After knowing the truth of the past, I was extremely sad. I wanted to see the scene of your death to find some balance in my heart. I didn't expect to discover something special." Xiaochen immediately gave him a slap and said, "What kind of person are you? Trying to find balance in my death? Is there anyone like you?" Crisis had a free and easy personality. He had completely recovered his former self and said, "Let me guess what I saw. When the calamity of the false god realm was about to end, I saw 5 swords and a corner of the formation flying across the sky. That kind of divine might could really be said to be earth-shattering. What, another corner of the formation? Xiaochen had already heard about it several times in a short period of time. He couldn't help but be moved at this moment. He said, "It seems like that corner of the formation is really lost in the history of the past. How can I retrieve it?" In the end, the group of people left this place. At the time of departure, the snow-white little critter nestled in the bosom of the blue-haired beauty. It was reluctant to part and said, "Squeak. I don't want to go. My baby, you guys can't stay here for too long. This time, you relied on an outsider to open a crack in the treasure box. So you didn't get the special gift that your father and I prepared for you. When you have one foot in the ancestral god realm and fully activate the divine power of the lost paradise, come back here again." The group of people returned to the ancestral dragon village. The light beam in the sky had already disappeared, and the wooden box in Keek's hand had also been completely closed. The old farmer looked at the 7 demon formation in the sky, then he looked at the black divine gate that was temporarily sealed by the divine mud. He said, "The divine gate will open again in a few days at most. Get ready for the war." After he finished saying these words, he completely disappeared from this world. Maybe it's time to go to the world of death. Xiaochen was preparing to send the group of people to the divine village in the world of death to ensure their safety. As soon as they entered the world of death, they were still very far away from the divine village. Everyone could clearly feel an unusual atmosphere. That's the ancestral god. In the sky above the divine village several hundred miles away, a snow-white skeleton was floating there quietly. Its divine might was matchless. As far as the eye could see, all the fire seed creatures within a circumference of 10,000 miles were trembling with fear. They knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves in worship. That skeleton in the sky was definitely an ancestral god expert. It was not deliberately releasing its terrifying aura. It was leaking naturally, but it was enough to make people's soul tremble. Did something happen in the world of death? Why did another ancestral king appear, and why did he come to the outer region of the continent? He is standing in the sky above the divine village. Could it be that the divine village has encountered a great calamity? The ancestors of the divine village walked into the deepest part of the continent of death. Ancestral god Nuwa had also left behind a miracle here after she was reborn. Perhaps they have returned. The powerful ancestral king in the sky shot out 2 divine rays from his eye sockets and swept over this place. A white light flashed in the sky several hundred miles away. That snow-white skeleton disappeared in the blink of an eye and reappeared less than 300 meters in front of them in an instant. The boundless and unfathomable divine might made it hard for them to breathe. The sparkling and translucent skeleton contained a destructive power. Its empty eyes coldly swept over them. The ancestor white bones had the momentum to swallow the mountains and rivers. As it walked over, the boundless land of death trembled. This was the aura naturally released by the extremely powerful ancestor white bones. On the vast land, all the creatures of fire were prostrating in its direction. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for it. Countless fire seeds floated on the reddish-brown land. The specks of light were like the light of fireflies. It was unknown whether it was a friend or foe. Xiaochen was ready for battle. The underworld iron battle suit on his body flickered with black light. The rainbow-colored sacred tree in his hand was even more radiant. The 30 swords were faintly discernible and blocked in front of him. They were his strongest weapons at the moment. He had no choice but to go all out against an ancestor god. What a terrifying old bones, Chrysis mumbled with a laugh. The ancestor white bones glanced over and the huge mountain behind Chrysis immediately turned into ashes. Chrysis looked as if he was struck by lightning. His complexion turned pale. The doomsday halberd fell to the ground. He didn't dare to say another word. This was the might of an ancestor white bones. A single glance was enough to destroy everything in the world. Fortunately, he didn't have any killing intent. The ancestor white bones gazed at the 30 swords in front of Xiaochen. Its empty eyes revealed a hint of splendor. A huge bony palm stretched forward to grab the swords. Boom, just at this moment, the broken formation diagram appeared. It was hazy. Although it looked peaceful, there was a world-destroying might circulating around it. The mist became hazy, and even Xiaochen became indistinct. The instant the ancestor white bones saw the formation diagram, its empty eyes shot out two frightening rays of light. However, it dimmed down in the end and slowly retracted its huge palm. No killing intent, no one felt any danger approaching. The mysterious ancestor white bones rushed to the sky and slowly waved its hands. The land of the world of death suddenly shook violently. The boundless plain of death immediately split open, forming a huge fissure of several hundred miles. The mountains and rivers shattered, and the earth cracked. What was he doing? This was everyone's question. What was Ancestor White Bones trying to do? Just at this moment, the ground flickered with black light. Giant skeletons shot into the sky. Each one was as large as a mountain, stretching across the horizon. Raise your head to see, the mountains and rivers are magnificent. Shift your gaze, the ages are desolate. 100,000 years pass in the blink of an eye, and the seas change into mulberry fields. Ancestor Whitebone's voice shook the world. Both of his hands slowly streaked across the vast sky. The mysterious trajectory was like one after another imprinted on the Death Continent. The tall mountains sunk, the earth cracked, and even more huge black bones soared into the sky. Xiaochen recognized with a single glance that those were the black withered bones he discovered at the periphery of the Death Continent in the past. The Sovereign King ship, the Bone Well, and so on were all refined from this skeleton. Now, this mysterious ancestor had come to the outer region and actually started to collect the giant black bones underground. What exactly was he plotting? Boom, in the outer region of the continent of death, the heavens and the earth were shaking. Tens of thousands of fire seed creatures were crawling on the ground, feeling uneasy. All the huge black bones rushed out from the depths of the ground and floated in the sky. The huge bones gathered together, forming a dark cloud that covered the sky. Woo! Woo! Ghosts wailed and gods howled. The huge withered bones condensed into countless evil spirits. Ancestor White Bones sent out a palm strike. The heavens and the earth cracked, and the millions of remnant souls scattered. He grabbed the sky, and the white bone palm grew infinitely larger. He grabbed all the huge black bones in his hand, then he walked towards the direction of the divine village. He arrived in one step. This kind of might shocked Crisis, Zhuge Fatty, Frosty, and the others. Xiaochen was also very shocked. He soared into the sky in an instant and arrived at the divine village several hundred miles away. Fortunately, there were no changes here. The deity race was not persecuted. All the members of the deity race were looking at the black withered bones that filled the sky. Ancestor White Bones' divine might was unparalleled. He sat cross-legged in the void and began to refine the huge bones, slowly melting them. Boundless divine flames burned the sky of the entire Death Continent red. Boom, with a violent tremor, the sky was shattered by Ancestor White Bones. A huge black ancient ship that seemed to have come from the primordial era appeared. Its entire body was flickering with black light, and it was filled with a deathly aura. It was shaped like a huge skull, as big as a mountain. It rushed towards Ancestor White Bones. Xiao Chen and the others were not unfamiliar with this huge black bone ship. It was the Sovereign King ship from back then. It was floating in the forbidden ocean of the world of Immortals. After the evil corpses awakened, this ship followed them into the world of death. They never thought it would be summoned by Ancestor White Bones. The vitality of the martial ancestor's corpse has already awakened. It's time for you to truly become a warship. Ancestor White Bones' voice was calm and indifferent. His entire body was emitting divine light. Boundless flames engulfed the sky, and even the huge bones that were as big as mountain ridges. He began to refine these black bones. Bang, earth-shattering sounds erupted from time to time. One after another, the huge black bones rushed towards the Sovereign King ship. At the same time, the huge black skull of the ship was also constantly transforming, as if it was transforming into a real warship. The huge bones that filled the sky were trembling. The Sovereign King ship was undergoing a huge transformation. It became even more sturdy and pitch black. Demonic clouds covered the vast sky. This was simply an unparalleled demonic weapon. Everyone was extremely shocked. They stared at the sky without blinking. Slowly, the Sovereign King ship was refined into a real warship. Its entire body was as black as ink, and its killing intent soared to the sky. After that, Ancestor White Bones waved his hand fiercely in the sky. A huge black frontal bone flew out and quickly flew over. It was as smooth as a mirror. This frontal bone was originally an unstable passageway that connected to the world of immortals. After the sovereign kingship entered the world of death, it disappeared and no longer served as a world gate. At this moment, it was also imprisoned. Ancestor White Bones began to refine it without the slightest hesitation. The black frontal bone that was as smooth as a mirror began to merge with the sovereign kingship. However, this frontal bone was very unusual. Back then, when it was refined into the world gate, it was infused with a boundless mysterious power. It was hard to fuse with the sovereign kingship in a short period of time. During this process, everyone saw one bizarre and mysterious scene after another. That is, could it be that the scene from back then is replaying? Everyone was incomparably shocked. The huge frontal bone that was as smooth as a mirror covered the heaven and earth. It was truly like a scene from history. Many ancient scenes were replayed. Among them, a cool-looking snow-white little critter was holding a grass stick in its mouth. It was walking on the continent of death without a care in the world. On its little shoulder, it was even carrying a skinny and withered corpse. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were wide open. She looked at Kiki beside Xiaochen in shock, and then looked at the snow-white little critter that appeared from the black frontal bone. White-haired fatty Zhuge and Crisis were also very shocked. They knew that was definitely Daddy Ku. And that blurry corpse that was being carried was filled with terrifying wounds all over its body. Its hair was burnt yellow, and its appearance was very familiar. After looking carefully, it was actually an evil corpse, the martial ancestor from back then. Many mysteries gradually became clear at this moment. Daddy Ku carried the martial ancestor's corpse into the world of death back then. Squeak, Kiki was happy and disappointed at the same time. He stared at the scene that flashed across the frontal bone. That scoundrel is really stupid. How could it possibly save the martial ancestor with its body? In the scene, the snow-white little critter was biting the grass stick and carrying the martial ancestor on its shoulder. It was indifferently looking at the boundless world of death. Since there is a supreme ancestor god from another world who accidentally came to this world of death like me, then I will go and kill him. Keek's father's expression was not funny at all. He said it very seriously and rushed towards the boundless ancient battlefield of death. Not long after, he encountered the supreme ancestor god from another world. An earth-shattering battle unfolded. In front of him, on the smooth frontal bone, the ancient scene rotated at lightning speed. No one could see the process clearly because the frontal bone was submerged by the endless dazzling radiance. However, one could imagine the earth-shattering battle in the distant past. Even the freakishly powerful Daddy Ku spent a total of 6 hours fighting the supreme ancestor god from another world. Even if history was replayed at this moment, no one could truly see it clearly. The brilliance of the peerless divine technique had completely submerged the scene. In the end, blood dyed the ground red. That snow-white little critter carried the martial ancestor's corpse and stood in the sky of the world of death. It was obviously the victor. And it was also at this moment that two hazy figures appeared. The scene kept changing. Daddy Ku met with the two hazy figures. At the same time, an extremely terrifying ancestor rushed over from a faraway area. His figure was as tall as a mountain, and his entire body was jet black. He could travel 10,000 miles in an instant. His target was the fallen supreme ancestor god from another world. He wanted to seize his shattered divine soul. Using the supreme ancestor god's divine soul to nourish the martial ancestor's corpse might be able to revive the martial ancestor's life force. The hazy woman in the ancient scene said so. The people of the divine village were all astonished. They had too many records regarding their ancestor, and they seemed to have these related legends in their memories. In the outer region of the continent of death, countless years ago, there was a supreme existence that ruled over the world. Wherever he went, no one dared to disobey him. According to the legends left behind by the ancestor of the divine race. That supreme existence seemed to be killed by their ancestor Anua. The following scene confirmed the legend of the divine race. That powerful supreme ancestor attacked. He was as tall as the sky, and his entire body was jet black. His divine might was unparalleled, and he destroyed a monarch city with a single stomp. However, he was quickly stopped by the two hazy figures, and they killed him on the vast battlefield near the divine village. The process of the battle couldn't be seen clearly. In the end, a black giant that was as tall as the sky fell with a loud rumble, and the earth was shattered. The legend was confirmed. The people of the divine race were extremely shocked. Could those two hazy figures be their ancestor and Nuwa? The ancient scene quickly flashed past. Ku's father seemed to be conversing with the two hazy figures. In the end, he handed the martial ancestor over to them and left. At this point, the scene completely ended. Because the white bone ancestor sitting in the sky had completely refined that huge frontal bone, and it became a part of the black worship. However, according to the information they knew, they could already deduce what had happened in the past. Boom, just at this moment, the white bone ancestor in the sky suddenly waved his hand, and the bone well that was several hundred miles away was also forcibly pulled out, and it was also being refined by the black worship. At this point, the world of death seemed to be truly isolated from the outside world. Could it be that he couldn't return to the 9 provinces in the future? When the spine was pulled out of the ground, the weather changed and the sky lost its color. It was like a continuous mountain range, yet also like the ancestral dragon skeleton, imposing and majestic. Boom, Jugu was pinned to the black worship. Boundless divine fire descended and enveloped the pitch-black worship. Resplendent divine light pierced through the sky. In the end, everyone connected the sky, the earth, and the earth. The pitch-black sovereign king worship was reborn from the flames, its aura even stronger than before. Perhaps it could now be called the ancestral lord worship. This was no ordinary ancestral lord worship. Apart from being a powerful ancestor's skeletal body, it also contained the skeletal essence of the supreme ancestor god that was killed by Ku's father in the past. It was refined into the giant black skeleton in the past. In addition, the eternal light that Ku's father brought back was also refined into the giant black skeleton. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to refine the portal to the immortal realm and the passage to the 9 prefectures. Of course, Xianxia and the others didn't know these details. The scene flashed too quickly and then stopped. They didn't have the chance to see it. Woo, the ancestral lord worship let out a terrifying sound that shook the death continent. The refinement of the black worship was completed. In the past, this worship had already been refined. However, in order to nurture the martial ancestor's corpse, it didn't show its final form. Only now did it show its true appearance. The ancestral lord worship flickered with black light and emitted a majestic aura. It soared across the sky, intimidating everyone. It's finally regained its former glory. Ancestor White Bones withdrew the boundless divine fire. It slowly rose into the sky and stood on the black worship. Its hollow eyes seemed even more abstruse. Everyone knew that this ancestral god didn't have any ill intentions. Otherwise, he would have attacked them already. Xiaochen soared into the sky and bowed from afar. He asked, "Senior, are you, the ancestral god of the 9 prefectures?" Black mist surged on the majestic ancestral lord worship, suppressing the world. Ancestor White Bones remained motionless like a fossil after hearing Xiaochen's question. He didn't respond for a long time. Everyone was shocked. The ancestral god of the 9 prefectures, Xiaochen took a few steps forward and said, "The 9 prefectures and the 4 prefectures are in a precarious situation. We need an ancestral god like you to participate." Ancestor White Bones fell silent for a long time before saying, "I'm going to help the martial ancestor with something big." Xiaochen and the others were shocked. The martial ancestor said he was going to the depths of the death world to do something big, and this ancestor White Bones was going to follow him. What exactly were they going to do? Ancestor White Bones continued, "I came back this time to retrieve a few oracle bone diagrams. As for refining this ancestral lord's worship, it's just to give you a way out." Everyone was shocked. The ancestor god in front of them did not want to take the ancestral lord worship away. He wanted to leave it for them. According to Ancestor White Bones, the ancestral lord's worship was refined according to the ancestral dragon ship specifications. Although it didn't have the mysterious power to travel through time like the ancestral dragon ship, it was still extraordinary. Riding on this ancestral monarch worship would allow them to smoothly flee into the depths of the world of death, and it would even allow them to escape the pursuit of universe-enlightened ancestral god realm experts. Of course, if they encountered a supreme ancestor god, then they would be doomed. "Senior, may I ask who you are?" Li Mu, the old man from the god's village, asked excitedly. "I'm not your ancestor. Your ancestor met with misfortune when he entered the depths of the death world." The people of the god race vaguely knew that their ancestor was a subordinate of the ancestral god Nuwa, not an ancestral god who fought side by side with Nuwa. Although they already knew that the ancestral god Nuwa was dead, they still felt very sad and indignant when they heard it. Bang! Ancestor White Bones pointed down from the sky, and a bottomless black hole appeared in the center of the divine village. A box that looked like it was made of wood and gold but not gold and gold flew up into the sky. He grabbed it in his hand. No energy fluctuation could be felt, but this box had the power of an ancestral god sealed in it. Ancestor White Bones crushed the box and took out 5 oracle bone diagrams. He put away the 5 oracle bone diagrams and looked at everyone. Finally, he pointed at Xianxia and sent a beam of light into his body. "Return to the 9 prefectures. This mental imprint will automatically leave you. This is the message I left for the ancestral gods of the 9 prefectures." Ancestor White Bones took one last look at everyone. Then, he rose from the sovereign kingship and rushed into the depths of the death world without looking back. Raise your head and see the majestic mountains and rivers. Turn your eyes and see the desolation of time. Millions of years pass in a blink of an eye, and the world changes. This was the voice of Ancestor White Bones before he left. Who was he? This was everyone's question. They didn't know who this Ancestor White Bones was when he was alive. In the history of a civilization, there were only a few ancestral gods. Those that could be thought of were already dead. They didn't know which one of them had returned to the ancestral god realm as a life form. The ancestral god warship landed outside of the divine village. The huge warship was intimidating. Everyone already knew how to control it. Although the Bone Well passage was no longer there, this warship could still connect the 9 prefectures. Perhaps, one day, they would have to ride this ship and enter the depths of the death world. According to what that ancestor White Bones said, the otherworldly ancestral gods might enter the death world. There was no longer a place of peace. Xiaochen left Frosty, Dugu Shanshan, and her 2 younger brothers in the divine village. After that, he wanted to return to the 9 prefectures again. Crisis and Juga Fatty wanted to accompany him. They couldn't bear the loneliness. They didn't want to stay in this lifeless world. The Dragon Rebel King and Kiki naturally went along with Xiaochen. With Kik's lost paradise, he didn't have to worry about them being discovered. If necessary, they could accompany him back to the death world. One day later, they arrived in front of the ghost town of the 9 prefectures. Rip, a divine light soared into the sky from Xiaochen's body and flew to the outer space. That was the spiritual imprint left behind by the ancestral god White Bones. "I wonder if Li Huiyu has already been killed by the 2 ancestral gods," Juga Fatty muttered to himself. Looking at the surging yellow river several miles away, the Dragon Rebel King was lost in thought. He suddenly said, "I think I already know how to proceed." 10x suddenly bade farewell to Xiaochen. After that, it let out a long roar and resolutely rushed into the surging yellow river. It disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xiaochen was startled. He had a very bad premonition. The next time he saw 10x again, the blue sea would have turned into mulberry fields. It would be something that happened countless years later. Squeak, Kiki waved its little claw reluctantly. The little guy had this kind of understanding. When the Dragon Rebel King rushed into the surging river, there was also a Crimson Dragon King roaring in the boundless ocean. It was looking for the shattered dragon pearl that was spat out when the yellow river turned into a dragon. At this moment, the divine village was almost out of sight. The 7 demonic pictures in the sky had completely fallen to the ground. Xiaochen stood there quietly for a long time. He couldn't bear to part with his parents. He didn't know when he would be able to see them again. As for the black divine gate high up in the sky, the divine mud that the mysterious old farmer used to seal it had already begun to crack. It had only been a day, but it could no longer block it. Perhaps, in another day, the black divine gate would be wide open again. At this very moment, the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds seemed to be lifeless. All the practitioners were very pessimistic. Even Crisis and Juga Fatty, who knew how to enjoy life, felt a little heavy at this moment. How should they resist? Perhaps they could only run for their lives. Xiaochen prepared to go overseas to look for Chen Feng, Lawrence, and the others and send them into the world of death. At the same time, he also wanted to try to bring all the practitioners into the world of death, regardless of whether they were familiar or not. When he passed by an immortal island overseas, Xiaochen heard a battle cry. A foreign race expert soared into the sky with blood all over his body. That was a half-ancestor. He was actually severely injured. It was very obvious that he had kicked an iron plate. Xiaochen rushed over in an instant. The eightfold world that was getting more and more perfect appeared and enveloped that person in an instant. The heavily injured half-ancestor turned into a bloody mist on the spot. Both his body and soul were extinguished. Be lenient, Juga Fatty shouted. He was still waiting for the soul power. Xiaochen struck down the shattered part of his soul. Juga Fatty immediately rejoiced. Just at this moment, a few figures rushed out from the immortal island. They were actually Sky Beyond Heaven, Outsider, Xiong, and the 3 sovereign Treant kings. These 6 did not leave on the ancestral dragon ship and stayed together. The corpses of a few otherworldly experts were on the ground. Clearly, they were killed by Sky Beyond Heaven and the others. Xiaochen's heart immediately sank. How could there be such a coincidence? These 6 people gathered together, and none of them left. He thought of the prophecy in the sky of death back then in the world of death. Could it really be coming true? The mighty underworld King Rizio. Every time Xiaochen thought of this name, he would feel very uncomfortable. That prophecy book was really strange. Could it be that it would come true? Hey, why aren't you greeting your old friend warmly when you see him? Seeing Xiaochen's troubled appearance, Xiong grumbled in dissatisfaction. Then, he turned to Crisis and said in a carefree manner, "Third girl, give big brother a smile." #@yen #%, Crisis rolled his eyes. Ever since he discussed Xiong's appearance in a low voice in the Divine Village, this demon in front of him would often tease him like this. Boom, just at this moment, the land of the 9 prefectures suddenly trembled. An ancient lamp shook the heaven and earth and rushed out from the depths of the 9 prefectures. It was like a sun, radiating light in all directions and illuminating the sky. The ancient lamp has appeared, Sky Beyond Heaven and the others all looked in the direction of the 9 prefectures in shock. Whenever a major event happens in the 9 prefectures, the ancient lamp will appear in the world. Boom, another loud sound resounded. The heaven and earth shook. Another ancient lamp appeared in the world. Liang Province, Su Province, Yu Province, Qing Province, and other ancient lamps rose one after another. The 9 lanterns are still here. The 9 prefectures will not collapse. Everyone looked at the ancient lamps that rose one after another. At the same time, the direction of Yong Province shook violently. The Black Divine Gate was completely opened. The divine mud that was blocking it all collapsed. It came even faster than Xiaochen and the others expected. The otherworldly ancestor gods were finally going to descend again. The appearance of the ancient lamp had already indicated the arrival of an extraordinary era. Ancestor god Lan Yufeng has descended. Ancestor god the Lupus has descended. Ancestor god, the vast voice shook the entire mountain and river. This time, it was not one ancestor god, but several otherworldly ancestor gods that came together. The curtain of heaven and earth was pulled open just like that. A new era had arrived. The arrival of the otherworld ancestor gods indicated that the history of a great civilization was coming to an end. At this moment, divine might filled the air. Every otherworld ancestor god that descended would cause a soul-shaking voice to reverberate throughout the land. This kind of high profile stemmed from their strong self-confidence, which was based on their powerful combat prowess. Such an announcement meant that they would be the ones to end the world. The 9 states shook, the 4 worlds shook, and billions of living beings shook. This time, a total of 5 otherworld ancestor gods had arrived, surpassing the experts of the same level in the 9 states. Once the battle began, there would be no suspense at all. The ancient lanterns illuminated the 9 states. 6 ancient lanterns rose one after another, and the remaining 3 had yet to appear. Now, the cultivators below the ancestor god level deeply felt how insignificant they were. The arrival of 5 otherworld ancestor gods at the same time could simply sweep through the 9 states and the 4 worlds. These ancient lanterns are too much of a hindrance. Every time the end of the world arrives, they will come out to obstruct us. When we are free, we must take them away and send them back to our pure land. The otherworld ancestor god Lan Yufeng stood proudly in the clouds, his entire body shrouded in a blue haze as he spoke calmly. And on the other side, the otherworld ancestor god Lelupius' voice reverberated in all directions, shaking the sky. Children, go and temper yourselves among the ants. Behind the 5 otherworldly ancestral gods, a large number of figures appeared. All of them were clad in godly metal battle armor and wielded sharp weapons in their hands. After receiving orders, they rapidly rushed out in all directions. And the eyes of the 5 otherworld ancestor gods became extremely cold as they looked at the sky at the same time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 5 otherworld ancestor gods all rushed into the starry sky, to fight the only 2 ancestor gods in the 9 states. At this moment, in the distant sky, there was a loud rumble, and millions of stars were turned to dust. A heavenly bridge of death traversed the starry sky, blocking the path of the 5 otherworld ancestor gods. On the bridge of death, there were 2 tall figures fighting side by side. At this moment, both of them had revealed their true forms. One was a tall and mighty old man with long hair that reached his shoulders. He had ancestral dragon horns on his head, and he wore dragon scale armor. Every scale shone with a blinding light. This was an ancestral dragon. It was precisely the ancestral dragon that faked his death on the Dragon Island back then. There was no need to hide it now, everything depended on strength. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He wore a brass battle suit and held a huge brass sword in his hand. His eyes were bright, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. This person was precisely the Yellow Emperor of the past, as well as the current controller of the Death Bridge. However, he was also a bit strange. Right now, boundless life force surged around him. Grass and trees filled the air, growing in the icy starry sky. There were fragrant flowers, as well as tall divine trees. These were formed from the divine power of the first elder god, Xianxia. When the Xianxia ancestral god had fallen, the old dragon ancestor and the Yellow Emperor had reunited his spirit. Now, he was temporarily sharing a body with the Yellow Emperor. It could be said that the person standing on the heavenly death bridge was both the Yellow Emperor and the Xianxia Flame Emperor. Elder gods Flame, Yellow, and Dragon stood side by side atop the stone bridge that traversed the universe, blocking the path of 5 alien elder gods. Just 2 people. Humph. Lan Yufeng's eyes were extremely cold, but in an instant, he quickly glanced behind him. Boom, with a loud sound, the starry sky shook. An enormous destruction spear pierced through the sky, tens of thousands of miles long. The mysterious old farmer stepped into the starry sky and appeared in the Beyond Heaven battlefield. Including you, there are only 3 people. The alien elder god, Lelupius, shook his head with a cold expression. Oh, the roar of a tiger shook the sky, the soaring snake soared into the sky, and the void shattered. The ancient expert Mo Xiaowang broke the void from the soul world and arrived in the starry sky. He was the combination of the tiger and snake of the 12 zodiac war ancestors, and he was forcibly fused together by the alien elder god. You're here too, Lan Zongfeng frowned and said, back then, I didn't kill you completely and used you as an experiment. It seems that I was too merciful. It's better to kill you completely. Lan Yufeng, Lelupius, we finally meet again. I've missed you for a long time. Although Mo Xiaowang's voice was very calm, one could imagine the anger in his heart. He said, you wanted to turn me into a demon king of slaughter, but in the end, you didn't get what you wanted. Xianxia's purification divine power is unparalleled, and I've returned to my origin. Today, I'll put an end to this. Lelupius looked at him coldly, shook his head, and said, in the end, you can't change the predestined result. Then let's try. The mysterious old farmer held the destruction spear horizontally in front of his chest. Lan Yufeng glanced at them, then looked at the mysterious old farmer and said, you old bastard, I've seen your figure in the previous civilization era. I can't believe you're still alive. His voice was extremely cold, and he said, just like in the past, every time the end of the world approaches, the 9 states and the 4 realms will always have more ancestor god level experts than expected. But so what? It can't change anything. Boom, in the sky above the ancestral dragon village, the black divine gate shook again, and another 3 alien elder gods descended and rushed into the sky. This was what Lan Yufeng and Lelupius were relying on. Even though both sides were ancestor god-level experts, in terms of absolute numbers, the alien world had an overwhelming advantage. Then let's talk with our strength, the ancestral dragon said. One of his huge hands reached into the sky, and a huge dragon claw appeared in the upper reaches of the Yellow River of the 9 states. A modeled ancient platform rushed into the sky. It was the ancestral divine artifact that was on par with the heavenly death bridge in the past, the ancestral dragon platform. It was refined by the ancestral dragon in the past, and it had once opened the path to the heavenly realm. 6 paths of reincarnation. The ancestral dragon stood on the ancestral dragon platform, and he was the first to make a move. He displayed his great prowess right from the start, and his divine might was unparalleled. Brilliant light covered the starry sky, and countless stars turned into dust and sand. 6 worlds appeared, and the 8 alien ancestor gods were all enveloped in them. He activated the supreme power that could obliterate an ancestor god. This was the ancestral dragon spirit, and it shook the 8 experts at the same time. At the same time, the Yellow Emperor and Xianxia fused together and unleashed their strongest attack. Millions of flowers and trees covered the sky, and endless divine power poured into the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, the dragon fist punched out. The ancestor gods were selfless, and they shared their divine arts and battle techniques. This battle technique originated from the dragon race, and it was developed by the martial ancestor. Now, it shone again in the hands of Xianxia and the Yellow Emperor. At the same time, a stone dagger floated quietly among the plants. It was the stone weapon that Xianxia obtained from the Yuchao tribe's heavenly palace. It suddenly trembled and sank into the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, the old farmer raised the great destruction spear and pierced through the sky. Endless killing intent shook the entire universe, and it pierced through the reincarnation gate opened by the ancestral dragon. Like a tiger leaping and a snake leaping, Mo Xiaowang went crazy. As the manifestation of the 2 war ancestors, his strength was naturally extraordinary. His aura swallowed the heavens and earth, and his might suppressed the stars. Millions of tangible killing intent rushed into the 6 paths of reincarnation. A battle between ancestor god realm experts represented the pinnacle of this world. The 6 paths of reincarnation is indeed a peerless divine art, but were hard to destroy. Do you want us to reincarnate? Lelupius and Lan Yufeng's voices rang out from the millions of stars in the starry sky. Likely Hui Yu, they were experts who had become ancestor gods in the previous civilization era. Their strength was unfathomable. Rumble, the heavens and earth split apart. The 8 ancestor gods shook the world, each using their divine arts and battle techniques to shatter the 6 paths of reincarnation. They charged out from the hazy world. The 8 ancestor gods stood side by side in the starry sky, each of them possessing peerless divine might. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation was a peerless divine art, it couldn't destroy the 8 ancestor gods. There's no need to worry about your own people. Everyone will die one day. You can trap one person with the 6 paths of reincarnation, and it'll be enough to destroy them. We'll just do our best to kill them, Yan Huang said. He also knew the 6 paths of reincarnation divine art, but it couldn't compare to the old ancestor dragon's most prized divine art. However, it was hard to say how strong his other divine arts were. Each had their own strengths. At this moment, he held the stone dagger in his left hand and the huge brass sword in his right. He charged forward, combining the strengths of several ancestor gods. Seal the heavens, seal the earth, seal the people. Yan Huang roared. His majestic heavenly voice spread throughout the vast starry sky. In an instant, he sealed one of the ancestor gods. Boom, the heavenly death bridge pierced through the sky and rushed forward, suppressing the ancestor god on the spot. The huge brass sword in Yan Huang's hand slashed out with the shadow of a dragon. A beam of blood splattered and dyed the starry sky red. This was the first time an ancestor god had shed blood since the start of the battle. Naturally, this couldn't truly take the life of an ancestor god. My blood wasn't spilled for nothing. The one who was heavily injured was the powerful Lelupius. At the moment he was injured, he regained his ability to move. Blood dyed the sky red. The boundless red blood was like a boundless sea, drowning many of the surrounding stars. Then, it surged towards Yan Huang. This was Lelupia's terrifying divine might. It was originally just a few drops of blood, but now it had transformed into a motionless sea of blood that drowned the starry sky. The moment the stars were submerged, they were instantly corroded into nothingness. At this moment, Lelupius naturally saw that Shino and the Yellow Emperor were sharing one body. He was incomparably cold as he said, "Both of you have great potential, but one has fallen and his vitality has been severely damaged, while the other has just become an ancestor god not long ago. Even if the two of you have joined forces and limitless potential, you won't have a chance. Unfortunately, you were born at the wrong time and came to a battlefield that you shouldn't have come to. I won't give you any chances." The sky was filled with the blood of the ancestor gods, and Yan Huang was contained within it. "God's blood melts all things, ancestor gods turn to earth." Lelupius roared. Millions of rays of bloody light bloomed in the sky. The sea of blood was boundless and boundless. The combination of the Yellow Emperor and Shino indeed had limitless potential. But just as Lelupius had said, one had fallen, while the other had just become an ancestor god not long ago. Their battle prowess wasn't very strong. However, Lelupius still hadn't expected that, although their individual battle prowess wasn't strong, their battle prowess would skyrocket after combining, far surpassing Lelupius's expectations. Moreover, the heaven-reaching death bridge was no ordinary object. With a rumble, it shook violently and refined the endless sea of blood until it dried up on the spot. Boundless Sumeru. Two beams of cold light shot out of Lelupius's eyes, instantly piercing through more than a dozen stars. His right hand turned into millions of divine mountains that traversed the sky, each one larger than a star. The ancestor god's giant hand turned to stone. The millions of divine mountains filled the sky and pressed down on the heaven-reaching death bridge, wanting to shatter it. But at this moment, the inconspicuous stone dagger in Yan Huang's left hand slashed forward. Without a sound, it shattered the millions of divine mountains and destroyed the boundless Sumeru divine technique. The sky was filled with bloody light. Boundless divine power surged as the stone dagger tore through the sky, cutting Lelupius in half. Stone warrior. Lelupius was shocked. And furious. The upper half of his body that flew out smashed into dozens of stars and turned them to ashes. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. Boom. The otherworldly ancestor god, Luluops, smashed through dozens of stars before stabilizing his body. He reconnected his broken body and stood in the sky above a star. Endless mystical flames surrounded him as he stared coldly at Yan Huang. "You made me bleed and get injured." Stone warrior. Clearly, he was very wary of the stone warrior and did not attack immediately. Around Yan Huang, vegetation flourished. Countless divine flowers bloomed in the vast starry sky, paving a path forged from life for him that led straight to the otherworld ancestor god Luluops. This was a spectacle. Starlight shone, vegetation flourished, and a flowery path floated among the stars. Yan Huang exuded an imposing aura. He walked forward step by step, the stone warrior in his hand pointing ahead. The entire starry sky trembled with his footsteps, and the light of billions of stars flickered. Boom. The star that Luluops stood on instantly shattered under this aura, turning into boundless divine fire that rushed in all directions. Dozens of planets were destroyed. The battle began once again. In another battlefield, Missouri Xiaowang was filled with boundless arrogance. His upper body was that of a tiger, and his lower body was that of a snake. He was fighting against the ancestor god. He was the fusion of two war ancestors from the primordial era, so his battle strength was naturally incomparably strong. He could use his physical body to fight against ancestor god weapons. Among the 8 ancestor gods, Luluops and Lan Yufeng were naturally the strongest. This was because they were ancestor gods from the previous civilization era. At this moment, Mo Xiaowang suppressed his opponent without any suspense. However, the other ancestor god who was watching the battle from the side attacked without mercy. Withering Heart Flower. Although the ancestor god's voice was not loud and was rather gentle, it directly caused Mo Xiaowang's body to shake violently, and he was about to fall in the starry sky. This was an attack that originated from the divine sense. Bolts of lightning exploded in his heart, wanting to shatter his divine sense, wither his heart flower, and extinguish his divine sense. This was an attack from the source. It was simple, but dangerous and effective. Bang! Mo Xiaowang fell in the starry sky. The two ancestor gods had joined forces to almost kill him. He was relying on his powerful battle strength and firm will. If you want my divine sense to wither, I'll wither your physical body first. Unloggably forgetful was the fusion of two war race members of the past, and he was incomparably tyrannical. He stretched out his tiger claws, directly pulling over an enormous black hole not too far away. With a rumble, an elder god of an alien universe was sucked into it. Boom! At the same time, his body shone brightly and split into two. One was a ferocious tiger and the other was a sacred snake. The sacred snake rushed into the black hole. The ferocious tiger roared and charged at the other half-martial ancestor. Even though their souls had fused together, Mo Xiaowang was still able to split his physical body. As the war ancestor of the past, the more he fought, the crazier he became. Bang! In another battlefield, the mysterious old farmer was fighting against another supreme expert of the 8 ancestor gods, Lan Yufeng. The great devastation battle spear in his hand pierced through the starry sky. The battle spear was tens of thousands of miles long, and it pierced right in front of Lan Yufeng, exuding a destructive aura that could intimidate an ancestor god realm master's soul. The tip of the spear gleamed with an incomparably cold light. Clang! With a loud sound, a divine shield the size of a soldier appeared in front of Lan Yufeng's left arm. It met the unavoidable spear and collided with it. As the two ancestor god armaments clashed, sparks flew and divine light shot out. Even the surrounding starlight dimmed, and the dazzling light made it difficult to open one's eyes. Biting cold killing intent swept through the entire starry sky, turning it completely dark and shattering all tangible matter. Old fart, the previous civilization era let you slip through the net, but you won't be able to escape this calamity in this generation. Lan Yufeng's entire body shone brightly. His long blue hair was like a blue sea that wildly surged, transforming into poisonous spikes as thick as a mountain ridge that pierced towards the old farmer. If you want to kill me, you won't be able to do so unless your supreme ancestor god personally comes. Lan Yufeng was an ancestor god from the previous civilization era, so his strength naturally far surpassed the current generation's ancestor gods. Yet, the old farmer said such words, showing just how confident and powerful he was. The old farmer's fighting spirit was high, and he was no longer as simple as before. The light in his eyes was even sharper than sword light, making it impossible for others to look at him directly. A formless killing intent shook out, sweeping through the sky, shattering the void, and meeting the millions of blue-haired poisonous spikes. Nascent soul enlargement, it was like heavenly thunder was shaking. The killing intent met the millions of blue-haired poisonous spikes. Divine power surged between the two, erupting with boundless light. In the end, the dazzling light shattered everything and exploded. The two experts were famous in the previous civilization era, and their battle prowess was unparalleled. But at this moment, they were both forced back. But in the next moment, the two rushed together again, clashing fiercely. Their figures were illusory and dreamy. They constantly destroyed space-time, and their boundless battle prowess spread to the endless starry sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the light between the two was resplendent. This was a competition of divine power, a great collision of divine senses, and undoubtedly a great battle of life and death. In the dazzling light, they were both sent flying. A large string of blood bloomed, destroying dozens of stars. It was unknown which of the two had spilled the blood. The two experts gathered their power again and came to a new starry sky. This time, their battle prowess had increased limitlessly. Their attacks would definitely be earth-shattering because they already knew each other's strength. The rhombus-shaped divine shield on Lan Yufeng's left arm rippled with light. That was a protective divine weapon, and in his right hand, a blue blade with saw teeth appeared. It was like a blue lake with specks of blue waves, but this was just the appearance. It contained boundless divine power inside, and there was a tyrannical aura faintly emitting from it. This was Lan Yufeng's true divine weapon, and it pointed at the old farmer in the distance. At this moment, the old farmer also stood in the starry sky. Starlight flickered around him, but he didn't move. He held the great destruction spear with both hands and pointed it forward. A cold killing intent spread out in the universe. At this moment, his aura continued to rise. His white hair stood on end, and they were as hard as steel needles. His gaze also became sharper, and the two divine rainbows he shot out were tens of thousands of miles long. The old farmer had fused with the great destruction spear. At this moment, the old farmer's body of flesh and blood fused with the ice-cold spear. They gradually became indistinguishable, as though they were made by heaven. Kill. The blue sawtooth blade in Lan Yufeng's hand was already raised high. It turned into a divine rainbow that traversed the starry sky and slashed towards the old farmer. The sky shook, and the earth cracked. Countless stars were shattered. The man and the blade rushed over in an instant. Kill. At this moment, the old farmer's aura rose to the extreme. His body fused with the spear, and he pierced forward with both hands. Both of them were ancestor gods from the previous civilization, so their battle prowess could be imagined. At this moment, it was a collision that could destroy the world. The tip of the spear and the blue blade clashed, dazzling light completely drowned this part of the universe. Several peaks clashed, divine power surged, and the starry sky shook violently. In this all-out battle, all the stars on the battlefield they were on finally dimmed and turned to dust. Lan Yufeng roared, and blue light flourished around him. At the same time, he smashed the divine shield on his left arm towards the old farmer. He wanted to smash the terrifying opponent right in front of him. Boom, but at this moment, Lan Yufeng felt as though he was struck by lightning. The sawtooth blade in his hand shook violently and was about to fall out of his hand. He almost couldn't hold it anymore. Clang, at the point where the blue saber collided with the spear, several cracks appeared on the blade. Lan Yufeng screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward, and the divine shield that smashed in front of the old farmer also flew backward. All his efforts were in vain. Roar, Lan Yufeng's roar shook the starry sky. I've actually been injured by you. Impossible. In response, the old farmer's voice was cold. You have fear in your heart and don't dare to use your blade to fight me with all your strength. How can someone who uses a shield have an indomitable aura? The outcome has long been decided. Impossible, Lan Yufeng roared, and his hair stood on end. He charged forward again with the sawtooth blade and divine shield. But this time, the old farmer didn't move forward. He fought him across the starry sky, the great destruction battle spear in his hand pointed forward. With a loud boom, a terrifying aura spread out. The battle spear itself didn't fly forward, but endless killing intent condensed into a tangible sharp edge, turning into a terrifying light beam that pierced through the starry sky. Bang, Lan Yufeng was instantly sent flying. The divine shield on his left arm was pierced, and his left arm shattered, turning into a large mist of blood. Ah, Lan Yufeng roared and soared into the sky again. But at this moment, he was horrified to discover that a bowl-sized hole had appeared in his chest, causing him excruciating pain. A terrifying sharp edge had shattered his heart and pierced through his body. In the endless star banquet, the old farmer's essence, chi, and spirit fused as one with the battle spear. Terrifying rays of light constantly shot out from the great destruction battle spear, piercing through Lan Yufeng in another part of the starry sky. The true meaning of the great destruction was to destroy everything in its path. The great destruction, as its name suggested, destroyed everything in the world. Lan Yufeng, an expert among the alien race's ancestor gods, was heavily injured. Dozens of bloody holes were pierced through his body. At this moment, another alien race's ancestor god rushed forward to block the old farmer. This was the advantage of numbers. Even if they couldn't win in single combat, they could make up for it with absolute numbers. The most dangerous battle was the one where the old dragon was. He was surrounded by 3 alien race's ancestor gods. The 6 paths of reincarnation was a peerless divine art. It rotated the world and could obliterate ancestor god experts. If it was used against one alien race's ancestor god alone, it would definitely be able to kill him. But he didn't have the chance because the 3 alien race's ancestor gods were fighting him at the same time. They were afraid that he would use this peerless art against one of them alone. Even though the 3 alien race's ancestor gods weren't from the previous civilization era, they were still extremely terrifying when they joined forces. The old dragon didn't want to use this divine art on all 3 of them at the same time. If he spread out his divine power like that, it would probably be wasted like before. He could only create an opportunity for himself. The ancestral dragon stage shook the heavens and earth, but it was sent flying by him. The dragon race's great divine art, confinement art. With the ancestral dragon stage's help, one of them was instantly killed. However, the other two alien races' ancestor gods were extremely experienced in combat. They raised their combat power to the limit and attacked the old dragon. The three ancestor gods fought the old dragon. Even though one of them couldn't move freely, the old dragon was still in a dangerous situation. The old dragon wasn't willing to let his efforts go to waste. He wanted to take the risk and use the 6 paths of reincarnation to kill the one in the middle. A dragon's roar shook the starry sky. The old dragon finally couldn't hold himself back anymore. He was going to attack. 6 paths of reincarnation. The billions of stars in the universe trembled and the millions of galaxies trembled. The entire world was shaken. Time and space were thrown into disorder. At this moment, the boundless stars were as tiny as grains of sand, enveloped by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was as if a handful of sand was being sprinkled on a finger. The sky was shaking, the starry sky was being destroyed. The 6 paths of reincarnation great divine art had enveloped one of them and started to obliterate him. However, the old dragon was also in danger. The other two used the killer copper on him. The two alien races' ancestor gods fused together and turned into a dazzling radiance that attacked the old dragon. Bang! All of a sudden, a divine tree pierced through the space and smashed down, heavily hitting the dreadful light that was attacking the ancestral dragon. The two alien races' ancestor gods were enraged after being hit. In front of them, the old faker manifested his mark of martial arts and blocked their way with a wicked smile. Roar! The starry sky collapsed. The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated and millions of stars turned into ashes. The alien race's ancestor god screamed in pain as half of his divine soul was obliterated on the spot. The old dragon let out a long roar. The ancestral dragon stage shook in the 6 paths of reincarnation and killed the remaining half of his divine soul in the starry sky. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering killing intent came from the distant starry sky. In the 9 states, above the ancestral dragon village, in front of the black divine gate, a powerful alien race's expert was standing there. His voice was cold and emotionless as he said, "Death is death." This was originally meant to be a form of training. In the sky above the ancestral dragon village, the huge black divine gate was like an unfathomable demon's den. No one knew how terrifying the power behind it was. At this moment, a tall, cultured, but extremely powerful figure stood in front of the black divine gate. His calm words caused people to tremble, and they were transmitted into the starry sky beyond the heavens. He didn't interfere with the battle in the sky. His deep gaze swept across the land, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. He paused for a moment, then tore through the void and entered the cultivation world. He looked down at the vast land with an earth-shaking divine might. He moved like lightning and charged into the boundless spirit mountains, appearing in front of Heaven Burial Valley in an instant. The huge heavenly stele stood majestically, surrounded by mist. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Even an ancestor god would find it hard to move it. The heavenly stele stood in the middle of the valley during the day and would rise from the ground at night, hovering above the valley. This situation had been going on for many years. All the cultivators guessed that the heavenly stele would disappear sooner or later. Heaven Burial Valley, which had been sealed for many years, was shrouded in mist. The scenery inside could be vaguely seen. An ancient palace sat in the middle, giving off an extraordinary aura. The powerful otherworldly ancestor god slowly walked to the front of Heaven Burial Valley. He looked at the majestic ancient stele and muttered to himself, "Father, back then, you were mighty and unparalleled. You were unrivaled among the ancestor gods, but you actually disappeared here, when the otherworldly ancestor gods descended and fought against the ancestor gods of the 9 prefectures. Xianxia and the others were moving overseas. He was looking for Chen Feng, Lu Mu, and the others. At the same time, he also put some familiar and unfamiliar experts into the lost paradise, preparing to bring them to the world of death. At this moment, other than the ancestor gods, all the other cultivators were like ants. However, under the supreme divine power that could destroy the sky, all other powers were insignificant. Perhaps they could only retreat. Even though Xiao Chen's current combat prowess was very strong, it was not an easy task to search for someone in the boundless blue sea. This was because the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds were in a state of war. The ancestral gods were fighting, and the experts of the other realms were also fighting. There were sounds of killing everywhere. There were battlefields everywhere. It was easier said than done to find people. Kill, kill, shouts of war shook the heavens, and the seawater was dyed red. There were many figures fighting in the sky, densely packed together. It was obvious that the 100 races were at an absolute disadvantage. This was because many of the elites and experts with potential had already left on the ancestral dragon ship. Those who were left behind were old, weak, sick, or disabled. Bloody light shot into the sky as corpses fell from the sky. Most of them were cultivators of the 9 states. The number of cultivators from the other world who had fallen was limited. Blood-curdling screams and inconsolable cries rose and fell one after another. Father, return my father's life. Bang, bloody light splashed out. That youth followed in his father's footsteps, his body split into pieces and died miserably in midair. From time to time, cultivators would die in battle and fall from the sky. After countless years of accumulation, the otherworldly realms had always occupied a dominant position. They had far more half-martial ancestors than the 9 provinces and the 4 cardinal worlds. Under such a despairing situation, everyone lost their confidence. What could they use to resist? The powerful people on their side could not stop the otherworld army at all. Today, it was much weaker than all previous eras. Grandpa, don't die. A young man soared into the sky and caught an old man who was covered in blood and had his heart pierced long ago. He cried out sorrowfully, Grandpa, don't die. The sword light shot out for dozens of miles. The dazzling brilliance fell from the sky and cut the young man into 2. Blood dyed the sky red. A young life ended just like that, following in the footsteps of the old man. Blood rained down from the sky, and ice-cold corpses kept falling. Life was so insignificant at this moment. The cruel reality made people feel despair. Tragedies were playing out in the world. It was far more cruel and terrifying than imagined. When Xianxia saw such a tragic scene, he was immediately enraged. His blood was boiling. He asked Kiki to look for people and collect those experts with potential, while he soared into the sky and began a massacre. Beyond heaven, Xianxia and the others also took action and attacked the otherworld army. An incomparably sharp spear pierced through a white-clothed girl in the sky. Drops of blood splattered on her snow-white clothes. It was such a ghastly sight. On an island below, an 11 or 12-year-old child cried out sorrowfully with glistening teardrops in his eyes, Elder sister, don't die, don't abandon me. In the sky, that otherworld cultivator wielding the spear was wearing an ice-cold iron robe. His gaze was even colder. The spear in his hand fiercely pierced downwards. Swish, the sharp spear carried the white-clothed girl's corpse and pierced towards that 11 or 12-year-old child. Too much. Xianxia soared across the sky. His voice was trembling, but the sword in his hand was cold and threatening. Cold light radiated in all directions as he unswervingly slashed forward. Clang, the sharp spear was cut in half. That white-clothed girl's corpse fell down. As for that child, he managed to escape this calamity. The expression of that earth-penetrating realm cultivator suddenly changed. He quickly retreated towards the half-martial ancestor-level expert. However, in the process of retreating, he was horrified to discover that his limbs suddenly shattered. Following that, his internal organs turned into a mist of blood with a bang. Only now did he understand how terrifying that cold sword light was. The formless sword chi had already entered his body. At that moment, his vitality was already extinguished. Bang, only a head with a horrified expression flew into the half-martial ancestor-level experts group and was caught by someone. Who is it? Who killed my descendant? That half-martial ancestor-level expert looked around and shouted in the sky. The butcher's knife in his hand was stained with blood. Who knew how many cultivators he had killed? When Xianxia heard that, his sword chi immediately soared into the sky and swept through a group of experts. Blood rained down, and flesh flew everywhere. Xianxia slaughtered a path of blood. When he got close, he did not say anything. He simply swung his sword and chopped down. The piercing sword light made the sun lose its color. Xiaochen ignored the other party's butcher's knife and allowed it to strike the underworld iron battle robes. Then, he charged over and chopped off a head with his sword. Blood surged into the sky as the headless corpse of the half-martial ancestor fell from the sky. Blood gushed out, and that half-martial ancestor's soul rushed out immediately, wanting to reassemble its body. However, Xiaochen was cold and emotionless at this moment. He did not give that half-martial ancestor any chance at all. He shouted only one word in the 8 origin sounds, duo. The strong soul collapsed, and this half-martial ancestor died in body and soul, vanishing from the world. Someone had noticed Xiaochen long ago. Now that they saw him kill a half-martial ancestor on the spot with such shocking combat prowess, the half-martial ancestor immediately listed him as an extremely dangerous person. Kill him. Immediately, 3 half-martial ancestors charged over together. When they sensed Xiaochen's strength, they wanted to work together to kill him. However, in the end, they still underestimated Xiaochen. They had not expected him to be a 7th heaven martial ancestor. Furthermore, he could already kill half-martial ancestors when he was in the earth-opening realm. Right now, Xiaochen's combat prowess was enough to intimidate everyone in the half-martial ancestor realm. Even when facing 3 experts, his expression did not change at all. Xiaochen swung the 7-colored holy tree in his hand ferociously. 7-colored light illuminated the world, indistinct and indistinct. Dragon roars resounded as he executed the dragon race's major magic skill, confinement. Furthermore, he brought it to the limits of a half-martial ancestor. All 3 of them were frozen in place at the same time, temporarily losing the ability to move. The rainbow-colored sacred tree's radiance soared into the sky. Xiaochen charged forward and struck out with the hand of heaven. The 3 experts were instantly torn into pieces. Even their souls could not escape. Xiaochen grabbed them with his huge hand and crushed them completely. After that, Xiaochen collected all their pure divine energy. He did not waste it, preparing to use it for other purposes. In this place filled with the flames of war and shouts of killing, the otherworldly cultivators held the absolute advantage. Now that Xiaochen killed several half-martial ancestors with a raise of his hand, it immediately caused a huge commotion. The cultivators from the other world didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying character here. From all directions, there were countless cultivators charging towards them. There were at least 7 or 8 half-martial ancestors among them. 2 of them were already 5th heaven martial ancestors. They led a large number of disciples to surround Xiaochen in the center. There were several hundred of them, giving off a startling aura. They all shouted and pointed their cold weapons at Xiaochen in the center. Kill! Kill! Murderous cries shook the sky as everyone attacked together. Curses, magic skills, combat techniques, dazzling lights engulfed Xiaochen. However, numbers could not suppress the 7th heaven martial ancestor Xiaochen. Before absolute strength, even 10,000 chicks would find it hard to deal with a ferocious tiger. At this moment, 30 swords swept through the sky. Light soared into the clouds, causing even the sun, moon, and stars to tremble. The resplendent sword light suppressed all the magic skills and curses. It even shattered hundreds of divine weapons as it swept through the surroundings. At this moment, blood rained down. Hundreds of otherworldly cultivators screamed miserably as their blood dyed the sky red. At this moment, life was so insignificant. Severed limbs and dismembered corpses kept raining down. This place was simply like an Azura's field. The hundreds of cultivators surrounding this place were nearly completely wiped out. That included 5 half-martial ancestors. Their bodies and souls were completely wiped out. Only the 2 fifth-layer half-martial ancestors managed to escape and they flew away in terror. This terrifying result deeply shocked everyone. Everyone on the battlefield turned their gazes towards this direction. No one was not shocked. The otherworldly experts, who held the overwhelming advantage, immediately felt their hair stand on end. Such a strong enemy simply surpassed their expectations. Coincidentally, all the otherworldly experts on this battlefield rushed over at the same time. They gathered in the sky and began to surround Xiaochen. They had to work together to eliminate such a horrifying person. They felt a deep sense of danger. If they did not eliminate him now, he would definitely become a huge problem in the future. This was because the person before them was too young. They could feel that this horrifying person was not an antique. He was just a newly advanced expert. In the distant sky, there were many experts of the 9 provinces covered in blood. On the island below, there were many children who had lost their loved ones crying. Seeing all this, Xiaoqian's gaze turned extremely cold. Just now, he did not know how many people had disappeared forever. He also did not know how many families had been destroyed. His heart turned cold. Woo, woo, the mournful cries were heartbreaking. Elder sister, you're dead. I'm the only one left, father, don't leave me. The tragic scenes made Xiaoqian's vision turn blood red. At this moment, there was only boundless killing intent in his heart. Kill him for me. A deep roar filled with strong pressure rang out. A mighty otherworldly half-martial ancestor took large strides forward, leading all the otherworldly cultivators in the sky to surround Xiaoqian. All the experts on this battlefield gathered. Without a doubt, that mighty otherworldly cultivator was the leader. He was already a 7th heaven half-martial ancestor, on the verge of advancing to the 8th heaven. Aside from that, there were 2 7th heaven half-martial ancestors and a total of 9 half-martial ancestors. Their strength ranged from 1st heaven to 5th heaven. When the densely packed experts in the surroundings heard the order, they all burst out with astonishing divine power. Below, the raging sea surged, waves surging into the sky. Kill! Following the loud roar of the leader of the otherworldly experts, everyone attacked Xiaoqian at the same time. The battle cries were earth-shattering. The sky shattered on the spot. The blue sea below surged, and many islands sank. It looked like the end of the world. All the experts in the other battlefields of the 9 provinces felt the horrifying divine power fluctuations here. At this moment, they all guessed that such a situation was extraordinary. They must have run into a horrifying character. All of you will die. At this moment, Xiaoqian was like a cold-blooded demon king. His voice was bone-chilling. He did not fear the boundless divine light. The light from the 30 swords soared into the sky, forming a complicated and profound formation in the air. The tattered formation appeared under Xiaoqian's feet and merged with him, looking like it was made by heaven. It had once endured the horrifying attack of a supreme ancestor god in the future world. Now, it appeared in the real world for the first time. Kill! Xiaoqian shouted. The light from the 30 swords illuminated the world, sweeping through the entire sky. At the same time, the tattered formation trembled. The vast sea trembled, the stars in the sky trembled, all living things trembled, and the entire world trembled. The densely packed otherworldly cultivators in the sky turned into dust in large swathes, disappearing with the wind in an instant like sand. Everyone in this battlefield, including the 3 7th heaven half-martial ancestors, did not escape this calamity. All of them turned to dust. This shocking result startled all the battlefields of the 9 provinces. After a short period of dead silence, cries and shouts rang out again. The tattered formation showed off its power for the first time. It shook all the cultivators in the 9 provinces. Squeak! Kiki rushed over from afar. It found Shen Fang and the others. At the same time, it took many cultivators into the lost paradise. Let's go. It was a temporary retreat, not a form of escape. Xiaoqian needed to send the cultivators into the lost paradise to the death world. If they stayed in the 9 provinces, these experts would only die in vain. With a flash of light, Xiaoqian disappeared from the overseas region. He crossed worlds and appeared on the ancestral lord warship outside the death world. He did not disembark from the warship. He only asked Kiki and Yingxiong to disembark. Squeak, the snow-white little critter was puzzled. Don't go back. The otherworldly ancestor gods have already descended. That world is too dangerous. Yingxiong said. A few ancestor gods are fighting outside the 9 provinces. I need to take the ancestral lord warship there. The ancestral lord warship had been refined again. The frontal bone and the bone well had fused with the warship. It had the ability to cross worlds. Woo! Woo! A series of demonic wails resounded. Xiaoqian controlled the jet-black, mountain-like ancestral lord warship and charged into the dusky sky of the death world. He disappeared in an instant. The ancestral lord warship appeared in the sky above the 9 prefectures without a sound. This huge warship was refined from the bones and essence of the ancestral lord of the world of death and the supreme ancestral god of the otherworld. It even had the light of eternity in it. It was a super weapon of war. Woo! Woo! The ancestral lord worship's roar shook the sky. It streaked across the sky of the 9 prefectures and quickly rushed past several battlefields. No one could stop the huge warship's momentum. In several battlefields, the otherworld armies were scattered. Many people didn't understand what was going on before they were crushed by this super warship. Xianxia drove the ancestral lord warship and rushed to the outer space. The battle between the ancestral gods had reached its climax. Billions of stars were shaking. The horrifying divine power made people's hearts tremble. Even someone as strong as Xianxia felt frightened. Rumble. The millions of stars dimmed and turned into ashes. That was the might of an ancestral god's attack. Even a powerful half-martial ancestor could only sigh helplessly in the face of such shocking power. Dang, a thick war spear tore through the sky. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of kilometers it pierced through the heavens, impaling an ancestral god at the tip of the spear. The blood of an ancestral god splashed in the starry sky like a scarlet ocean, drowning the starry sky. It was obvious that Yan Huang and the ancestral dragon had the upper hand in the outer space. Although they had fewer people, they were powerful. Whoosh, a dazzling light swept across the sky and drowned the ancestral lord warship in an instant. An ancestral god of the otherworld discovered the abnormality and launched a destructive attack on Xianxia. Woo! Woo! The ancestral lord warship's roar shook the sky. It was a killing weapon refined for war. Its whole body flickered with black light and connected to the world of death. No matter how many beams of divine light rushed into the void, none of the divine power could hit it. At the same time, Xianxia drove the warship and rushed over. Boom! The ancestral lord warship was like an indestructible blade. It broke the ancestral god's barrier in the starry sky and rushed to the ancestral god of the otherworld. Bang! The black warship smashed the elder god flying. This outcome had exceeded everyone's expectations, and the elder god was even more astounded. He seemed to be in disbelief. Right now, Xianxia felt an urge to immediately take out the tattered formation diagram. However, he endured it. After all, he was not an ancestor god. It would be very difficult for him to seriously injure that otherworldly expert. He needed to wait for an opportunity. It was fine if he didn't attack, but when he did, it was like a bolt of lightning that shook the heavens and the earth and shattered ancestor gods. Ancestor god Lupius dodged Yan Huang's dragon fist and said coldly, "Good, good, good. You guys are truly well prepared. Although there are only a few ancestor god experts, you guys have many tricks up your sleeves. You even managed to forge such a warship." Lan Yufeng, who was pierced by the old farmer, retreated 1,000 miles. After his body was reformed, he sneered and said, "Even if you prepared well, you can't change the result." The ancestor god that the ancestor emperor's warship knocked away earlier finally understood what this huge black warship was. He looked at Xianxia, who was on the warship, and said in a cold and emotionless voice, "Aunt, I will take your life first. I'm afraid you won't get what you want." As the old farmer's great destruction war spear blocked Lan Yufeng, it also enveloped the ancestor god. He said, "You and Lan Yufeng are destined to die under the great destruction war spear. Old fart, don't be so arrogant. You won't be able to escape this time." The ancestor god turned around and attacked the old farmer together with Lan Yufeng. However, just at this moment, Xianxia drove the ancestor emperor's warship over again. The old farmer seemed intent on making the ancestor god suffer. The great destruction war spear pierced through heaven and earth, suppressing the ancestor god. Even when Lan Yufeng came to the rescue, the great destruction war spear did not move at all. The old farmer only shook the old farmer a little. Bang! The ancestor emperor's warship shot into the sky, shattering stars. It instantly arrived and crashed heavily into the body of the ancestor god. Pooh! This time, the ancestor god, who was suppressed by the great destruction war spear, endured boundless pressure. Now that he was struck, he had no energy to defend himself. He vomited blood on the spot, and his chest caved in. Clearly, he was severely injured. "Insignificant ant, you actually injured me." The instant the ancestor god's body tumbled back, his expression turned malevolent. His killing intent soared, and his facial features nearly deformed. A half-step martial ancestor would find it hard to injure an expert of his level. His opponent could only be an ancestor god. Now that he vomited blood at Xiaoqian's hands, it was truly a humiliation for him. "I'll destroy your body and soul." He instantly charged over, his right hand covering the sky and covering the earth. He wanted to grab Wu Chen on the ancestor emperor's warship and crush him. The divine might shook for thousands of kilometers, and the stars in the universe trembled. Under this violent wave, the surrounding stars all turned into dust. The ancestor emperor's warship shook violently, but there were no signs of it breaking. The hull was unimaginably sturdy. "Your opponent is me. Don't act rashly." The old farmer steeled his heart to teach this ancestor god a lesson. The great destruction war spear swept across the sky and blocked him again. The formless killing intent nearly pierced through that huge hand and shattered it. At the same time, the old farmer also blocked Lan Yufeng, and they started fighting again. Bang! When Xiaoqian swept across the sky for the 7th time, the ancestor god went completely berserk. The old farmer intentionally suppressed him 7 times, and Xiaoqian sent him flying with the ancestor emperor's warship. Even a clay figurine would be enraged. "Ant, lowly worm, you have angered me. If I don't kill you today, I am not human." The ancestor god swore and kept attacking, wanting to leave the old farmer's battlefield. His rage was completely ignited. Xiaoqian stood on the ancestor emperor's warship and said very calmly, "Worm, don't just squeak. Come and kill me if you can." The ancestor god's gaze turned even colder than the winter when he was looked down on by an ant and even called him a worm. Escape from heaven and earth, not within the 5 elements. Just at this moment, the ancestor god executed some kind of forbidden technique and shouted. His entire body shone brightly, drowning out the surrounding stars. At this moment, he finally escaped from the old farmer's battlefield and directly pounced at Xiaoqian. Bang! The huge palm smashed down, shattering the sky. Its divine might was unparalleled and unstoppable. The old farmer's eyes flickered, but he didn't go to help. As if caught unprepared, he shouted, "Good, you can leave, and I can kill Lan Yufeng." Lan Yufeng sneered, "Even if you temporarily hold the advantage, you can't do anything to me." Boom! In the distance, the huge palm smashed down. The ancestor emperor's warship's black light soared into the sky, shattering the star system. It actually blocked this shocking attack. Xiaoqian was still enduring, relying on the warship's protection, not revealing the incomplete formation diagram. "Ant, die." The ancestor god's huge palm shattered the space and directly reached into the ancestor emperor's warship to grab Xiaoqian. However, at this moment, the jet-black warship suddenly became blurry. Millions of stars appeared in the surroundings, forming a space of its own as if returning to the eternal unknown. The ancestor god's palm extended infinitely, but it was still separated from the warship by a starry sky, unable to truly touch it. Haha, the old farmer laughed heartily. "You can't even kill the ant. What face do you have to be the ancestor god of this world?" The great destruction spear in his hand became sharper, as if he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lan Yufeng. "Sumeru in the ring." The ancestor god's words were cold. The huge palm covered the sky, forming a world of its own. The starry sky around the ancestor emperor's warship quickly shrunk, about to be taken away. Time was pressing. He used his great magic power, wanting to end the battle as soon as possible to prevent Lan Yufeng from being killed by the old farmer. When he concentrated on attacking the ancestor emperor's warship, it was also the moment when his vigilance was at its lowest. Suddenly, boundless killing intent rushed over. The old farmer's great destruction spear condensed boundless killing intent and launched a destructive attack at him. Although the spear did not reach him, the killing intent was the most terrifying that the old farmer had released since the start of the battle. He swore to kill him. Killing Lan Yufeng was an act. Killing him was the real thing. Everything before was just to numb him. Pong! The otherworld elder god's chest instantly shattered. At the same time, his head was pierced through, and his soul was heavily injured. He struggled to reform his body, but the old farmer was determined to kill him. Enduring Lan Yufeng's boundless attacks of divine power, he coughed up several large mouthfuls of blood as the Annihilation Hound Warspear continued to strike at the otherworld elder god. The spear that could pierce through the universe and destroy all things in the world erupted with the most terrifying killing intent. It easily pierced through the body and soul of the ancestor god. Boom, finally, it shattered. Pooh, the old farmer continuously coughed out blood. He did not know if he had destroyed the body and soul of the ancestor god, but he had no choice but to turn around and fight Lan Yufeng. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on. Sorry to disappoint you, but I did not perish. The shattered ancestor god battle body and soul quickly gathered together, trying to reconstruct his body. His voice was filled with resentment. Although he was not killed this time, the boundless killing intent had greatly injured his vitality. He had suffered unimaginable damage. His divine power had fallen to rock bottom. Perhaps even a ninth heaven half-ancestor could pose a certain threat to him now. I will not disappoint you. At this moment, Xianxia, who was on the ancestral warship, finally could not help but make a move. 30 swords soared through the sky, and a broken formation diagram appeared. It was hazy and slowly rotated. The broken formation diagram looked calm, but it carried an indomitable aura as it crushed towards the ancestor god who was trying to reconstruct his battle body. The entire starry sky trembled. The light of billions of stars gathered and turned into boundless sword light that merged with the broken formation diagram. It possessed an earth-shattering might. In the instant that the tattered formation diagram began to spin, the alien elder god instantly howled, "No!" But it was too late. His vitality was greatly injured. Before he could reconstruct his soul, a vast, unfathomable, and terrifying force crushed him, instantly shattering him. I will not perish. The ancestor god, whose soul had been shattered, still roared angrily. However, the broken formation diagram shook 9 times in a row. Each time, a large portion of his soul power was obliterated. Boom, the ancestor god finally collapsed completely. His soul consciousness was completely scattered. The terrifying formation diagram had obliterated the ancestor god. The surrounding people could not believe it. They did not expect an ancestor god to perish just like that. The sword actually formed a formation diagram. Lilup shouted, seemingly very shocked. How is this possible? It actually formed a formation diagram. Lan Yufeng was also very shocked. Clearly, the death of an ancestor god was not as shocking as the appearance of the broken formation diagram. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the starry sky. In the 9 states, above the ancestral dragon village, 4 otherworldly ancestral gods walked out. They took a step into the starry sky and headed towards the battlefield. At this moment, Yan Huang, the old ancestor dragon, and the old farmer had exhausted most of their divine power. The arrival of this new force immediately made their situation not optimistic. Xiaochen also knew that he could not compete with the ancestor gods yet. The formation diagram was indeed powerful, but he himself was far from reaching that level. The formation diagram could injure the ancestor gods, but the ancestor gods could also destroy his physical body. If he fought them head-on, he would be the first to perish. Woo, the ancestor god warship's roar shook the sky. Yan Huang and the old ancestor dragon transmitted their voices to Imo Xiaowang, the old farmer, and the martial imprint. They quickly rushed onto the warship. Xiaochen did not need to explain anything. Yan Huang and the old ancestor dragon naturally knew everything about the ancestor god warship. This was because the ancestor god of the death world had left a spiritual imprint. When Xiaochen returned to the 9 prefectures, that divine light had already rushed into the sky and was received by Yan Huang and the old ancestor dragon. Let's go! Yan Huang shouted. The ancestor god warship tore through the sky and quickly rushed into the depths of the sky. The scene before them was despairing. Who knew how many ancestor gods there were in the other world? 12 of them had already appeared in the sky. How were they to fight? Let's go to the death world. The old ancestor dragon's voice was deep and lonely. Giving up the 9 prefectures and the 4 prefectures meant admitting defeat. This era of civilization would come to an end. Woo, the ancestor god warship shook the starry sky. It became more and more blurry, farther and farther away. Finally, it disappeared. All the attacks of the ancestor gods from the other world that were chasing after it missed. Humph, you can run for a while, but can you run forever? At this moment, the powerful ancestor god in front of the Heaven Burial Valley had already arrived at the alien battlefield. Looking in the direction where the ancestor god worship disappeared, his eyes were extremely cold, almost demonic and terrifying. "Father, I felt your aura. That worship has the essence of your bones." This extremely powerful ancestor god seemed to be the leader of all the ancestor gods. He slammed his right hand heavily into the starry sky, and the entire sky rumbled. Countless stars turned to dust, and the surrounding 10 million kilometers was completely turned into a dark region. Not a single drop of light could be seen. At this moment, he was filled with endless hatred and resentment. Where did they go? An ancestor god from the other world asked cautiously. The powerful ancestor god from the Heaven Burial Valley had a cold look in his eyes, filled with endless hatred. He said in a cold voice, "The Death World." "The Death World?" "That's right. My father is the supreme ancestor god. He disappeared in front of the Heaven Burial Valley, and he left us an important message there. If that's the case, we have to enter the world of death to completely kill them." "That's right. The real battle has begun. We might have to face our old friends." Time flew by quickly. In the world of death, in a desolate plain without any signs of life, Xianxia sat alone. It had already been 17 years. He was like a fossil, not moving at all. Occasionally, a chilly wind would sweep across the land, emitting a mournful whistling sound. The barren land was reddish-brown, cold and hard. Aside from weathered bones, there was nothing else here. Over the years, Xianxia was covered in sand and dust. He was completely submerged by the dust and became one with this lonely world. It was as if he had lost his vitality forever. He had no choice but to retreat from the 9 prefectures and come to the world of death. He sat there for 17 years like a withered tree. His jet-black hair had already turned gray and lost its luster a long time ago. When the cold wind blew past, his gray hair would drift down and turn into dust. Just like that, day after day, year after year. When the 31st year arrived, Xianxia was still as motionless as a fossil. It made people suspect that he had already passed away here. The leaden clouds surged. It was as if they were going to press down on this barren plain. That silent fossil that had not moved for more than 30 years finally let out some strange sounds. Bang, with a light shake, Xianxia seemed to have cracked. Dust fell and his gray hair fluttered messily. The withered tree figure slowly stood up. The old skin on his body peeled off. After sitting there for 32 years, Xianxia finally regained his vitality. His black hair grew back and his skin glowed with vitality. He walked towards the direction of the divine village. It seemed to be the same as before. There were no changes. There was no strong energy fluctuation. It was as if he had really sat there for 32 years. The divine village appeared to be lifeless. Many cultivators of the 9 prefectures were brought here. After leaving their homeland, their mood had been very low for so many years. Perhaps only optimistic people like Zhuge and Crisis would be as cheerful as before. After the old dragon ancestor, Yan Huang, and the other ancestor gods entered the world of death, they had disappeared for many years. There was no trace of them for 32 years. After more than 30 years had passed, it was hard to imagine how the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds had changed. No one dared to think too much. 32 years later, Xianxia returned to the godly village. He immediately attracted the attention of many people. With a whoosh, he was surrounded in an instant. The ones leading them were precisely Crisis, Killer Vanquisher, and Zhuge Fatty. They led a group of children to surround him. The others did not have such a good mood. Most of them were like Xianxia, spending these difficult years in closed-door training. "I say, brother, I thought you were already dead. You've been sitting there for so many years. From afar, you look like a fossil." Hearing this, Xianxia immediately gave Fatty Zhuge a slap, causing all the fat on his body to tremble. This fellow's face was glowing red, he looked like he had overnourished himself. His head of white hair was even more shiny. "I say, Fatty, I really don't know what to say about you. It's fine if you don't lose weight in the world of death, but you can still eat so much. This is also a kind of realm." Xianxia sighed. "I can't help it. I'm a natural foodie. Crisis came to this conclusion. In the end, he was sent flying by Zhuge fatties, but the white-haired fatty boasted shamelessly, "The martial art passed down to me by the martial ancestor is truly an extraordinary martial art. I want to eat all over the world." At the side, Killer Vanquisher muttered, "Damn it, this damn fatty eats everything. He even stole more than half of the tinder I collected with great difficulty. I think he will even eat bones in the future." "What about Lawrence and Chen Feng?" Xiaochen asked. "They all went into closed-door training. Everyone is anxious to increase their strength now. Everyone is feeling pressured. They feel that the world of death will not be peaceful anymore. In the near future, it will most likely turn into a battlefield." "What about Kiki?" "Naturally, she's sleeping." Xiaochen saw the little critter sleeping soundly in the godly village. The little critter was sleeping very soundly. It had not woken up for 30 years. From the looks of it, if no one disturbed it, it would continue to sleep. Xiaochen did not disturb the little critter. He knew that the little critter was cultivating. Rather than waking it up, it was better to let it sleep peacefully. That was because the little critter might become the main force of the Great War in the future. Sigh, although it is very leisurely to sit in the godly village and look at the beauties every day, staying in the same place all the time is getting boring. Crisis grumbled, "I really want to go back to the colorful world of the past. I wonder how the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds are doing. How nostalgic." Indeed, although Killer Vanquisher was a skeleton, a tinder that was reborn in the world of death, after going to the 9 prefectures a few times, he enjoyed himself so much that he forgot to return. Now, he also felt that it was a pity. He boasted shamelessly and lamented, "How nostalgic, I wonder how the little sisters I got to know in the 9 prefectures are doing. You loose bones, you don't even have flesh, and you are still lamenting about little sisters. Don't tell me you are a skeleton sister?" Zhuge fatty said in disdain. "You damn fatty, don't stay at the side." Killer Vanquisher retaliated. Crisis felt pity for Xiaochen and said, "How about we go to the 9 prefectures to take a look? I wonder how it is doing." At the side, the eyes of a group of children were sparkling. There were children from the godly village, and there were also descendants of cultivators that were brought over from the 9 prefectures. They were also yearning for the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds. "It's better for us to cultivate properly. Otherwise, the otherworldly ancestor gods might come to kill us." "It can't be, can they even enter the world of death?" "Of course." Xiaochen reminded, "In the past, didn't Keek's father kill a supreme ancestor god in the world of death? This means that countless years ago, the otherworldly ancestor gods already knew the way to enter the world of death." Soon after, Xiaochen met up with Li Mu and Zhaoying in the godly village. He wanted to ask them about the current situation of the 9 prefectures. However, it was a pity that these 2 old men had never entered the 9 prefectures in the past 30 years. They had no idea what was going on in that world. In the end, Xiaochen decided to personally make a trip. Otherwise, he would always feel that he couldn't let go of this matter. 32 years had passed. Xiaochen returned to the 9 prefectures with a nervous heart. In the sky above the ancestral dragon village, that black divine gate became even bigger. It became an indestructible passageway. The majestic ghost town on the ground didn't change much. It still had a majestic aura as it stood there. However, the surrounding land seemed a little desolate. Weeds grew everywhere, and the forest was very dense. It was very obvious that this place was uninhabited. Xiaochen passed through the forest, wanting to find the ancestral dragon village of the past. However, it was already nowhere to be seen. The 7-demon diagram had completely sealed off that area. He clenched his fist tightly. He really wanted to take out the broken diagram and sweep it over. However, he knew that it would be difficult to change anything. In the end, he could only turn around and leave. Are the creatures of the 9 prefectures no longer in existence? Xiaochen felt very uneasy. If that was the case, it would be too cruel. After walking for more than 10 miles, the great river surged forward. The yellow river was still surging. Back then, 10x jumped into the yellow river. No one knew where it was now. Xiaochen stood here for a long time. Only then did he head towards the originally flourishing land of the 9 prefectures. Nowadays, the spatial bending technique was just a small trick for him. After walking for more than 100 miles, Xiaochen's heart immediately sank. He saw 13 villages and 2 small cities along the way. However, there was no trace of human presence. It was completely desolate. The place had completely turned into ruins. Weeds grew everywhere. It was very obvious that it had been abandoned for many years. Not long after, he arrived at a large city. It was also deathly still. Broken walls and dilapidated buildings. Weeds grew between the rubble. Sweeping through with his powerful divine sense, Xiaochen found a lot of skeletons hidden within the ruins. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Xiaochen still felt uneasy. All of this indicated that the other world had really carried out an inhumane massacre. After walking through more than half of the Yongzhou, Xiaochen did not find a single living person. The flourishing city of the past had now completely turned into a ghost town. There was not a single living person. All the buildings had already collapsed. All the living creatures were almost completely annihilated. Not even a rat could be seen. It was a complete annihilation. This made Xiaochen furious. Looking at the pitch-black divine gate in the sky above the ancestral dragon village, he had an impulse. If his strength reached the 9th heavenly layer of ancestor god realm, he would definitely charge into the other world without any hesitation and start a massacre. The mountains and rivers were still there, but the homes were all destroyed. The people of the past had all turned into skeletons. One could not help but shed tears of sorrow. Xiaochen was like a specter, wandering alone among the ruins. He walked from one place to another. Along the way, he saw either skeletons, ruins, or messy weeds. He was silent, as if he was recalling the past. After walking through the entire Yongzhou, he was sure that not a single person survived. They were all annihilated. Xiaochen stood there for a long time. The broken formation was faintly discernible beside him. It seemed like it would shake at any time. I hope there are survivors. After a long time, Xiaochen calmed down, and the formation disappeared in a flash. Xiaochen left Yongzhou and headed east. He believed that there should be people who survived. Just as Xiaochen left Yongzhou, he suddenly heard the caw of a crow. Although it was an inauspicious bird, Xiaochen felt a sense of familiarity. After all, it was a kind of life form that had not been destroyed. Soon, Xiaochen's expression turned excited. After walking for 50 kilometers, he discovered smoke curling up from kitchen chimneys. The fields in front were not barren. There was a small village in the middle. Are there people or, chickens crowed and dogs barked? Although the village was not large, it brimmed with life. There were dozens of households here. They are not cultivators but ordinary citizens. Could it be that the otherworldly ancestor gods did not carry out a complete policy of contempt? Xiaochen felt very excited. He used spatial shrinking and advanced for hundreds of kilometers. Along the way, he saw many villages and cities. The further east he went from Yongzhou, the more people he saw, and the more prosperous the cities became. When Xiaochen arrived in the Central Plains, what he saw was not much different from before. The bustling mortal world was like it was yesterday. It was like he had never left. What's going on? Xiaochen was filled with doubts. The otherworldly ancestor gods only massacred all the life forms in Yongzhou but spared the people of the other realms. Could it be that the otherworldly ancestor gods became soft-hearted in the end? That was impossible. Soon, Xiaochen noticed a fact. Although the Central Plains was not destroyed, he did not see a single cultivator. They were all ordinary people. Where did they go? Xiaochen flew to the clouds and looked down at the land of the 9 provinces. He muttered to himself, could they have all been killed? Soon, he cast his gaze to the sea. There seemed to be energy fluctuations in that direction. At Xiaochen's cultivation, his spiritual sense was incredibly strong. With a simple sweep, he could see tens of thousands of kilometers. Barrier, Xiaochen's gaze turned cold. There were many barriers in the sea, sealing off the many islands. Whoosh, Xiaochen vanished from where he was. In practically an instant, he appeared 5,000 kilometers away. The many islands were like cages, imprisoning a large number of cultivators. Xiaochen flew above an island. After spending a lot of effort, he managed to break the barrier around the island. This showed how strong the person who laid the barrier was. The island was very big, there were many cultivators on the island. Although they were confined here, their power was not sealed. Yeah, it's the people from the Undying sect. Xiaochen quickly swept his gaze across the island. He discovered some familiar people from the Undying sect, he even saw the patriarch of the Undying sect. An entire sect was imprisoned here. The relationship between him and the Undying sect was very deep. Back then, when he entered the Immortals mainland from the Dragon Island, he went to the Undying sect as his first stop. Furthermore, during the bloody battle in the Celestial City, that old patriarch even sent out a sword light to help him break through the encirclement. At that time, he didn't know it was the old patriarch of the Undying sect who made a move. But as he grew stronger day by day, he naturally knew about the things that happened back then. Xiaochen used his powerful spiritual sense to search the island cautiously. He discovered the magnificent building at the center of the island. It was very obvious that it was the residence of the otherworldly cultivators. The people of the Undying sect were excluded from that area. They were not allowed to approach that area. There was actually a seventh celestial layer half-ancestor keeping watch. Not to mention the otherworldly cultivators on the island, just him alone was enough to intimidate the Undying sect. I finally understand why the ancestor god did not completely wipe out these ants. I have to say, some of these ants are indeed very creative. That seventh celestial layer half-ancestor sighed with emotion. He sat in the main hall and said to the others, take the Undying sect that we are suppressing as an example. The obliterate demon absolute god is really extraordinary. Not only did we benefit a lot from it, even one of our ancestor god was very interested. He seemed to have received a great inspiration from it. He is preparing to create a kind of world-shaking mystical technique to complete a brand new transformation. The obliterate demon absolute god is indeed extraordinary, but the Undying sect is about to lose its value. I'm afraid it won't be long before it becomes a whetstone for the younger generation. The seventh celestial layer half-ancestor nodded and said, we don't raise trash. Speaking until here, he seemed to have thought of something and said, our ancestor god, one of his direct descendants will come here today to pick some ants with pretty good aptitude. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Lord, please be at ease, there won't be any accidents. Reporting, the person dispatched by the ancestor god has arrived. Oh, quickly go and welcome him. When the seventh celestial layer half-ancestor heard this, he actually led the crowd to salute the youngster. Thank you. The young man waved his hand and spoke in a very cold voice. Xiaochen could see clearly from a distance. This young divine envoy should be more than 1,000 years old. He was a half-ancestor and could be considered to have extraordinary aptitude. How are the aptitude of the ants here? The young divine envoy asked. Not bad. The seventh celestial layer half-ancestor asked, I wonder if they are selecting ants to fight in the gladiator arena or beautiful ants. Both. Very well, I will get someone to choose now. There's no need. Call all the high-grade ants over, I will personally choose them. That's good, then I will have to trouble divine envoy. The seventh celestial layer half-ancestor ordered the otherworldly cultivators to summon the elites of the Undying sect. Their cultivation is very extraordinary, but they are too old. They are most likely not suitable to fight in the gladiator arena. However, the current headmaster is quite a character. He has made great progress in cultivating the obliterate demon absolute god. Furthermore, with his own body as a cauldron, his accomplishments will be limitless in the future. Furthermore, there are many beautiful women on this island. There is no lack of absolute beauties among them. The divine envoy nodded his head after hearing this. In the dark, Xiaochen's gaze was ice-cold as he calmly looked at everything. If he did not misunderstand, the elites of the Undying sect were really treated as slaves. Their situation was really pitiful. Not long later, the elites of the Undying sect were brought here. The divine envoy swept through with his powerful divine sense and took a fancy to the headmaster of the Undying sect at first glance. He nodded his head and said, not bad, he is quite a character. Nurture him well and let him fight in the gladiator arena. I believe he will be able to get a good ranking. The ant colony owned by our Lord Ancestor God is not much inferior to the other Lord Ancestor Gods. Hearing these words, the elites of the Undying sect were all furious. However, they could only endure it. Because in the past 30 years, they had already understood their current situation. There was no ancestor god in the 9 regions, and there was no ancestor god in the 4 worlds. They were really no different from ants. This was a kind of sorrow. And the powerful half-ancestor had already left on the ancestral dragon ship a long time ago. The people left behind really did not have any power to resist in front of the otherworldly army. You, come out. The divine envoy pointed at the Undying sect's headmaster. The Undying sect's headmaster clenched his fist tightly, but in the end, he released it helplessly. If he resisted, perhaps all the disciples of his sect would be implicated. The dignified Undying sect's headmaster was actually going to be selected to fight in the gladiator arena. This was really unbelievable. Xianxia saw everything from a distant place. Boundless killing intent emerged in his heart. Just at this time, a group of beautiful girls was brought over. Among them, one of them was a peerless beauty. Like a crane among a flock of chickens, she was especially dazzling. The divine envoy's eyes immediately lit up as he said, "This girl is pretty good." The 7th celestial layer's half-ancestor smiled and said, "As long as the divine envoy is satisfied." This girl is called Xianxia. She is one of the most famous peerless beauties in the 9 regions and the world of immortals. The divine envoy nodded his head unceasingly and said, "Very good. With this kind of beauty that can topple a nation, I believe she will definitely get a good ranking. If she is chosen by the ancestor god and bestowed upon her as a direct descendant, no, this was a kind of humiliation." The proud daughter of the Undying sect was actually reduced to such a state. One could well imagine what she really wanted to do. Xianxia. At a distant place, Xianxia looked at that familiar beauty and recalled a lot of past events. A person's life was neither long nor short. There would always be some people and matters that would gradually fade away with the passage of time. They would slowly be forgotten until there was no trace left. The lifespan of a practitioner was long, they would experience even more people and matters. Watching the beauties grow old, children grow old, a lot of past events would gradually be erased in their sea of memories. However, some people and matters were not easy to forget. Many years had passed, Xianxia was still as beautiful as before. She was just like her name, devastatingly beautiful. Looking at that slender, graceful, and familiar figure, Xianxia recalled a lot of past events all of a sudden. Very good. The divine emissary nodded repeatedly. It seemed like he was very satisfied with Xianxia among the group of beauties. However, this was a great humiliation for the proud daughter of the Undying sect. Even if she was devastatingly beautiful, she was just like a commodity at this moment. Raise your head. The 7th celestial layer half-ancestor ordered with a dignified voice. Even if Xianxia's beauty could shock the world, there was nothing to hide at this moment. It was precisely because of her beauty that she was in such an awkward situation at this moment. Humph. She stubbornly turned her head and faced the divine emissary. Her snow-white neck was as delicate as a swan's, and her jet-black hair covered half of her face. Impudent. The voice of the 7th celestial layer half-ancestor was ice-cold as he shouted, "It is your good fortune to be able to reveal your true appearance in front of the divine emissary. You actually dare to disobey. Could it be that you want to be annihilated like the other ants?" The young divine emissary at the side saw everything quietly. He waved his hand and said, "There is no need to tame her. Only by preserving some of her wild nature can she have a natural grace. Only then can she win in this contest of beauty." At this moment, not only Xianxia was ashamed and resentful, the other people of the Undying sect also felt very humiliated. Without the ancestor god to fight against the otherworldly world, their current situation was just like slaves. They didn't have any rights or freedom to speak of. If you want me to go against my will and do something I don't want to do, I would rather die than submit. Speaking until here, Xianxia's entire body flourished with radiance. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She actually wanted to commit suicide here. "No, Xianxia, don't." The people of the Undying sect at the side cried out in alarm one after another. Humph. The young divine emissary sneered again and again. Specks of green light blossomed from his eyes and instantly locked onto Xianxin's jade-like body. He said, "It's impossible for you to die in front of me. This body of yours no longer belongs to you, but to the experts of my clan. If I don't kill you, you won't be able to die even if you want to." Although his tone was calm, it was full of confidence, as if everything in the world was within his grasp. The graceful and elegant Xianxia's beautiful face was filled with unwillingness and indignation. She was pinned to the ground by the two cyan lights. She couldn't move at all, she couldn't even die if she wanted to. Both of the divine emissary's hands moved slowly, forming a strange seal. A mysterious power was injected into Xianxia's body. Soul seal, God seal. Following the divine envoy's gloomy voice, Xianxia's body flickered with radiance, and then returned to tranquility. "Now, you can't die even if you want to." Upon hearing that, the seventh heaven half-martial ancestor at the side immediately said respectfully, "Divine envoy, you are truly skilled." "Just a small trick," the divine emissary replied calmly. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were shrouded in mist. She really didn't have the strength to commit suicide. As long as she had that kind of thought, a mysterious power would automatically gush out and seal her body. She looked at the sky helplessly. She thought of a lot of things at this moment. Perhaps there were many things that were destined to happen in this life, but she was very unwilling. The divine emissary picked a few more girls and said, "I want to take a look at the gladiators now." The undying sex patriarch's hair and beard were all white. Although he was more than 300 years old, in the eyes of the otherworldly divine emissary and the seventh heaven half-martial ancestor, he was still very young. He was exactly the kind of potential fighter they needed. "This ex-patriarch is not bad," the divine emissary praised. After that, he picked a few more people and let them exchange a few blows with the undying sex patriarch. Although everyone was raging with rage, they had no choice but to be perfunctory. Otherwise, the entire sect might be implicated. "Alright, I want to bring these people back." The divine emissary took his leave in satisfaction. The seventh heaven half-martial ancestor hurriedly sent him off respectfully. Xianxia looked at everything calmly. He didn't make his move immediately, he chose to follow behind. This group of people flew very slowly, they were not in a hurry. On the way, they passed by many islands with barriers laid down. Without a doubt, there were cultivators from various sects on those islands. "Senior," just at this time, the undying sex patriarch suddenly heard this kind of voice. He was immediately stunned. He had been trapped on the island for so many years, it had already been a long time since he heard this kind of address. The voice was somewhat familiar, it resounded in his heart, "Senior, please relax, don't reveal any strange expression." When the undying sex patriarch found out it was Xianxia, he was very shocked in his heart. However, he maintained his composure on the surface and listened quietly. "I want to know a few things. Are the other world also divided into a few big races?" The undying sex patriarch replied in his heart, "That's right, as long as you reach the ancestral god realm, you can establish your own race. There is competition between the races." "Did the ancestral god of this race use your obliterate demonic seed mystical technique as reference?" "That's right, it is said that during these past 30 years, that ancestral god has always been in closed-door training. He wants to borrow this opportunity to advance to the next level and complete a transformation." After hearing this news, Xiaoqian's heart immediately fluctuated. He continued to ask, "As far as I know, it is very difficult to cultivate the obliterate demonic seed. It is extremely possible that one will fall into a deathly stillness forever." "That's right." The undying sex patriarch nodded and said, "Since ancient times, only demon ancestor Huan Yu and ancestor Diablo have truly cultivated it. Although that ancestral god is powerful, since he chose this path, the more powerful he is, the more danger he will encounter. Because if he succeeds, his harvest will also be unimaginable. I'm afraid he will become the leader of the ancestral gods in one leap. Moreover, he is using himself as a cauldron, I'm afraid it will be even more dangerous. Even if he is an ancestral god and is immortal, I'm afraid he will still fall into a deathly stillness for a very long time." Speaking until here, the undying sex patriarch suddenly woke up with a start and said, "Don't tell me you are." Originally, he thought Xiaoqian came to save him, but at this moment, the undying sex patriarch's heart was trembling. He vaguely grasped Xiaoqian's intention. "This is really too crazy. That's right, I am planning to take advantage of him. Xiaochen's words immediately confirmed the undying sex patriarch's conjecture. You can't possibly succeed. The undying sex patriarch's heart palpitated. He wanted to advise Xiaochen to not throw away his life in vain. I won't make a move rashly. Xiaochen's words were very dull, very calm. His voice echoed in the undying sex patriarch's heart. If he didn't fall into deathly stillness, then it's fine. If he is in a deathly stillness state, then I'm sorry. I want to send him on his way. You don't act recklessly, you will throw away your life in vain. It was very obvious that the undying sex patriarch didn't believe that Xiaochen could kill an ancestral god. In his opinion, even if an ancestral god lingered on the edge of life and death, he was still not someone the other realm's cultivators could contend against. I have already killed a foreign ancestral god. Xiaochen said this very coldly. What? The undying sex patriarch was shocked, he almost showed it on his face. I once killed a dying ancestral god in the extraterrestrial battlefield. If this ancestral god is really in a deathly stillness state, I have 60% certainty to kill him. Kill him, these 3 words were emphasized very heavily. It made the undying sex patriarch feel this determination and courage. His heart was shaken. You really want to, too crazy. The undying sex patriarch could only describe Xiaochen like this. How much courage did one need to kill an ancestral god, that was an immortal existence? Its magic power was hard to fathom. Huangchen actually dared to do this, it was really shocking. That's right, I really want to make a move. Xiaochen said to the undying sex patriarch apologetically, originally, I came to save you and Yan Qingqing, but now I have to ask Senior to bear with it for the time being. I am afraid of alerting the enemy. Xiaochen didn't only want to save these 2, he also wanted to save the cultivators of other big sections. If he kidnapped these 2 in advance, it would definitely alert the otherworldly realm. Yo, since you have such courage, I support you. Don't worry about us, we won't be in danger for the time being. The so-called gladiator fight and beauty contest will only start after a long time. The undying sex patriarch said. Yan Qingqing had bright eyes and white teeth, her complexion was like jade, her neck was delicate, her waist was slender, and her legs were slender. She was indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. However, her expression was ice-cold at the moment, she already felt a little despair. Xiaochen didn't say anything to her in the end, he didn't even transmit his voice to her, because he was afraid something unexpected would happen. After all, Yan Qingqing's strength was not as good as the undying sex patriarch. Slowly, the group arrived at the South China Sea. A huge palace was erected in the sky, emitting a majestic power. That was the fluctuation of an ancestral god. Xiaochen shivered inwardly, he had already completely concealed his own aura, just like how he was in the past 30 years of seclusion. His body and mind were like withered wood, not a single bit of life fluctuation leaked out. Just at this moment, he was sure that the ancestral god was in an undying state, he was very familiar with this kind of fluctuation, it was not the first time he experienced it, the nirvana state of feigned death. Xiaochen was very shocked in his heart, if this ancestral god really succeeded, then his strength would undoubtedly increase by another level. This was a powerful figure, the obliterate demon absolute god was nothing more than an opportunity, it was not the decisive factor. Even if this person didn't obtain this opportunity, he would still make a breakthrough in the near future. It was best to eliminate this kind of potential ancestral god, otherwise it would be a great disaster in the future. This made Xiaochen even more determined to kill. He only had one chance, if he succeeded, he would be able to get rid of the disaster, if he failed, he could only die. The huge palace was connected to a dimensional space, inside were all experts and the ancestral god's direct descendants. After becoming an ancestral god, they could establish their own clan. This was the clan's important place, even the half-ancestor could only look up to this place. In the distant sky, looking at the divine emissary bringing Yan Qingqing and the undying sex patriarch inside, Xiaochen waited for a long time before he slowly moved towards that place. There were people coming in and out from time to time, all of them were experts of different races. However, Xiaochen's current cultivation was astonishing, he turned into nothingness and entered that majestic palace silently. After that, he walked into the dimensional space. Inside, it was simply an independent small world. There were mountains and rivers, there were even many palaces and pavilions in the beautiful scenery. This was simply a pure land, a fairyland. There were many otherworldly cultivators living in a magnificent building complex. Haha. The ancestral god advanced a step further this time. I'm afraid his status will rise by a lot. The status of our race will also rise along with him. I wonder if the ancestral god can successfully cross this hurdle. After all, when one's strength reached their level, every step forward would require an unknown amount of time, and an opportunity that can only be discovered but not sought. I think there will definitely be no problem. The ancestral god once said that he will definitely come out before the wrestling. He won't miss that kind of distinguished meeting. From their conversation, Xianxia obtained an astonishing piece of news. The distinguished meeting that happened once every 10,000 years was about to arrive. On the surface, it was a battle between the slaves of the ancestral god, but in reality, it was a competition of strength between the various races. If necessary, they would send their strongest disciples to participate in the battle. They would even control their disciples' bodies to participate in the battle personally. This was the otherworldly world. The competition was extremely cruel. Even though they had invaded the 9 provinces and the 4 cardinal worlds, the various races still had to exchange pointers with each other during this distinguished meeting that happened once every 10,000 years. After Xianxia learned of this news, he was filled with anticipation. He really wanted to experience it for himself. At this moment, he was very puzzled. He could clearly sense the powerful energy fluctuations of the ancestral god outside, but when he entered this dimensional space, it was extremely indistinct. It was as though he was everywhere, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. What's going on? Xianxia felt very astonished. He could not pinpoint the location of that powerful ancestral god's hibernation. He could not figure out its exact location. At this moment, he felt somewhat nervous. After all, he was going to kill the ancestral god. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, it would definitely cause a shocking storm that would shock all the experts of the otherworldly world. This time, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. No matter how great the price was, Xianxia felt that it was worth the attempt. Where exactly is it? Xianxia did not dare to use his powerful spiritual sense to scan the area. Even though that ancestral god was in a dangerous state of nirvana and was on the verge of death, he was still an extremely dangerous and terrifying person. An hour passed, but Xianxia found nothing. His palms were already covered in sweat. Killing an ancestral god was truly a test of one's willpower. 6 hours passed, but Xianxia still did not find any clues. He had no choice but to leave the dimensional space. Above the southern sea, he looked at the majestic palace from afar. Once again, he felt the energy fluctuations of an ancestral god. What's going on? Xianxia was bewildered. He said, could it be that he is not in the dimensional space but in that majestic palace? Xianxia really wanted to take out the tattered formation diagram. However, he had no choice but to be cautious. He circled the huge palace and searched carefully. He did not find any traces of the otherworldly ancestral god. Instead, he discovered a powerful 9th heaven half-martial ancestor sitting in a corner of the palace. Why was a terrifying person who was about to touch the ancestral god realm sitting alone in that corner? After all, that was a 9th heaven half-martial ancestor. He was nearly invincible under the ancestral god realm. Could it be that he was guarding something? The palace was connected to a second space. Xianxia finally discovered this secret. A 9th heaven half-martial ancestor was guarding the secret door. Xianxia finally understood. That nirvana otherworldly ancestral god was hibernating inside. Today was the day to slaughter the otherworldly ancestral god. Although he had not taken action yet, he could already foresee a huge storm. The southern sea was boundless, its waves vast and boundless. A majestic palace floated above the southern sea, connecting the light and dark spaces. A peak 9th heaven half-step ancestor guarded the sleeping place of the otherworldly ancestor god, preventing anyone from destroying it. Xianxia really wanted to take out the formation diagram and shatter the second layer of the dark space. However, he suppressed this impulse. The sleeping place of the ancestor god was probably extraordinary. If he attacked rashly, he would only alert the enemy. Xianxia had only one chance. He needed to succeed in one strike. If he wanted to sneak into the second space, he would have to get rid of the ninth heaven half-martial ancestor as soon as possible. The formation diagram appeared indistinctly, seeming to merge with Xiaochen's body. However, just at this moment, a strong fluctuation of divine energy spread out. It was like the sky pressing down on the ground or like the stars in the sky falling at the same time. Even the strong ninth heaven half-step ancestor trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked in a quavering voice, "Ancestor God, are you awake?" Xiaochen's hair stood on end, and he instantly hid the formation diagram. His palms were covered in sweat, and he felt some lingering fear. If he had made a move earlier, things would not have been good. The fluctuations of an ancestor god's divine power shook the South Sea, causing huge waves to rise high into the sky. It was as if a warm river was flowing backwards in the sky. The rumbling sound of the tsunami was like thunder, and the vast white waves surged. However, the ninth heaven's half-martial ancestor did not receive any response. The ancestor god's energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. The horrifying divine energy distorted space. This was a fluctuation that came from the dimensional barrier. One could easily imagine how horrifying the scene inside was. Xiaochen was startled. That ancestor god seemed to be undergoing a nirvanic transformation, which resulted in such a horrifying scene. Just at this moment, a vast and cold voice came from the distant western sea. "It looks like Cho Tian is really going to ascend another level. He will definitely succeed in a few more months." Only now did Xiaochen learn that the sleeping ancestor god's name was Cho Tian. At the same time, Xiaochen felt horrified in his heart. Now that an ancestor god expert was paying attention to this place, he could not do anything. At this moment, he was standing in the void. He had already merged with the formation diagram and completely disappeared from this world. If it wasn't for the mysterious power of the tattered formation diagram, Xiaochen would have most likely been discovered by that powerful ancestor god. The reaction of that ninth heaven half-martial ancestor surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. He felt strangely nervous as he said in a trembling voice, "Mighty ancestor god Ire, someone as great as you would not do anything to my race's ancestor god." Humph. A cold snort resounded. The ancestral god of the West Sea said in a cold voice, "Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Even if I have a grudge against him, I won't disregard the situation and kill each other. Supreme Ancestor Ire, please forgive me." The ninth heaven's half-martial ancestor was on the verge of touching the domain of ancestral gods. However, at this moment, he appeared extremely terrified. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed towards the western sea. One could imagine how strict the hierarchy in the otherworld was. "How can I lower myself to the level of an ant like you? The grudge between me and Cho Tian will be resolved in the wrestling ring in the near future." Similarly, this ninth heaven half-martial ancestor viewed his side as an ant. The cruelty and coldness of the otherworld were clear to see. The cold voice did not contain any emotion as it slowly faded away. That strong spiritual sense that came to investigate also instantly vanished in the direction of the western sea. Ancestor God used himself as a cauldron. Now is the crucial moment. It is time to seal the only exit. The ninth heaven half-martial ancestor took out a black painting. It was very similar to the 7 demonic paintings sealing ancestor dragon village. However, it was much smaller and had much weaker energy fluctuations. This demonic painting was refined by Cho Tian. Although it was a replica, it could still bring out great might. Its only weakness was that it could only be used for a few months. Back then, before Cho Tian entered closed-door cultivation, he had personally handed this to the ninth heaven half-martial ancestor. During the most dangerous period of his transformation, he wanted the ninth heaven half-martial ancestor to seal the second layer of the dark space. The demonic painting flickered with light and immediately sealed a corner of the heavenly palace, cutting off that dimensional space. Just at this moment, a light flashed in the sky above the southern sea. Xiaochen completely disappeared. In the next moment, he returned to the front of the Death World's divine village. Standing on the mountain like ancestral god's warship, he merged with the tattered formation. A mysterious and unfathomable power slowly flowed out. Only by borrowing the power of the tattered formation could he better control the ancestral god's warship. A dark light flickered. The ancestral god's warship gradually shrunk. In the end, it was only a meter long, just enough for Xiaochen to sit on. When Crisis, Fatty Zhuge, and the others ran over, they only saw a dark light soaring into the sky. In just a flash, Xiaochen had already disappeared on the ancestral god's warship. In the next moment, he silently arrived in the sky above the southern sea. Looking at the huge and majestic palace from afar, he used the tattered formation to hide the ancestral god's warship's aura and traces. Then, he slowly approached the heavenly palace. Without a doubt, the dimensional space where the ancestor god Cho Tian resided was very strange. It would be very difficult to break it and barge in. Otherwise, he would not be so arrogant as to only have the ninth heaven half-martial ancestor guard the exit. At this moment, even the exit was sealed. That place was completely isolated from the outside world. Xiaochen planned to use the ancestral god's warship to travel through it. This warship could even block off the world barrier. He believed that it would be able to break into the second layer of dark space silently. At this crucial moment, Xiaochen took out the half of the stone man's skull. Even with the tattered formation suppressing the energy fluctuations, he still did not feel at ease. So, he fixed the stone man's skull at the bow of the warship to absorb some of the energy that leaked out. Back then, in the Weapon Burial Valley and the Evilest Land, the half of the stone man's skull had already displayed its extraordinary ability. It could silently absorb all the divine energy that rushed at it. The tattered formation merged with Xiaochen. He slowly steered the ancestral god's warship forward. There was no energy fluctuation at all. The ancestral god's warship was like a specter. It silently passed through the second layer of dark space and disappeared in an instant. During this process, the half of the stone man's skull was still as calm as an ancient well. However, it was slowly absorbing the energy of the second layer of dark space, not letting any of its aura leak out. The ninth heaven martial ancestor sitting cross-legged at the side in the palace did not know anything. He did not sense anything at all. The ancestral god's warship slowly appeared like it passed through a waterfall. Then, it arrived in a mysterious and strange space. This place was strangely dark. Rocks filled the place, stretching as far as the eye could see. At this moment, the horrifying divine energy fluctuations in this vast and unfathomable dark space had already calmed down. However, Xiaochen still felt a suppressive aura that made it hard for him to breathe. It was like a huge great desolate and savage beast was sleeping in his heart, causing his soul to palpitate. The 1-meter-long ancestral god's warship carried Xiaochen like a specter as it slowly floated to the front of the rock sea. After leaping over hundreds of huge stone mountains, Xiaochen finally neared the central region. A terrifying scene was currently taking place over there. A 100-meter-tall altar made of reddish-brown rocks piled up on top of it. The altar was extremely vast, at least 3 kilometers wide. At this moment, the altar was drenched in blood. The glaring blood of the ancestral god had dyed the entire altar red. A naked otherworldly expert was sitting cross-legged at the center of the altar. His entire body was bronze in color, and his muscles were bulging like a horned dragon. He was filled with explosive power, and his body flickered with a terrifying luster. But at this moment, his skull was split open. A fair-skinned infant was struggling to crawl out, bringing along an endless supply of ancestral god's blood. That pair of fair-skinned little hands were stained with viscous fluid. That was the brain matter of the bronze-colored expert. The boundless divine energy fluctuations originated from this. This otherworldly ancestral god named Cho Tianli was undergoing a new transformation. It was obvious that he had reached the most crucial moment. At this moment, he was extremely weak. Using his own body as a cauldron, he was undergoing a self-sublimation, achieving a terrifying nirvana. Xiaochen was about to make his move, but he suddenly changed his mind. He made a crazy decision and a daring plan flashed through his mind. Without a doubt, the otherworldly ancestral god Cho Tianli was still far from perfection. Using his own body as a cauldron was the most difficult. Using the body of the ancestral god as a cauldron was very difficult to completely refine. The newborn infant still needed to grow, and the cracked cauldron was not completely refined either. It would be restored once again. The true perfection stage was when the newborn infant and the cauldron became one. This was the obliterate demon absolute deity using one's own body as a cauldron. Xiaochen resisted the urge and did not take out the broken formation diagram. He wanted to use the otherworldly ancestral god Cho Tianli as a cauldron. It could be said to be a shocking decision. He wanted to pluck the fruits of Cho Tianli's cultivation. This was an extremely daring and crazy idea. Cho Tianli was using his own body as a cauldron and was currently undergoing nirvana rebirth with difficulty. But Xiaochen wanted to interrupt it midway and forcefully interfere, using this ready-made cauldron to transform. Back then, he learned about the cultivation process of the obliterate demon absolute deity from Yan Qingqing. Although he did not completely grasp it, he had a deep understanding of the relationship between the seed god and the cauldron. Because he had personally experienced it, he was once Yan Qingqing's cauldron. He deeply understood the relationship between the two, as well as how to pluck the fruits of Tao. Cho Tianli was extremely weak. He did not know that there was a pair of covetous eyes peeking at him from the void. Ah, that white and tender infant let out an ear-piercing scream. He finally struggled out of the bronze-colored ancestral god's body with difficulty. His entire body was drenched in blood, and he was even stained with a lot of sticky brain matter. The infant was extremely tired. He fell heavily on the altar and broke away from the cauldron. The ancestral god's blood on the altar with a circumference of thousands of zhang soared into the sky. It was incomparably dazzling. In the void, Xiaochen resisted the urge. Although this was the best opportunity to kill Cho Tianli, it was not the best time to seed God. Using the otherworldly ancestral god as a cauldron, he must grasp the best opportunity and make his move at the most crucial moment, a daring and crazy plan. The weak infant sat on the altar for a long time before he slowly crawled up. The ruthless cold light in his eyes was terrifying. He stared at his original ancestral god's body as if he was staring at his prey. He sat cross-legged on the altar with his palms facing the sky and slowly recovered his divine power. During this process, the cauldron was changing as well. Its bronze body flickered with specks of brilliance, and its cracked head slowly closed up. The scarlet blood that flowed on the altar flowed through its pores and returned to the body of the universe-enlightened ancestral god. The infant was using Cho Tianli's original body as a cauldron. The divine seed was planted in his original body. Although it had already successfully grown, the most dangerous moment had yet to come. He needed to return to the cauldron and shatter the devil to absorb all the potential of the past. The newly born divine seed and the shattered cauldron could merge into one. Only by truly shattering the devil would the planted divine seed surpass its original self. Only then would it be considered complete. Qiyu could be said to be an eternally rare genius. He was able to create such an unparalleled technique. If he was given time, it would not be a problem for him to continue shattering the devil to seed God and become an ancestral god. This could be said to be an unparalleled evil technique. It was also infinitely tempting to ancestral gods. After half a month of recuperation, the infant had completely ascended to a perfect state. The cauldron had also recovered and reached a perfect state. This was the best time for the devil to shatter and God to be born. Bang! Although that muddle-headed ancestral god's physical body did not have much intelligence, it reacted instinctively. Its entire body shone brightly and knocked back the infant that was charging at it. The fair and tender infant let out an ear-piercing shriek and turned into a blazing light. As if it was burning, it charged at the ancestral god's physical body again. This was the battle between the divine seed and the cauldron. It was the most dangerous. If one was not careful, the cauldron might be shattered and the seed destroyed. The infant and that unconscious physical body were entangled together. They both wanted to shatter the other and strengthen themselves. The entire dark dimensional space trembled. If not for Cho Tian's refinement of this space to an indestructible state, it would have been shattered countless times already. The ear-piercing shriek and horrifying roar shook one's soul. Even with the protection of the formation and the warship, Xiaochen, who was in the void, found it hard to endure. This was the terrifying might of an ancestral god fighting with their lives on the line. Even a peak half-ancestor would find it hard to endure the fluctuations of divine power. Bang! The cauldron did not have any intelligence after all. In the end, the infant merged into it. He sat cross-legged in the dantian of the ancestral god's physical body. However, the danger had only just begun. He had to shatter the demonic body and completely refine and absorb the limitless potential of the past. Only then could he be considered to have achieved perfection. Everyone's greatest enemy was themselves. It was very difficult to destroy their original self. Using oneself as a cauldron was the most dangerous. This was the most arduous tug-of-war. It lasted for 7 days, but the infant still found it hard to shatter the cauldron. At this moment, it was already incomparably exhausted. In the end, it had no choice but to calm down and slowly recover its divine power. A terrifying aura spread out. Although the divine seed and cauldron had calmed down, their limitless potential was still released. It was incomparably majestic and made people tremble. One could imagine that once the demonic seed was successfully shattered, it would become an incomparably terrifying new ancestral god. After a short rest, the infant started to shatter the demonic seed again. Although it was still very weak and had not recovered its divine power to its peak, it had no choice but to make a move. That was because the bronze-colored body was another him. It was also recovering. If he couldn't take the initiative, the cauldron without any intelligence might gain the upper hand and destroy the divine seed. If that was the case, he would be muddle-headed for the rest of his life and completely lose himself. Ah! The infant screamed mournfully and shook violently in the cauldron. It hoped to shatter the demonic seed as soon as possible and complete a true rebirth. The divine power between the two surged and clashed continuously. In the end, the bronze-colored ancestral god cauldron started to crack. The infant inside was also severely injured. Its divine power was almost dried up and cracks started to appear on its body. It could be said that using oneself as a cauldron to achieve rebirth was extremely difficult. It was close to a lose-lose situation. The remaining divine seed and cauldron were in an extremely dangerous situation. The ancestral god only had a slight advantage. Whether the demonic seed was successful or not was about to be revealed. But at this moment, Xianxia finally made a move. He controlled the ancestral lord warship to break through the spacetime and rushed over. He mercilessly took out the broken formation. Just at this moment, a slowly rotating array appeared, emitting heaven-shaking and earth-shattering energy. Bang! The formation directly cut open the cracked cauldron and pressed down on the incomparably weak infant. At the same time, the ancestral lord warship and Xianxia quickly shrunk and rushed into the cauldron with the ancestral god's body as its shell. Daring to come out of nowhere and snatch the ancestor god's Dao fruit, this was extremely crazy. Xianxia was extremely daring. He wanted to replace the divine seed, shatter the demon and plant it in his body to achieve a shocking transformation. Even though the misty array diagram was incomplete, there was no doubt that it possessed supreme might. At this moment, its imposing aura shook the heavens and the earth. With an unstoppable force, it cut open the cauldron that was the ancestor god's body shell and directly suppressed the god seed. Ah! The fair baby screamed in fear. His cold eyes, which didn't match his appearance, showed boundless fear. He felt danger. Even though the divine seed had exhausted a lot of divine power and was on the verge of collapse, at this crucial moment, it still erupted with terrifying divine power. Its entire body was blazing as if it was burning. The blinding light was as dazzling as a small sun. The ancestor god's power could destroy the world, shatter billions of stars, wither all living things, and return to the primal chaos. At this moment, the ancestor god's divine power was released with all its might. Naturally, it was extremely terrifying. It simply had the power to split heaven and earth, and evolve all living things into a new world. The blinding divine light all rushed towards the broken formation, trying to stop it. However, even though the tattered formation was rotating slowly, the invisible force was unstoppable and could not be effectively resisted. The blazing light kept collapsing under the pressure of the formation and slowly dissipated. The broken divine formation firmly pressed down. Ah! The divine seed's expression turned sinister as it roared in fear. No, I'm not willing. The divine seed's body already had many cracks, caused by the battle with the cauldron. However, at this moment, it still condensed a mighty force that made people tremble. Boundless sea and sky. The divine seed roared. At this moment, it had the momentum to devour the mountains and rivers. Divine light shone as if it wanted to split heaven and earth. Although the formation was about to suppress the divine seed, at this moment, the distance between the two was infinitely enlarged. They were clearly inside the cauldron, but there was already a world inside. The divine seed used the ancestor god's mighty force to open up a brand new world. In an instant, it was separated from the formation by a starry sky. He stood at the end of the starry sky and looked at the broken formation, quickly recovering his divine power. However, at this moment, the array diagram broke through all obstacles and silently pressed down. The star field rapidly dimmed, as if a flood as high as the sky had drowned out the candlelight. The starry sky opened up by Cho Tian collapsed, millions of stars turned to dust. The formation diagram was unstoppable, eternal and unchangeable as it pressed down. How could this be? Cho Tian roared in fear. At this point, he was truly terrified. Not long ago, he had fought with the cauldron and consumed too much energy. At this moment, he was unable to block the broken diagram. Cho Tian was extremely unwilling. If he were to fall like this, he would not be able to rest in peace. Just as he was about to succeed in destroying the demonic seed, he discovered this kind of accident. Someone wanted to destroy the divine seed and take the fruits of victory. It really made him feel wrong to the point of going crazy. The formation diagram had already descended. The divine seed cried out in horror, angered to the extreme. Boom, the divine power released by the incomplete diagram instantly caused the divine seed to crack. The white and tender baby was like a delicate porcelain that had been hit by a hammer. The divine seed was in despair, its roar was like the rumbling of the 9 heavens. At this moment, it was truly ignited. The seemingly white and tender body was condensed from the endless life essence of the ancestor god. It was a terrifying power that belonged to the ancestor god. The divine seed shattered and turned into beams of divine light. Every burning beam was the world's most terrifying sword chi that could pierce through the world. At this moment, millions of the ancestor god's life essence turned into sword light and shot towards the formation diagram. An ancestor god going all out was a very terrifying thing. The incomplete formation diagram was shaken and almost sent flying. It emitted waves of hazy light and began to tremble violently. Not far away, Xianxia suffered a terrifying impact. If he was not on the ancestral lord warship and holding the half-stone man skull in his hand, he would have already turned to ashes. When an ancestor god burned their life essence, they could completely destroy everything in the world. They could truly destroy a world. Although the ancestral lord warship had shrunk, it still possessed overwhelming divine power. It flickered with a dark light and immediately released light, blocking the millions of sword lights. It was unknown how many sharp sword chis rushed towards the ancestral lord warship, completely piercing through the light screen and slashing on the body of the warship, causing terrifying damage to the warship. Horrifying sword marks covered the black, bone warship. Some places were even completely pierced through. The front and back of the warship could be seen. A few unstoppable sword lights brushed past Xiaoqian's body. If it were not for the half-stone bone in his hand absorbing those sharp lights, he would have died here with a grievance. In the end, the divine seed was still suppressed by the incomplete formation diagram. Its body shattered, and its divine light vanished. It died with a remaining grievance. A pair of venomous eyes glared at Xiaoqian, filled with dissatisfaction. This made Xiaoqian tremble in fear. The sinister light in the divine seed's eyes was simply terrifying and frightening. The divine seed was originally the hope of rebirth. It was filled with the power of life and exuberant life force. At this moment, the purest light of life was incomparably gentle, spreading out in all directions. Xiaoqian was about to succeed in destroying the demon seed, but at the most crucial moment, an uninvited guest appeared. How could he die in peace? However, in the end, that pair of venomous eyes still vanished into nothingness. The ancestral lord warship finally calmed down. It did not shatter. After all, it contained the supreme ancestor god's bone essence. Even if the world shattered, it would not shatter completely. Furthermore, in the next moment, the horrifying sword marks on the ancestral lord warship slowly disappeared. The warship recovered on its own. It contained eternal light and could repair itself on its own. The incomplete formation diagram revolved slowly and flew back, protecting Xiaoqian. As for the surroundings, there was boundless divine power. That was the purest life essence after the divine seed shattered. Xiaoqian felt some lingering fear in his heart. The divine seed and cauldron were both injured long ago. They had exhausted most of their energy, but they still had such terrifying might. An ancestor god was indeed horrifying. Did it really vanish completely? Xiaoqian could not be sure. After all, it was an ancestor god. A centipede would not fall down even if it died. An expert of this level was hard to kill. He could not be sure if the other party was truly annihilated. Who cares? At this moment, he had the warship's protection, the stone bone, and the broken formation diagram floating in front of him. Even if the divine seed was not annihilated, it was not far from death. It would be difficult to kill Xianxia. He began to gather the shattered divine seed and shook the formation diagram. The power of life was refined by the formation diagram once again to prevent any accidents from happening. The purest essence of the divine seed gathered on the surface of Xiaoqian's body. It made him look like a war god as his precious light soared into the sky. If he wanted to fully absorb this great Tao fruit, he had to become the new divine seed. Only then could he replace Chou Tian to complete the obliterate demon seed god, surpass himself, and advance to the ancestor god level. Creating a divine seed against the heavens. This was exactly what Xiaoqian wanted to do. The limitless life force of the divine seed condensed towards Xiaoqian in the form of radiance. It was brimming with exuberant vitality, allowing his body to receive the most effective nourishment. At this moment, Xiaoqian had already shrunk to the size of an infant in the cauldron that used the ancestor god's body as a shell. The boundless life force gathered and completely submerged him, replacing him as the divine seed. Now, the formation diagram slowly spun, completely shattering all the life force and sending it to Xiaoqian, ensuring his safety. In the void, a pair of cold eyes stared at everything coldly. However, there was nothing he could do to stop it. Chou Tian's spiritual sense was not completely destroyed. After all, an ancestor god expert was unimaginable. Chou Tian had not truly fallen yet, retaining a portion of his spiritual sense. With the broken formation diagram around, Chou Tian did not dare to make a move. As Chou Tian watched Xiaoqian continuously refine the life force of the divine seed and turn it into a brand new divine seed, he felt so sullen that he wanted to roar at the sky. However, he had to suppress his impulse. He was about to go mad with hatred. This was supposed to be his Tao fruit, which had undergone a transformation and advanced to the ancestor god level. However, a half-step martial ancestor snatched all this away, infuriating Chou Tian. Insignificant ant, insignificant bug, I will not let you do as you wish. Chou Tian's spiritual sense hid in the void, swearing to destroy Xiaoqian, not giving him a chance to shatter the cauldron and merge with the divine seed. Xiaoqian's entire body was emitting a divine radiance. His flesh was almost transparent. He had condensed an endless amount of life force and slowly forged himself into a divine seed. Although there was still more life force pervading the surroundings, he was already unable to absorb it. His body was almost saturated. If this continued, he might explode and die. It was time to shatter the cauldron and merge with the divine seed. Only by truly experiencing the transformation of the shattering demon seed god could the divine energy condensed be converted into his own strength, allowing him to evolve and evolve. The broken formation diagram spun slowly and started to shatter the cauldron. At this moment, the flesh shell of Chou Tian's body continuously cracked. Using the formation diagram's might to shatter the cauldron was much easier than using Chou Tian's divine seed. After all, the flesh shell and the divine seed had fought an intense battle and were already close to shattering. Xiaoqian snatched this Tao fruit at the most crucial moment and saved a lot of energy. The flesh shell slowly shattered, and the boundless potential it contained gradually merged with the new divine seed. In the dark, Chou Tian's eyes were spewing fire. He felt that he was simply an old ox. He had worked hard without any complaints, but in the end, it was all for naught. He had made a wedding dress for someone else. Chou Tian's 7 orifices were emitting smoke. He was waiting, restraining his impulse, preparing to give Xiaoqian a fatal blow at the most crucial moment. Chou Tian's bronze-colored flesh shell cracked with this cut. Every piece of flesh contained the boundless potential he had when he was alive. The most crucial moment of the shattering demon seed god technique had arrived. Spirit and flesh merged, heaven-defying rebirth. The so-called flesh naturally referred to the cauldron, which was the shattered flesh shell. As for the spirit, it referred to the divine seed, which was Xiaoqian. The cauldron and the divine seed merged, spirit and flesh merged, heaven-defying rebirth. The divine light was resplendent, illuminating this dark dimensional space. The holy radiance spread to every corner. The altar where the ancestor god's flesh shell sat on looked even more sacred. The reddish-brown stone platform seemed to have a spirit of its own as specks of light circulated around it. The shattering demon seed god technique was truly a heaven-defying taboo technique. At this moment, it shook the surroundings. If not for Cho Tian's refinement of this space, the horrifying divine energy would have already torn this world apart and dried up the southern sea outside. The merging of spirit and flesh had begun, however. Xianxia felt some resistance in his heart. This was because the merging of spirit and flesh, the fusion of the cauldron and the divine seed, was equivalent to him merging with Cho Tian's flesh shell. This was a little hard for him to accept. After all, it was not his own flesh. Perhaps it could greatly increase his strength now, but it would probably become a shackle in the future, preventing him from advancing further. However, he had no other choice. He urgently needed to increase his strength now. He could not let go of any opportunity. He could only hope for a perfect solution in the future. The shattered cauldron and the divine seed merged. The ancestor god's energy fluctuations were vast and majestic, shaking violently. This was the sublimation of the ancestor god level. The winds and clouds changed, and the world lost color. Xianxia's combat prowess soared. An astonishing transformation was taking place. The cauldron on the other side had completely submerged him. His body was being transformed. The obliterating demon absolute divinity was approaching perfection. Endless potential transformed into divine radiance and rushed into his body. His flesh and blood were also becoming one with him. However, at this moment, the hidden Cho Tian finally made his move. In that instant, the remnant of his spiritual sense entered the shattered cauldron. It silently merged with the flesh and blood, preparing to refine Xianxia. Cho Tian was waiting for this opportunity. With the broken formation protecting Xianxia, he did not dare to act rashly before. However, at this moment, the shattered flesh shell gathered towards Xianxia. This was his only chance. Using this opportunity, he could get infinitely closer and use the original flesh shell to submerge Xianxia. "Aunt, you want to snatch my Dao fruit? That is impossible." Cho Tian's voice was filled with resentment, sending a chill down one's spine. He said coldly, "I will refine you and destroy your body and soul." As he said this, he had already activated the flesh shell and started to refine Xianxia. The formation was outside, and the flesh had nearly merged with Xianxia. Cho Tian was absolutely confident of refining Xianxia to death. The formation outside could not stop him at all unless the formation killed Xianxia as well. Xianxia was indeed startled when the otherworldly ancestor god Cho Tian approached him. However, he did not feel fear. On the contrary, he felt relieved of a heavy burden. The cauldron and the divine seed had not truly merged and were interrupted midway. Perhaps this was the reason why his spirit and flesh could not merge. He really did not want to merge with the flesh of others. "Sorry to disappoint you. It is impossible for you to refine me. I knew you were not dead long ago." Xianxia did not feel fear. He held the half-stone bone in front of him, and a seven-colored holy tree floated above his head. The boundless potential contained in the flesh shell pressed over. When it tried to refine Xianxia, the stone bone silently absorbed it. Furthermore, the seven-colored holy tree trembled and blocked the surrounding flesh outside. "Stoneman!" Cho Tian seemed very shocked. He cried out involuntarily, "It is actually a skull. The stoneman is going to appear again." A bright light shone under Xianxia's feet. The ancestor god's worship flickered with a dark light and appeared. It shook the surroundings and resisted the flesh. Cho Tian smiled coldly and said, "You little ant, do you think you can fight against the ancestor god by relying on external objects? Now, let me teach you a lesson. I will let you understand that the prestige of the ancestor god is not to be offended." Although he was extremely shocked when he saw the stone skull, he quickly calmed down. He used his spiritual sense to activate the broken cauldron and opened up a whole new world. He used the power of the world to refine Xianxia. As long as it was an item in this space, it could be refined through the stone skull. Even the stone skull will not be able to protect you. At the same time, the broken flesh shell condensed a huge hand and grabbed at the stone skull, wanting to kill Xianxia. "Since I know you are not dead, how can I not be on guard?" Xianxia did not panic. His voice was very calm. In that instant, the broken formation silently appeared in this world. Cho Tian turned pale and exclaimed, "Formation diagram. Only if you and I are destroyed can it come in from the outside. How can it appear from the inside? Who can stop the one that escapes? It is born from heaven and earth, not in the world. It transcends the world. Nothing can block it." This was the true meaning that Xiaochen comprehended after sitting in meditation for nearly 30 years. He understood the various mysterious powers of the formation diagram. This was what he relied on the most. The broken formation diagram spun quickly and pressed down on Cho Tian. "Insignificant ant, I will kill you." Cho Tian raged. "If you did not exhaust your divine energy and were in perfect condition, even with the formation diagram, it would be hard for me to survive. However, you are not qualified to say that now." Divine light shone in Xiaochen's eyes. The formation diagram spun quickly and encased Cho Tian. With a gentle tremble, the cauldron shattered, and Cho Tian's spiritual sense was chopped out. The incomplete array diagram pressed down once more. Without a sound, Cho Tian's divine sense was shattered and dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, the newly opened world immediately collapsed. However, just at this moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly resounded in Xiaochen's heart, "Ant, it's time for you to turn into ashes. You will never understand how strong an ancestor god is. Now is the time for your soul to be destroyed." Xiaochen was shocked. He discovered Cho Tian in his sea of consciousness. That was formed by the remnant spiritual sense. Although it was very weak compared to before, it was still much stronger than his spiritual sense. "How did you break in?" "The moment you were about to fuse with your body, I split off a part of my divine thought and hid it in the broken flesh shell. I fused it with you and snuck in. At this moment, the divine thought outside has been shattered, and all the remaining divine thought has gathered at the final source, your mind." Xiaochen felt that this ancestor god called Cho Tian was very extraordinary. Under such a disadvantageous situation, he managed to turn the tables again. It was easy to imagine how horrifying his combat prowess would be if he was not injured. Soul and body destroyed. Cho Tian shouted and started to wreak havoc in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness, trying to refine it. "Sorry to disappoint you. You still can't do anything to me." Xiaochen was not afraid. The broken formation had already appeared in his sea of consciousness and blocked all of Cho Tian's spiritual sense attacks. "How is this possible?" Cho Tian roared in shock. "I have already said it before. The escaped one was born from the earth and transcended the world. There is nothing that can isolate it. I am already connected with it. My body and mind complement each other. We are inseparable." Hearing these words, Cho Tian did not say anything else. He turned into a divine light and instantly flew far away. He wanted to rush out of Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. However, the broken formation complemented Xiaochen. It was everywhere in his sea of consciousness. It appeared in an instant and pressed down. Boom, Cho Tian's remnant spiritual sense finally shattered. It completely collapsed and his spiritual sense was destroyed forever. Xiaochen could not help but admit that Cho Tian was very terrifying and powerful. If it was not for him taking advantage of the obliterate demon absolute god, even if he had the broken formation, he would definitely die in a head-on confrontation. He would not have any chance. The gloomy dimension had completely calmed down. The broken cauldron started to heal and slowly reformed, turning into a complete flesh shell once again. Xiaochen stood on the tall sacrificial altar and pondered for a moment. He decided to practice the last few parts of the martial ancestor true scripture. He decided to seize the power from the cauldron and refine his own body, the divine seed. He did not want to merge with Cho Tian's flesh shell cauldron. Someone else's flesh was still someone else's. He needed to dig out his own flesh shell treasure, however, he would not let go of Cho Tian's flesh shell cauldron. He wanted to make full use of it. Even if the divine seed and the cauldron did not merge, he still wanted to dig out the ancestral god's combat prowess. "I will cultivate my own divine seed and Cho Tian's flesh shell at the same time. The otherworldly gathering that happens once every 10,000 years is a good opportunity to let the new Cho Tian's name spread far and wide." Xiaochen had barely destroyed Cho Tian's divine seed and obtained the cauldron as he wished. However, he was somewhat resistant to the powerful ancestor god flesh shell. He was not willing to shatter the cauldron and merge with the flesh shell. However, since the Dao fruit had already been snatched away, he could not give it up. Someone else's flesh was someone else's in the end. He decided to use this Dao fruit to excavate the treasure of his flesh shell. In the evilest land, the unparalleled martial ancestor had imparted him the true scripture. Xianxia had already obtained the ultimate profoundness of the martial path. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on a tall altar made of huge rocks, silently pondering the last few chapters of the martial ancestor's true scripture. Those chapters were the evil taboo. Like its name, it was a forbidden and demonic cultivation method. Ordinary people would not dare to cultivate it. That was because it did not seem to be the right path. It was filled with evil energy. The process of cultivating it was even more unimaginable, bordering on evil. Crack. 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 Beside him, the powerful ancestor god flesh shell had already reassembled and was as good as new. At this moment, it actually gave off a hair-raising sound. It seemed like it was chewing something in its mouth. Bang, the powerful ancestor god cauldron immediately stood upright as if it had come to life. It stood on the ancient altar, its messy hair fluttering in the wind, covering its face. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted from it. At the same time, Xianxia sat cross-legged with a dignified expression. His entire body contained a divine light that was withdrawn and not released. He looked like a sleeping ancient deity. Although he possessed startling combat prowess, he forcefully suppressed it and withdrew it. The ancestor god Cho Tian's flesh body stood opposite Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar. A terrifying divine energy surged in his body. Specks of light flickered on his skin, filled with a demonic and mysterious power. It was as if he had been reborn. Step by step, he arrived in front of Xianxia. With a putong sound, he sat down cross-legged and faced Xianxia, less than a meter away. A gust of wind blew, and the ancestor god Cho Tian's hair fluttered, revealing his covered face. At this moment, something strange happened. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened and shot out two terrifying beams of light. Two beams of light shot out like lightning and venomous snakes. They were bone-chilling and dazzling, inspiring fear in the onlookers. It was as if his divine sense had returned and he had been completely reborn. An ancestor god's aura rippled out, causing the entire dark dimension to tremble, and the altar to shake violently. At the same time, Xianxia's aura suddenly soared to its peak. The power of his spiritual sense surged like a tsunami. Without a doubt, he was stimulating the ancestor god's flesh shell, bringing out its full potential and making it look like it was alive. Suddenly, Xianxia opened his eyes, and two even more horrifying beams of light shot out. The two beams of divine radiance were dazzling and resplendent. They were like two golden bolts of lightning tearing through the sky. They also looked like the condensation of the sun's essence, making it hard for others to look at them directly. Those two terrifying beams of light immediately rushed into Cho Tian's eyes. At this moment, their eyes connected. The two beams of light were like two divine bridges that connected heaven and earth, connecting the two bodies. Blazing divine light shone between the two bodies. Putong. Xianxia's body fell to the ground, motionless, as if he had lost all signs of life. On the other hand, the ancestral god's flesh shell shone brilliantly. It was as if it had been reborn in defiance of the heavens and obtained vitality once more. Terrifying divine power shook the surroundings. Swoosh, two resplendent divine lights shot out from Cho Tian's eyes and scanned the surroundings. At the same time, his divine body flickered with a treasured light. It was crystal clear and almost transparent, as if it was polished from seven-colored glaze. His divine body was spotless, as if he had reached his peak state in an instant. Then, he stood up all of a sudden. Exchange a life. Xianxia executed the evil taboo formula recorded in the last few chapters of the martial ancestor's true scripture. At this moment, he executed a heaven-defying method. It was not possession but purely exchanging a life. Possession was just the divine sense rushing out and occupying another person's body. However, exchanging a life was 100 times more dangerous than possession. Not only did Xianxia's divine sense rush out completely, but it also brought with it all the life essence. All the energy of life rushed out of his body. At this moment, his body was empty. Nothing was left. It was all transferred into the cauldron. At this moment, his body was like a piece of dead wood. There was no sign of life at all. The essence contained in every inch of his flesh and blood had been emptied. It could be said that Xianxia's body had become a hollow vessel at this moment. He was unwilling to execute the obliterate demon absolute deity technique and merge with the ancestral god's flesh shell cauldron. In order to achieve the same goal and obtain the same Tao fruit, he executed the evil taboo formula, sacred sacrifice. Cultivation was originally a heaven-defying process. The process was filled with tribulations and dangers. That was because, while strengthening oneself, one must seize the fortune of heaven and earth. This so-called fortune of heaven and earth referred to everything outside of oneself, including the dust, the plants, and the big world. This was a process that went against the natural law of life. Therefore, the path ahead was bound to be a heavenly moat with countless obstacles. It was difficult to break through, especially if one wanted to reach the ultimate realm. Because of this, the martial ancestor created a evil taboo formula, sacred sacrifice. The so-called sacred sacrifice was to go against the natural law, to cultivate against the heavens. To strengthen oneself would incur the wrath of the heavens and suffer tribulations. However, if one scattered their life essence and offered it to the outside world, it would naturally be much easier. Sacred sacrifice was to cultivate against the natural law, to follow the will of the heavens, to sacrifice one's own body to create something from the outside world. It could be said to be damaging one's own body. This was completely different from the original meaning of cultivation. It could be said to be extremely crazy. It was completely like self-destruction. However, this was the brilliance of the martial ancestor. The own body was nothing more than a temporary own body. The something from the outside world was the true own body. It was completely the opposite of the natural law. In this way, it was naturally much easier to obtain the Tao fruit by following the will of the heavens. At this moment, everything Xiaochen was doing was the process of cultivating against the will of the heavens. He turned his true body into a blackwood, withdrew his divine sense and life essence, and created a something from the outside world. Then, he poured his divine sense and life essence into the ancestral god's flesh shell, temporarily creating a own body. In this way, he sacrificed this temporary own body to create the something from the outside world that he had personally created, to cultivate against the will of the heavens. Xiaochen was preparing to sacrifice the ancestral god's flesh shell to create the something from the outside world. In other words, exchanging the own body like the blackwood was the first step, and the living sacrifice was the second step. One could imagine the evil and taboo of the evil taboo formula. Exchanging the own body for the sacred sacrifice was even more powerful than the obliterate demon absolute god technique. It was truly an unparalleled technique. One could well imagine how heaven-defying the martial ancestor was back then. Tung, a ball of divine flame ignited. Xiaochen entered the ancestral god's flesh shell and began the sacred sacrifice. His entire body blossomed with divine radiance, and his appearance was solemn. He began to sacrifice the own body at this moment. The endless divine power belonging to the ancestral god's cauldron burned, and the dazzling divine flame submerged this precious body. The light on the altar was dazzling. The ancestral god's flesh shell was motionless, and it allowed its body to burn as it sacrificed the something from the outside world. During this process, the ancestral god's cauldron's expression was solemn, and it kept uttering a special and mysterious voice. At the same time, an ancient sacrificial chant resounded. It was as if 30,000 Buddhas were chanting at the same time, and it also sounded like 90,000 demon venerables were praying devoutly. The sacrificial chant shook the heaven and earth, the sacred song lingered, and the divine radiance illuminated everything. The ancestral god's flesh shell shone with boundless radiance, and it burned fiercely. One after another, the purest divine radiance was refined and burned, and it surged toward the something from the outside world that collapsed on the altar. Using the endless divine power contained in the ancestral god's flesh shell to sacrifice the blackwood from the outside world, the divine radiance shone in all directions, and the entire gloomy dimensional space instantly brightened up. The something from the outside world, which was originally empty and devoid of any signs of life, slowly gained luster. Xiaochen's original body was slowly being nourished by the mysterious power that was sacrificed using the evil method. Just as Xiaochen executed a shocking method in the dimensional space and performed the sacred sacrifice to create the something from the outside world, something unexpected happened in the real world. In the sky above the southern sea, the fluctuation of the ancestral god's spiritual sense shook the surroundings. The seawater below undulated, and the majestic palace in the sky trembled violently. The otherworldly ancestral god Ire, who resided in the western sea, sent out his powerful spiritual sense again. Not only did it rush into the majestic palace, but it also probed the dimensional space sealed by the demonic diagram. What a tough demonic diagram. Cho Tian probably spent a lot of effort to refine it. Mighty ancestral god, what are you doing? The ninth heaven half-ancestor guarding the demonic diagram asked in shock. I have a vague feeling of unease. It seems like something happened to your race's ancestral god, Cho Tian. That's why I came to take a look. Ire's voice was cold as he replied. How could the ninth heaven half-ancestor believe him? Their race's ancestral god, Cho Tian, had a grudge against the ancestral god named Ire since ancient times. The two races had always been at odds with each other. Naturally, he thought that Ire was here to seek trouble with Cho Tian. Esteemed ancestral god, please don't make things difficult for us. Our race's ancestral god is currently undergoing a metamorphosis and has reached a crucial moment. I believe he will come out of closed-door cultivation soon. If you harm him now, I believe the other race's ancestral gods will not sit idly by. The ninth heaven half-ancestor threw caution to the wind. In order to protect his race's ancestral god, he dared to offend an ancestral god. Aunt, you actually dare to doubt me? Ire's voice was cold and emotionless as he shouted, what does a lowly half-ancestor like you know? I am an immortal ancestral god who can see through everything in this world. There's definitely something abnormal happening in this dimensional space. If you don't get out of the way and something happens to your ancestral god, you will become a sinner for all eternity. Ire's residence was the closest to Cho Tian's slumber. Moreover, he had been paying attention to whether Cho Tian could successfully metamorphose or not. Because they were opponents, he sensed the abnormality. This was the keen intuition of an ancestral god. Although the dimensional space was sealed by the demonic diagram and isolated from the real world, he still deduced that Cho Tian was in danger. Although they were opponents, he wasn't despicable enough to take advantage of someone's perilous state and kill his own clansmen. Therefore, when he sensed the abnormality, he immediately sent his divine sense over. Esteemed ancestral god, please don't interfere with my race's matters. The ninth heaven half-ancestor was absolutely superstitious towards Cho Tian. He didn't believe the words of the opposing race's ancestral god. Scram. The other world had a strict hierarchy. Facing a ninth heaven half-ancestor who was about to touch the domain of an ancestral god, Ire still viewed him as an ant and coldly rebuked him. Boundless divine might shook the South Sea. Ire's divine sense transformed into a giant hand that reached towards the majestic palace. Bang, the ninth heaven half-ancestor was like a scarecrow. He vomited blood on the spot and smashed through the giant palaces. He was sent flying for hundreds of kilometers before he stopped in the sky above the South Sea. Ire's nascent soul took form. His giant hand covered the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. The giant hand formed from light grabbed at the demonic diagram, wanting to open it and rush inside. The sacred sacrifice in the subdimension world was as evil as the obliterate demon absolute deity art, which shattered the cauldron and created the divine seed. If word of this got out, any ancestral god would be in danger and horrified. With such a sacrifice, the divine energy would be completely converted into the Blackwood's true energy. It was not like forcefully seizing the divine energy of the world. Even if it was obtained temporarily, it would not be able to make it a part of itself. This was the extraordinariness of the sacred sacrifice. It was a truly ancient and evil cultivation method. It used a forbidden secret technique to convert the divine energy, and the holy light it produced would be received by the external object. Slowly, the Blackwood on the altar started to fluctuate with divine energy. It slowly sat cross-legged and soared into the air. The ancient sacrificial chant resounded in the world. The ancestral god's flesh shell below continuously burned itself, offering itself. All the divine light shot towards the external object in the air grew increasingly resplendent. The ancestral god's flesh shell also slowly floated up and sat cross-legged below Xiaochen's main body. The two were no more than 7 meters apart. One could see the burning divine light continuously gathering above. The sacred sacrifice cultivation method was world-shattering. Even an ancestral god expert would be shocked if they saw this cultivation method. However, even though this cultivation method was unparalleled, not everyone could cultivate it. How could one easily obtain such a powerful ancestral god's cauldron as a temporary external body? No one would truly sacrifice themselves. It was not easy to find a temporary external body. It was the fundamental source of divine energy. At this moment, the altar was completely enveloped by the soaring light. This place was dazzling. Looking from a distance, the divine light surged and illuminated the world. It seemed to connect the ancient time and space. In this dazzling world, the two bodies sitting cross-legged were undergoing shocking changes. Xianxia's main body gradually became brighter, while the ancestral god's flesh shell dimmed slightly. However, this did not affect anything. The sacred sacrifice was still going on. The divine fire burned fiercely, and the divine light continued to soar into the sky. This was a spectacular and terrifying process. The martial ancestors' true scripture's evil taboo was truly evil, even sinful. Bang, outside the subdimension, the huge hand formed by the primordial spirit covered the world. It slowly lifted a corner of the demonic diagram, and the boundless ancestral god's mighty power trembled. In the subdimension, the divine light on the altar shone brightly. The sacred sacrifice was still going on. The ancient sacrificial chant resounded throughout the world. It seemed to have transcended the ancient time, reverberating from ancient times. An indescribable and mysterious voice continuously came from the ancestral god's flesh shell. This was an ancient scripture. This was the profound and unfathomable ancient voice of the sacred sacrifice. The voice shook the past, the future, and the past. Xianxia's main body turned into an external object and sat cross-legged in the void. He became brighter and brighter. Reality was like a clump of throbbing divine flames. Meanwhile, the incomparably strong ancestral god's flesh shell slowly dimmed. His skin was no longer glowing. Most of the boundless potential contained in it had been exhausted. He used the boundless divine energy contained in the ancestral god's flesh shell to refine Xianxia's own body. Divine light burned, overflowing with brilliant colors. At this moment, Xianxia's physique was undergoing a shocking change. This was a war god. His physical body condensed boundless potential, and an indestructible body was slowly taking shape. Divine light illuminated the surroundings. Using the boundless potential of an ancestral god to refine a physical body, this was probably a miraculous sight. Aside from the martial ancestor, no one had ever done this before. He had brought out the supreme divine body. Sacred sacrifice was a heaven-defying cultivation. It looked like it was going with the heavens, but it was even more heaven-defying. This was completely going against the heavens, going against the current. The path of a cultivator was much more difficult. It was very difficult to break through to the ultimate realm. Since ancient times, there were very few unparalleled cultivators. The martial ancestor was extremely talented. He opened up a path that defied the heavens and went one step further, going against the heavens. The difficult path of cultivation was not easy to walk. Hence, once a cultivator reached great perfection, their strength would naturally be shocking. They would be able to shatter the world with pure physical strength and resist any magic skills or curses. With combat techniques, once a cultivator succeeded, they would naturally be feared by other ancestor gods of the same cultivation realm. At this moment, Xianxia was going against the heavens. He used the cultivation method unique to cultivators to activate all the divine energy in the ancestor god's flesh shell. The divine energy hidden in every inch of the flesh burned. He frantically refined this temporary body and offered it to the external object sitting cross-legged above his head. This process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The divine light illuminated the surroundings. Finally, it was offered to Xianxia's main body sitting cross-legged in the void. The vast divine energy was immeasurable. The strength of an ancestor god far surpassed Xianxia's expectations. The divine energy was boundless and limitless. Nearly every piece of flesh contained the power to destroy the world. Ancestor god, I want to become an ancestor god. Xianxia shouted. The temporary ancestor god's flesh shell started trembling violently. The divine light it gave off became even more intense as it continuously offered to the physical body above. Buddhist chanting, sacrificial chanting, weeping, heavenly music, soul-suppressing songs, undead hymns, all sorts of ancient and mysterious sounds tore through time and space. The scriptures of immortality came from the cauldron, connecting the ages. The most mysterious energy in the world flowed out, transforming the divine energy in the ancestor god's flesh shell into divine light and condensing it on the divine body above. The strong divine body was enveloped in divine light. It could be said to have been tempered 100 times. At this moment, it became even more powerful, containing an unfathomable might. However, Xiaochen was not satisfied. Even now, he discovered that he still had no signs of advancing to ancestor god. The divine energy was condensing, and the combat body was transforming, becoming stronger. However, that threshold seemed abnormally tall, as if it pierced the clouds. He could not see the end of it. How strong was an ancestor god? Why was it that he was still unable to advance to that realm? Pu Qin was bewildered, but he could only continue with the sacred sacrifice. On the 4th day, he was more or less doubtful. Could it be that a living universe-enlightened ancestral god's fleshly shell isn't able to push him into the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm? Why was that? Was the ancestor god truly impossible to surpass? Xiaochen calmed himself down and focused. His emotions slowly calmed down. Then, his heart became empty as he slowly gained some comprehension. He was too impatient. The ancestor god realm was a realm that all living beings in the world would look up to and worship. Only a limited number of people would appear in the history of a civilization. He was deceiving the heavens and was so eager to succeed, but he was afraid that there would be no results. Even if he had the divine power to contain the heavens, he still wouldn't be able to become an ancestor god. True elder gods needed to comprehend the laws of the universe and the myriad worlds. They needed to understand the profound mysteries of the myriad worlds and understand all of the divine laws of heaven and earth. Right now, he was only improving his physical body. As for his spiritual sense, it was still the same as before. There weren't many changes. His spiritual level was still a huge mountain away from the ancestor god realm. Without comprehending the origin of the world and understanding the essence of the myriad worlds, one would not be able to become a true ancestor god. Xiaochen slowly understood that the martial ancestor's evil taboo chapter could indeed allow one's true self to rise infinitely. However, if one wanted to become a carp leaping over the dragon gate, one still needed to truly comprehend it. Deceiving the heavens and going against the heavens could raise one's physical body infinitely. However, comprehending the origin of the world and the essence of the myriad worlds required one to use one's own heart to experience it and comprehend it. No one could help with all of this. After understanding all this, Xiaochen finally understood that becoming an ancestor god was not something that could be achieved through tricks. Even if one obtained a huge fruit of the Tao, if one's heart was not strong enough, one would not be able to reach the ancestor god realm. Ancestor god, ancestor god. These two words were as heavy as Mount Tai. They contained boundless meaning. He was not qualified to be an ancestor god. Just at this instant, Xiaochen gradually understood that even if he had the strength to fight against an ancestor god, it would be very difficult for him to become an ancestor god. An ancestor god was too heavy to bear. An ancestor god was the faith and reliance of a race. Xiaochen was still far from that. Perhaps he would never become an ancestor god, as he was not that kind of person. Yes, now, Xiaochen gradually understood. He had a feeling that he would never be able to become an ancestor god. Thinking back to the past, Xiaochen thought of the 12 zodiac war ancestors. Perhaps he would become such a person. Sweeping through the world with combat prowess without an ancestor god Tao fruit, one could fight against an ancestor god and kill an ancestor god of a foreign world. After that instant of comprehension and a brief moment of emptiness, Xiaochen thoroughly understood the words ancestor god. Now, he understood why he could not become an ancestor god. Even if he obtained another ancestor god's physical body and obtained its Tao fruit to refine his body, he would not be able to truly ascend. Since I cannot become an ancestor god, I will work hard to become a war ancestor. After comprehending all this, Xiaochen did not feel disappointed. He continued to refine his true body. Xiaochen gave off a resplendent light. He wanted to use the ancestor god's body to form a divine body of flesh and blood. That resplendent body had long since become a powerful combat body. Its strong physical body nearly rivaled the body of a war ancestor. Yes, in terms of the physical body, Xiaochen's divine body already surpassed that of a half-step ancestor. After being refined by the essence of the ancestor god's physical body below, it was terrifyingly strong. If his divine body could improve further, it would rival that of an ancestor god's body, a true war ancestor's body. Since there was no hope of advancing to ancestor god, Xiaochen worked hard in this direction. At this moment, the 365 acupoints of Xiaochen's real physical body emitted a divine radiance. It was as if there were more than 300 stars embedded in his body. A figure was quietly sitting cross-legged in every acupoint. Furthermore, even more strange acupoints flickered. Although they were not major acupoints, they continuously lit up. Xiaochen's body was not the starry heavens, but it surpassed them. Xiaochen's physical body became incredibly deep, like a miniature sky. Starlight dotted his body. It was like the stars in the sky trembled, like a boundless divine light was released. Over the past few centuries, the tens of thousands of acupoints that Xiaochen had refined using spiritual energy could not compare to the number of acupoints he refined in the past few days. The human body was the most mysterious, containing boundless unknown secrets. A cultivator's physical body could be said to be a real world that resonated with the great world. By using the ancestor god's physical body to refine his body, Xiaochen seemed to be opening a world. Boundless scenes vaguely appeared in his physical body. At one moment, the primal chaos was hazy, the universe just formed. At another moment, billions of flowers bloomed, flourishing and resplendent. After a while, all things withered, turning bleak and bleak. A boundless great world with boundless life force and flourishing might turn into a fleeting cloud in the next moment, scattering with the wind in an instant. Rising and falling, rising and falling. Billions of living beings were finally reduced to dust and ashes. Everything could turn to nothing in the blink of an eye. White clouds turned to gray dogs, the blue sea turned to mulberry fields. Billions of years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen's entire body released light. The boundless divinized acupoints gave off divine light. His body became like the deep starry heavens, filled with flickering starlight. One flower, one world, one grass, one heaven. The physical body of a human was not a world. It was comparable to a world. A cultivator's physical body was a huge treasure, waiting to be unearthed. Furthermore, cultivators focused on tempering their physical bodies. Once they succeeded in cultivating, they would naturally open up boundless divine energy. This was the reason for the horrifying combat prowess of cultivators. Boom, the entire dimensional world suddenly shook violently as if it was about to collapse. At this crucial moment, Xiaochen felt a great disturbance. The holy sacrifice was nearly interrupted, and his spiritual sense nearly crumbled. This sudden change greatly interfered with him, nearly shattering his primordial spirit. The dimensional world shook intensely. A strong divine energy was clashing outside, on the verge of breaking in. Without a doubt, it was the otherworldly ancestor god Ire. He was forcefully undoing the demonic diagram that sealed the dimensional world. After Xiaochen stabilized his spiritual sense, he sensed danger approaching. However, the holy sacrifice was already nearing its end. He had to race against time with the other party. Auspicious light soared into the sky, and multicolored light burst forth. Below, the ancestor god's physical body that Xiaochen had entered burst forth with an intense light. Thousands of beams of divine light flooded the divine body above. This would be the final divine light. Close to 70% of the ancestor god's physical body's divine energy was drained. The light soared into the sky. It would be difficult to bring out the remaining divine energy. The essence of the ancestor god's physical body could not truly dry up. The ancestor god's physical body shook violently, and it cracked into pieces. Its light dimmed as if it had lost its vitality forever. At the same time, Xiaochen's spiritual sense, along with his life essence, turned into a resplendent beam of light and rushed out, quickly flying towards the true body above. The beam of light illuminated the surroundings. However, it vanished in the next instant, vanishing into the strong divine body above. Before the other party broke in, Xiaochen completed the holy sacrifice. At this moment, Xiaochen's true body, who was seated in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. Two horrifying beams of light tore through space, and divine energy surged out. Xiaochen's powerful treasure body flickered with light. His bronze-colored body contained unimaginable combat prowess. He felt that although his spiritual sense was still at the half-step martial ancestor realm, his physical body had already advanced to the war ancestor realm, which was comparable to the ancestor god. Xiaochen had never felt as strong as he did now in this alternate dimension. He was already certain that he would walk the path of a war ancestor. A treasured light flowed around Xiaochen's body. With a gentle tremble, he could shatter the world. His body contained extremely strong energy. Xiaochen felt that he could crush everything in his way with his bare hands. At this moment, the ancestor god's flesh shell that had been torn apart reassembled once again. It still contained 30% of the god's power, allowing him to live for eternity. Furthermore, after the life force of the original divine seed scattered, Xiaochen did not absorb all of it. 40% gathered in this dim cauldron. Looking at the cauldron floating in the air, Xiaochen decided that even if most of its essence was extracted, he still had to excavate it properly. He followed a secret technique in the Martial Ancestor Sutra and planted a seed in the cauldron. This was creating a second personality. It was not Xiaochen's second personality, but Chou Tian's second personality. Xiaochen did not dare to take the risk and leave his spiritual mark. Instead, he gathered Chou Tian's shattered spiritual sense and created a chance for it to regenerate. However, this second personality was undoubtedly controlled by Xiaochen. He could kill it at any time, and the memories that should not exist were wiped out. Bang! Just at this moment, the alternate dimension was no longer stable. The demonic diagram at the exit was forcibly torn open, and the entire place shook violently. Chou Tian, you are really meritorious. I hope that you can shake the world in the future. Light flowed around. Xiaochen's physical body, which was comparable to a war ancestor's, contained boundless combat prowess. Even a light strike could destroy time and space, causing space to collapse. He grasped the broken formation diagram, and with the ancestral lord warship's protection, he already had the strength to fight against the ancestor god. However, he did not want to make a move at this moment. Unless he could kill the opponent in one strike, now was not the time to expose himself. Xiaochen used half of the stone bone to absorb all the divine power fluctuation in this alternate dimension, erasing all the aura he left behind. Then, he boarded the ancestral lord warship, broke through the world barrier, and charged into the world of death. An hour later, the alien elder god Ire finally took off the demonic diagram. Such a forceful opening instantly caused the dimensional space that had been refined to collapse. Rumble, the divine power spread over 30,000 li, startling all the experts. The experts of the Chou Tian clan in the sky were all watching this nervously. When the alternate dimension collapsed, and the altar inside collapsed, Chou Tian flew out while vomiting blood. The ancestor god is vomiting blood. At this moment, all the experts of the clan cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, the expression of the ancestor god Ire changed on the spot. He could feel Chou Tian's weakness, as if he had suffered a great injury. Chou Tian, how are you? Ire, I won't rest until one of us is dead. You are going too far. Chou Tian's expression was sinister and incomparably cruel. He charged at Ire and shouted, I, the obliterate demon god, have reached the crucial moment. You shattered my alternate dimension and made me fail at the last moment, causing my magic power to plummet. I am not done with you. The expression of the ancestor god Ire immediately changed. He could clearly feel that something was not right. Chou Tian was obviously trying to extort him. However, he did not think too deeply about it. He thought that Chou Tian had failed in the life and death seclusion, so he found an excuse to blame it on him. Now, it was really like yellow mud falling into one's pants. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it was sh*t. There was no way to explain it. Ire was resentful and depressed. He secretly regretted coming here to investigate. I thought something happened to you. I sensed something unusual just now. Nonsense. You are clearly trying to destroy my Dao fruit and obstruct my advancement. Chou Tian flew into a rage. He arrived in front of Ire, and his huge hazy hand wanted to grab the ancestor god in front of him. Ayar was also abnormally furious. He took action to resist. The huge sword formed from his primordial spirit immediately sent Cho Tian flying, causing his ancestor god's body to crack. Good. Ayar, you are determined to obstruct me from succeeding. You even want to take this chance to kill me. Cho Tian seemed extremely angry as his body slowly healed. In the distance, the experts of the race all revealed expressions of anger. Even if they were no match for ancestor god Ayar, they all had the desire to participate in the battle. Ayar had really provoked the anger of both men and gods. It was all a misunderstanding. Ayar wanted to explain, but he really could not explain himself in this situation. In the end, he could only say gloomily, I will help you recover your vitality, Scram. There is no need for your hypocrisy. Cho Tian shouted. I will seek justice from you sooner or later. Ayar's expression changed. He immediately flicked his sleeves and left. On this day, the 9 provinces were shaken. The news of the obliterate demon god's failure spread like wildfire. The spearhead was pointed at the other world's ancestor god Ayar. After knowing all this, Ayar's face turned green. He had somehow become a scapegoat. It would be hard to get rid of it in a short period of time. Could it be that my senses were really wrong? I clearly felt that Cho Tian was in danger. Could it be that he failed to obliterate the demon god at that time? Ayar revealed an expression of deep thought. However, he could not immediately think that the current Cho Tian was no longer the Cho Tian of the past. On the same day, Cho Tian entered closed-door cultivation again. He would not appear for a short period of time. This was the result that Xianxia wanted. He wanted to let Cho Tian fool his way through temporarily and hide. He was prepared to let Cho Tian shine in the other worlds once in 10,000 years gathering. In the world of death, Xianxia stood proudly in the air. His physical body, which was comparable to an ancestor god's, gave off motes of precious light as he crushed a sovereign city below with his bare hands. His main body did not use the divine energy hidden in his body. It was purely the strength of his physical body. Destroying a world with his bare hands was no longer a legend. His current physical body was that strong and horrifying. After that, Xianxia gently leaped up. His physical body tore through space and time and immediately entered the world of death. He was extremely fast. The terrifying performance of his physical body could be seen at a glance. At this moment, he had an urge to find an ancestor god of the otherworld to fight. However, he had no choice but to suppress it. He would not make a move if he did not have complete confidence in killing the other party. He wanted to continue to strengthen himself. After returning to the divine village, Zhuge Fatty, Crisis, and the others immediately felt that Xianxia was different. Why do I feel that there is an unparalleled beast hidden in your body? Crisis muttered. Crisis muttered as he watched. He could keenly sense the strength of Xiaoqian's physical body. Xiaoqian directly tossed a few strong fire seeds over. The slaughter wolf and the white-haired fatty immediately fought over them. Brother Skeleton, this fat brother is starving to death. Don't fight with me this time. You damn fatty, you even dare to snatch the food of us fire seed creatures. You are really gluttonous, squeak. Squeak. Just at this time, the snow-white little critter walked out of the divine village in a daze. It kept rubbing its eyes. Kiki had slept for more than 30 years. It finally woke up. However, the first thing that the little critter said was, I'm hungry, so it was awakened by hunger. Many children ran over from the divine village and gathered around. Right now, they were the only ones who didn't have any worries. The adult practitioners that entered the world of death were all cultivating. Only these children kept thinking about returning to the 9 provinces. I want to go to the 9 provinces to refine a treasure, the little critter mumbled while stuffing spiritual essences into its mouth. Kiki was cultivating in his sleep. This was a secret that all the acquaintances knew. What did you dream about? I dreamed of a lot of treasures. Everyone was a little dumbstruck. They unexpectedly found out that the grass stick in Kiki's father's mouth was a treasure. As the inheritor of this bloodline, after Kiki reached the half-step ancestor realm, it was time for him to refine a treasure that belonged to him. All right. Xiaoqian agreed without hesitation. Not long after, the distinguished meeting that happened once in 10,000 years was going to start. He felt that he could bring the little critter along. Right now, he had the strength to enter and leave the 9 provinces freely. He didn't need to worry too much about his safety. At the same time, he was preparing to rescue those trapped practitioners. Coincidentally, he needed Keek's help. Oh, I remember now. I dreamed that our family has a treasure in the 9 provinces. Just at this time, the little critter mumbled again in a daze. Family? There was a family? Everyone felt a little dizzy. Could it be that such a heaven-defying race actually had a big family? The snow-white little critter had a clan. This news was a little shocking. For such a heaven-defying race, just 1 or 2 of them would shock the world. No one could say for sure how powerful Keek's father was. He could even behead a supreme ancestor god from another world. He was really ridiculously powerful. As for the little critter itself, it had boundless potential. Everyone already knew that the little critter's future achievements were limitless. Are you sure you dreamt of your clan and learned that there were many members? Killing Vanquisher asked as he stuck out his skull. Nope. Kiki was charmingly naive. It sat on the ground and kept stuffing spiritual herbs into its mouth. It shook its head and mumbled, I only dreamt of the clan's treasure and how to refine my own treasure. I didn't find any members. This time, Xianxia did not drive the ancestral warship. He directly disappeared from the cabin and instantly appeared in the sky of the 9 provinces. Killing Vanquisher, Zhuge Fatty, and Crisis shamelessly followed him. They wanted to see what the 9 provinces looked like after 30 years. Xianxia wanted to understand the situation first and save the trapped cultivators. As for Yan Qingqing and the Undying Patriarch, they were absolutely safe now. Chou Tian, the puppet controlled by him, could provide them with the greatest protection. How nostalgic, the worldly pleasures of the world, here I come. Killing Vanquisher's skeleton shone brightly. 2 divine lights shot out from his eye sockets. It was rare for a skeleton to be so attached to the worldly pleasures. Zhuge Fatty even swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He couldn't wait to find a restaurant to eat and drink to his heart's content. My little sisters of the past, how have you been without third brother all these years? Crisis let out a long howl. His peach blossom eyes blossomed with radiance as he gazed into the distance. The 3 of them were very excited. They finally returned to the 9 provinces after a long time. They quickly left the desolate Yongzhou and headed for the Central Plains. They entered the divine capital, Luoyang. That was because the clan's treasure that Kiki saw in her dream was here. Legend had it that the divine capital, Luoyang, was already on par with the ancestral dragon village in the ancient times. Since ancient times, the divine capital, Luoyang, had always been shrouded in a mysterious veil. Many influential figures had left their footprints here. Unexpectedly, this heaven-defying clan had once lived here. The first thing they needed to do after arriving at this bustling city was to solve the problem of food. After entering a restaurant, Zhuge Fatty immediately ordered 3 tables of food. This did not even include the other table that Xianxia ordered. The fatty's actions caused the waiter at the side to be flabbergasted. He asked carefully, Lord Fatty, are you sure you can eat so much? Cut the crap. Maybe we need to order 2 more tables. I, Lord Fatty, am a golden eater. Even if you bring me a mountain of meat, I can still eat it. Dude is feeling dizzy. Look at you. As Crisis looked at Zhuge Fatty with disdain, he enthusiastically waved at the waiter. Then he put his arm around the waiter's shoulder and said very intimately, in this city, the most beautiful girl is. Do you understand? You know what I mean. The waiter was a little dumbfounded. What kind of people were they? Why were they all more like villains? What's with that look? Crisis had a narcissistic look on his face as he said, why are you staring at me like that? Could it be that I, your third brother, am so handsome that I've reached the level where both men and women are attracted to me? I'm just scared. The waiter's calf was cramping. That was because he inadvertently saw the Slaughter Vanquisher wolf, who was wearing a cloak. He revealed a skeletal claw and was currently drawing circles on the table. The Slaughter Vanquisher wolf took off the conical bamboo hat on his head and bared his teeth at the waiter with an evil smile. After that, he even took off his own skull and used the cloak to wipe it seriously. Oh my god. The waiter's hair all stood on end. He jumped up and turned his head around to escape. What the hell? I'm hungry. Just at this time, the snow-white little critter pouted as it looked at Xianxia with its big eyes. Xiaochen grabbed the waiter back and said, "You must be seeing things, don't bother about them." While he was saying all these, he already used a smokescreen and turned the slaughter vanquisher wolf into a brat. How could the waiter possibly believe him? His body trembled. The instant he was grabbed, his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Xiaochen glared at the slaughter vanquisher wolf. Then, he had no choice but to use a magic skill to erase the waiter's memories. After that, he said in a pleasant tone, "Go and serve the dishes, the faster the better." The waiter left in a daze, filled with doubt. "You guys better behave yourselves. There are no cultivators in the 9 provinces now. If you are too arrogant, you will be easily exposed," Xiaochen reminded them. Just at this moment, Crisis's peach blossom eyes flashed with a thieving light. His gaze was like a hook as he looked at the street outside the window. He said, "A beauty, an absolute beauty." A beautiful girl walked alone on the street. Her dress fluttered in the wind, looking very charming. However, there was a killing intent in her beauty. With one look, it was clear that she was not an ordinary person. Fatty Zhuge also came over. When he looked out the window, his expression immediately changed. He sent a voice projection, an 8th heaven martial ancestor. Crisis immediately shrunk his neck. He also recognized her. It was the female half-martial ancestor who chased them into the starry heavens and fought with Xianxia. Although Xianxia defeated her, this girl used a terrifying demonic diagram to escape in the end and escaped. The strong female half-martial ancestor from another world made Crisis and Fatty Zhuge feel like they were sitting on pins and needles in the restaurant. "It's fine." Xiaochen shook his head. He had already concealed their auras long ago. He was not worried that the female half-martial ancestor would sense them. Chi, that 8th heaven martial ancestor on the street, suddenly shone brightly. A layer of silver armor covered her body. The armor flickered with a metallic luster, looking very heroic. At the same time, another 7 people appeared in different directions. They slowly walked over. Every one of them was an expert. They were all half-martial ancestor. All of them wore armor made of divine metal that flickered with a cold light. "Damn it, don't tell me these guys are coming for us?" Killing vanquishing wolf could no longer sit still. No, Xiaochen shook his head. He sat in the restaurant and quietly looked at everything on the street. He muttered to himself, "Looks like they are going to make a big move." At the same time, a tall figure silently appeared on the opposite street. He could be said to be heroic and imposing. He was precisely the grandson of the Xenorace ancestral god, Li Huiyu. He was an 8th level half-martial ancestor, and his iron clothes flickered with cold light. Soon, 5 half-martial ancestor experts gathered around him. All of them had grave expressions. They held sharp weapons in their hands and wore half-martial ancestor armor. They all emitted a murderous aura. At the same time, another majestic figure appeared not far away. Several half-martial ancestors also quickly gathered around him. Experts gathered in Luoyang. Although the otherworldly ancestor gods did not come personally, 8th and 9th heaven martial ancestors appeared occasionally. Each of them brought a group of powerful helpers. In a short hour, the number of 8th and 9th heaven martial ancestors in the entire divine capital was no less than a dozen. There were even several dozen half-martial ancestors gathered here. It could be said that even in the otherworldly realm, this was an extremely strong fighting force. They could sweep through any opponent under the ancestor god realm. The entire Luoyang became silent at this moment. Every household shut their windows and doors tightly. Everyone was terrified. It felt like the end of the world had arrived. Everyone in the various places that were doing business trembled in fear and fell to the ground weakly. There were so many powerful half-martial ancestors. Although they did not purposely release their auras, the auras that they naturally released still terrified the residents of the ancient capital. Crisis and Fatty Zhuge felt their scalps go numb. With so many half-martial ancestors, just their gazes alone could crush them countless times. However, when they saw Xiaochen using a magic skill to hide their auras, preventing those powerful half-martial ancestors from sensing them, they felt more at ease. At this moment, the most leisurely person was probably Kiki. This little fellow had ample food and clothing. She used the dragon race's magic skill to transport all the delicacies in the kitchen over. She ate them with relish. On the street, Li Huio's grandson said sullenly, "This place has always been incomparably mysterious since ancient times. Legend has it that a supreme treasure of our world was lost here in the distant past. It has never been found. Today, we will open the underground world and retrieve the supreme treasure. Soon, an ancestor god will descend and personally open the underground world." On the street, the eighth heaven martial ancestor spoke with a cold voice. Her beautiful eyes swept across the surroundings. In the restaurant, Xiaochen revealed a startled expression. Crisis and the others also exchanged glances. Kiki wrinkled her delicate nose and let out a squeaking sound. Clearly, this little fellow thought of her family's treasure. Her fluffy ears moved back and forth as she listened attentively. Just at this moment, another ninth heaven martial ancestor on the street suddenly said, "Why did I hear that the supreme treasure of our world was snatched away by someone and sealed here?" "That's right. I also heard this before. It's really hard to imagine that someone could snatch away the supreme treasure of our world." Unbelievable, another powerful Holy Realm martial ancestor stepped forward and said, "Don't look down on the 9 provinces and the 4 corners of the universe. In the long river of history, there were indeed some unparalleled geniuses who appeared before. They were extremely horrifying. Not only did they kill our ancestor god in their world, some of them even killed their way into our world and stirred up a boundless storm." Someone nodded and echoed, "Tens of thousands of years have passed, and our ancestors have experienced too many battles. Although they always had an overwhelming advantage, suppressing the 9 regions and the 4 realms, they have also paid a very painful price. The most terrifying thing is that the terrifying figures of the past in the 9 provinces might not have truly gone extinct." Right at this moment, another level 9 heavens half-martial ancestor mentioned this shocking piece of news. Even Xiaochen, Crisis, and the others on the restaurant were deeply shocked. "Are you talking about the Sky Emperor?" The 8th heaven martial ancestor's silver battle clothes flickered with light. Her voice was ice-cold and emotionless as she said, "He wanted to advance further, but in the end, he still self-destructed. What a pity. He was originally a person who could have turned this situation around, but in the end, he destroyed himself. The Sky Emperor is not the only threat. One of our supreme ancestor god once unintentionally sensed an extremely dangerous aura. A celestial race's old antique seems to still be alive." When this news came out, the expressions of all the otherworldly martial ancestors changed. Meanwhile, Xiaochen, who was in the restaurant, felt excited. Crisis, Zhuge Fatty, and the others were even more excited. Perhaps it was not as pessimistic as they thought. An 8th heaven martial ancestor sneered and said, "This time, we broke into the underground world to retrieve our world's treasure. We can use it to find out where the terrifying figures might be hiding. Never look down on the 9 provinces and the 4 worlds. You should know that our world's treasure was indeed stolen by others." A 9th heaven martial ancestor walked out of the crowd and said, "All right, most of them are here. Let's start." Speaking until here, the dozens of martial ancestors all disappeared from the street. Squeak, in the restaurant, the little beast Kiki frowned. Its big eyes blinked as it muttered angrily, "Scoundrel. What's wrong?" Xiaochen asked. "They went to steal my clan's treasure," the snow-white little beast answered. In that instant, Xiaochen sensed that all the powerful martial ancestors had entered the divine capital's underground. Fatty Zhuge, the killing vanquisher wolf, and Crisis were excited and worried at the same time. Keek's clan was definitely monstrous. It seemed like their treasure trove contained the treasure of another world. If the little beasts group could successfully retrieve the treasure, that would be something to look forward to. However, the otherworldly experts had already made their move. Furthermore, there would be ancestor gods coming later. They would be in big trouble. At this point, the group could no longer care about eating or drinking. The moment Bureau disappeared from the restaurant and entered the underground. Naturally, Xiaochen led the way. The others all hid in the lost paradise. The half-stone bone could hide their tracks. Back then, in Cho Tian's dimensional world, it could even fool the otherworldly ancestor god Cho Tian. Naturally, it would not be a problem for it to fool the martial ancestors in front. In the dark underground world, the huge cave was abnormally vast. It was hard to see the end with one glance. Even when one reached the end, they would immediately discover a few new black holes leading to an unknown place. This was simply a huge maze. It was very easy to get lost in this place. Even though they were half-martial ancestor-level experts, their powerful divine senses were useless in this situation. A mysterious power was affecting their judgment and suppressing their spiritual senses. When they extended their divine senses, it was as if they had entered a boundless void, unable to find anything. As such, it was as if they had lost their hearing and sight. They were no different from mortals. They could only rely on their senses to advance. Kiki, did you sense where the treasure is? We arrived first. The killing vanquisher wolf asked while shaking his skull. No. The little white beast shook its head and frowned unwillingly. It muttered, I can only sense that it's underground. I don't know where it is exactly. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from the front. A martial ancestor was instantly pierced by a ray of light. His body and soul were destroyed in an instant. That's, an ice-cold metallic person, whose entire body was made of ancestor god weapons, stood there quietly. There was no sign of life at all. Behind them, the expressions of all the martial ancestors changed. There was actually such a thing under the divine capital. It was indeed not an ordinary place. All of the half-martial ancestors disappeared. They tore through space and fled. However, the metallic person made of ancestor god weapons did not kill them all. It stood there silently, not moving at all. A stone door. The killing vanquisher wolf exclaimed, there is a stone door there. Clearly, the metallic person was stationed here to guard the stone door. This showed how bold the person who did all this was to imprison a metallic person that could injure an ancestor god here. My world's treasure should still be in the underground world. Just at this moment, a cold and emotionless voice suddenly came from the sky above Luoyang. Let's go. Xiaoqing used the stone bone to hide his aura and quickly led Kiki and the others into the darkness. The otherworldly ancestor god was here. He did not want to clash head-on. Perhaps waiting in the dark was the best choice. Luoyang, God's capital, was in turmoil. Half-ancestors from other worlds had gathered to open up the underground world. At this moment, the mighty pressure of an ancestor god descended from the sky. The voice shook the earth. An expert from the other world at the top of the pyramid had arrived. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the hazy figure in the sky that made the mountains and rivers of the 9 states tremble suddenly disappeared. In an instant, it appeared in the underground maze. In the dark and gloomy underground world, the ice-cold metal man was silent. He was like a ghost, silent and traceless. In an instant, he appeared in front of the otherworldly ancestor god Lelupius. Cold metallic light flashed, and his steel-boned arm slashed through the void, aiming for Lelupius' throat. Extremely fast, bam, Lelupius formed a seal with his right hand and blocked the metal hand in front of his throat. An ancestor god was extremely powerful. With a wave of his hand, he could turn a star into ashes. But Lelupius's palm didn't leave any mark on the metal hand. This was because the metal man was refined from an ancestor god's weapon. Its body was even stronger than an ancestor god's. Even a mere collision between two experts of this level would result in unimaginable destructive power. A hazy light appeared between the two, enough to destroy the mountains and rivers. But all the light was absorbed by the underground palace. It didn't destroy Luoyang. One could imagine how mysterious and extraordinary the underground world of Luoyang was. Whoosh, whoosh, with a flash of light, ancestor god Lan Yufeng and AI arrived together. 3 ancestor gods appeared in the underground palace at the same time. One could imagine how important this was. The cold metal man's hollow eyes shot out 2 beams of cold light, and it instantly disappeared in front of the stone door. Ancestor god Lelupius stood in the underground palace, staring at the place where the metal man disappeared. He said in a deep voice, using an ancestor god weapon from the mythological era as material to create a mech from the technological era. What a perfect fusion. The essence of 2 civilizations is truly terrifying. Don't worry about it. Break open the underground palace and retrieve our world's treasure. Lan Yufeng's expression was cold. The three ancestor gods moved at the same time, forming seals at the same time. They mobilized the world's power for their own use and forcefully shook the huge stone door in front of them. Rumble, the entire underground world shook. The power of an ancestor god was terrifying, but the three experts still couldn't shatter the huge stone door in front of them. This crazy family, Ael's voice was deep. All of the half-ancestors in the distance were shocked beyond belief. It must be understood that these three had already become elder gods during the previous civilization era, and they were more powerful than ordinary elder gods. The joint forces of three universe-enlightened ancestral gods were unable to break open the stone door, and it was simply unimaginable. It's fine. 2 more people are coming. The unparalleled ancestor god divined this location. He must retrieve our world's supreme treasure. The 3 elder gods no longer attacked. They quietly waited for reinforcements. Not long after, a hazy light flickered, and 2 more figures appeared. The half-ancestors behind him were all silent out of fear. They hadn't expected that an ancestor god from beneath the divine capital would summon so many ancestor gods. Lelupius' hands formed seals that were complex and profound. 9 layers of hand seals appeared in the air one after another. He began to chant ancient scriptures that combined with the power of the hand seals. In the blink of an eye, the 9-layered palm seals combined into one and shot toward the stone door. The divine light illuminated the entire underground world. At the same time, Lan Yufeng, Ire, and the other 3 otherworld elder gods simultaneously struck out with their strongest divine power. Together with Lolop's hand seals, a brilliant light submerged the stone door. Crack, the huge stone door cracked, and many layers of stone fell off, revealing the flat door inside. What? Lelupius' face sank. The 5 of them worked together, but they only managed to shake off some useless layers of stone. They did not damage the true stone door at all. This monstrous race, Ire muttered to himself for the second time. It looks like we can only use the unparalleled ancestor god's pagoda to break open this door. At this point, an exquisite pagoda appeared on Lan Yufeng's fingertip. It was only palm tall, but it had 33 layers. The supreme treasure of the unparalleled ancestor god. 1 layer of the pagoda can shatter a layer of heaven and earth. 33 layers of the ancient pagoda can suppress 33 layers of heaven and earth. Even someone as strong as Lelupius revealed a look of awe in his eyes. In the void, Xiaochen's heart trembled. He was no stranger to this 33-layered pagoda. He had seen its supreme divine might in the future world. Break! The 5 ancestor gods roared at the same time. They either formed hand seals, unleashed their divine abilities, or activated their combat prowess. The 5 of them shot out 5 rays of light and supported the exquisite pagoda. Rumble! The 33-layered ancient pagoda emitted a mighty divine radiance. It was as dazzling as the sun, and it crashed into the stone door in an instant. Crack, the enormous sect gate completely split apart, turning into smoke and dust, collapsing. In the void, Xiaochen was alarmed. The supreme treasure of the unparalleled ancestor god was even stronger than the combined strength of the 5 ancestor gods. This 33-layered ancient pagoda was really terrifying. The snow-white little critter clenched its little fist tightly. Its long eyelashes blinked unceasingly. It was obvious that the little thing was very nervous. It was afraid that someone would get to the clan's treasure first. A bluestone-paved path appeared in front of them. It led to the depths of the underground palace. It's finally open. Let's go. Lan Yufeng and Lelupius were in the front. They used the 33-layered ancient pagoda to clear the path. Specks of divine radiance illuminated the path ahead. What? Lelupius' expression turned gloomy. The 5 of them worked together, but they only shook off some useless layers of stone. They did not damage the true stone door at all. This monstrous race, Ire muttered to himself for the second time. Looks like we can only use the unparalleled ancestor god's pagoda to break open this door. Speaking up to this point, an exquisite small pagoda appeared between Lan Yufeng's fingers. It was only as tall as a palm, but it had 33 floors. The group of otherworldly half-ancestors followed from a distance. Xiaochen and Kiki used half a stone to conceal their auras and followed behind. There's no rush. Let them open the path for us. Xiaochen comforted the little thing. A spacious cave appeared at the end of the bluestone path. The ice-cold metallic man stood motionless like a rock, guarding that place. Its tall figure cast a huge shadow on the ground. Although it is an inanimate object, it is still a threat to us. We have to get rid of it. Air's expression was cold. His hand streaked across the void. Specks of starlight shone out. A sea of starlight instantly enveloped the metallic man in front, trying to imprison it. Chi, a resplendent divine light shot out from the metallic man's right eye. It shattered the starlight and pierced through Air's hands. It even nearly crushed his head, causing his long hair to fall off. Light of massacre. The 5 ancestor gods all moved. This metallic man's right eye actually hid the light of massacre. This was a power that could severely injure an ancestor god. One could imagine the pride of the clan that used the ancestor god's weapon to forge the metallic man back then. They even used the light of massacre. Retreat, or all of you will die. Just at this moment, the ice-cold metallic man suddenly sent out such a spiritual fluctuation. In the end, a tool is still a tool. Even if it developed a spiritual consciousness, it will never become a great tool. Lulup's voice was cold. He and Lan Yufeng exerted their strength at the same time, taking out the palm-sized ancient pagoda. The 33-layered ancient pagoda could suppress the world in the future and reach the sky. Although it was only the size of a palm now, it was still extremely terrifying. It turned into a beam of light and rushed over, suppressing the metallic man. The ice-cold metallic man clearly knew how powerful the ancient pagoda was. It didn't fight head-on and disappeared silently again. This fellow is very troublesome. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a disaster. Also, who knows what kind of terrifying power this freakish clan has left behind. The supreme ancestor god used the ancient pagoda to open the way. They walked into the spacious cave abode, and the light ahead gradually brightened. The further they walked, the fresher the air became, and there was a faint fragrance of flowers and grass. 7 minutes later, the 5 ancestor gods stopped at the same time. The world in front of them was bright, and a world of flowers and birds appeared in front of them. The expressions of the ancestor gods changed. They had unknowingly walked into another world. They didn't realize that this strange world seemed to be perfectly connected with the real world. Roar, there was a roar, and the mountains trembled. In the primordial forest ahead, several huge figures appeared, their bodies covered in dense scales. That's a terrifying beast from the same era as the Dragon Clan. They should have gone extinct long ago. The otherworldly ancestor god Ire revealed a shocked expression. The few beasts in the primordial forest sensed the aura of the ancestor gods, and they all retreated in fear. After walking for a long distance, the forest became even more lush, and the land became more open. It was as if they had returned to the prehistoric era. At this moment, a half-ancestor god Luo Ho suddenly let out a miserable cry. He was pierced by a huge claw of light, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. That's a heavenly ape? There was a hint of shock in the eyes of the otherworldly ancestor god Lulups. In the mountains to the side, a huge demonic figure that was half the height of a mountain stood there. It was a terrifying giant ape. It was really too tall, even taller than a mountain. Its entire body was covered in thick black fur, and it looked quite terrifying. It was the one who had used a divine ability to kill a half-ancestor that had flown over its head. Lan Yufeng said in a low voice, "This is a terrifying creature from the same era as the celestial race. I feel something is very wrong." Ancestor God Ire also said in a low voice, "I also feel very uneasy. It's as if time is flowing in reverse. We seem to be heading toward the distant past." Hearing this, all the half-ancestors were in an uproar. Liloops extended a finger and pointed at the giant ape in the mountains. The demonic ape that was even taller than a mountain shattered on the spot, turning into a rain of blood that disappeared into the mountain range. A river of blood gushed out from the mountain range. Something is very wrong. We already have no way out. Liloops pointed behind him. Behind them was a gray haze. Nothing could be seen, and it seemed to be the end of the world. Time is really flowing in reverse. Time is really flowing in reverse. It's not that time is flowing in reverse, but that we are walking step by step toward the distant past. The two ancestor gods who had joined as reinforcements made such a judgment. Seeing that the expressions of the ancestor gods had changed, all the half-ancestors became uneasy. There was no way out, only a path forward, and the path forward actually led to the distant primordial era. Just what kind of power does this abnormal family possess? How did they do it? Let's walk step by step toward the past. The 5 ancestor gods joined forces to summon the 33-story stone pagoda. At this moment, the palm-sized pagoda shone with dazzling light and rushed up, continuously expanding until it was as tall as the sky, and it began to suppress this world. Boom, mountains and rivers collapsed, and the earth caved in. But time was like a ripple, and it finally calmed everything down. What do we do? There's no way out. In front of them was a vast wilderness that stretched as far as the eye could see. Everyone felt apprehensive. If they continued forward, they really didn't know what era they would be in. At this time, the ice-cold metal man appeared again and said in a low voice, "In the real world, the members of the heaven-defying family no longer exist. But if you come here to plunder, you have miscalculated. There are people in the distant primordial era who are quietly waiting for your arrival." In front of them was a majestic mountain range with wild beasts running amok. In the primitive mountain range, ancient trees towered into the sky. Every tree had a radius of several dozen li, like a giant umbrella that blotted out the sky. Some ancient birds of prey lived on them. They were all terrifying mutants, their wings blotting out the sky, and their eyes shone with a ferocious light. A long cry resounded in the sky, deafening like the sound of metal striking stone. A ferocious bird stirred up gusts of wind, its huge claws capable of tearing apart a dragon, and it clawed at a lone half-martial ancestor. Just the pair of giant claws that flickered with a cold light were over 100 meters long, and they were as cold as divine iron, exuding a threatening killing intent. "Evil creature, you're courting death." This kind of ancient bird could kill Paragon Realm experts, but it had no chance of winning against a half-ancestor. Rip, the half-ancestor waved his hand, and a 5-colored sword ray shot into the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. "Don't kill it." At this time, ancestor god Lelupius suddenly spoke. He stared at the giant bird as if he had discovered something strange. But it was still too late. The sword chi shattered the void, and the giant bird's body and soul were destroyed. A large amount of blood sprinkled down, dyeing the mountain range red. Ancestor god Lan Yufeng revealed a strange expression as he looked at Lelupius. "You also felt it?" "Yes, it seems to be that legendary monster." Lelupius' expression was solemn. At this time, the half-ancestor present also sensed the sound of tsunamis coming from ahead. This was not an illusion, there was a vast ocean in front of the primitive mountain range. Although it was quite a distance away, it was nothing for a powerhouse of this level. However, in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived. The tsunamis contained an extremely terrifying aura. The path of retreat had already been severed, and the path ahead seemed to be filled with unknown dangers. Long cries shook the sky, and many ancient birds flew in the air, full of hostility towards the people below. A few of them had reached the half-ancestor realm, and they looked down from the sky. Even though they sensed the aura of ancestor gods, they did not retreat. "It's just some demonic birds, there's no need to worry. Just kill them." A half-ancestor wanted to attack. But after seeing the cold gazes of the ancestor gods, he immediately kept quiet and retreated to the side. Rumble, at this moment, in the distance, the raging sea roared, and huge waves surged high into the sky. The white waves were much higher than this mountain range. A giant fish that was as big as hundreds of mountains leaped out of the water and turned into a golden divine bird. Its wings were thousands of miles long, and its wings were like clouds that covered the sky. Its divine feathers dyed the sky gold. The ancient demonic bird ancestor, Kuan Peng. Elder God Ayer's eyes shone with divine light. The Kuan was so big that it was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. The Peng's back was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. The Kuan transformed into a bird and was called the Peng. Just like the 12 war ancestors of the 12 zodiac, they weren't ancestor gods, but they possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to ancestor gods. Moreover, the Kuan Peng was an ancient relic that was even more ancient than the 12 war ancestors. Wasn't that fellow killed? Why would he appear again? The alien elder gods all had ugly looks on their faces. Although it was killed back then, its corpse has disappeared. This place is connected to the ancient times. It wouldn't be strange for some of the dead to reappear here. Lan Yufeng's face was ice cold. He also had a bad feeling. The demonic bird ancestor, the Kuan Peng, swept its giant golden wings across the mountain range. More than half of the mountains within thousands of miles flew up like dust before shattering into pieces in the sky. The deafening rumble was like a clap of thunder from the nine heavens. This kind of power was truly shocking. And in the distance, there were endless waves surging into the sky from the sea, connecting with the sky. You trespassed into the forbidden area and killed my descendant. You deserve death. The giant bird in the sky that blotted out the sun let out an incomparably cold voice. You think you can kill me just because you say so? The alien elder god Ayer's expression was ice cold as he stared at the Kuan Peng in the sky. That's right. I can kill you just because I say so. The giant bird that stretched for thousands of miles suddenly swooped down. When its giant claws tore down, the powerful astral winds instantly ruptured the earth. The mountain range collapsed like it was made of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. This was the strength of the ancient era's war ancestor. Even the powerful elder god's expression changed. Ayer soared into the sky and faced the Kuan Peng head-on. The phantoms of 30 divine kings appeared in front of him. They all had different postures and emitted a world-shaking might as they suppressed the Kuan Peng together. This was the manifestation of the alien elder god Ayer's divine sense. It was one of his supreme divine abilities. The 36 divine kings could seal the heavens and earth. Little tricks. The gigantic divine bird in the sky soared through the air, destroying the 36 godly monarchs in an instant. The pair of gigantic golden wings seemed to be able to destroy the world. The countless mountains below were all crushed into dust. At the same time, the half-martial ancestor that attacked the ancient bird suddenly let out a miserable scream. With a bang, he turned into minced meat. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, his body and soul were both destroyed. The faces of the alien elder gods immediately darkened. A half-martial ancestor had silently killed a half-martial ancestor in front of them. It was truly a loss of face. They could see the power of the Kuan Peng. It was worthy of being the ancient era's war ancestor. Kill him. Lulupius's expression was cold. He was the first to charge into the sky. Lan Yufeng followed closely behind, followed by the other 2 elder gods. The 5 alien elder gods surrounded the giant divine bird in the sky. All of them were filled with dense killing intent. Boom, 5 powerful elder gods attacked at the same time. Anyone would frown when facing such a scene. No one could ignore it. The divine power burned like fireworks, completely sealing off the sky. The giant bird squatted in the space, constantly struggling. With a long cry, the golden feathers on the Kuan Peng's body all fell off. They turned into countless rays of golden divine light that tore apart the sealed space. Evil creature, you dare to act so insolently against the 5 of us? You will die without a doubt. The alien elder gods all had ice-cold expressions. They continued to suppress the giant bird. But unexpectedly, the Gil Peng's methods were too fierce. All of the divine feathers collapsed and burned into golden flames. They rushed towards the alien elder god Ayer. Moreover, even if he suffered heavy injuries, he still rushed towards Ayer without any regard for his life. You are courting death. Kill. The 5 experts attacked at the same time. With a turn of their hands, they could summon clouds and rain, killing the Kuan Peng. Bang, the Kuan Peng's body was torn apart, transforming into a rain of blood. But the burning divine feathers and the shattered body still transformed into a vast sea of divine power that enveloped the alien elder god Ayer. He was clearly going all out. He didn't dodge at all. He allowed all of his attacks to strengthen himself as he stubbornly charged at Ayer. Damn, Ayer was both shocked and angry. The powerful battle ancestor was going all out, causing him to be in a very bad situation. Dazzling divine light filled the sky. The Kuan Peng's burning divine power swept through the void where Ayer was standing. Bang, the alien elder god Ayer let out a muffled groan. His body cracked and he flew backwards for a long time before he stabilized himself and quickly repaired his body. The 5 elder gods didn't quite understand. This Kuan Peng was too crazy. He didn't care about his own life and attacked with all his might. It was truly a bit terrifying. Destroy him. Destroy his body and soul, making it impossible for him to ever reappear. Ayer's voice was cold. He had actually been injured in front of so many people. It was truly a loss of face. The 5 elder gods each used their ultimate techniques to suppress the ancient battle ancestor. Humph, 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 the Kuan-Pung released such a cold laugh. Divine splendor rushed out from his shattered body. He actually abandoned his physical body and burnt his divine soul. He crossed through space and attacked Ayer once more. Ayer found this hard to understand. Was this fellow in front of him crazy? Burning his divine soul was the same as self-destruction. He was completely going all out in order to heavily injure Ayer. The 5 great elder gods' expressions changed. The Kuan-Pung had indeed gone crazy. In that instant, he burned 70% of his divine soul and enveloped Ayer. He didn't plan on letting himself live at all. He was completely destroying himself to destroy the enemy. At this moment, they all displayed their ruthless methods to kill the Kuan-Pung. Boom, Ayer's body was smashed to pieces. After being wrapped around by that burning divine soul, he almost ignited as well. Bloody mist rose and shattered bones flew everywhere. Ayer was furious. This time, he had suffered an unimaginable injury and his vitality was greatly injured. The remaining 30% of the Kuan-Pung's divine soul was still burning. It chased after Ayer relentlessly. At this moment, Ayer was truly a bit angry out of humiliation. This the enemy was truly crazy. He was completely self-destructing, pushing himself to the point where his body and soul were destroyed. You're courting death. Lulupus and Lan Yufeng joined forces to summon the 33-layered pagoda, using the supreme treasure of the Supreme Elder God to suppress the 30% divine soul. Facing this unreasonable madman, they could only quickly kill him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom, the world shook. The 33-layered pagoda instantly enlarged, enveloping the Kuan-Pung's enormous divine soul. Vast divine power surged like a vast ocean. The pagoda's divine might was unfathomable. It caused the 30% divine soul to dim. The 5 great elder gods shook their divine power. The pagoda shook and the Kuan-Pung was completely annihilated. On the ground, the flesh and blood of the Kuan-Pung's shattered body also turned to ash. Only terrifying broken bones were left behind. They were like giant mountains that towered on the ground. Behind them, all the watching half-step ancestors felt their hearts tremble. Although the Kuan-Pung had been killed, Lan Yufeng, Ayer, and the others were very uneasy. The Kuan-Pung's actions were too extreme. This was not normal. We're in danger. At this moment, Lulupus suddenly spoke. What have you sensed? The Kuan-Pung is someone who died a long time ago. We are heading towards the primordial era. To encounter him here and kill him, this seems. Hearing Lulupus' words, the elder gods were all shocked. This family is too terrifying. The Kuan-Pung is a dead battle ancestor. He was borrowed by them from the past. He no longer exists in the real world, but through this method, he is connected to the distant primordial era. In other words, we can't change the past, but after heading towards the primordial era, the people here can kill us. Soon, the Kuan-Pung will revive. He knows that we are people from the future. If we go further in, we might encounter even more terrifying people. At this point, the 5 elder gods all sank. This was an extremely terrifying matter. They might be completely annihilated in the primordial era. What a monstrous family. How did they do it? I feel that we might be too pessimistic. We can't encounter all the powerful people from the past. Yes, no matter how monstrous this family is, it's impossible for them to connect to the past and the present. If they had that ability, it's not impossible for them to destroy our world. That's right. Perhaps they have some special arrangements in this special space-time, but we can't encounter all the terrifying people from the past. In the end, the 5 elder gods seemed to understand some things. They were no longer as terrified. However, they were still very pessimistic. They couldn't find a way out at all. Even though the Supreme Elder God's 33-level pagoda kept attacking, he couldn't open a single path. Looks like we only have 2 choices. The first is to be forever stuck here and die. The second is to continue forward and reach the end of the primordial era. We'll face the people from this family and fight our way out. No one was willing to be trapped here and die. However, if they reached the end and faced that terrifying family, even the elder gods would feel fear. If we choose to continue forward, we don't have to reach the end. Perhaps we'll find a way out halfway. In the end, the 5 great ancestral gods made their decision. Even though the many half-martial ancestors behind them had calm expressions on their faces, their hearts were in turmoil. The 5 elder gods used the ancient pagoda to open a path and started a new journey. They crossed the vast ocean, and the boundless land lay before them. Xianxia and Kuka followed behind. The little white critter felt very excited. It could sense a familiar energy. It was heading to the important land of its family. Iya, the originally lazy little critter appeared exceptionally lively today. Suddenly, Xianxia felt shocked. He saw a broken formation diagram and 5 swords flying through the air. They looked hazy and shook the world. That is, a broken formation diagram. Iya, the little critter saw it as well. It immediately soared into the sky, wanting to use the lost paradise to collect it. However, the tattered formation silently circled around her, and Kuka missed her target. The instant Xianxia felt shocked, he had already taken out his 30 swords. The broken formation diagram spun slowly and soared into the sky with him, chasing after the formation diagram that flew past. However, even if Xianxia pushed his speed to its limits, it was useless. The instant he caught up, that formation diagram and the 5 swords suddenly vanished, shielding him from the shattered world. How can this be? Where did they go? Xianxia felt very regretful. That's right, I also saw this formation diagram last time. Crisis shouted from the lost paradise. Xianxia muttered to himself, they are lost in the past. Could it be that we can never find them again? In the end, they continued their journey again. For the otherworldly experts, this was a nightmarish journey. After that, they encountered 3 more terrifying figures who had already passed away. If it was not because they had the 33-layered ancient pagoda in their hands to suppress the 3 powerful enemies, 1 or 2 of them might have been in danger. Even so, a few of them still suffered some minor or severe injuries. This freakish family, it was unknown how many times Iyer had said this. To be mentioned by a powerful otherworldly ancestral god like this, it was easy to imagine how terrifying Ku's family was. Stop talking, we might have reached the end. Lan Yujun shouted in a low voice. In front of them was a huge valley. Its surface area was not smaller than an ordinary plain. It was surrounded by tall divine mountains and demonic veins. The 10,000-year-old vines were incomparably thick. They stretched from one mountain to another. They were no longer growing by the side of the trees, they were growing by wrapping around the mountain. There were countless of such ancient vines in the surroundings of the valley. The open valley was as spacious as a plain. There were many historical sites among them. The palaces had collapsed, the towers had collapsed, and the pavilions were in ruins. It was a desolate scene. Squeak, Ku looked at it from afar. Her emotions were stirred up. At the end of the valley, there were even more ruins. However, the most shocking thing was that there was actually a huge ancient city at the end of their line of sight. It's very similar to the primordial demon city, and also very similar to the celestial city. Xianxia was stunned on the spot. And in front of them, the otherworldly experts were already approaching the huge ancient city. They were also stunned. Not good, this family is really freakish. In the distant past, someone from this family had also reached that step, even more so than the celestial emperor. The 5 ancestral gods were obviously extremely shocked. Just at this time, Lilipe seemed to have discovered something terrifying. He pointed at the huge ancient city. His arms were trembling, and his voice was even more trembling as he said, "The city. The city is growing." The valley was as wide as a plain, and the surrounding mountains were coiled with old vines that were tens of thousands of years old. They coiled from one mountain to the other like giant dragons. That's growing in the city. Lulups was extremely shocked. His face was filled with terror, and his body was trembling. One could imagine how serious this matter was to make a powerful ancestor god lose his composure. Lan Yufeng's expression changed, and his voice was trembling. How is this possible? He took that crucial step? Ancestor God Ire clenched his fists, and his knuckles were black and devoid of blood energy. This is impossible. The other two ancestor gods also roared in a low voice. The towering ancient city was majestic, and the 300-meter-tall city walls were brown in color. It was like a continuous iron mountain range, and the huge city gate was like a heavenly palace, blocking the center. Waves of fragrance wafted over, and a pure white flower bloomed in the city. Only a few sparkling petals were exposed on the city walls, and there were a few dewdrops rolling on them. They were colorful under the illumination of the sun. This flower brimming with life energy was the reason why the ancestor gods were so shocked. Rather than calling it a flower of life, it was more like a devil flower. Yes, in the eyes of the ancestor gods, there was nothing more terrifying than this. In their memories, even if such an ancient demon city really appeared in the world, it should be desolate, without any signs of life. However, at this moment, the flowers of life were actually blooming in this giant city, and a vigorous life force was rippling. The ghost city was not dead, it had clearly revived. According to the terrifying legends passed down among the ancestor gods, this was clearly the sign of successfully taking that crucial step. Qi, Luloops and Lan Yufeng joined forces to summon the ancient pagoda, and it suppressed the pure white flower on the city walls. The ancient pagoda's divine power shook the world. It had a total of 33 floors, and it could suppress the 33 levels of heaven beyond heaven. It could be said to be one of the supreme treasures of this world. Rumble, the pagoda rapidly enlarged, and it smashed into the ghost city's wall with an unstoppable force that could crush the world. But at this moment, the supreme treasure of the ancestor god actually dimmed quite a bit. On the tall city walls, that sparkling and translucent flower blossomed with divine light. A vine trembled, and the flower soared into the sky, whipping toward the ancient pagoda. Bang! In the end, the pagoda was sent flying, and the pure white flower on the vine was unscathed. On the emerald green vines, a divine flower bloomed for the first time. It was the cream of the crop, holy and flawless, sparkling and glistening. It quietly hung above the city walls, rainbow-colored dewdrops gently rolling about between the petals. A vine sprouted, a divine flower bloomed, and crawled out of the ancient city. What exactly did this mean? Xiaochen did not understand. He did not know why the otherworldly ancestor gods felt so uneasy. However, after seeing the divine flower's powerful divine force, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. It was actually able to block the supreme treasure of a supreme ancestral god. A single divine flower possessing such power was truly unimaginable. Yaya, the snow-white little critter Kiki muttered to itself. It revealed a bewildered expression, its big eyes were brimming with bewilderment. It seemed to have sensed some kind of different aura. The fragrance made it intoxicated and absent-minded. All of the cultivators from the other world had already flown up into the sky and were looking at everything that was happening in the giant city. This was a majestic and lofty giant city. The ancient buildings in the city were continuous. It was unknown how many years they had existed. They were engraved with the wind and frost of the passage of time, but they still stood tall and firm. At the center of the ancient city, there was a huge bulge that looked like half a head. Many ancient vines were growing out from that bulge. They were flickering with green light and brimming with the aura of boundless vitality. The huge vines were bold and vigorous like young dragons. They spread throughout the city, and many of them had climbed up to the city walls. Among them, there were 9 emerald green divine vines with pure white flowers blooming on them, emitting a burst of fragrance. This was the source of the 5 otherworldly ancestor gods' terror. Lilipei's eyes were filled with fear. He said with a trembling voice, "There are actually so many vines of life, this is impossible." Lan Yufeng seemed to have been provoked. He let out a deep roar and said, "All 9 of the main vines of life bore flowers. Doesn't this mean that we have succeeded? We have completely taken that crucial step." Air's eyes were filled with fear. Air's eyes were filled with fear. He said with a trembling voice, "In the past, we only knew that if there was a chance of success, signs of life would appear in the deathly silent giant city. But the signs in front of us have long since surpassed this so-called sign. The vitality is so vigorous." The 5 ancestor gods were incomparably shocked. They found it hard to accept this terrifying reality. We have to stop him. We must stop him. The other two ancestor gods also roared. How can we stop him? We can't stop him at all. Lilipay said in a low voice, this is the past. We can't change anything. Wrong. We can completely change it. Because he has taken that crucial step, he can connect the past and present. The past is the present. We can completely kill him. Don't be rash. You will die for nothing. Let us do it. We will first destroy the foundation of this city. I don't believe that we can't stop him from succeeding. Air said in a deep voice, don't act rashly. He formed such a terrifying giant city to protect himself. Even we, as ancestor gods, can't do anything to him. If you are afraid, then get out of the way. Let us do it. The two radical ancestor gods landed in front of the giant city at the same time. Their bodies released trillions of rays of divine light. The two of them were like two blazing divine mountains. With a rumble, they fiercely slashed at the foundation of the giant city. They wanted to destroy it. However, no matter how much divine power shook or how much light shot into the sky, the giant city didn't move at all. The entire wide valley shook violently. The surrounding mountain range rumbled, but it wasn't destroyed. However, the ripples of divine radiance that overflowed caused the vast continent outside the distant valley to collapse immediately. This isn't a desolate demon city. This is a divine city with ripples of life. We can't do anything to it. All of you, hurry and retreat. Lilipay shouted anxiously. No matter the cost, even if we die, we must destroy its foundation. Otherwise, our world will be in danger in the future. The two ancestor gods didn't listen to his advice at all. They activated their divine power with all their might. With two roars that shook the heavens and the earth, they actually lifted the city walls. Two beams of resplendent divine light attacked the foundation of the giant city, wanting to destroy it. However, the 9 main vines in the city seemed to have awakened like 9 ancestor dragons. They possessed powerful vitality and immediately lashed out. The sound of the air being torn apart was deafening. Pfff. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the ancestor gods was pierced by a divine vine, and his body was instantly torn to pieces. All of the other half-ancestors in the rear let out cries of alarm. This was just too terrifying. They had to look up to powerful ancestor gods, and their bodies were indestructible and imperishable. However, in front of the divine vines, they were easily pierced through like rotten wood. Blood splattered everywhere as the ancestor god's blood dyed the foundation red. After the ancestor god's body was destroyed, he let out a fierce roar and transformed into a bloody light as he charged out. As for the other ancestor god who had lifted the city walls, he was immediately sent flying. He was slightly better off. The divine vines were like heavenly blades that sliced through him, but they didn't shatter him. The two ancestor gods were so passive in front of the 9 main vines that they immediately retreated in defeat. The two quickly reconstructed their bodies, but they had clearly suffered heavy injuries. Don't use force. Lan Yufeng stepped forward to stop the two. Get out of the way. Give us the supreme ancestor god's ancient pagoda. We must destroy its foundation at all costs. The two radical ancestor gods didn't listen at all. Just at this moment, the 33-story ancient pagoda floating in the void suddenly shone brightly and flew towards the two on its own. Do you see it? This is the supreme ancestor god's will guiding us. What are you hesitating for? Let's work together and destroy its foundation. Air, Lilipay, and Lan Yufeng exchanged glances. Fear filled their hearts as they faced this huge ancient city. This was because they knew what kind of existence was in front of them. If it really had a consciousness, even if it was still in the process of transforming, it wouldn't take much effort to kill them. Behind them, Kiki blinked its large eyes in a daze. It seemed to have thought of many things at once. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. He vaguely understood the secret of the ancient demon city. The huge city wasn't an inanimate object. It seemed to be a huge life form. Since the Supreme Ancestor God has already given the instructions, we have no other choice. Let's make our move. Lulupius, Lan Yufeng, and Ai Air walked forward at the same time. The 5 great ancestor gods stood side by side in front of the huge city. With such combat power, they could destroy any terrifying enemy. Unless the supreme ancestor god personally came, no one could contend against them in terms of individual strength. However, even if they were so powerful, the 5 great ancestor gods still didn't have any confidence. They were all very nervous because attacking this huge city was related to their life and death. Kill! Just at this time, the 5 of them shouted at the same time. Divine power soared into the sky. Resplendent rays of light immediately submerged the entire valley. They all displayed their divine abilities, formed hand seals, raised their divine weapons, or summoned the stars in outer space. At this moment, in front of the huge ancient city, thousands of auspicious lights flashed. Lulupius condensed 9 great hand seals with his divine power. He chanted ancient scriptures in coordination with his body seals, and the boundless divine power shook the world. Ai Air displayed his rare divine ability. 30 divine monarchs appeared in front of him in different postures. They emitted world-shaking majestic power and suppressed the foundation of the ancient city together. They were completely formed by the combination of his divine sense and the power of destruction. Lan Yufeng held a serrated longsword in his hand. He linked it with the divine power of the myriad worlds and slashed down, turning it into an eternal blade light. The other 2 ancestor gods were even more terrifying. They directly summoned a surging and roaring galaxy from the universe. Countless stars turned into pearl-sized stars and gathered together, majestically descending from the sky. Resplendent starlight illuminated the entire valley. The divine power was world-shocking. At the same time, the pagoda automatically released divine splendor. It grew from the size of a palm to the height of the sky and smashed down. Rumble, the majestic city violently trembled. Large sections of the city walls were lifted up. The 5 great ancestor gods and the supreme treasure of the sect attacked the foundation of the huge city. The 9 main vines swept over in unison. Puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere. A bloody mist filled the air. The 5 great ancestor gods were all pierced through, and the pagoda was also entangled. However, the 5 great ancestor gods were immortal. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, their divine senses still remained. They could instantly reconstruct their bodies, so they didn't retreat. The 5 of them fiercely attacked the foundation of the huge city, wanting to destroy it. Yaya. Behind them, Kiki was anxious and was about to rush over. Xiaochen pulled her back and said, "Don't be nervous. Wait a little longer." Boom, the heaven and earth shook. The huge city suddenly erupted with resplendent divine light. The 5 great ancestor gods and the ancient pagoda were sent flying at the same time. At the same time, the 9 main vines crazily danced like 9 ancestor dragons in the sky. Bang, the 5 great ancestor gods had just reconstructed their bodies when they were simultaneously penetrated again. This time, the pure white flowers on the divine vines blossomed with auspicious colors. The souls of the 5 great ancestor gods suffered heavy injuries. Even the ancient pagoda was suppressed and quickly shrunk. Its radiance dimmed significantly. At the same time, the huge city rumbled. The mound of earth at the center of the ancient city quickly expanded and gradually rose. That is, why is it like this? It's a step further than what we imagined. At this moment, Lulupius and the others immediately paled. Even the 2 radical ancestor gods revealed a fearful expression. The ancient city rumbled. The mound of earth slowly cracked. At the center of the city, a huge stone statue slowly emerged from the ground. Or rather, it grew out. That's right, it grew out from under the huge city. The stone statue was at least 300 meters tall. It was as tall as the ancient city. It stood upright and unafraid. Its face looked as if it had been carved by a knife. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was made of flesh and blood. It was like a living body. It was a stone statue of a valiant young man. He exuded an extraordinary aura. It was not domineering or arrogant, but it left one's soul in awe. It made one have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. It was just a stone statue, but it gave off such a strange feeling. Even the ancestor god's emotions were affected. It was not long hair that draped over the head of the stone statue. Instead, it was ancient vines that spread in all directions. Many of the vines were attached to the city wall. Among them, there were 9 green divine vines with pure white flowers blooming on them. Waves of fragrance wafted through the air. The 5 great ancestor gods were all shocked. The vines were not as simple as indicating signs of life. They were actually strands of hair from a huge living being. Living beings would grow out of the huge city, but who would have thought that what grew out would be a stone statue? Although the 5 ancestor gods had heard many legends about the primordial demon city, they were still stunned at this moment. There had never been such a precedent in the past. Perhaps no one knew what the demon city would eventually transform into. The divine vines of life were just strands of hair. One could imagine how terrifying the huge stone statue was. Retreat. At this moment, the ancient pagoda suddenly emitted such a voice. At the same time, it shone brightly. But it was too late. The stone statue in the huge city did not move. However, the 9 main vines on its head transformed into 9 venomous green ancestral dragons. They danced between heaven and earth and instantly charged forward. The 5 great ancestor gods were crushed one after another. The ancient pagoda was struck repeatedly, the vast divine might shook the world. Suddenly, a black demonic blade and an ancient undying heavenly shield rushed out of the ancient pagoda. The 5 ancestor gods' weakened divine souls were formed. They immediately became excited. The 3 supreme ancestor gods' artifacts have all appeared. But they were not happy for long. The 3 supreme ancestor gods' artifacts shook violently. Clearly, they had suffered an unimaginable attack. The 9 main vines left terrifying marks on the 3 supreme treasures. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, light flashed. 3 hazy figures rushed out of the 3 supreme artifacts. They joined hands to open up a black passageway. At the same time, they shouted, "Retreat!" Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 3 waved their hands and immediately swept up all the half-ancestors. They even pushed the 5 ancestor gods into the black passageway. At the same time, they also retreated into the black passageway. They put away the 3 supreme artifacts and wanted to escape the space-time. But at this moment, the huge stone statue trembled. The 9 main vines shattered space and directly pierced through. PFFF PFFF PFFF, blood splattered everywhere. Their divine souls were crushed, Lulup's, Lan Yufeng, and AI Air were crushed. Only their divine souls managed to escape. If it weren't for the 3 hazy figures pushing them at the critical moment, their bodies and souls would have most likely been destroyed. As for the other 2 alien ancestor gods, they were not so lucky. After being swept by the 2 main vines, they were completely annihilated. Although the half-ancestors weren't the targets of the attacks, when the 9 main vines inadvertently swept past, half of them still turned into dust forever. Let's go. Lulup's, Lan Yufeng, and AI Air's divine souls were heavily injured. In the end, they still led half of the half-ancestors out of the spatial passageway. They appeared in the sky above Luoyang. The 3 hazy figures also rushed out with the 3 supreme artifacts. But at this moment, the 9 vines swept out of the spatial passageway. Bang, the 3 supreme artifacts flew out, but the 3 hazy figures were instantly crushed and turned to dust. Supreme ancestor gods, Lulup's, Lan Yufeng, and the many half-ancestors cried out in alarm. The 9 main vines did not enter the real world. Instead, they disappeared into the spatial passageway. Although the 3 supreme artifacts had rushed out, their light had dimmed significantly. Their surfaces were filled with terrifying marks. They circled above everyone's heads and instantly flew into outer space. Far away in outer space, in different regions, 3 figures sitting cross-legged simultaneously trembled. At this moment, a drop of bright red blood seeped out of each of their foreheads. It was especially dazzling, as if a vertical eye had opened. At the same time, the 3 supreme artifacts charged into these 3 regions and landed in their hands. Lulup's, Lan Yufeng, and AI Air, the 3 ancestor gods, could be said to have brushed shoulders with destruction. They heaved long sighs of relief. That kind of demonic city with life actually exists. The people of that clan are too terrifying. Someone really reached that step. The 3 supreme ancestor gods each lost a strong spiritual sense. Truly unimaginable. The many half-ancestors at the side were horrified. They wanted to take back the supreme artifacts of their own world but returned in defeat. A clan that no longer existed in the real world was extremely horrifying in the distant ancient era. To wait for the arrival of enemies in the ancient era, such a clan was too monstrous. The three surviving ancestor gods had reason to believe that a horrifying existence was behind all this. That space of the past was not as simple as they imagined. In the ancient era, Xianxia, Ku, and the others had yet to return. At this moment, they were slowly walking towards the huge divine city. Squeak, squeak, the snow-white little critter muttered and waved its little paw at the stone statue in the huge city. Chi, a main vine flickering with green divine light, instantly tore through the air and extended outside the huge city. Like a green divine bridge, it connected to the little critter's feet. The emerald green main vine was flickering with green light. It was sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved out of green jadeite. It was like a green divine bridge extending from the divine city all the way to the snow-white little critter's feet. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki tilted its head to look at Xianxia, then it looked at the emerald green divine vine. Its big eyes were filled with excitement and apprehension. Its long eyelashes were trembling unceasingly. Let's go! Xianxia smiled and pushed the little critter up, hinting it to enter the city. The little critter's clan was established in the ancient era. It was not afraid of the enemy's attack at all. It respectfully awaited the arrival of any enemy. Its strength was unimaginable. But thinking about it carefully, rather than saying it respectfully awaited the enemy, it would be more accurate to say it was waiting for the arrival of its descendant. Wait, wait, wait. Crisis stuttered again. He wanted to follow that divine vine, but the emerald green main vine was like a green light. It carried Kiki far away in an instant and entered the city. Zhuge Fatty and Killer Vanquisher also felt very regretful. They kept rubbing their hands on the spot and grumbled about why Xianxia didn't follow them. Xianxia and the rest flew high up in the sky and looked at the scene in the city. Everything could be seen with a single glance. The huge stone statue was 300 meters tall. It had an extraordinary aura. It was extraordinarily heroic and lifelike, as if it was going to grow out at any time. The divine vines on its head were trembling slightly. Streams of life essence were vibrating out. Squeak! Who are you? Kiki had already arrived in front of the stone statue. It stood on one of the divine vines and tilted its head to look at the stone statue. The huge stone statue stood proudly between heaven and earth. It was motionless, as if it was really a fossil that had existed since the ancient times. It had an aura that could swallow the mountains and rivers, making people tremble just by looking at it. Who the hell are you? The snow-white little critter, Kiki, asked again with a tender and innocent voice. However, the 300-meter-tall stone statue was still motionless, as if it didn't hear its voice. It stood quietly in the center of the divine city. However, the pure white flowers on the 9 main vines were all blossoming with divine radiance. They were all gathering towards the snow-white little critter. Huh? Who said that? Kiki was bewildered. It seemed as if it had sensed something. The 9 main vines flickered with green radiance. The radiance kept overflowing from the flowers and gathered towards Kiki in the center. No one is talking to me, but somehow I feel like I know something. The little thing's big eyes were filled with confusion. It scratched its head and mumbled, "Use this light to refine my own treasure?" During this process, the 100-jong-tall valiant stone statue stood tall and upright, unable to move at all. In the real world, in the air above the divine capital, Luoyang City, Lulupius, Ayer, and Hua Yufeng were all filled with a sense of defeat. They were so powerful that everyone could only look up to them. But now, they had tasted such a bitter pill. 2 elder gods had perished forever in the past. Have you all sensed that at the end of the primordial era, time seems to be somewhat chaotic? It doesn't seem like it's in the past, nor does it seem like it's in the present. It seems like it's a bizarre spacetime. That's right. We seem to have walked out of the spacetime of the past. After reaching the end, we entered a new world. The people of this clan are waiting for us in the distant past. It hasn't come true. Perhaps their true bodies haven't been destroyed, and are quietly waiting for intruders in that strange spacetime. As the 3 of them were speculating, in the eternal unknown beyond the heavens, 3 petrified figures were sitting cross-legged. It was unknown how long it had been since they last moved. Their bodies were filled with the aura of a desolate era, as if it had always been like this since time immemorial. They were as still as boulders. Clang, a black demonic saber vibrated and suddenly erupted with a cold light. Killing intent shook the heavens. The black saber seemed to possess a demonic nature. Clanging sounds rang out as a bloody light flowed on its surface. It was unknown how many lives it had drunk on. One could even vaguely see the remnant souls of elder gods struggling within. Pong, in another direction, a simple and unadorned shield rushed out. The undying heavenly shield's light was gentle and dreamy. But at this moment, it seemed to be one with heaven and earth. It was as if this world was its true body. The strongest defensive power had already been activated, and it could suppress all worlds. Boom, in the unknown depths of the heavens, the ancient pagoda that was as tall as the heavens trembled and emitted light that reached billions of meters. In the distant starry sky, the stars in the sky dimmed. But the ancient pagoda that suppressed the 33-layered heavens seemed to have come back to life. Its divine power shook, and the void and the eternal unknown became chaotic. The three petrified elder gods were in different regions. Although their figures were still motionless as if they had long been petrified, at this moment, their supreme treasures had all come back to life. Moreover, at this moment, from the regions they were sitting cross-legged, a bloody light rushed out. The three bloody lights came from different directions, and then they gathered together in the void. The powerful divine power fluctuations could be said to be world-shaking, causing an elder god who was rushing over to be terrified. He watched from afar, not daring to take a step closer. The three bloody lights gathered together, forming a bloody man. Scarlet light shot into the heavens, and its killing intent even shattered the stars. Monstrous divine power shook the heavens. At the same time, the demonic saber, the undying heavenly shield, and the ancient pagoda all shone brightly. Trillions of divine light gathered towards the bloody man. The distant elder god was shocked. Extracting the divine power of the supreme treasures in such a manner was equivalent to extracting the life and blood of the treasures. A total of 90% of the divine power of the three supreme treasures was extracted and injected into the body of the bloody man. The demonic saber, the undying heavenly shield, and the ancient pagoda dimmed, and they seemed to have become ordinary objects. The distant elder god knew that the body of the bloody man was equivalent to storing the three supreme treasures. Although the treasures of the supreme elder gods hadn't fused into the bloody man's body, it wasn't much different. The three great elder gods used their own blood essence and divine will to create this bloody man, and then they extracted the divine power of the three supreme treasures and injected it into the bloody man's body. It was very obvious that they wanted to create a slaughter ancestor god. The powerful bloody man looked down upon the world, and its divine might was matchless. Its aura shocked the distant elder god to the point his heart went cold, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The blood man coldly glanced at him, then took a step into the starry sky. With a single step, countless stars were reduced to dust. He was truly terrifyingly powerful. That otherworldly cultivator, who was also an ancestor god, was filled with fear and terror. This created cold-blooded slaughter master was surrounded by the demonic saber, the undying heavenly shield, and the ancient pagoda. They were completely condensed from the sole power of the three supreme treasures, and they were as terrifying as the original body. In the next moment, he directly tore open a space passage and appeared in the sky above Shendu. At this place, Lelupius and the others hadn't left yet. The moment they saw this bloody man, they couldn't help but shiver. Swoosh, the bloody man flashed, entered the underground palace of Luoyang City, and disappeared. At the end of the ancient times, in the huge divine city, the snow-white little critter's big eyes lit up. Many divine objects were floating around it. There was an ancient saber surging with divine power, a deep demonic gate, a bracelet refined from stars, its grade was immeasurable, the entire sky was filled with divine radiance, and a whole large area of treasures was floating in the sky above the huge city. Why isn't there any spiritual essence? The little critter grumbled unhappily. Boom, the 9 main vines suddenly trembled. Green light soared into the sky and enveloped the entire area of treasures in an instant. After that, with a kacha-kacha sound, all the divine objects were crushed into pieces. Squeak, Kiki cried out in fear, "What are you doing? Why did you destroy everything?" Although the little critter liked spiritual essence the most, it was still very tempted by such a huge treasure. At a distant place, Crisis, Juga Fatty, and Vanquish Wolf were beating their chest and stamping their feet. That was a pile of treasures, and it was destroyed just like that. It was really a waste of resources. This heaven-defying family even dared to venture deep into the other world to plunder treasures. One could well imagine how terrifying their collection was. All the divine objects turned into a ball of glaring light and fused together, forming a divine source comparable to the light of eternity. The 300-meter-tall majestic golem was still motionless, but had a kind of enlightenment. It muttered in a low voice, using the fused divine source of these things to refine my treasure. At the back, Xiaochen and the others were shocked. This was really too extravagant. Just what kind of divine object did they need to refine for them to do this? Just at this time, Kiki muttered again, Father's grass root. Oh, I still remember, was it also refined like this? Faint, Juga Fatty and Crisis rolled their eyes. They had the urge to faint. That inconspicuous grass root in Father K's mouth was refined from so many divine sources. There was no justice in this world. A broken grass root actually had such a great origin. The few of them felt even more reverence for this heaven-defying family. Keek's father did not display the power of the grass stick, but it was easy to imagine its terrifying might. Wait a minute, tell me who you are first. Otherwise, I won't refine it. Kiki actually threw a tantrum like a child. Her big eyes glanced at the huge golem. He's your ancestor, a gentle voice with a hint of magnetism echoed in the divine city. The mech warrior that appeared before slowly walked up the city wall and said to Kiki. Liar. I'm not lying. Keek's voice was very young. With an expression of disbelief, she said, then why does he look like this? He's completely different from me. He doesn't look good at all. Why can't he look like this? The mech warrior seemed to be very steady. You're lying. He's completely different from me. Kiki still tilted her head and questioned him. She looked as if she didn't believe him. A sigh echoed in the huge divine city. It was actually made by that huge golem. The mech warrior seemed to be a little regretful. He said, I was created by your family. Why would I lie to you? Until now, there are only 3 of your clansmen left. They're almost extinct. Speaking until here, he paused for a moment before continuing, you guys are a cursed race. Heaven is jealous of you. You were originally human. Later on, you guys became like you. Heaven is jealous of you, a cursed race. The moment the news came out, it shook the heaven and earth. Even the ancient sky was shaking because of it. The earth trembled unceasingly. When Kiki heard this, she looked at the huge golem in front of her and said seriously, Ancestor, why aren't you saying anything? The golem was silent and didn't move at all. The mech warrior's body flickered with a cold metallic luster. He said, your ancestor has reached a critical moment. He's in a state of immortality and can't respond to you. However, he should be able to sense your arrival. The little thing was sad and excited at the same time. It asked many questions and babbled to the golem. It even told the golem about its habit of sleeping in and eating spirit herbs. In the end, Kiki shut up in embarrassment and started to refine its treasure. I want to use the rainbow jade eggshell when I was born as a material, but I can't find it, the little thing mumbled in a daze. At the back, Xiaochen was sweating profusely. The rainbow jade eggshell that Kiki left behind when she was born was originally collected by him. He wanted to use it to confirm the little thing's identity. However, during the pseudo-god tribulation, even his body was destroyed and all the artifacts on him flew away. It's fine. You can summon it here. You can completely restrain it. The mech warrior replied. Really? The little thing tilted its head and asked. Really? The mech warrior replied. Rainbow jade eggshell, the little thing looked up and shouted. Just at this time, the 9 main vines on the golem suddenly expanded. They were like 9 green ancestral dragons that pierced through the heaven and earth and traveled through the space-time of the present. Specks of light flickered. A piece of rainbow jade eggshell was summoned and lined up in front of Hihi. Not long after, all the jade eggshells that were scattered around the world were gathered together. Keek's eyes were filled with little stars. The little thing was very attached to the jade eggshell that was left behind when it was born. What should I refine it into? The little thing mumbled, to be able to store the entire world and all the spirit herbs. At the back, black lines appeared on Xiaochen's forehead. Was the little thing trying to refine a treasure or to serve as a food for spirit herbs? He reminded, Kiki, take it seriously. I know. Kiki turned around and replied, I already knew how to refine a treasure in my dream. Now I'm just thinking about what shape it should take and what name it should be called. Crisis immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, let's call it Massacre. What a domineering name. It doesn't sound good. Kiki shook her head and said, I want to give it a nice name. I want to refine it into the shape of a bowl. Everything can be stored inside. Let's call it Big Bowl. Xiaochen had the urge to fall to the ground. This name was too lousy. This was still considered nice? What was the little thing thinking about? Kill Vanquish Wolf shouted, eat all over the world, it suits your style. Xiaochen pulled the skeleton to the side and said, don't listen to his nonsense. I know. Eat all over the world doesn't sound good either. Kiki nodded seriously and said, then let's call it Small Bowl. Xiaochen felt powerless all over. He was really defeated by the little thing. Why didn't it leave the bowl? Zhuge Fatty shouted from the back, bowl doesn't sound good, we might as well call it Piggy's Piggy Bank. Xiaochen sent him flying with a kick and said, be more serious, don't jump up randomly. Kiki nodded seriously and said, since it's going to be refined into a small bowl, we'll call it Waner. Everyone was speechless. They were completely defeated by this little thing. In the end, they still had to take out a small bowl. However, Waner was still a little more pleasing to the ears. Just at this time, a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared high up in the sky. Its divine might was matchless. The valley shook violently. The bewitching blade, the immortal heavenly shield, and the ancient pagoda pressed down and went straight for the stone statue in the city. Boom, the 9 main vines soared into the sky at the first moment and swept across the blue dome of heaven. The bewitching blade, the immortal heavenly shield, and the ancient pagoda were all sent flying. Just at this time, Kiki suddenly said in a daze, Ancestor Xian, are you talking to me? You want me to refine Waner and use these 3 supreme treasures to temper her? Bang, just at this time, the 9 main vines didn't attack the blood-colored figure in the endless distance. Instead, they directly pierced through the heaven and earth and extended towards the eternal unknown. In the real world, in the eternal void beyond the heavens, the 3 great ancestor gods suffered from the attack at the same time. Their foreheads were cracking like exquisite porcelain, and streaks of blood seeped out. Unparalleled ancestor gods, at this moment, there were already 8 or 9 otherworldly ancestor gods gathered in the heavens. After they sensed everything, they all let out cries of surprise. It's fine. Just now, I was just testing how far he has progressed. I didn't expect him to actually be so powerful. A supreme ancestor god was silent and motionless like an ancient fossil. However, he transmitted his divine sense. Is he really invincible? The otherworldly ancestor gods were all horrified. There is no one in this world who is invincible. Someone can deal with him. Another supreme ancestor god gave such a reply. It was unknown how many divine objects this clan had collected over the generations. However, all of them were completely shattered today and turned into a divine origin. Millions upon millions of rays of divine radiance blossomed. It was several times more resplendent than the sun. The loud rumbling sound was like a giant driving a powerful chariot across the sky. The dazzling lightning submerged everything in the world. Rumble, in the distance, Xiaochen and Crisis were shocked. That humanoid creature was obviously very powerful. It actually contained the heavenly lightning. It was truly unimaginable. Resurrecting in the immemorial demon city was a crucial step. Could it not be that it was invincible? Ancestor Xian, quickly help us. Moreover, at this moment, the newly born treasure began to frantically absorb the essence from all directions. It even forcefully plundered the heavenly lightning in the sky, causing the lightning that had already stopped to strike down again. However, this time, it was as if it had entered a bottomless pit. All of it was absorbed by the rainbow-colored bowl. Refine that fiend blade and fuse it into your treasure. Xiaochen held it in his palm and felt a wave of warmth. Rather than calling it a rainbow-colored jade bowl, it would be better to call it a small cup. It could even be called a wine cup. Whoosh, without a doubt, the sacred grade rainbow-colored jade shell had undergone a qualitative transformation after being refined by the heavenly lightning and fused with the essence of many divine objects. Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down one after another. All of them bombarded the sparkling and translucent jade shell, wanting to shatter it. The moment Xiaochen saw the head, he was startled. That was because it was made of stone. The material was extremely similar to the stone statue in the divine city. Terrifying black holes appeared in the sky. All of them were created by the divine lightning. If this continued, it would shatter the sky and sink this continent. However, the stone statue remained motionless and did not respond. The otherworldly ancestral gods were shocked. They couldn't help but feel reverence for the unfathomable power of the three supreme ancestral gods. Kiki used the divine power in the lost paradise as a shield to support her newly refined treasure. As for the other three treasures, although there was no one controlling them and they weren't their original bodies, they were still the sacred artifacts of the supreme ancestral gods. Their divine might was still unstoppable. Wanner is about to take form. Kiki glanced at the shattered treasures in the sky. Her big eyes immediately revealed a blazing radiance. That was the source of divine power formed by the shattered divine objects. It was hard to imagine how much pure energy it contained. That was the essence of numerous divine objects. Even a piece of scrap iron would turn into a supreme treasure if it was refined and fused into Kaha's treasure. Not to mention the one-of-a-kind seven-colored jade shell. It appeared in this world together with the heaven-defying little critter Kiki. Alright, don't be in a hurry to let the treasure take shape. Fuse that piece of God source into it. The 9 main vines coiled upwards and pulled down all the lightning bolts, forcing them into the jade liquid. At the back, Crisis was almost drooling. He wished he could snatch the bowl away. Not far away, the mech warrior's body shone with a cold metallic luster. He said, merging the heavenly thunder essence into a treasure can greatly increase the quality. Ku was busy refining and was interrupted. Her snow-white fur was standing on end. Xiaochen, Kiki, and the others were shocked. Did the world-shaking battle that happened at the end of the ancient times affect the modern world? If he truly reached the peak, why did he seal himself at the end of the ancient era and not show himself in the present world? This is enough to explain the problem. Could it be that it can deal with that heaven-defying race? Does our world also have such a terrifying existence? Seeing Xiaochen and the others laughing, Kiki immediately felt a little embarrassed. She mumbled softly, "This is to prove that it's my treasure." Boom, the mech warrior shook his head. Lilipei was very uneasy. Only after experiencing it personally did he understand how terrifying the life form that grew in the divine city was. It could actually kill an ancestor god. This was a terrifying existence that could frighten people. Just at this moment, the entire ground trembled violently. A humanoid creature was condensed from a huge lightning waterfall-like and swept towards the jade liquid. Kiki couldn't bear to part with it. She turned it around and looked at it. It could be said that Kiki's choice was very correct. The 7-colored jade shell was the best divine artifact for refining weapons. Below, the mech warrior was clearly shocked when he saw Xiaochen condensing an even bigger broken formation and 30 swords. Even the 9 main vines on the head of the huge stone statue in the divine city were shaking. It was as if 10 suns had merged together in the sky. The glaring light made people unable to look straight at it. Kiki had never put in as much effort as she did today. She used all her skills to infuse the divine source into the small bowl that was about to take shape. Just now, it was already possible to see how powerful it was. It was completely comparable to an ancestor god, or even stronger than an ancestor god. This was the massacre master created by sacrificing the divine blood of 3 supreme ancestor gods. This was a race that should not have appeared in this world. This was something all the otherworldly ancestor gods knew. However, they still felt that they had underestimated the terrifying potential of Kiki's race. They didn't reply to that question. After a long time, a divine will came down and said, although he has taken the most crucial step, he might not be able to truly succeed. He might have already started walking on the path of death in the ancient era. It's hard to say. The otherworldly ancestor gods who were listening to the decree were all shocked. It's useless. That broken formation is lost in the past. we can never obtain it. When he saw that huge yellow body, Xiaochen seemed to understand something. The mech warrior said solemnly, "Leave this place quickly, the battle is about to start." The 9 main vines on top of the stone statue in the divine city danced. They were like green mountain ridges swaying, sending that humanoid life form flying in an instant. At the same time, Kuka took out her own treasure. The small 7-colored jade bowl had the power to suppress heaven and earth, as if it wanted to suck in the entire world. Moreover, it even used the help of the lost paradise to block the corner of the broken formation. But he is still a threat. 10,000 divine radiance blossomed. This was an extravagant battle. When everything calmed down, Kiki happily flew out of the divine city. Crisis and the others all gathered around to look at that heaven-defying treasure. He doesn't feel safe being sealed at the end of the ancient era. Squeak, Wanner is done. At the end of the ancient era, ancient vines lingered in the spacious valley. The huge divine city was flickering with radiance. The snow-white little critter Kiki was currently refining her treasure. The other 8 main vines streaked across the sky and suppressed all the bloody radiance. After that, they shook violently. The boundless divine power crushed the powerful bloody man into ashes. Just at this time, the bloody man that was locked in place by the stone statue regained his ability to move. He slashed down with the 3 supreme treasures. "Rumble, return it to me." With a flash of light, Xiaochen and the others quickly passed through the space and returned to the real world. They arrived at the underground palace of the divine capital. The distance between the two was infinitely close. That broken formation started to tremble. The hazy mist flickered unceasingly. Kiki revealed an incomparably serious expression. It threw the newly refined treasure into the sky. Bang, the stone statue was not a stone man, and the stone man was not a stone statue. However, Xiaochen finally understood some of the secrets of the stone man. The mech warrior was giving pointers at the side. This treasure was very heaven-defying. It could be said to be a supreme treasure. Just as he finished speaking, the blue dome of heaven trembled. A hazy formation flew across the sky. There were also 5 dazzling battle swords following it. That human-shaped creature in the lightning was a thunder spirit nurtured by the heaven and earth. It was completely melted into the jade liquid. The little critter was extremely busy. It quickly constructed the jade liquid into the shape of a small bowl. The rainbow-colored jade shell in the sky was slowly refined by the lightning and turned into jade liquid. One after another, auspicious colors blossomed. And at the bottom of the bowl, there was a vivid and lifelike engraving. It was as if the rainbow-colored innocent Kiki was sealed there. "Ancestor Xian, he." After a long time, Zhuge Fati shouted towards the divine city, "The merciful and merciful old ancestor who saves people from suffering cannot be biased. Please bestow a few treasures to us." Just at this time, Kiki split half of the eternal light in the lost paradise and offered it to the treasure. It was crystal clear, like the kind of wine glass that was used to drink wine. It was warm and sparkling with rainbow-colored radiance. The most hilarious thing was that there were actually a few rainbow-colored plum blossoms on it. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a rainbow-colored paw print. It was Kiki's unique imprint. This time, Xiaochen did not say anything and rushed into the sky. 30 battle swords flew across the sky. The broken formation merged with him and chased after the corner of the formation. Xiaochen asked. "Squeak, squeak, squeak." Kiki was very worried. Xiaochen shouted and used his body to repair the formation. He controlled the divine formation and pressed down. Just when he was about to seal the corner of the formation, there was a flash of light at this moment. The broken corner of the formation disappeared in an instant. It escaped from the heaven and earth and disappeared without a trace. The mech warrior comforted. Other than the head, his entire body was formed by the condensation of yellow soil. However, he appeared to be very strong. His muscles were bulging like a horned dragon coiling around his body. The snow-white little critter glared angrily as if it was blaming its ancestor for being so reckless. After a difficult battle, with the help of the 9 divine vines, Kiki managed to fuse the divine power of the 3 supreme treasures into his own treasure. "What?" the mech warrior at the side reminded. On the distant horizon, a yellow giant was as tall as the sky. It was walking over step by step. Every step it took would cause many mountains to jump. swoosh, let's go quickly. A petrified head, the invincible demon blade, the ancient and heavy immortal heavenly shield, and the ancient pagoda that could suppress the 33 levels of heaven. The divine power of the three supreme treasures condensed into a light treasure descended. That is, without a doubt, the extreme end of the world of death was magnificent. There, unimaginable things were happening. Bang, the thunder shook the heaven and earth. The underground palace under Luoyang was pierced through. A main vine swept across and at the same time, a yellow giant hand grabbed down. This was a process of witnessing a miracle. A divine treasure that was destined to be recorded in the history of cultivation was about to be born. The 9 main vines pierced through the heaven and earth and opened up a spatial passageway. They forcefully sent Kiki and the rest into it. Right at this moment, the humanoid creature turned into a dazzling divine light and charged forward once more, riding on the myriad bolts of lightning. The mech warrior urged, "We can't stay here any longer." The blazing light illuminated the divine city. The moment the treasure was formed, the aura of the stone statue was suppressed. Throughout the history of cultivation, this family only produced 3 to 5 people. However, every one of them could be said to be heaven-defying. Among them, there was even one who took that crucial step. It was extremely terrifying. It was obvious that the 9 main vines had purposely let it go. They wanted to use the 3 supreme treasures to temper Keek's newly forged treasure. The 3 supreme ancestral gods were located in the eternal unknown. They were separated into 3 different regions. They were as still as fossils, sitting cross-legged in the misty nothingness, not moving at all. Bang, Kiki shouted at the huge stone statue in the divine city. "Leave it for me to drink in the future." Haha, the supreme ancestral god only revealed this piece of information and did not say anything else. Rumble, the broken formation diagram was like a ghost. It rushed past the lost paradise and successfully avoided the suppression of the rainbow jade bowl. Could that be a monster from another world? Your ancestor can't help you now. Unless you can truly connect the past and the present, no one will be able to obtain the formation diagram. Summoning God diagram. When the last loud sound was heard, the divine source completely merged into the small bowl. Thousands of lightning bolts were also absorbed by the smooth jade bowl. Xiaochen shouted. After his body merged with the incomplete formation diagram, the light shone brightly and enveloped the corner of the formation diagram. The vast power was unfathomable. In the end, the 9 main vines moved again and suppressed the 2 supreme treasures. This way, the treasure that Kiki had forged was able to suppress the devil's blade. The mech warrior said. Squeak, squeak, the little thing was determined to forge a small bowl-shaped treasure. This made Xiaochen and the rest speechless. There was no point in trying to persuade it. Xiaochen felt that it was a pity. He had already seen the broken formation diagram twice, but he could not take it away. Although the supreme ancestral god's voice was calm, it shook everyone's heart. The huge divine city was silent. The 300-meter-tall stone statue stood majestically. The lightning that descended from the 9 heavens was as thick as a mountain. It contained boundless divine energy and was deafening. It connected the sky and the rainbow jade shell together. Boom, Kiki squeaked and started to refine her powerful treasure according to the method she learned in her dreams. The rainbow jade shell floated in the sky and flickered with 7-colored light. Not far away, the mech warrior that was completely forged from the weapon of the ancestor god said slowly, "There is indeed a supreme treasure that appears frequently. However, I'm afraid that no one can take it away." After the lightning was taken away, the heavens seemed to be angry. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky. They were as thick as a mountain and completely submerged the divine city. However, in Keek's hands, it was indeed a small bowl. During this process, Xiaochen thought of many things. The immemorial demon city actually contained such a shocking secret. If that was the case, wouldn't the deepest part of the world of death be too horrifying? The refinement of Wanner was successful. A main vine pierced through heaven and earth and immediately appeared in front of Kiki to protect her. In an instant, it pierced through the bloody figure that suddenly charged over. Thousands of scarlet light splattered everywhere. Just at this moment, a rumbling sound came. It was as if a giant that split heaven and earth apart was walking over. Even the vast valley was shaking. Merge. At the end of the ancient era, thousands of living beings trembled and bowed in this direction. The vast land was shaking. The huge divine city was trembling. The lightning that connected the mighty power of the world was vast and unfathomable. Kiki mumbled to herself. Her two little claws moved back and forth. She placed all her divine energy and spiritual sense on that supreme treasure. Don't be afraid. The ancestor should be able to deal with it. He grasped the stone skull in his hand tightly. He was sure that the stone statue was different from the stone skull. It seemed like it was still lacking something. In the distance, Xiaochen was horrified. What kind of power was this? It could completely kill an ancestor god expert. The underground palace in Luoyang was crushed. The main vine swept across and destroyed everything in its way. And that huge yellow hand that came out of the entanglement grabbed at Xiaochen and the others. There was no need to guess its might. If they were touched even a little bit, they would immediately die. Waner! Ku shouted and threw out the 7-colored jade bowl in her hand to block the huge hand. At this moment, it was already impossible to break the space and escape. That was because the huge hand had completely sealed the spacetime. Bang! At this moment, Xiaochen did not hold back and took out the 30 swords. The broken formation diagram appeared and merged with him to meet the huge hand above. At the same time, he put the half-stone bone in his hand above their heads. Divine power surged like an ocean, rushing towards the earthen yellow hand above. However, that terrifying palm was so heavy that it couldn't be blocked at all. Without a sound, it destroyed spacetime, causing the ocean-like divine power to collapse in an instant. It directly pressed down. It looked like it was about to come into contact with the broken formation diagram and Ku's treasures. Whether they could block it or not, Xiaochen and the others would definitely be severely injured. That was because the power was too strong. Whether it was Xiaochen or Ku, their formation diagram and treasures might be strong enough, but their physical bodies were far from that sturdy. A green light soared into the sky. The main vine wrapped around the huge yellow hand and shook violently. Divine light soared into the sky and destroyed spacetime in an instant. The huge hand was gradually pulled away. Just at this moment, a hole appeared in the void, and another earthen yellow giant hand appeared with a flash. It grabbed at Xiaochen. Xiaochen could clearly feel that its true target was the tattered formation diagram. It wanted to snatch it away. Aside from Xiaochen, who was merged with the formation diagram, even Ku could not move. Everyone was fixed in the void. At the end of the ancient times, this strange person had his eyes on Xiaochen. He wanted to snatch the condensed sword diagram. Xiaochen had no other choice but to resist. He used his own body to repair the diagram. A misty airflow flowed out. The incomplete sword diagram emitted a mighty force that shook the heavens and the earth. It slowly rotated and spun towards that huge hand. Suddenly, the stone bone in Xiaochen's hand trembled. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, not to mention trembling, there was not even a fluctuation of energy. But right at this moment, it suddenly emanated an expanse of dazzling divine radiance that instantly drowned the enormous earthen yellow hand that was about to vanish. Half of the stone bone blocked the huge palm. Endless divine light gushed out, as if it was an endless treasure trove of divine source. Moreover, half of the stone bone soared into the sky and continuously collided with the earthen yellow hand. An angry roar came from the ancient sky, piercing through time and space. It was incomparably vast, rushing out from beneath Luoyang, shaking the entire 9 prefectures. At this moment, the incomplete formation, which was blurry and filled with the power to suppress the world, also spun towards the earthen yellow hand. Boom! The formation diagram forcefully collided with that enormous hand. The other half of the stone bone pressed down once more, its divine radiance brilliant and dazzling. The entire underground palace was shaking. An ancient lamp remained lit, quietly fixed in the depths of the ground, protecting the earthen vein that was about to be destroyed. It also protected Luoyang, the divine capital, and the entire land. The huge passageway that connected the ancient time and space suddenly collapsed. That earthen yellow hand gradually went further away, but its angry roar could still be heard clearly. Roar, the long roar, came from the ancient times, passing through the obstruction of time and space, shaking the entire 9 prefectures. Many cultivators from other worlds were shocked. Even the three great ancestral gods in the eternal unknown opened their eyes in that instant. The 6 rays of light were like the sharpest and most terrifying heavenly swords, piercing through the starry sky, directly penetrating Luoyang, the divine capital, and entering the underground palace. Bang! An ancient lamp in the depths of the ground shook, and a hazy mist appeared, blocking the peeping of the 6 rays of divine light. Xiaochen was immediately startled. He hurriedly grabbed the half of the stone bone that had just flown back. At this moment, the stone bone was already as calm as an ancient well. All the light had completely vanished, as if nothing had happened at all. The ancient time and space were hazy, and the broken spatial passageway was about to close completely. Just at this moment, that terrifying giant condensed from earth and soil suddenly looked over from the other side. Through the spatial passageway that was about to close, one could clearly see the cold gaze of the giant's petrified head. It was so frightening that even someone as strong as Xiaochen felt a chill run down his spine. That's right, that earthen yellow giant was staring at him, or it could be said that it was staring at the broken formation and half of the stone bone. This made Xiaochen feel very uneasy. The feeling of being stared at by this monster was very bad. He didn't know what would happen in the future. Bang! At the end of the ancient time and space, the 9 main vines flipped over the heaven and earth and wrapped around the giant in an instant, cutting off time and space. The scene on that side completely disappeared. In the underground palace of Luoyang, an ancient lamp quietly hung there, and the weak light scattered deep underground. Xiaochen immediately brought everyone back to the world of death. The moment he appeared on the ancestral god's warship, he finally relaxed. For some reason, the cold gaze of that giant condensed from earth and soil, with only its head made of stone, gave him a chilling feeling. This was a pressure and fear that even the otherworldly ancestor gods could not give him. Xiaochen did not leave the ancestral god's warship. He sat cross-legged and immediately sent his spiritual sense into the half of the stone bone. To Xiaochen, the stone man was too mysterious. Back then, when he first came into contact with the stone soldier, he seemed to have interacted with the stone man in many ways. However, no matter how Xiaochen probed with his strong spiritual sense, the half of the stone bone remained motionless and empty. There was not even a trace of divine energy fluctuation inside, much less a consciousness. He could see everything inside the pigeon egg-sized half of the stone bone. It seemed to be carved from ordinary rock. Even with Xiaochen's strong spiritual sense, he could not find anything strange about it. Using my body to mend the diagram, the divine diagram appears. Xiaochen threw caution to the wind. He sat cross-legged on the ancestral god's warship, and the 30 swords hung upside down around him. Their light pierced through the dark clouds in the sky, piercing into the heavens. The incomplete formation emerged and merged with him. It rotated slowly. He wanted to borrow the power of the formation to explore the secret of the stone bone. The swords clanged all around. The divine radiance pierced through the heavens, and the inside was hazy with mist. Xiaochen and the formation rotated slowly. He held the half of the stone bone in his palm at the center of the divine diagram. With the help of the incomplete formation, Xiaochen immediately had a different feeling. The half of the stone bone was as deep and boundless as the sky. Suddenly, the tranquil stone bone became hazy and disappeared from his fingertip. In the next moment, it appeared inside his body. Just like the stone man from back then, it sat cross-legged in his body. That's right, it was sitting cross-legged. The missing part was filled with a hazy brilliance. The half of the stone bone was condensed on top of it. The incomplete formation trembled repeatedly. A mysterious power enveloped Xiaochen. He used his spiritual sense to probe the skull of the stone man again. Rumble, just at this time a thunderous sound resounded beside his ears. Then, he felt his entire body was sealed in ice. A thick layer of stone armor appeared outside his body. Squeak, Kiki cried out in fear at the side. Crisis and the rest were also gobsmacked. They discovered that Xiaochen was petrified. At this moment, his state was extremely similar to the state he was in when the 24 swords pierced through his body and turned him into a stone statue. His entire body solidified into stone and turned into a stone statue. However, it was much smaller than back then. Crack, the stone armor trembled. Xiaochen stood up. He was no longer immobile like back then. Now, he was free and could completely move. However, his body was very stiff. It was as if there was an endless mountain on his back. It made him feel a strong pressure. Xianxia waved his hand and grabbed the doomsday dagger axe in Crisis's embrace. He then cut down on his body. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. This ancestral god weapon didn't injure his body at all. What a freak! Zhuge Fatty and the rest were incomparably shocked. Xianxia was also very surprised. With a thought, he withdrew his spiritual sense from the stone bone. The stone armor around his body immediately disappeared. Although I can protect my body by sealing myself, my movement will also slow down. If I can use this to trap the enemy, Xianxia pondered for a while and felt that it was too unrealistic. After staying in the world of death for only a few days, Xianxia and Kiki returned to the 9 prefectures again. Of course, this time, they didn't bring Zhuge Fatty and the rest. That was because they really couldn't be of any help at the moment. Last time was just to fulfill their wish. The otherworldly meeting was about to begin. Xianxia planned to secretly rescue the imprisoned cultivators before that. He wanted to make a big fuss during the meeting. After returning to the 9 prefectures, Xianxia entered the world of Immortals, the world of Cultivation, and the world of Soul. He discovered that the cultivators of these 3 realms were also captured and imprisoned in the islands outside the 9 prefectures. Only the curse world situation was complicated. It didn't fall. That was because there were too many historical remains in this world. It was said that there were many places that even the ancestral gods weren't willing to set foot in. There were ancient formations left behind. Most of the places were uninhabited. According to legend, the entire curse world was a huge formation. It was an absolute formation specially laid down to restrain the ancestral gods. That was why, even though the otherworldly ancestral gods could control everything here, they weren't willing to guard this place for a long time. Many fleeing cultivators came to this world. It's just a small formation. Do you really think that it can deal with an ancestral god expert? The ancestral god expert's words shook the surroundings. The entire curse world could hear him clearly. Then let's continue with the targeted extermination plan. This person was the otherworldly ancestral god Xianxia. For the past 30 years, he had been in the curse world in charge of breaking the huge formation that used the entire continent as the formation source. For the past 30 years, he had killed countless cultivators hiding in the curse world. Of course, his main task wasn't to kill cultivators. Instead, it was to completely destroy the formations left behind by the previous civilizations. Although he said that he didn't care about it, it wasn't that easy to break a peerless formation that could injure an ancestral god. The otherworldly realm didn't want to destroy this world. That was why he could only patiently break the formation. The world-class formation laid down using the heaven and earth as the source didn't have any effect on ordinary cultivators. They would be at a loss if they were to enter it. However, the ancestral god experts didn't dare to let their guard down. If they entered it and the formation was activated, it was very likely that they would be trapped. The curse world had a primitive style. Large areas were covered in dense forests. There were many mountain ridges that were as tall as the sky and towered into the clouds. There were also bottomless ravines that buried mysterious and unfathomable ruins. A dazzling divine light illuminated the world. It directly turned a large mountain into ashes. There, countless sword lights soared into the sky. One could clearly see over 100 gray-robed men slashing at Xianxia with their iron swords. The dazzling divine light condensed together, causing even ancestral gods to be moved. However, they were only moved. It wasn't enough to pose a threat. Everyone in your clan is known as the Sword Demon, but in my eyes, you're all pitifully weak. Xianxia's words were extremely cold. A huge palm enveloped the world. It slammed down from the sky and enveloped over 100 gray-robed men. No matter how the boundless sword light slashed and how the vast divine power rippled, not a single divine light was able to escape. Is this the so-called solitary 9 swords? Xianxia said coldly, it's only SOSO. In my eyes, it can't even withstand a single blow. The Duga clan was a powerful clan. The over 100 gray-robed men represented the entire clan. In the past, the appearance of a few dozen people with iron swords on their backs would make any faction nervous. However, today, they would suffer the tragedy of annihilation. Rumble, the world shook. Lung Xingyi ruthlessly flipped his palm and suppressed downwards. No matter how many iron swords slashed down, he didn't waver and ruthlessly crushed them. All of the iron swords shattered. The bodies of over 100 grey-robed men immediately collapsed. In front of a powerful ancestral god, no matter how powerful other cultivators were, they couldn't contend against him. The Duga clan cried out in grief, "Ancestor, where are you?" The Duga clan will become a thing of the past. To them, death wasn't scary. They lived their entire lives for the sword, but in the end, they were humiliated by the broken swords. They criticized the solitary 9 swords to the point that it was useless. They died with everlasting regret. Your ancestor embraced emptiness to create reality. He complimented the heretic king and vainly tried to break through to the ancestral god realm. Both of them perished. Puny ants want to climb into the firmaments? They should be prepared to be destroyed by the winds. Lung Xingyi coldly transmitted the news. Dugu immortal, eternal sword intent. The bodies of over 100 grey-robed men were pulverized. Their souls struggled and held in grief in the huge hand. Your clan used the sword as its foundation, but in the end, it was completely annihilated. This is the will of the heavens. Puny ants, vanish. Lung Xingyi mercilessly passed down the death sentence. The huge hand swept across the sky and the Duga clan members were completely pulverized. Among them, a cold sword beam soared into the sky. It was still howling in grief, Dugu immortal, eternal sword intent. It was a pity that a clan had been wiped out by a powerful ancestor from another world. In front of an ancestral god, no matter how glorious the experts were, they couldn't withstand a single blow. You want to transmit your sword intent away? Unfortunately, you won't even have the chance to do so. Lung Xingyi sighed softly as he flicked his finger into the sky. Dang, the ancestral god's shocking finger actually didn't shatter that sword beam. It let out a world-shaking mournful wail. Interesting. I didn't expect humans' thoughts could be so powerful. At the final moment of destruction, it was infinitely sublimated and condensed into such a wondrous flower, a breathtaking sword intent. Lung Xingyi exclaimed in admiration. He reached forward with his palm, wanting to capture that sword beam. That was the infinitely sublimation of the spirit. It was the final sublimation of the sword intent of all the elites of the Dugu bloodline. Even the ancestral god felt amazed. A human's potential was limitless. At the final juncture, at the instant of death, the sword intent of over 100 grey-robed men from the Dugu clan reached the pinnacle and condensed into this wondrous flower. However, this was a tragedy. The Dugu bloodline was annihilated, and everyone died in battle. By the time Xianxia arrived, it was already too late. The massacre had ended. However, the sorrowful wail of the Dugu clan was still reverberating in the sky. He could hear it clearly. Broken leaves fluttered in the air. On the shattered mountains and rivers, terrifying sword scars recorded the Duga clan's unyielding and unwillingness. The messy falling flowers were mourning the annihilation of this clan. Xiaochen didn't expect such a glorious and powerful clan to be annihilated just like that. This was definitely not the last time. In the future, there would probably be even more sects following in their footsteps. At this moment, Xiaochen didn't say anything. He directly took out the formation diagram and suddenly attacked. The misty formation diagram suppressed the curse realm. Its boundless might sealed all directions. As an ancestral god, Lung Xingyi's body was unharmed. He was in his peak condition. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be sneak attacked. However, he discovered that when he was enveloped by the broken formation diagram, he actually lost the ability to move for a short period of time. PFFF, he forcefully broke through and avoided being hit in the vitals. However, one of his arms was like rotten wood. It was crushed by the formation diagram and dissipated into the sky like dust. A bloody mist rose up. Bang, in that instant, a new arm grew out. Lung Xingyi stared at Xiaochen and Kiki with a cold and cruel gaze. He said with an incomparably cold voice, "Ants, you're courting death." However, what he got in response was an incomplete formation diagram. Lung Xingyi was immediately enveloped by it. The boundless killing intent penetrated into his bones. The battle between Xiaochen and the otherworldly ancestral god had erupted in advance. Lung Xingyi suddenly suffered an attack. That sword light in his hand already soared into the sky and escaped from his control. Solitary immortal, eternal sword intent, this sorrowful roar resounded throughout the curse realm and shook the entire continent. In the distant uninhabited region, a huge mountain immediately crumbled. The solitary sword demon who had disappeared for many years faced upwards and let out a sorrowful roar towards the sky. The eternal sword intent, the resplendent sword light, and the sorrowful roar of those hundreds of grey-clothed men when they were annihilated appeared before the solitary sword demon's eyes. Solitary immortal, eternal sword intent. The solitary sword demon faced upwards and let out a sorrowful roar. The eternal sword light entered his body at once. Solitary. Solitary. At this moment, the solitary sword demon, who was as cold as iron, shed tears like rain. His bloody tears dyed his clothes red. Chi, the solitary sword demon broke his iron sword and started running in the primitive desolate mountain. He let out a beast-like roar unceasingly. The solitary sword demon had gone mad. In a very short period of time, his jet-black long hair turned completely white. It was as glaring as the white snow. Several thousand miles away, while Xianxia was fighting the otherworldly ancestral god, the solitary sword demon had already gone mad 7 times in a short period of 2 hours. In the end, he jumped into a bottomless abyss. That was the legendary pit of 10 million. In the history of the previous civilization, 10 million cultivators were killed in this place. All for the sake of breaking the curse realm's great formation. The solitary sword demon alternated between being clear-headed and going crazy. In a short 2 hours, he went crazy 7 times. Finally, he jumped into a deep abyss. That was the legendary pit of 10 million and vanished. The powerful and glorious solitary clan perished just like that. It was a sad song. The 100-odd heroes could not even struggle against an ancestor god. All of them perished in both body and soul. The primitive mountain range shook violently. Savage beasts galloped and ferocious birds cried out. The battle thousands of kilometers away had affected this place. That was Xianxia fighting the otherworldly ancestor god Xianxia. Xianxia was like a statue, sitting cross-legged in the air. Incantations filled the sky. They looked like they were made of molten iron. Xianxia's usage of incantations had reached the acme of perfection. This was also the reason why he remained in the incantation world. Brilliant stars in the firmament. Following Xianxia's shout, millions of divine radiance gathered in the sky. A miniature starry sky appeared between his hands. He spread it out and quickly enlarged, encasing Xianxia within. This was the initial manifestation of comprehending the divine laws of the universe. Any incantation was extremely horrifying. It could restrain the might of the world and control the astral realm. This was something Xianxia could not do at the moment. However, his physical body was strong, comparable to an ancestor god's. 30 swords chopped down. The resplendent and dazzling sword light tore through the starry sky and quickly rushed out of the imprisonment. Prison drawing. Xianxia's usage of incantations had reached the acme of perfection. With a casual wave or a shout, he could summon out a forbidden technique that could seal an ancestor god. With the void as the source and the divine technique as the foundation, he constructed a prison in the void, trapping Xianxia inside. The icy metal pillars were specially made for ancestor gods. Even a divine weapon would find it hard to break them. Every divine metal pillar released light and started to refine Xianxia, who was in the prison. Break for me. At this moment, Xianxia exerted force, and 6 heavenly steels appeared behind him. They were as vast as mountains and grew continuously. With a loud rumble, they broke through the prison and regained freedom. Heavenly flame refining spirit. Xianxia remained calm as he sat cross-legged in the sky. As he shouted, purple flames filled the sky and submerged Xianxia. Xianxia stood in the air. 8 hazy worlds appeared around him, swallowing up the boundless purple flames and preventing them from getting close to him. Death Nether Slash. A black underworld saber as tall as the sky chopped apart the cursed world, splitting it in half. Then, it hacked at Xianxia. The dark underworld fog surged, carrying the boundless power of death as it swallowed up the surroundings. Xianxia comprehended the deity laws of the myriad world. He could summon the power of the world at will. He had an endless number of spells to deal with the ancestor gods. He could tell that Xiaochen had cultivated the war body, so he planned to wear him down. Such a curse attack wasn't all that terrifying. However, when countless curse techniques were piled up together and used in a continuous cycle, it was fatal to the battle ancestor. The endless killer moves made people tired of dealing with them. Come and have a taste of my methods. Naturally, Xiaochen could tell the other party's intentions. He forcefully broke through and used his body to form an incomplete formation. Then, he launched himself at Lingxingyi. A mysterious power surged out, causing the entire curse realm to tremble. Even though Lingxingyi's incantation technique was profound, he had no choice but to focus. Previously, he had suffered greatly from the array diagram, and he did not want to have his body shattered a second time. Dream space. Lingxingyi could no longer maintain his calm. He, who was originally sitting cross-legged in the void, moved as fast as lightning. He weaved through hundreds of dimensional spaces, dodging Xiaochen's divine diagram. Rumble. At this moment, Xiaochen did not use any fancy moves. He directly used the divine diagram to shatter hundreds of dimensional spaces, returning everything to its origin, and clashed head-on with Lingxingyi. An intense battle was taking place in the curse realm. This was the first time Xiaochen clashed head-on with an ancestor god. He did not use any tricks, he relied on his own strength. The battle had already lasted for 4 hours, but a victor had yet to be decided between the two. The life and death battle had reached its climax. This made Xiaochen have to re-evaluate the strength of an ancestor god. Bang, the tattered divine diagram spun, destroying everything in its path. It crushed half of Lingxingyi's body, but it was not able to completely cover him. An ancestor god was immortal. Even if they had a trace of life, they could still be reborn, not to mention only half of their physical body. Even though Lingxingyi was severely injured, he recovered immediately using a mysterious spell. His gaze turned even colder. Soul and body separate, life and death are boundless. Just at this moment, Lingxingyi finally shouted such an ancient spell. He saw through Xiaochen's weakness. Boundless divine light blossomed and enveloped Xiaochen. He wanted to forcibly separate Xiaochen's battle soul from his physical body before killing him. As an invincible ancestor god, Lingxingyi's eyes were very sharp. He had already noticed that Xiaochen's physical body was ridiculously strong. However, Xiaochen's spiritual sense was far from the level of an ancestor god. If Lingxingyi wanted to kill Xiaochen, he had to start from there. He had to separate Xiaochen's physical body and destroy his soul first. Then, he would naturally deal with Xiaochen from the root. This was a terrifying forbidden spell. It could snatch away a person's soul and turn their physical body into a walking corpse. A mysterious and unfathomable energy enveloped Xiaochen. This was also the moment when he was at his weakest. After he used the divine diagram to shatter half of Lingxingyi's body, the incomplete formation disappeared. Lingxingyi's sharp senses caught hold of this opportunity. The surging mysterious power was very different from magic skills or combat techniques. It emitted a demonic energy as if it was directly affecting the source of a person's body. At this moment, Xiaochen felt his soul becoming unstable. It was about to leave his body. For a short moment, he could not focus his spiritual sense to activate the divine diagram again. Soul and body eternal separation, deprivation. Lingxingyi's eyes were like lightning, resplendent and glaring. The demonic energy seemed to rush into Xiaochen's source and forcibly deprive his half-ancestor spiritual sense and soul energy. Boom, Xiaochen's body shook violently. His soul wrapped around his spiritual sense and rushed out of his body. At this moment, Lingxingyi mercilessly swung his right hand down. It was like a million divine mountains were descending at the same time. Rumble, the heavens fell and the earth cracked, the huge hand covered the sky and turned into countless divine mountains. It pressed down, wanting to kill Xiaochen. Suddenly, a 7-colored light flourished. The treasure tree floating above Xiaochen's head released a resplendent divine radiance. Kiki, who was hiding inside, took out her treasure, the 7-colored jade bowl. Kiki's profoundness, melting heaven and earth. Although the little thing's voice was very young, it was extremely serious at this moment. The 7-colored divine light shone, and the jade bowl spun quickly. 7 strands of ancestor dragon essence and 1 strand of ancestor dragon essence appeared in the surroundings. the roars of the ancestor dragons were deafening. The jade bowl soared into the sky and sucked in the countless divine mountains. Lung Xingyi immediately frowned. Unexpectedly, a portion of the huge divine palm that he pressed down was melted. The seven-colored jade bowl was a supreme treasure that could clash head-on with the supreme ancestor god in the first place. It contained a boundless divine source and a heaven-defying divine item like the eternal light. This small jade bowl was a supreme treasure. Although the little thing had not reached the ancestor god realm, it could still bring out most of the jade bowl's might by driving the ancestor god essence in the seven-colored holy village. Boom, just at this moment, Xiaochen's spiritual sense returned, and his body gave off a bright light. Kiki had won him a precious opportunity. Xiaochen's physical body was as strong as an ancestor god's. He rushed up and shattered everything in his way. The broken divine diagram had already condensed and swept towards Lung Xingyi. A mysterious mighty force shook heaven and earth. It silently shattered the boundless dimensional space and directly chased after Lung Xingyi. Blood filled the sky. The blood of the ancestor god dyed the world red. The incomplete divine diagram shattered Lung Xingyi's physical body, leaving only his head behind as it tore through the void. Xiaochen did not expect Lung Xingyi to escape just like that. He did not engage in the final life and death battle with him. Although this battle did not decide the victor, it still shook the entire curse realm. Xiaochen resisted the otherworldly ancestor god. Such combat prowess was truly shocking. Many cultivators that fled to this place wanted to rush over, but they all suppressed their impulse. After all, the otherworldly ancestor god was like a savage beast eyeing them covetously from the side. The shattered mountains and rivers and sword marks recorded the unyielding spirit of the solitary clan. A powerful clan was annihilated just like that. Xiaochen uprooted a huge mountain several kilometers tall with one hand and carved it into a huge stele. Then, he carved the word solitary on it. After standing there silently for a while, he left. Xiaochen rushed into the depths of the curse realm. Everywhere was desolate and uninhabited. He felt something strange in this realm. The huge formation that was rumored to have a great influence on the ancestor gods made him feel a trace of unease. A figure soared into the sky from the primitive mountain range and flew in this direction. Dang, a drawn-out bell chime rang out. Wu Ming merged with the immortal heavenly divine bell. His entire body was encased in the golden divine bell as he flew over. Wu Xiaoshi followed beside him. You did not leave on the ancestral dragon ship? Xiaochen was astonished. Logically speaking, Wu Ming's talent was extraordinary. He should be an expert with great potential. Unexpectedly, he stayed behind. When Wu Ming heard this, he immediately became enraged. There really was a divine flame leaping around his head. He clenched his teeth and said, "We boarded the ancestral dragon ship, but in the end, we were dragged down by that swindler with the martial imprint." Wu Xiaoshi's face was also filled with dismay. He sighed at the side. Xiaochen was astonished. Then, he laughed loudly without any sympathy. He said, "This is fate. Otherwise, how could we meet again?" Black lines appeared on Wu Ming's forehead. However, he could not flare up in front of his nemesis. The divine bell that merged with him rang out, causing the surrounding mountain range to tremble. That swindler said he would impart us an unparalleled demonic technique. In the end, he left behind the incantation and ran away. He could have imparted it to us on the ancestral dragon ship. Every time Wu Ming thought about how the old swindler dragged him off the ancestral dragon ship, he had the urge to vomit blood. He was not resigned to this. He was clearly chosen, but in the end, that swindler forced him to stay. Xiaochen patted Wu Ming's shoulder and said, "When heaven is about to bestow great responsibility on a person, it will first torment his will." Wu Ming had obtained a portion of the eternal light in the most evil land to temper his body. After more than 30 years, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. If he continued to cultivate at this speed, his future would be boundless. Of course, the prerequisite was that he did not fall accidentally. Just at this moment, figures flashed in the distant sky. A few familiar figures flew over. Xiaochen recognized them. They were the peak experts of the past. Meng Xinyi, Shui Wu, Zhao Chongyang, and Songhai had arrived together. After so many years, they had actually entered the earth-penetrating realm. Behind them were two lively little Lolas. They were Ling Long and Mian Lan. The two cute little fellows seemed like they would never grow up. They happily ran towards Ku. Xiaochen understood immediately. The Yellow Emperor did not even send his two young daughters onto the ancestral dragon ship. He was truly selfless. There were many mysterious remnants in the Curse Realm. Many of them were difficult for humans and deities to set foot in. There were also a few big regions that could only affect the will of the ancestor gods. It did not affect the cultivators of other levels. The boundless primitive mountain range was like thousands of ancestral dragons traversing the earth. Wild beasts roamed the dense primitive forest. At this moment, Xiaochen and the others arrived at an important place. He had a profound experience. Although he was close to the war ancestor and was not a true ancestor god, he still felt uneasy. Just at this moment, he saw a few familiar people in this important place. The golden-haired toady was doing very well. He did not have any uneasiness due to the arrival of the end of the world. He was leisurely walking around a few female cultivators. What made Xiaochen even more dumbstruck was that Bosch had shaved his head. His head was bald and he looked very dignified. However, what made people spurt out rice was that he was actually carrying a 2-year-old child. Oh, no, it should be called a little monk. That was because the little guy also had a bald head. The 2-year-old child was really very small. However, his big bright eyes flickered with a crafty light. He mischievously winked at Xiaochen. Then, he put his palms together and chanted, "Ichimi tofu," looking at the two bald heads, one big and one small. Xiaochen really did not know what to say. His face was filled with amazement. Kiki curiously flew over. She touched the big bald head and then the little bald head. As a result, the little bald head was very dissatisfied. He made a noise of "Ichimi tofu" while glaring at Kiki. Toady had a crafty smile on his face. He flung his long golden hair and used his eyes to glance to the side. Only now did Xiaochen notice that a graceful, beautiful, and extremely quiet girl was quietly standing beside Bosch. She was as beautiful as a lotus flower with rolling dewdrops. "Ichimi tofu, mama," the little baldie's childish words shocked Xiaochen so much that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Bosch was already married. The girl named Miaochi in front of him was his wife. The little monk was their child. This really made people speechless. "You unruly monk," Xiaochen wanted to laugh as he looked at Bosch. However, he quickly realized that he had wronged Bosch. It turned out that the so-called shaving was just to commemorate his elder brother Asian. He did not really become a monk. That was because Bosch had not truly walked out of the shadow of that year. He could not let go of the fact that his elder brother died because of him. It could be seen that he was a person who valued relationships very much. Xiaochen saw some familiar people like Chu Xingquang, Absolute Saber, Wu Xingfeng, Yao Yao. They had all fled to the Curse Realm. Just at this moment, Xiaochen stepped into the center of this important area. The uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. This won't do. I have to leave this place. Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. He recalled the rumor that the Curse Realm could trap ancestor god-level experts. He felt that he could not stay here for a long time. However, before he could move, a powerful force suddenly surged up from the ground. The earth cracked, mountain rocks flew everywhere, and the primitive mountain range collapsed. A huge abyss suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain range. It was unfathomably deep and pitch black. He could not see the bottom. The others were not affected. Only Xiaochen fell down. Xiaochen cursed his bad luck. This huge formation was originally meant to deal with the otherworldly ancestor god. Why did it activate against him? The wind whistled. The black fog surged and became denser. It was hazy below. However, Xiaochen was no longer an ordinary expert. His physical body was comparable to an ancestor god's. He opened his heavenly eye and looked down. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. He vaguely saw a huge heavenly steel suppressing the abyss. It did not seem to be a heavenly steel but some other huge artifact. It was indistinct. Moreover, there was actually a huge creature running around. The mountain range collapsed, and a pitch-black abyss appeared in the middle of the mountains. It was unfathomably deep. Black fog surged, and the deeper one went, the darker it became. It was like a huge ferocious beast opening its malevolent mouth, waiting for someone to jump in. A strong force pulled at Xiaochen, pulling him down continuously. With his current strength, if he forcefully broke through, he would be able to stop himself from falling. However, he accidentally discovered traces of a heavenly steel. He wanted to go down to check it out. Roar! A dull roar came from the depths of the ground. A huge creature was roaring. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck upwards. Kacha! The strange scarlet lightning tore through the air and rushed towards Xiaochen. With the help of the weak divine light, Xiaochen saw a huge creature with a horn on its head flash before disappearing. Bang! Xiaochen used his arm to block. His physical body was as strong as an ancestor god's. The scarlet lightning dissipated in front of him. However, Xiaochen felt an electric current surging through his arm, making him feel somewhat numb. This shocked Xiaochen. His physical body, which was close to a combat body, was actually numbed by the lightning. One could imagine the abnormality of that savage beast. It was probably not an ordinary ferocious beast. Flap! Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings appeared in the sky. Following that, Xiaochen felt dark clouds cover the sky, and a huge shadow enveloped him. That was a huge strange bird. It did not have any feathers, and its entire body was covered in scales that flickered with a dark light. It looked sinister and ferocious, and a sharp killing intent surged out. A strong wind blew, making Xiaochen's long hair flutter. The black astral winds were like demonic sabers chopping at Xiaochen's strong physical body. Clang! Clang! This horrifying strange bird was actually a half-step martial ancestor. Its might was extraordinary. If not for its beak, Xiaochen would have thought that this huge creature covered in black scales was a winged dragon king. Its sharp claws were like iron hooks, flickering with a cold light in the darkness. They tore through the air and clawed at Xiaochen. Chi, the sound of air being torn resounded. Every claw was as thick as a millstone. It emitted a heavy killing chi, and it was eerie and pressuring. The huge, sinister claws encased Xiaochen. The moment Xiaochen entered the deep abyss, he ran into a strong half-step martial ancestor-level strange bird in the periphery. This put him on guard. He didn't dodge. Instead, he stretched out his left arm to block. The underworld ironclad ancestral god battle armor didn't appear. His body flickered with a bronze light, and his pure physical strength shattered the void. Bang! Xiaochen's arm shattered the black iron claw in an instant. After that, he waved his arm and grabbed the colossus that covered the sky. Xiaochen's physical body, which was as strong as the ancestor gods, displayed horrifying explosive power at this moment. He ferociously swung his arm and tore the strong half-ancestor-level strange bird apart in the air. Killing a half-martial ancestor-level expert with his bare hands, this was his current terrifying strength. Black scales splashed everywhere, but there was no blood. Xiaochen's expression turned sluggish. In that instant, he felt that this strange bird was not a true life form. It was a manifestation of a powerful and mysterious power. Crack! He swung his left arm upwards and completely crushed the black-scaled strange bird, making it disappear into the sky above the abyss. This was just the appetizer, yet it already reached the level of a half-step martial ancestor. Xiaochen had to be on high alert. Moo! A muffled roar came from the abyss. Just at this moment, a huge creature suddenly soared into the sky and charged towards Xiaochen. It was simply like a small mountain. Its cold eyes were the size of a house, and its huge horns were even sharper than divine sabers. A monster that looked like a barbaric ox revealed its true body. Its entire body was blood red, as if it was carved out of a blood agate. Furthermore, it had a pair of huge blood wings. It was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Xiaochen in an instant. Xiaochen punched forward with both fists. Dang, the war ancestor-level fist smashed heavily on the barbaric ox's body. However, it was like the beating of a drum, giving off a thunderous sound. The abyss shook, but the scarlet raging ox only trembled a few times and did not shatter. Its strong body surpassed Xiaochen's imagination. This was clearly a body close to that of a war ancestor. It was simply a fiendish demon ancestor. What is this place? He had not even reached the bottom of the abyss, and he already encountered such a powerful creature. This made Xiaochen gobsmacked. The scarlet barbaric ox's tyrannical body was clearly close to that of a war ancestor. Could this be the ox ancestor of the 12 war ancestors? Xiaochen was quite shocked. The scarlet barbaric ox was as big as a mountain. It spouted out 2 streaks of bloody light from its nostrils. That was its powerful aura. One could well imagine the terrifying power contained within its body. Boom, its 4 legs stepped on the empty air and pressed down like a huge mountain. The 2 scarlet horns that were like a long blade were thrust toward Xiaochen. Moo, the barbaric ox's roar was like a tsunami, causing the mountains to tremble. Dang, 2 heavenly steels appeared between Xiaochen's hands. He forcefully clashed with the 2 scarlet sharp horns. The sound of metal trembling was incomparably ear-piercing. However, he did not manage to break the scarlet barbaric ox's terrifying horns. On the contrary, Xiao Chen's arms became a little numb. The demonic ox lived up to its name, its physical body was a complete mess. Boom, the mountain-like barbaric ox shook its body and sent Xiaochen flying in an instant. Its 4 hooves stomped on the ground, shattering the empty air. The barbaric ox's energy was like a tsunami, rippling out one after another. Could this barbaric ox really be the ox ancestor of the 12 war ancestors? Xiaochen had some doubts in his heart. Why did the ox ancestor seem to have lost its mind? Or perhaps it was just the corpse of the ox ancestor. 6 heavenly steels slowly appeared in Xiaochen's surroundings. Each of them was as tall as a mountain and had a threatening aura. It was as if the heavenly steels had appeared. The instant the barbaric ox rushed over, the 6 heavenly steels pressed down at the same time. With a loud boom, the scarlet barbaric ox was immediately smashed into the abyss. However, its powerful body was still intact. What exactly was in the abyss? Xiaochen's curiosity was piqued. Even the ox ancestor's body had appeared. What other shocking discovery could there be? Arriving here, he operated the mysterious technique to the extreme. The 6 heavenly steels protected him in the center as they slowly descended. The black fog rolled over and over, a huge oppressive feeling came from below. It was as if a sinister demon was looking up at the sky. It could shatter the blue dome of heaven at any time. Buzz, just at this time, Xiaochen felt his scalp go numb. He heard the sound of millions of wings flapping. The demonic power made him feel a chill down his spine. Buzz, it was as if a metal plate was rubbing against each other. That kind of trembling sound was like the echo of a demonic spell. It made people feel like their heads were about to split open. A black cloud quickly took shape. In the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty ominous glint as they rushed towards Xiaochen to drown him. That was a group of extremely strange creatures. They were flickering with black light. Even though they were only 1 foot long, their body shape was extremely similar to a dragon. They gave off a vigorous feeling. Furthermore, there were transparent wings on both sides of their body. It was as if there were millions upon millions of little ancestral dragons flapping their wings. Among the black clouds that filled the sky, the silhouettes of dragons gathered together. They were like demonic bats, bloodthirsty as they rushed towards Xiaochen. In the instant they got close, every single dragon-shaped creature turned into a black dagger as they pierced towards Xiaochen. The black light was intimidating. Clang! Clang! Millions upon millions of little ancestral dragons collided with the 6 heavenly steels intensely. It was enough to shatter one's eardrums. Their bodies were extremely valiant. They pierced through the 6 heavenly steels as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They made the 6 towering giant steels crumble. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. Could these really be little ancestral dragons? They actually had such terrifying power. It was practically indestructible. Even if his physical body was as strong as an ancestral god, he might still be pierced through after getting submerged. Buzz, the mysterious creatures flickered with black light unceasingly switched between the black dagger and the dragon-shaped creatures. The sound of their flapping wings was hair-raising. They emitted extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. Millions upon millions of bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Wu Chen. Clang, clang, Xiaochen stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing attack. He wanted to catch a few of them individually and examine them carefully to find their weakness. The sound of the flapping wings was ear-piercing. The few little ancestral dragons in his hand collided fiercely with each other and emitted an ear-piercing metallic sound. It was as if they were sharpening a sword. Xiaoqian's palm was in extreme pain and blood seeped out. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be if millions upon millions of them collided at the same time. It might not even be a problem for them to pierce through an ancestral god. Buzz, the truth came true. All the little ancestral dragons turned into black light and charged towards Xiaoqian. They filled the sky and submerged him in an instant. At this moment, Xiaoqian quickly used the eightfold world to separate and isolate them. However, this couldn't solve the problem. His strongest point now was his body, which was comparable to an ancestral god. As for his divine ability, there was still a big gap between him and an ancestral god. Even if the eightfold world was an unparalleled divine ability, it still hadn't reached the Mahayana realm. It wasn't the time to show off its splendor yet. It couldn't do anything to the terrifying divine power of an ancestral god. Buzz, in almost an instant, the eightfold world was pierced through by millions upon millions of black daggers. All the little ancestral dragons gathered at one point and pounced towards Xiaoqian. Without a choice, he could only urge his sword and summon the incomplete divine diagram. The misty diagram rotated slowly and emitted a boundless might. Bang! All the black creatures that were charging over were crushed into pieces and scattered in the abyss. This was the terrifying power of the divine diagram. However, something shocking happened. In almost an instant, millions upon millions of dragon-shaped creatures reassembled their bodies and condensed together again. They emerged and pounced towards him again. "You're courting death." He used 30 battle swords to open up a path, using the damaged formation diagram to crush them. As he swept past, foot-long dragon corpses fell densely from the sky, and then they exploded. Even their souls were crushed. However, the shattered dragon-shaped creatures reassembled at the very next moment. Moreover, their souls also slowly recovered. Xiaoqian was shocked. Li Zhao knitted his brows. These creatures were quite strange. It seemed like they possessed an immortal body. They were clearly destroyed in both body and soul, but they could still resurrect endlessly. It was really strange. Even if the ancestral god was here, he might be exhausted from dealing with them. A single little ancestral dragon was not that scary, but after they gathered together, they emitted a faint demonic power. It was truly a threat to Xiaoqian. Without a choice, Xiaoqian combined the incomplete diagram with his body and swept it across the sky to crush them again and again. Boom! After crushing all the dragon-shaped creatures for the 7th time, the abyss regained its tranquility. They finally retreated like the tide. They were still indestructible. Xiaoqian followed from afar. He really wanted to know the origin of these dragon-shaped creatures. Suddenly, a boundless pressure soared into the sky. He saw a huge monument standing tall in the abyss, and those dragon-shaped creatures all flew towards the heavenly monument. The black radiance flickered as they branded themselves on the monument. That was a complex and profound pattern. Xiaoqian was extremely astonished. Those valiant dragon-shaped creatures actually had this kind of origin. They were manifested from the pattern on the heavenly monument. The imprint was like a dragon or a snake, with iron hooks and silver spears. It was bold and powerful. No wonder they could take the form of a dragon, no wonder they were immortal. As long as the heavenly monument was immortal, they would not go extinct. Even though he knew their origin, Xiaoqian still couldn't hide his astonishment. The pattern on the heavenly monument actually manifested itself as if it was alive. This was something that had never happened before in the past. It seemed like the reappearance of the ox ancestor. The pattern on the heavenly monument manifested itself. Everything seemed to be out of the ordinary. After passing through the layers of black mist, Xiaoqian finally landed at the bottom of the abyss. Below him was a huge black lake. The pitch-black lake water was like a flat black stone. There was not a trace of fluctuation. It was deathly still. It could be said that it was simply a huge black lake of death. Faintly discernible, there was a baleful aura that made Xiaoqian feel emitted from the black lake of death. It was filled with the aura of death. It was hard to imagine where this black lake of death led to create such a terrifying scene. At the center of the huge lake, there was an island. A huge heavenly monument stood upright on the island. The mist rolled over and over, making the monument hazy. Xiaochen knitted his brows. Every place suppressed by the heavenly monument was not a good place. However, this place was especially evil. Even someone as powerful as him felt uneasy when approaching the war ancestor. There was a strange and mysterious power affecting him. Looking from afar, there seemed to be an extremely huge corpse on the hazy island. Xiaochen approached cautiously. He flew over the black lake of death and arrived at the huge island. When he saw the hazy figure of the corpse clearly, he was instantly shocked in his heart. Besides the barbaric ox that had appeared earlier that was like a mountain, there was also the corpse of an ancestral dragon that was like a continuous river ridge. That's right, it was the real ancestral dragon's corpse, that was a black ancestral dragon. Its mountain-like huge divine body was chopped into 6 or 7 pieces. There was even a terrifying claw hole on the dragon's head. Someone had clawed the primordial spirit in its head and killed it. This was really appalling. Piercing through the ancestral dragon's head and taking away its primordial spirit, causing it to fall here. This kind of method was really very frightening. Although it was unknown how many years had passed, the ancestral dragon's corpse didn't have any rotten spots. Furthermore, there was a large amount of dragon blood on the ground that was flickering with divine splendor. If it wasn't for the suppression of the heavenly monument, perhaps the bloody light would have soared into the sky. Beside that huge ancestral dragon's corpse, there were a few broken bodies. The blood dyed the ground red. Similarly, there were specks of divine splendor flickering on the ground. Those were the corpses of the ancestral gods. Some only had the lower half of the corpse left. The upper half of the body was crushed into meat paste by someone's palm. One could even clearly see the huge handprint left behind. Blood was flowing everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. And some only had a head left. The torso below was completely annihilated. They were wiped out by someone with terrifying divine power. However, the flesh and blood that were preserved were still there. The bright red blood was glaring as it flowed all over the ground. These people seemed to have been killed not long ago. The huge dragon corpse was lying on the ground. It pierced through the ancestral dragon's head and killed its primordial spirit. The white brain matter was mixed with blood. On the broken dragon head, the terrifying claw-shaped hole was a ghastly sight. There was also the ancestral god's corpse that was crushed into meat paste. The fingerprints were clearly left on the collapsed flesh shell. Blood was flowing everywhere, leaving only a head without a primordial spirit. Its eyes were wide open as it was soaked in blood. It could be said that Xiaochen was extremely shocked at this moment. Those were the corpses of ancestral gods. One must know that in the history of a civilization, not many ancestral gods were born. However, there were 5 of them here. All of them were killed by someone using a terrifying method. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt an extremely dangerous aura coming from behind him. Splash, the originally calm black lake suddenly surged. The black fog made people feel a chill down their spines. It formed a whirlwind that quickly swept to the shore. Xiaochen left an afterimage on the spot and rushed thousands of meters away. He looked back with rapt attention. Boom, the fog surged and a huge black wave rushed to the island. The previously lifeless black lake suddenly surged violently and swept towards Xiaochen on the island. Everything happened so suddenly. It happened in an instant from extreme stillness to extreme movement. He could clearly see a pair of blood-red eyes as huge as a house staring at Xiaochen malevolently. A huge pitch-black hand covered the sky and grabbed towards him. Swish, Xiaochen disappeared from the spot and rushed to the sky. Rumble, the huge black waves were rolling over and over. Boundless baleful aura and deathly aura condensed in the dead lake. It poured into the sky and submerged Xiaochen. And that terrifying black figure in the lake stood up. Its bloody eyes shone brightly and 2 pitch-black hands directly pierced through the heaven and earth. Its divine might was unfathomable, every jet-black finger flickered with a cold luster. Each finger was more than 100 meters long. Not to mention its tall and majestic body, it gave people a majestic feeling. 10 fingers splitting the sky, the pressure of an ancestral god. Xiaochen held the half-stone bone in his palm and instantly condensed the divine diagram. His body immediately became hazy. He rushed down and prepared to launch an earth-shattering attack. The incomplete divine diagram's radiance was not blazing, but it had a terrifying power that could make the world tremble. Boom, Xiaoqin used his body to block the huge jet-black hand in front of him. The half-stone bone in his hand blocked the huge jet-black hand in front of him. The violent divine power was silently absorbed. At the same time, the divine diagram shook and crushed the huge black shadow in the black waves. Bang, the black waves were instantly dispersed, and a dense deathly aura burst forth, condensing into a tangible and terrifying demonic mist, dancing like a group of demons. The divine painting rotated slowly and pressed down. Boom, the boundless black fog was also scattered. Xiaoqin condensed the divine diagram and descended in front of the huge shadow. By now, the dead lake had retreated and the black mist had dispersed. One could already clearly see this colossus. This was a giant that was over 1,000 meters tall. His skin was jet black and translucent, as if he was polished from black iron, and he gave off an explosive feeling. However, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of life on his body. His head had been pierced through a long time ago, and there was nothing inside. His disheveled hair was over 100 meters long and hung down like a huge iron chain. Although he had been soaked in the dead lake for many years, his hair was still stained with brain juice and blood. It was a ghastly sight. This is the otherworldly ancestor god. Xiaoqin made this judgment immediately. Because he could tell from the pattern on the other party's tattered battle clothes that it was of the otherworldly style. The divine painting descended. Bang, half of the giant's body was smashed. Blood splattered everywhere as it turned into ashes. A dense baleful aura rushed out from the giant's body and transformed into a demon that roared in the sky. The baleful aura entered the body and produced an evil spirit. After Xiaoqin saw that demon clearly, his heart trembled. This dead lake was too demonic. The baleful aura in the lake could condense into such a powerful demon. After occupying the body of the otherworldly ancestor god, it actually displayed such a terrifying power. Boom, the tattered divine diagram rotated and crushed that demon in the sky in an instant. Meanwhile, half of the otherworldly ancestor god's body fell on the island with a loud bang. The sixth ancestor god's corpse, Xiaoqin felt a chill in his heart. This place was really sinister. However, when he recognized that this corpse was the body of the otherworldly ancestor god, he felt a little better. Not all of them were ancestor gods of the 9 prefectures. He didn't get a good look just now. Perhaps the other corpses also contained the body of the otherworldly ancestor god. The dead lake regained its tranquility. It was tranquil and terrifyingly quiet. Xiaoqin felt that this baleful aura definitely had a great origin. It was impossible for it to appear out of thin air. If it was really emitted by a powerful existence, then this dead lake would really make one's scalp go numb. He landed on the island and walked to the side of the few ancestor gods' corpses. He started to size them up seriously. The ancestral dragon was undoubtedly the ancestor god of the 9 prefectures. As for that mountain-like barbaric ox, if there was no accident, it should also be the 12 war ancestors of the 9 prefectures. The scarlet barbaric ox seemed a little abnormal because there were no wounds on its body. However, it was indeed dead. Only a powerful body of flesh was left behind. Clearly, it was possessed by an evil spirit when it charged into the sky not long ago. Xiaoqin saw a line of immemorial characters on the ground beside it. Nirvana fell into the abyss. An ancestor god fell here a long time ago. The barbaric ox of the 12 war ancestors actually fell here later. One could well imagine how long ago the other ancestor gods that fell here were. They were simply not the experts of this civilization. They might have to be traced back to the long river of history. After carefully sizing up the few ancient corpses, Xiaoqin finally confirmed that other than the black giant's body of flesh that rushed out from the dead lake, there were still 2 more otherworldly ancestor gods. Because there were bits and pieces of battle clothes in the bloody mud, with Xiaoqin's current level of cultivation, he could naturally restore their original appearance. That kind of pattern was the style of the otherworldly world. They might have had a world-shaking battle here. However, it was hard to say whether they perished together here or if it was some other terrifying person who made a move. After Xiaoqin looked carefully, he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. These people either had their heads pierced by sharp claws or had their bodies obliterated by huge palm imprints. It was really direct and miserable. It seemed like this world-shaking battle did not last for a long time before it quickly ended. Slowly, the light in Xiaoqin's eyes blazed. The few ancestor gods' bodies before him could be said to be a few huge treasures. He had grasped the forbidden evil technique created by the martial ancestor, sacred sacrifice. Sacred sacrifice was a cultivation that defied the heavens. It seemed to be following the heavens, but in fact, it was even more heaven-defying. Sacrificing oneself to become something else from the outside world was completely deceiving the heavens. It was going against the heavens and seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. Although Xianxia's physical body was close to that of a war ancestor, he was still not a true war ancestor. There were several ancestor gods' bodies here. If he performed the sacred sacrifice and sacrificed the essence of the ancestor god's body, it would be enough for him to become a supreme treasure body. Just at this moment, the originally majestic heavenly monument suddenly shook and emitted a vast and unfathomable divine power. And Keek's startled cry resounded in the sky. The little thing also flew down, but it was suppressed by the heavenly monument. Xiaochen soared into the sky in an instant and happened to see the funny Kiki using the enlarged jade bowl to cover itself. Then, it would wave the rainbow-colored sacred tree outwards from time to time. The heavenly monument trembled and emitted an extremely horrifying divine power. It shook the rainbow-colored sacred tree and the jade bowl, wanting to crush them. Xiaochen descended into the deep abyss first, but the heavenly monument did not suppress him. This seemed to indicate that the heavenly monument mystic technique had obtained its approval. The snow-white Kiki appeared from behind the rainbow-colored sacred tree while panting with rage. It immediately opened up the lost paradise and was about to envelop the heavenly monument. Xiaochen hurriedly stopped it. At this moment, with him at the side, the heavenly monument was no longer suppressing and had already calmed down. Squeak! Squeak! Kiki angrily waved its little claws at the heavenly monument. It was not convinced at all. It was very vexed at being forced into such a sorry state earlier. Xiaochen descended into the deep abyss with the little thing. When it saw the few ancestor gods' bodies on the island, Keek's eyes immediately opened wide in shock. Just at this moment, the ancestral dragon's body that was chopped into several pieces suddenly emitted specks of light and condensed towards Kiki. Xiaochen was startled. The ancestral dragon's body contained an extremely powerful and mysterious power. It actually rushed towards Kiki on its own. It was very strange. Squeak! The little thing was startled at first. It anxiously enlarged the small jade bowl and covered its body. It only relaxed when it discovered that the radiance was very gentle. How can this be? Xiaochen revealed a strange expression. And at this moment, Kiki was enjoying it very much. It floated comfortably in the sky, allowing the divine light to shine on its snow-white body. The little thing's appearance made people unable to restrain their laughter. The rainbow-colored jade bowl had already shrunk and was placed on its head like a hat. Xiaochen needed to execute the martial ancestor's evil taboo chapter's holy sacrifice in order to deceive the heavens. He needed to take out the divine essence of the ancestor god's body and seize the fortune of the world. However, the essence of the ancestral dragon's body was flowing backward and gathering towards Kiki. This was simply illogical. So sleepy, Kiki squinted its big eyes and mumbled lazily. It actually felt a little sleepy. It comfortably turned its body in the void, and then actually fell asleep. This was too fast. The little thing curled up into a furry ball, and its long eyelashes gently trembled. It was sleeping very soundly. Xiaochen was dumbstruck. This was also possible. It could even fall asleep while lying in the void. The essence flowing out of the ancestral dragon's body didn't stop. On the contrary, it was getting faster and faster. The divine radiance was glaring and submerged Kiki within. Slowly, a rainbow-colored light quickly formed and wrapped Kiki inside. Through the rainbow-colored light cocoon, Kiki's body could be seen flickering with all kinds of light spots. It looked like scales were increasing in number. Moreover, there were actually 2 small bumps on its head. Xiaochen was bewildered. However, he could feel that the little thing's divine power was getting stronger and stronger. He finally relaxed and slowly walked towards the heavenly monument. At this moment, he was very excited because this was a brand new heavenly monument. It was very different from the one he saw in the past. The imprints on it had patterns and mysterious ancient characters. It wasn't just meridian patterns like the ones he saw in the past. That kind of ancient text was bold and powerful, with iron hooks and silver strokes. Each stroke was like a small ancestral dragon. To Xiaochen, this was too precious. The heavenly monument's pattern and the few ancestor gods' body were simply a huge treasure to him. Just as Xiaochen was looking at it, a huge rock at the base of the heavenly monument suddenly trembled. A huge head suddenly popped out. It came without any warning. Even the powerful Xiaochen did not sense its existence before. The heavenly steel was so terrifying that it could even suppress an ancestor god. Xiaochen did not expect such a powerful creature to be hiding in the rubble at its base. It was a grayish-brown old turtle. Its body was like a fossil, no different from the surrounding rocks. It was extremely irregular, full of holes and huge marks crisscrossed each other. It was like a weather-beaten boulder in the middle of a pile of rubble. This old tortoise could really be called a stone tortoise. Its physique was no different from that of a fossil. It gave off a very ancient feeling, as if it had existed for countless years. Its body wasn't particularly ridiculously huge. It was about the size of 3 millstones put together. This is a living creature. Xiaochen was startled and quickly took a few steps back. The old stone turtle's body was covered in cracks. Its shell was full of cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Xiaochen was so nervous, but it was leisurely looking around. It looked very comical. Big Dipper, Xiaochen felt that he was nervous for nothing. Although this old turtle was hiding under the heavenly steel's base, it was not emitting any killing intent. The fossil-like old turtle swayed and slowly shook off the rubble on its body. Then, it climbed out leisurely, as if it was very tired. Swaying back and forth, the old stone tortoise staggered about. It looked to the east, looked to the west, stuck its head out, as if it was drunk, swaying left and right. No matter how one looked at it, it had a leisurely appearance. It did not care about Xiaochen at all, as if it was taking a stroll in the park. This old stone tortoise was really putting on airs. It treated Xiaochen as thin air. In the end, it actually swayed and walked towards Kiki. Clang, Xiaochen immediately drew a sword and held it horizontally in front of him, blocking the strange stone turtle. Cough, the old turtle was very calm. It coughed softly and said, "Move that toothpick to the side. Don't fiddle with it in front of me." Yen %yen hashtag, Xiaochen really wanted to hack it with his sword. This old turtle that could speak human language was really infuriating. It treated the divine weapon like a toothpick. Make way, don't block the way." The stone tortoise swayed leisurely, calm and unhurried as it walked forward. Kung. Xiaochen stabbed his sword into the ground and said, "I don't care what kind of demon or monster you are not allowed to come any closer. Otherwise, don't blame me for picking your teeth for you." Ku was undergoing a shocking transformation. He did not want this strange stone turtle to get close. If something bad happened, it would be too late. "TCH, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The old stone turtle tilted its head and squinted at Xiaochen. Its attitude and tone were really asking for a beating. To Xiaochen, this made him feel a little dizzy. It was already strange enough that a strange old tortoise could speak the human language and converse with him. Now, it even looked like it deserved a beating. Xiaochen was dumbfounded. However, he did not dare to act rashly. Only the heavens knew what kind of terrifying background this stone tortoise had. After all, the fact that it was able to remain unscathed at the base of the divine monument was enough to explain its existence. The old stone turtle opened its mouth slowly. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a virtuous turtle before?" Xiaochen really had the urge to vomit blood. No matter how he looked at it, this old tortoise was very strange. The old tortoise swayed and swayed as it slowly moved forward, brushing past the sword. It was as steady as it could be, as if it did not care about the distance between the tip of the sword. "Just who are you?" Jianshen took a few steps back with his sword in hand, on guard. "A tortoise." The old tortoise answered unhurriedly. Then, it even choked Xiaochen. "What are you looking at with those big eyes of yours?" Yen #@%yen hashtag. Xiaochen's forehead was immediately filled with black lines. "Stop right there, don't go any further." As he got closer to Ku, Xiaochen had no choice but to warn the old tortoise again. The old tortoise had a carefree expression. It glanced at Xiaochen and said, I'm not looking at a blockhead like you. Why are you so nervous? What a waste of emotion. F***ck. This old tortoise was really an old demon. Its words were too demonic. It was purposely trying to piss people off. Stop waving your toothpick around, the old tortoise said unhurriedly. Do you really think that thing can kill the virtuous and virtuous tortoise? This old tortoise looked down on him again. Xiaochen really wanted to stomp on him. Sigh, young people are so impetuous. The old tortoise acted like an old man. Xiaochen wanted to take out the divine diagram, but he did not do it. He did not want to make a move against this unfathomable old tortoise unless it was absolutely necessary. Just at this moment, the old stone turtle stuck its head out and looked behind Xiaochen. Xiaochen also felt that something was wrong. Kiki had undergone a shocking change. He turned around to look. The cocoon of light had turned into a real 7-colored egg. Kiki was sleeping inside. With Xiaochen's current strength, he could naturally see everything that was happening inside the egg. Kiki's divine power was continuously increasing. The little guy's body was emitting a dazzling light. Moreover, its body was also undergoing a shocking change. After a while, Xiaochen was dumbstruck. He was very shocked. Inside the 7-colored egg, Kiki's body had undergone a huge change. It was completely different from before. The originally fat body slowly became skinnier. The 7-colored light flickering on the surface of its body gradually turned into 7-colored scales. The snow-white fur on its body had completely disappeared. And the 2 little bumps on its head had already grown out and turned into 2 sparkling and translucent jade horns. This was a miraculous transformation process. A miniature 7-colored dragon was taking shape. About a quarter of an hour later, Kiki had turned into a 7-colored little ancestral dragon. Xiaochen felt a little dizzy. Even though he already had this kind of premonition at the very beginning, he still felt that it was a little unreal when it came true. Back then, everyone on the Dragon Island was guessing and looking for the little ancestral dragon. However, they all failed. Everyone speculated that the little ancestral dragon would be born in the fierce competition between the Dragon Kings. Who would have thought that the real little ancestral dragon was this snow-white little beast? It did not look like a dragon at all, but in the end, it turned out to be it. Then the identity of Kiki's mother was on the verge of being revealed. This is a freak, a natural-born little ancestral dragon. The old tortoise opened its mouth again at this time and said, without going through an intense metamorphosis, it was born with all kinds of abilities of the little ancestral dragon, a natural-born little ancestral dragon. Xiaochen thought about it carefully. Many things had been verified. On the trapped Dragon Island in the Forbidden Ocean, when the 9 Dragon Kings gathered, they could summon the ancestral dragon ship. However, it seemed like Kiki had that kind of ability back then. Its seemingly immature squeaking once covered the roar of the 9 Dragon Kings and spread to the depths of the Forbidden Ocean. It was just that no one really paid attention to it because the 9 Dragon Kings were in front. Furthermore, it could use all kinds of great divine abilities of the dragon race at will. When it was still very young, it already suppressed the momentum of all the little Dragon Kings. This also explained the problem. Just at this time, the 7-colored sacred tree floating not far away shone with dazzling radiance. The 7 ancestral dragons' essence let out a series of dragon roars and rushed out all of a sudden. They surrounded Kiki and rotated at lightning speed. Specks of divine splendor rushed into the jade-shelled egg. The old tortoise looked at Kiki, then looked at the 7-colored sacred tree floating not far away and said, as expected, a natural-born freak, I finally know its true identity, eh? Xiaochen was puzzled. Brat, why are you looking at me like that? The old tortoise glanced at him and said, do you want to know what's going on? Nonsense. However, Xiaochen still resisted the urge to beat it up and nodded helplessly. I'm not telling you. Big Alima, Xiaochen was so angry that he directly pointed his sword at its huge head. A very long time ago, there was also someone like you who found this place and told me all kinds of secrets of the dragon race, the old tortoise said unhurriedly. There was a real meaning behind the ancestral dragons not meeting each other. It was not like what the common people thought, it was not that they could not meet each other. Following the old tortoise's explanation, Xiaochen understood the major secrets of the dragon race. The dragon race was an extremely powerful race. And the ancestral dragons that were born were even more terrifying. They were far stronger than the regular ancestral gods and could practice many heaven-defying techniques such as the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, although this race was powerful, it was very difficult for them to give birth to more than 2 ancestral dragons in the same generation. Even if there was a dragon king with matchless talent and had the hope of transforming into an ancestral dragon, they still had to wait for the previous ancestral dragon to die. According to legend, the dragon race was cursed. As long as a second ancestral dragon was born in the same generation, 3 races would be exterminated. The dragon race could not be considered to be too few. Not only did they have the tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, 8-clawed tyrant dragon and other powerful dragon species, there were also the winged dragon, thunder dragon and other slightly weaker dragon species. However, if 3 races were to be exterminated at once, it would be an unbearable burden. For this reason, the dragon race had once looked for a way to break the curse. They moved the heavenly tree and planted it on the dragon island. They wanted to use its divine aura to slowly dissolve the curse in the dragon blood over the years. In the end, they even came up with the idea of using the innate ancestral dragon to break through the cursed forbidden area. The heavenly tree grew on the dragon island. After countless years of absorption, it accumulated an immeasurable amount of dragon essence. It also gathered the essence of the fallen ancestral dragon. After a long period of accumulation, the heavenly tree gave birth to the innate ancestral dragon. It was completely formed from the essence of 10,000 dragons. It was not bred by the dragon race, it was innate. They wanted to use this to break the forbidden area. However, they didn't expect it would attract an even greater disaster. The birth of this kind of innate ancestral dragon made the dragon race exterminate 7 major races all of a sudden. The result was even more dreadful than the slow transformation of the ancestral dragon. Without a doubt, the innate ancestral dragon was even more powerful. Keek's mother was born just like that. It really made the dragon race feel both love and pain. From then on, the dragon race gave up on the idea of breaking the curse. Until Keek's mother got to know Keek's father. Only then did the dragon race's old antiques start to think again. They wanted to use this heaven-defying family to break the dragon race's curse. As a result, they approved the marriage between Keek's mother and father without any obstruction. However, they would never have thought that Keek's father's family also suffered from the curse. Moreover, the curse of this heaven-defying family was even more dreadful. The entire family was almost exterminated. Countless years ago, Kiki came to this world in the form of a rainbow-colored egg. However, at that time, the soul hadn't truly formed yet. As the descendant of 2 cursed geniuses, the power of the curse displayed on its body was even more dreadful. On the day the rainbow-colored egg came into being, the dragon race already extinguished the 10 major races. For this reason, they had no choice but to seal the unborn Kiki. That was because everyone was worried that when Kiki broke out of the shell, it would cause an even more dreadful curse. Time passed by slowly. Only 1,000 years ago did the power of the seal gradually disappear. Only then did the jade-shelled egg emerge from the heavenly tree. And at the same time, the broken divine tree also regained its vitality and grew the rainbow-colored little sacred tree. The current ancestor stared at the rainbow-colored jade-shelled egg every day. When it saw the snow-white little critter inside the jade shell, it didn't harden its heart to seal it again in the end. It could be said that Kiki should have been born in the distant past. However, because it was sealed by someone, it only truly came to this world several hundred years ago. Moreover, this little critter was innately fond of sleeping. Once it slept, it would grow up for 10 years, or even 100 years. If one were to calculate carefully, the time it was awake was only 5 or 6 years ago. That was why it was still like a child. Since ancient times, although the dragon race had always been concealing it, the news still leaked out. Many old antiques knew that an unparalleled little demonic star appeared on the dragon island. It was plagued by endless curses. Moreover, the more the news spread, the more ridiculous it became. Kiki was an inauspicious little critter. Sooner or later, it would exterminate the dragon race. Even the other races would be affected. Naturally, there were people who pushed the matter to relax. They didn't want this kind of heaven-defying little critter to appear in this world. Some of the information above was revealed by the old stone turtle. Some of it was what Xiaochen learned before. After understanding everything, Xiaochen was a little dumbstruck. He felt it was unimaginable. He was very shocked in his heart. He never thought that this little critter actually had such a great origin. It was cursed by 2 clans. No wonder it had so many misfortunes since it was born. Thinking back to the attitude of the dragons towards Kiki on the Dragon Island, Xiaochen suddenly understood. When they left the Dragon Island, the 10 elders of the dragon race sent them off. They loved and hated Kiki at the same time. They even wanted to make a move and kill the little critter. However, they held back in the end. Fortunately, this generation's ancestor dragon doted on Kiki a lot. If he was a heartless person, the little critter might really turn into a pitiful little critter. Kiki, who was floating in the air, was in the depths of the jade shell condensed by the 7-colored radiance. Its divine power was getting stronger and stronger. And the radiance of that ancestor dragon's shell not far away was getting dimmer and dimmer. This was a kind of inheritance. It was the acknowledgement of Kiki's identity as an ancestor dragon. The powerful ancestor dragon's divine power was condensed into the little critter unceasingly. At this moment, Kiki's body was completely different from before. It had completely turned into a miniature 7-colored little ancestor dragon. The 2 tender dragon horns were sparkling and translucent. Just at this moment, the little critter finally woke up. It was shocked to feel the changes in its body. In the end, when it discovered that its body had undergone a great change, the little critter immediately became vexed. How did I become like this? Woo-woo, so ugly. Kiki sulked inside the 7-colored jade shell. It used its little claws to touch here and there and mumbled unhappily. I don't want to be like this. It struggled with all its might and the radiance intensified. The little ancestor dragon state had changed. It was very unstable and was gradually returning to its original appearance. However, the ancestor dragon's shell on the ground didn't stop circulating its divine power. It continued to condense into the little critter. Kiki would turn back to its original snow-white appearance from time to time. That's fine too. If it really becomes a little ancestor dragon, I'm afraid a few more dragon species will go extinct. The old stone turtle nodded. Xiaochen finally relaxed gradually. He was sure that the old turtle wouldn't make things difficult for him. Brat, what kind of expression is that? What are you looking at? The old turtle was very unhappy that Xiaochen was staring at it as if it was a thief. I'm looking at a tortoise. After Xiaochen calmed down, he replied unhurriedly. The old stone turtle was speechless. After a long time, it said, a long time ago, there was also a person like you who managed to cultivate the 6-sided divine monument mysterious technique and found his way here. However, he knew etiquette better than you. You made me very unhappy. Actually, Xiaochen really wanted to say that he didn't like the old turtle either. But in the end, he swallowed the words back after hearing the news. A long time ago, someone mastered the heavenly steel mystic technique? This information was very important to Xiaochen. He wanted to know the truth. That person also mastered the heavenly steel mystic technique? What's going on? The old stone turtle seemed to be taking revenge. Do you think you're the only one who mastered it? You should know that this world has no lack of geniuses. You are far from it. Grandpa Wang, do you want me to massage your back? Xiaochen really wanted to give this old turtle a good beating. Brat, I'll tell you, my surname is not Wang. The old turtle glanced at him and said, the more I look at you, the more I dislike you. You're the one who likes Meng Do. Xiaochen cursed in his heart. It's going to be troublesome if you like me. Grandpa Wang, just say it, don't keep me in suspense. Who exactly is that person? That person is the one who told me the secrets of the dragon race. Old Tortoise said slowly. Unfortunately, he did not systematically cultivate the divine monument Xian method, he only verified it. But that person is truly an unparalleled genius. In the path of cultivation, he can be said to be absolutely brilliant. What's his name? Youngsters are too impulsive. They're not steady at all. The old stone turtle said slowly, I think he's called Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor? Xiaochen was shocked. That person was actually an unparalleled martial ancestor. This was unexpected, yet reasonable. A powerful martial ancestor had unparalleled might. He used the strengths of many schools of thought to create his own unique technique. However, the heavenly steel mystic technique was a little shocking. Martial ancestor, no wonder. The heavenly steel mystic technique is also a supreme martial Tao. The scriptures left behind by the martial ancestor are the same. Xiaochen muttered to himself. The old stone turtle glanced at him and said, "What's with your eyes? How can you tell that the heavenly steel mystic technique is a supreme martial Tao? Isn't it just a body technique? The path of body cultivation is not necessarily a martial Tao. It's the essence of a supreme great Tao." The old tortoise looked at Xiaochen and said, "No wonder. You are a cultivator. When you saw that divine technique, you naturally thought it was the martial Tao. The benevolent see benevolence, the wise see wisdom. If it was a cultivator of another system, they would definitely have new comprehensions. Brat, you are far from being able to master the six-sided divine steel Xian technique." After hearing what the old tortoise said, a bolt of lightning flashed through Xiaochen's mind. He immediately felt that something was different. The heavenly steel mysterious technique was really both martial and magical. The Big Dipper deification, the four great Sanzhou, the divinization of the acupoints all over the body, etc., could be looked at from the perspective of another system of cultivation. Who could say for sure whether it was martial or magical? The essence of the Tao, the condensed essentials, the condensed supreme wisdom and experience of the predecessors, allowing practitioners of any system to cultivate. This was the true heavenly monument mysterious technique. The heavenly steel mystic technique is just a guiding method to guide you to become a saint or a god. In the end, it still depends on your own comprehension. The old tortoise's words finally made Xiaochen feel a sense of closeness. He agreed with these words. However, the next words from the old tortoise made Xiaochen's feeling of closeness disappear. "Brat, you are too weak. Even after cultivating until now, you are still far from the ancestor god realm. You are really a piece of trash. Old man Wang, how can you look down on me like this? May I ask what realm you have cultivated to?" "The Peerless Realm." "What kind of realm is the Peerless Realm?" "The Peerless Realm is a realm that you have never cultivated before." Of course, Xiaochen would not believe its words. This old tortoise was unfathomable. Otherwise, he would have given it a good beating. "Brat, how long have you cultivated?" The old tortoise took advantage of its age. "Several hundred years." "Several hundred years," the old tortoise's eyes flickered, it seemed to be very surprised. After a while, it said, "Oh, if that's the case, it is not that bad." Xiaochen could tell that he was in a rush to ask the old tortoise. Since it dared to keep him in suspense, Xiaochen simply ignored it and looked at the heavenly steel, wanting to obtain a new mystic technique. You might not be able to understand the seventh heavenly steel. Back then, that martial ancestor did not gain much from it. The old tortoise reminded, "Don't blame me for not warning you. If you force yourself to look, your spiritual sense will shatter." Naturally, Xiaochen did not believe it. He focused his attention but helplessly discovered a fact. The patterns on the heavenly steel were very complicated and profound. It was hard to comprehend them. Although there were words below and below each diagram, Xiaochen did not recognize those words at all. They were too ancient. Probably not many people in this world could recognize them. Huh? Xiaochen wanted to forcibly imprint it in his mind, to memorize it first. However, a scene filled with a demonic nature happened. The heavenly steel turned hazy, and the densely packed dragon-shaped characters on it seemed to come to life. They were like tiny ancestral dragons or divine snakes slithering around. Chi, a sonic boom resounded as an extremely dangerous aura approached. Tens of thousands of tiny ancestor dragons rushed out of the heavenly steel and tried to drown Xiaochen. Xiaochen hurriedly shook the 30 swords. A divine light soared into the sky. Although the divine diagram did not materialize, those tiny ancestor dragons had suffered a great loss before. They immediately floated in the sky and confronted him. "How is it? Am I right?" The old tortoise at the side had an expression of "I already told you so." These words have already gained intelligence and can take form. They are very different from the previous 6 heavenly steel. If you forcefully read them, they can shatter your spiritual sense. Xiaochen deeply felt that this heavenly steel was very evil. He did not ask the old tortoise because he could already feel that this old tortoise was waiting for him to ask so that it could deal a blow to his confidence. Old man Wang, do you know the true identity of the martial ancestor? Xiaochen changed the topic. The martial ancestor is the martial ancestor. How could he have any other identity? I still feel that the martial ancestor should be a famous character in history. Everyone has heard of him, unlike now, where it is only circulated among cultivators. That was indeed what Xiaochen thought. He felt that the martial ancestor was just a title. You guessed wrong. In the history of the ancient civilization, many people who made great contributions to humanity did not necessarily leave their names in history. There were many human ancestors who made immortal contributions, but in the end, they gradually disappeared in the long river of history, leaving nothing behind. Perhaps the martial ancestor represented such a group of unknown ancestor gods who were willing to contribute selflessly. He was not necessarily the so-called big shot that was engraved in history. Although Xiaochen had always wanted to beat the old tortoise up, he now agreed with its point of view. He walked towards the corpses of the otherworldly ancestor gods and prepared to start the sacred sacrifice. No matter what, he could not return empty-handed. Brat, you are really a butcher. You don't even want to let go of the corpses. You are really. As soon as Xiaochen walked in front of the corpses, the old tortoise guessed what he wanted to do. Xiaochen rolled his eyes. This old tortoise's words were too unpleasant. Furthermore, it kept targeting him. On the other side, Ku was absorbing the ancestor dragon's divine essence. He did not hear the old tortoise say anything. The incomplete ancestor god's flesh shell looked very shocking. The divine blood on the ground flickered with a piercing red light. The first thing Xiaochen chose was the black giant several hundred meters tall. After it collapsed on the island, it looked like a black city wall lying across the island. Although it was dead, its might still remained. Brat, you are really patient. Don't ask me about the heavenly steel mystic technique now. Don't regret it when you use these ancestor god corpses. Xiaochen, who was about to make a move, immediately stopped when he heard this. Old man Wang, please enlighten me. This heavenly steel is different from the other 6. It is almost sentient. It requires a large amount of life force to activate the mark on it. Xiaochen frowned after hearing this. Apart from a large amount of life force, he also needed the heavenly marks of the other 6 heavenly steels. The so-called heavenly marks were the marks left behind by the heavenly steels. The heavenly steel suppressing the yellow river left a miniature image of the heavenly steel on Xiaochen's body before it flew away. The heavenly steel suppressing the ghost town also left a miniature image of the heavenly steel on Xiaochen's body before it flew away. These were the heavenly marks, the marks left behind by the heavenly steel. Although Xiaochen's body had shattered countless times, the 2 heavenly marks were hidden in his divine origin and had not been lost. Although the martial ancestor came here in the past, he did not obtain the heavenly marks. Hence, although he had a vague understanding of the mystic technique on the 7th heavenly steel, he was not able to fully comprehend it. The old tortoise sighed and said, he is really something. He managed to comprehend part of the heavenly steel's essence without the help of the heavenly marks. It was clear how extraordinary the peerless martial ancestor was. I have 2 heavenly marks. 2 heavenly marks, that's impressive. The old stone tortoise nodded. It was rare that he did not pour cold water on Xiaochen. Apart from the mystic techniques recorded on the 7th heavenly steel, its main purpose is to link the mystic techniques of the other 6 heavenly steels together. After an hour, everything was ready. All of Xiaochen's life essence wrapped around his spiritual sense and rushed out of his body. The resplendent light soared into the sky and entered the black giant's shell in an instant. At that instant, the black giant's body shuddered violently. His eyes sprang open and fired 2 terrifying beams of light like torches. The aura of the martial ancestor realm shook the heavens and earth, causing the heavenly steel to tremble. The black giant sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He was still 100 zhang tall. At that moment, he had a dignified appearance. His entire body was emitting a godly glow. His body was surrounded by a thick divine origin, like a blazing sacred flame, in a dazzling manner. The aura of the martial ancestor realm divine origin was as vast as the ocean. Even though the primordial spirit was long gone, the potential hidden in the flesh shell was still immeasurable. every meridian, every acupoint, every inch of flesh and blood contained a terrifying ocean-like divine power. Now, it was slowly being activated. The black giant's body was engulfed in surging godly force, as if his body was burning. The martial progenitor's evil taboo chapter of the supreme art, sacred sacrifice, begin, defying the heavens, defying the heavens. An ancient chant appeared, as if 30,000 Buddhas were chanting at the same time, or 90,000 demons were praying devoutly. It felt like it had traveled across time and space from ancient times. The chant shook the heavens and earth, accompanied by a sacred song and a godly glow. The flesh shell of the martial ancestor realm god sitting on the ground emitted a brilliant glow as it burned fiercely. Meanwhile, Xianxia's main body slowly rose into the sky and sat on top of the black giant's head to accept the baptism of the sacred sacrifice. The flesh shell glowed brighter as it bathed in the godly essence. Boom, the heavenly steel shook, and the patterns on it shone brightly. The island was overflowing with a majestic divine glow. The mysterious inheritance had been activated. All the characters were glowing brightly. At that moment, the first heavenly mark in the depths of Xianxia's divine origin instantly lit up. Amidst the rumbling sound, the void shattered, and a huge heavenly steel appeared. It was the ancient heavenly steel that suppressed the Yellow River back then. It had appeared here from a distant unknown land. The two huge heavenly steels sandwiched Xianxia's main body, who was undergoing the sacred sacrifice, and the huge martial ancestor realm god's flesh shell. Connecting all of these was the first heavenly mark in Xianxia's divine origin. Just as the old stone turtle said, the seventh heavenly steel contained too many secrets. It required the approval of the previous 6 heavenly steels and the imprint of the heavenly mark in order to see the supreme essence of the inscriptions. At this moment, the deep abyss shook. The light inside was dazzling and the darkness was completely dispersed. The bottom was bright and dazzling. The cultivators on the surface looked down in shock. However, aside from a horrifying fluctuation that made their souls tremble, they couldn't discover anything else. Although the abyss was dazzling, the divine light was too blazing. It drowned the place and made it impossible to see through it. In the end, the divine light even formed a huge barrier in the abyss, enveloping the area below and blocking everyone's divine sense. In the abyss, an ancient sacrificial chant resounded. It seemed to have transcended thousands of years and reverberated from the distant past. The sacred sacrifice continued. Xianxia's body turned into an external object and sat cross-legged in the void. He was getting brighter and brighter, just like a throbbing divine flame. Meanwhile, the incomparably strong ancestor god's flesh slowly dimmed. His skin was no longer glowing and even shriveled. The limitless potential it contained was quickly draining away. After the sacred sacrifice, Xianxia's flesh was already very close to an ancestor god's physical body. Hence, this time, it could absorb the boundless divine light from the black ancestor god's flesh even faster. Although he couldn't enter the ancestor god realm yet, he could refine his body to the point of immortality. He could even push it to the peak of the martial ancestor realm. His body would coexist with the world, eternal and indestructible. It would be so strong that even ancestor gods would have a headache over it. The fact that his divine sense wasn't strong enough was a crucial problem that troubled Xianxia. This time, he made up his mind to refine a supreme divine body. He wanted to take out a supreme divine body that could lock down his divine sense, and effectively defend against the divine sense attacks of the otherworldly ancestor gods. During this process, the two huge heavenly steels kept shaking. Complicated and profound patterns kept imprinting on Xianxia's divine origin. Those little ancestral dragon characters seemed to have a life of their own, condensing supreme essences in his divine source. Before this, he didn't understand the meaning of those characters at all, but now, because of Tianhen's existence, he understood their meaning, understood and felt it. At this moment, even the old stone turtle who was watching from the side was moved. Holy sacrifice was truly terrifying. It could produce a terrifying divine body in such a short amount of time. At this moment, Xianxia's flesh shell appeared nearly transparent. Every inch of his flesh and blood contained a divine radiance, growing increasingly firm. Even a divine weapon would find it hard to shake him. Brilliant light flashed. This body was like 7-colored glass, shining with light, like the most beautiful work of art in the world, without a trace of impurity. After all the tempering, Xiaochen's physical body was improving, being remolded. An indescribable and mysterious voice continuously sounded from within the black giant's flesh shell. This was an ancient scripture, this was the profound and unfathomable ancient voice of Holy Priest. His voice shook the ages, the past and the future. In the end, the black giant completely lost its luster. 80% of the infinite power hidden in its body was released. Only then did the sacrificial chant slowly fade away. Boom, just at this moment, a bright and piercing light rushed out of the black giant's skull. That was Xiaochen's original life essence, which rushed out with his spiritual sense. Then, it rushed into his flesh shell. At this moment, Xiaochen's body was like a sun, illuminating the surroundings with divine light. No one could look directly at him. At this moment, his physical body truly reached the ancestor god realm, becoming a war ancestor's physical body. He was no longer infinitely close to breaking through that shackle. A strong physical body flowed with unparalleled power. He could easily shatter the world with his bare hands. A war ancestor had the most horrifying physical body and a strong ancestor god spiritual sense. The only thing he was not as good as an ancestor god was that he had not comprehended the origin of the universe and the divine laws of the universe. Xiaochen's spiritual sense had already reached peak 7th heaven half-martial ancestor. He was only 3 steps away from a war ancestor. These 3 steps might take 10 years, 100 years, or even 10,000 years to cross. Xiaochen had to think of a way to make up for his weakness in the shortest time possible. Many ancestor god flesh shells appeared before him. This was a huge treasure trove for him to make up for his weakness. Xiaochen had made it clear long ago that he wanted to raise his divine body to a horrifying level. Then, he could forcefully lock down his spiritual sense and use his strong physical body to protect his soul, not giving ancestor god experts any opportunities. For now, he would use the strong flesh shell as a shield to protect himself. During this process, the 2 heavenly steels kept giving off light. The patterns continuously imprinted themselves on Xiaochen's divine source. All this only stopped after a long time. The heavenly steel that once suppressed the yellow river slowly faded and vanished. At this moment, the first heavenly mark in Xiaochen's divine source became increasingly clear. It was simply a miniature heavenly steel. With a thought, that heavenly mark appeared in his palm. It was like the heavenly steel suppressing the yellow river was in his hand. Xiaochen immediately comprehended many things. The true meaning that he had not noticed when he cultivated the profound techniques of the heavenly steel surfaced in his heart at this moment. After standing there quietly for a long time, Xiaochen finally came to his senses. He truly realized the value of the 7th heavenly monument. Not to mention the new meaning inscribed on it, just the ability to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study was already a huge treasure trove. At this moment, Xiaochen could not digest it for a long time. He needed to continue the sacred sacrifice and use the 2nd heavenly mark to connect to the Dragon Island's heavenly steel and the 7th heavenly steel. Just at this moment, Xiaochen suddenly had a horrifying feeling. It felt like a great danger was descending. Clearly, the old stone turtle sensed it as well. It did not have any sense of loyalty and was no longer as slow as before. At this moment, it rushed back to the foundation of the heavenly steel with a whoosh. Xiaochen quickly retreated and stood guard in front of Ku, who was undergoing a transformation. A black whirlpool silently encased the place where Xiaochen was standing. The space shrank and turned into a spot of primal chaos before disappearing. Xiaochen felt a chill in his heart. That black whirlpool was really scary. Even an ancestor god would be severely injured if it enveloped him. The dead lake regained its tranquility as if nothing had happened. There was not a single ripple on the surface of the lake. It was terrifyingly quiet, deathly still. The tall heavenly steel towered in front, and the boundless dead lake blocked the way. This place was brimming with a bewitching atmosphere. Xiaochen picked up a huge boulder from the island and tossed it towards the dead black lake. Bang, the black waves soared into the sky like dozens of huge waterfalls flowing in reverse. The aura of death was vast and mighty in the abyss, intimidating and terrifying. Rumble, it was as if a huge creature was churning in the water. Xiaochen could vaguely see a huge black shadow rushing towards the huge island at high speed. It created a 50 zhang wide waterway in the water. The black waves surged to both sides, reaching a height of over 1,000 zhang. The waves on both sides of the waterway were like two huge waterfalls hanging upside down in the sky. That is, two rays of cold light shot out from Xiaochen's eyes. He was on guard. A few heavenly steels appeared around him, and the underworld iron ancestor god battle armor also appeared on his bronze-colored body. In the middle of the dead lake, in the huge waterway that had split apart, that black shadow was extremely demonic. As it rushed over, it created a terrifying scene of raging waves. Xiaochen couldn't see what it was clearly. Only a huge black horn was exposed on the surface of the water. It was over 12 zhang long and emitted a gloomy light. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. He could vaguely see a pair of huge eyes that were as huge as a house staring at Xiaochen malevolently. The sharp horn burst out with primal chaos radiance and pierced towards Xiaochen. Bang, the 6 condensed heavenly steel were all pierced through. The power of the primal chaos radiance was unparalleled. Xiaozhan was shocked. He quickly soared into the sky and dodged that terrifying attack. It actually shot out primal chaos divine power. What kind of monster was this? The boundless primal chaos radiating from that sharp horn was silently absorbed by the stone bone. The pigeon egg-sized bone was like a bottomless pit that could devour all the energy in the world. From the start to the end, the monster did not emerge from the dead lake. This black lake seemed to have a demonic power. Even someone as powerful as Xiaochen could not see the situation inside clearly. Qi, the horn in the dead lake suddenly expanded. Suddenly, it grew to 3,000 zhang long and pierced towards Xiaochen again. This time, Xiaochen was fully prepared. He wanted to test the results of the sacred sacrifice. This time, only one heavenly steel appeared. It was the so-called first heavenly mark. After communicating with the heavenly steel, it seemed to have a soul. It materialized in Xiaochen's palm. However, it was only the size of a palm. It was no different from a solid body. Xiaochen had a feeling that this was a real heavenly steel and not a condensation of light. The horn pierced through the void and reached 3,000 zhang long. In an instant, it arrived in front of Xiaochen. Bang, Xiaochen used the stone bone to protect himself and smashed the palm-sized heavenly steel down. Although it was just a small heavenly steel, it caused the sky and earth to tremble. The light of primal chaos spread everywhere. The tip of that 3,000 zhang long primal chaos horn was smashed off. A deep, spine-chilling roar rang out from within the dead lake. The lake water trembled violently, and the 3,000-meter-long horn rapidly healed itself. In the blink of an eye, it retreated back into the black lake water. Xiaochen was shocked. The heavenly mark materialized and became a real heavenly steel. Although it was not huge, its power was terrifying. It did not seem to be any weaker than the divine diagram. This was sufficient to show how powerful that unknown savage beast was. After all, divine diagrams were capable of shattering an ancestral god's body, yet Tianhen, whose strength was on par with the divine diagrams, was only able to break the tip of its horn. It was truly terrifying. Great! The brick is mighty. Right at this moment, the old stone turtle suddenly yelled at the top of its lungs. This evaluation immediately made Xiaochen's joyful mood disappear. Brick? This evaluation was really terrible. What kind of beast is that? Xiaochen landed in front of the heavenly steel and asked in bewilderment. The black dead lake had regained its tranquility. It was dead silent, like a black magic stone that had been split by a giant knife. There was not a single ripple or sound, as if everything that had happened just now was just an illusion. A battle pet raised by a half-dead stone statue. Don't worry about it. It doesn't dare to get close to the heavenly steel. The old stone tortoise replied slowly. Stone statue? Xiaochen was shocked. Don't worry. So far, no one in the world has succeeded. That stone statue is only one step away from death. The old stone turtle said indifferently. Only now did Xiaochen realize that he had overlooked a fact. The old stone turtle seemed to have turned into stone as well. You can't be really a stone turtle, right? At this moment, Xiaochen felt that he could not speak properly. You just realized it? The old stone turtle seemed to be very depressed. It felt neglected. Damn, Xiaochen was dumbfounded. This old man Wang was really a turtle that did not show his true colors. But then again, he could only blame himself for being too careless. Old man Wang, are you really a stone tortoise? The old stone turtle glared at him like an impulsive youngster. F***ck. Brat, how can you say that? Please pay attention to your words. Really, a stone tortoise? Xiaochen felt that it was a bit unreal. Brat, are you done yet? The old stone turtle felt a bit sullen. This is unbelievable. What's unbelievable? Are you trying to piss me off? The old stone turtle glared at him. Didn't you hear me? So far, no one in the world has succeeded. Then you, Xiaochen was confused. What you see might not be the truth. My body and soul were destroyed countless years ago. What you see now is only the manifestation of a strand of wool that I left behind when I traveled through time. Xiaochen was speechless. He was a bit disappointed, but also a bit expectant. Brat, let me tell you a story. Maybe you will be inspired. The old stone turtle suddenly said. Xiaochen was startled. Okay, please tell me, senior. Once upon a time, there was a turtle. This turtle raised a human. You must be wrong. It was a human raising a turtle. The old stone turtle glanced at him and said earnestly, young man, don't be so suspicious of others. Don't be so rigid. Can't a turtle raise a human? Okay. Please continue. What happened after that? After that, the human died. The turtle also died. It's over. The old stone turtle stopped talking. It's over? Xiaochen really had the urge to beat it up. The old stone turtle glanced at him and said unhurriedly, although the turtle is just an old turtle, the human is not an ordinary human. Do you know how this heavenly steel came to be? Hearing this, Xiaochen was shocked. The heavenly steel was too mysterious. He really wanted to know its origin. He asked seriously, how did it come to be? Sigh, the old stone turtle shook its head and sighed a few times. Then, it turned around and looked at the dead lake. This lake is really dark. Xiaochen had the urge to vomit blood. Just as he was waiting for the next part, the old stone turtle actually moved to the surface of the lake. How vexing and hateful. Brat, why are you staring at me like that? Why are you holding a toothpick? Do you want to chop me? Come on, chop me. The old stone turtle staggered 2 steps forward. It looked like it was asking for a beating. Xiaochen really lost to it. He grabbed his sword and glared at the old stone turtle. How did the heavenly steel come to be? Sigh, the old turtle started to sigh again. It wobbled as it took 2 steps towards the black lake and stared at it in a daze. Just when Xiaochen's forehead was filled with black lines, thinking that it was going to talk about the lake, the old stone turtle said in a daze, it grew. Xiaochen was startled. He said, you are saying that the heavenly steel grew? How? This piece of information was very important and shocking to Xiaochen. The heavenly steel grew. This, he didn't know if the old stone turtle was lying again. How did it grow? The bricks were planted in the ground in spring, and the heavenly steel grew in autumn. The old stone turtle answered indifferently. Xiaochen had the urge to cut it up again. This old turtle was really asking for a beating. How could it say something like this? Please, old man Wang, can't you say something more reliable? What I said is very reliable. However, this kind of thing needs to be comprehended. It all depends on whether you have the talent or not. Otherwise, you will never understand it in this lifetime. Fall, Xiaochen was really speechless. This old turtle was too good at making things up. Comprehending something like this, and it sounded so dignified. Young man, you need to be patient. You need to remain calm. Let me give you a hint. Since you know about the existence of the stone statues, why don't you think about it more deeply? Stone statues. When Xiaochen heard these 2 words, he immediately felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Although he had only seen it once at the end of the ancient spacetime, it gave him a great deal of pressure. The ancestral god was immortal and immortal. However, after knowing about the existence of the stone statues, he would definitely feel a great threat. This was a super terrifying existence that deeply threatened the safety of the ancestral god. Forget it, it's better if you don't know about it. Otherwise, you will die a natural death. The old stone turtle mumbled to himself. Old man Wang, I really want, what do you want? I want to beat you up. The old turtle clearly knew about the secret, but he didn't say it out loud. This was really annoying and hateful. Boom, just at this moment, a loud sound came from not far away. The mountainous ancestral dragon's corpse burst out with a blazing light and completely burned up. Then, the entire body collapsed. The ancestral dragon's energy turned into a rainbow and rushed out. The scene was extremely spectacular. One could clearly see the rainbow taking the shape of the ancestral dragon. With a majestic aura, it immediately entered the rainbow light. In the center of the light, Kiki, who was in the middle of transforming, received the sudden impact of the divine light and quickly completed the final transformation. A young dragon's roar rang out. Even though it wasn't loud, it reverberated through the heavens and earth clearly, filled with an unparalleled might. The seven-colored jade shell on the surface of Kiki's body suddenly cracked. Kacha-kacha sounds resounded unceasingly. A powerful draconic aura soared into the sky. The seven-colored divine radiance illuminated the entire abyss. The aura of the ancestral dragon pervaded the air, deeply shocking everyone's soul. Even though she had successfully advanced to become an ancestral dragon, Kiki, who was in the seven-colored ball of light, was extremely unwilling. The little fellow exerted all of her strength, and light rays shone brightly, trying her best to suppress her true body. It wanted to return to its original state. The cracked seven-colored jade shell trembled unceasingly, and only calmed down after a long while. Finally, the jade shell shattered and fell to the ground, and the little thing appeared in the air with a pair of pink and translucent jade horns on its head, looking very embarrassed. At this moment, apart from this pair of sparkling and translucent jade horns, its entire body was as white as jade, and it had returned to its original state. It forcibly suppressed its own ancestral dragon body. One could imagine how powerful the blood it inherited from Kiki's father's clan was. The seven strands of ancestral dragon essence energy continuously spun around it, and faint dragon roars could be heard, as if they were resonating with cuckoo. The seven-colored saint stood to the side, and the small jade bowl floated above its head. All of this combined to form an extremely powerful pressure. Kiki, don't cover your head. My head hurts, the little thing replied like this. Actually, it wasn't a headache at all. It was clearly covering its pair of pink and translucent jade horns and forcefully pressing them down, trying to forcefully suppress them back. It had to be said that after the little thing became a freak equivalent to a small ancestral dragon, its strength had reached an equally terrifying level. Its two little claws forcefully pressed the pair of pink and translucent jade horns back. In the end, only two sparkling and translucent protrusions were left on its head, hidden in its snow-white, jade-like snow fur. Clang, Kiki grabbed the small jade bowl in the sky in annoyance and placed it on its head, turning this sect's most valuable treasure into a hat. After a few dragon roars, the seven ancestral dragon essences shot into the rainbow-colored sacred tree at the same time and disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, the little sacred tree became even more sparkling and translucent. The ancestral dragon flesh shell turned into ashes just like that. Xiaochen and Kiki bowed deeply in that direction. The rainbow-colored radiance flickered in the sky. The extraordinary sacred tree was Kiki's rations back then. It came to this world together with the little thing. Furthermore, the sacred tree had been in Xiaochen's hands for a very long time. It had protected his safety many times, allowing him to avert danger. It was very hard to determine the rank of the rainbow-colored sacred tree. Now that the rainbow-colored divine radiance was activated, its defensive power was really astonishing. The seven-colored divine leaves were already fully grown, it was unknown if it could undergo another magical transformation. Xiaochen felt that he couldn't treat the little tree unfairly. Now that the ancestral god's corpse was here, it could provide a powerful divine source. 80% of the divine power in that several hundred-meter-tall black giant's flesh shell was drawn out by him using the martial ancestor's evil taboo chapter. Now, there was still 20% that he couldn't dig out completely. Plant the sacred tree on this ancestral god's flesh shell, Xiaochen asked Kiki for the rainbow-colored sacred tree and prepared to plant it on the black giant's body. The rainbow-colored sacred tree had existed for a very long time. It was the metamorphosis of the heavenly tree. It possessed an extraordinary and mysterious power. At this moment, it didn't take root in the ancestral god's flesh shell. Instead, it was floating on top of it. Specks of light flickered as it absorbed the divine power from a distance. Divine splendor rushed out from the black giant's body unceasingly. The dazzling rainbow-colored divine rainbow summoned the remaining ancestral god's life essence. Kiki was standing guard not far away. She was watching anxiously. As for Xiaochen, he started the next step. He placed the otherworldly ancestral god's flesh shell in front of the heavenly steel. Then, he sat cross-legged on the opposite side and started another round of sacred sacrifice. Only the upper half of this ancestral god's flesh shell remained. The bronze skin under the tattered battle clothes still flickered with light. Originally, it had already lost its primordial spirit, which meant that this otherworldly ancestral god was already dead. However, its remaining body was filled with strong life energy. Life and death were originally contradictory. However, they appeared together at this moment. A dazzling light rushed out from Xiaochen's skull. All the life essence wrapped around his primordial spirit appeared. Then, it instantly entered that bronze ancestral god's flesh shell. At the same time, an ancient and mysterious heavenly voice resounded. It sounded like a heavenly song of the end of the world, like an ancient sacrificial chant, or even like the secret scriptures of some kind of divine religion. It reverberated in the deep abyss. Defying the heavens, the sacred sacrifice begins. The bronze ancestral god's flesh shell shone brightly as if it was burning. Boundless divine splendor blossomed and submerged the entire deep abyss. As for Xiaochen, he was immediately enveloped by the divine radiance. He slowly rose up and sat cross-legged on top of the ancestral god's flesh shell. At this moment, Xiaochen could feel it. As his physical body grew stronger, it became easier for him to perform the sacred sacrifice. This time, he directly took out 30% of the ancestral god's flesh shell's essence. It was no longer as slow as before. The vast life essence of the ancestral god was vast and mighty. The deep abyss was trembling, and the heavenly steel was also shaking. At the same time, the huge heavenly steel on the island flickered with resplendent splendor. The mysterious inheritance was activated. The dazzling divine radiance was dazzling. The second heavenly mark in Xiaochen's divine origin was exceptionally glaring. A mysterious energy was fluctuating. Boom, the void shattered, and a huge heavenly steel appeared in the void. The heavenly steel that suppressed the ghost town back then appeared in the deep abyss. Its aura was boundless, shaking the heaven and earth. The two huge heavenly steels sandwiched Xiaochen in the middle. The second heavenly mark in Xiaochen's divine origin connected them together. The ancient patterns on the seventh heavenly steel on the island were dazzling with divine radiance. Another portion of the essence's profoundness appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The essence of the Tao and the supreme meaning immediately intoxicated Xiaochen, who was performing the sacred sacrifice. However, the sacred sacrifice did not stop because of this. Thousands of divine radiances continuously baptized Xiaochen's flesh shell. His physique was constantly changing and improving. Spirit lock. This time, Xiaochen had to achieve spirit lock during the sacred sacrifice. He had to allow his flesh shell to effectively protect his spiritual sense, preventing the other ancestral gods from attacking his soul. The flesh shell of the ancestral god in the half-layer kept dimming. As for Xiaochen's flesh shell, it blazed even more fiercely. Within the 365 mythical acupoints, 365 indistinct figures appeared around Xiaochen. Each of the figures gave off a strong pressure. It made people feel that they were no longer illusory bodies but terrifying existences that truly existed in the world. The mysterious acupoints in the other parts of Xiaochen's body were also shining like stars. Furthermore, new tiny acupoints were being divinized continuously. It was hard to guess how many acupoints there were in the flesh of a human body. Some of the mysterious acupoints could be extremely tiny. At this moment, Xiaochen's body was like a miniature sky. The stars twinkled, and the light spots were boundlessly deep. Xiaochen used the boundless life essence hidden in the ancestral god's flesh shell to refine his body. This made the universe of his body even more hazy and deep. Even the sky seemed fainter in comparison. The two heavenly steels were trembling. The essence of the Tao and the supreme meaning were imprinted in Xiaochen's heart. They would never be erased and would accompany him until the end of his life. The second heavenly mark was also trembling gently, resonating with the heavenly steel. Boom! After the second portion of the pattern on the seventh heavenly steel was carved into Xiaochen's divine origin, the huge heavenly steel that appeared in the void shattered the space-time barrier and disappeared instantly. Only the strong fluctuation of divine energy proved that it had appeared before. Bang! At the same time, Xiaochen's primordial spirit rushed out and entered his body. His body immediately became resplendent and dazzling. The remaining half of the ancestral god's flesh shell was blasted away. The sacred sacrifice this time had ended. Xiaochen's physical body became even stronger and more horrifying. The potential of the flesh shell was further developed. Squeak, Ke muttered. She planted the rainbow-colored holy tree on top of the body that was blasted away and let the rainbow-colored holy tree continue to absorb divine energy. However, Xiaochen didn't rest. The third sacred sacrifice started. The third alien ancestral god's flesh shell also started to burn, giving off a myriad of divine radiances. The old tortoise, who had been silent for a long time, nodded. Then, he shook his head and muttered to himself, going too far is as bad as falling short. Being too rigid makes it easy to break. I have to leave some leeway. Squeak! Just at this moment, Ke cried out in surprise. It was because the rainbow-colored holy tree actually grew the eighth sprout after absorbing the remaining life essence in the two ancestral gods' flesh shells. Different from the previous 7 leaves that shone with the rainbow-colored divine radiance, the eighth sprout was hazy and had a hazy primal chaos aura. The horrifying divine energy vibrated and the primal chaos radiance flowed out. At the same time, Xiaochen's third sacred sacrifice was about to be completed. He used the boundless divine energy contained in the ancestral god's flesh shell to refine his physical body. The divine radiance burned and overflowed with colorful lights. The radiance was blazing. Boom! Xiaochen's flesh shell let out a loud thunderous sound. It was comparable to the ancestral god's flashing brilliance as it underwent an intense transformation. At the same time, the sacred sacrifice ended. Xiaochen's primordial spirit and life essence rushed out of the ancestral god's flesh shell and instantly returned to his physical body. His primordial spirit and his physical body merged perfectly. The strength of the flesh shell had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, Xiaochen was filled with strong confidence. Such an immortal supreme body could definitely protect his spiritual sense. The weakness of the past would no longer be a weakness. His long hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. Xiaochen stood in the void and his eyes emitted 2 rays of light. At this moment, he felt the abnormality above the abyss. He knew that a powerful enemy had arrived. Swish, his physical body trembled slightly. A world-destroying power instantly pierced through the void. Xiaochen appeared above the abyss in an instant and arrived on the surface. A world-shaking finger energy illuminated the sky of the Curse Realm. It was as thick as a mountain and flew towards Xiaochen from the sky. In the sky, a hazy figure stood there quietly. Although he was only as tall as an ordinary person, he was like a giant at this moment. He gave off a strong sense of oppression and made people feel fear when they saw him. Xiaochen soared into the sky. His bronze-colored body flickered with radiance and immediately destroyed that horrifying finger energy. In practically an instant, he arrived high up in the sky. Boom! The hand of heaven shattered the void and sent the hazy figure flying in an instant. The otherworldly ancestral god Xianxia let out a cold snort and casually waved his hand. Boundless curses filled the sky and engulfed Xiaochen in an instant. Xiaochen was not afraid. The eightfold world appeared and enveloped Xianxia. This magical ability had not reached great perfection yet. Naturally, it was unable to do anything to the otherworldly ancestral god. However, 2 heavenly marks had already silently appeared in his palm. Bang! Although the 2 tablets were not big, they were extremely horrifying. Under the cover of the eightfold world, they instantly shattered the boundless curses and pierced through the heaven and earth. In an instant, they arrived in front of Xianxia. Bang! The 2 brick-like heavenly tablets firmly imprinted themselves on Xianxia's chest. Rumble! The powerful Xianxia was exceptionally shocked and furious. That was because half of his body below his chest was directly turned into ashes. Soul deprivation. Leng Xingyi shouted loudly. At such a close distance, he wanted to forcefully restrain Xiaochen's soul and destroy both his body and soul. However, the result shocked him. Xiaochen's flesh shell was like an immortal heavenly shield. It was shockingly sturdy and powerful. It firmly locked his spiritual sense inside. Boom, just at this moment, the two brick-like heavenly tablets rapidly enlarged. With a boundless aura, they pressed down on Leng Xingyi's head. The blue dome of heaven trembled, the river of stars swayed, the sun and moon lost their radiance, this world was collapsing. The heavenly monuments quickly enlarged and were like two huge tombstones as they suppressed the remaining head of the otherworldly ancestor god Leng Xingyi. The heavens fall and the earth rend, the river of stars flow in reverse. Leng Xingyi was in a dangerous situation. He was extremely shocked and immediately shouted. The blue dome of heaven of the curse realm trembled. The stars were resplendent and in the distant sky, countless stars condensed into a dazzling long river. They surged over with a majestic aura. What a mysterious and terrifying curse technique. Leng Xingyi refined the stars into a divine river and poured it into the sky above the abyss to contend against the two heavenly monuments that were getting bigger and bigger. This was a terrifying collision. The river of stars was resplendent and divine light shone in millions and millions. It wanted to submerge the two heavenly monuments and shatter them into nothingness. At the same time, the heavenly monuments trembled and boundless lightning surged. The two heavenly monuments were like two immemorial demonic mountains growing continuously. They pierced through the firmament and faced the sky. The blue dome of heaven was incomparably blazing, making people unable to open their eyes. The sound was even more deafening. Only at the very center, when the resplendent divine river collided with the two huge monuments, there was no sound. The chaotic radiance and black hole coexisted there, the aura of destruction pervaded the air. Boom, with a final loud sound, the river of stars in the sky was annihilated. The two huge monuments swept in all directions and the surging divine river formed by the stars instantly turned into dust. Divine light flickered in Xiaochen's eyes. With a light tremble, his powerful physical body that coexisted with the world flickered with light and arrived in front of Leng Xingyi's head in an instant. He stretched his hand forward and grabbed it. The firm palm that could shatter the world was sparkling and translucent. With a pung sound, the ancestor god-level head was crushed. The instant the head was split into pieces, bloody light overflowed into the sky. Divine power burst forth like a vast ocean and a rain of blood poured down from the entire curse realm. In the depths of the distant primitive mountain range, many people saw this terrifying scene. Xiaochen crushed the head of the otherworldly ancestor god with a single hand. This was too shocking. Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. In the sky above the abyss, Xiaochen did not relax. The divine light in his eyes burned even more fiercely like two divine flames throbbing. Two sharp rays of light shot out several kilometers and swept through all directions. It was because he knew that Leng Xingyi hadn't truly been eliminated, that the battle was far from over. At this moment, the curse realm was dark and devoid of light. A foul wind and bloody rain filled the sky, quickly turning the land into a blood-red world. Xiaochen bathed in the rain of blood. His hand slowly moved across the sky. Then, with a violent shake, the boundless rain of blood gathered in his palms. At this moment, a hazy world appeared between his fingers. It was a world of its own that could contain everything in the world. The cold voice echoed in the dark and blood-red sky. Making me bleed means that millions of living beings will die forever. The blood of an ancestor god is not something an ant can withstand. This world will be destroyed. Sure enough, Leng Xingyi didn't die. Ancestral deities were hard to kill even after 10,000 years. Bang, Xiaochen did not say anything. With a gentle leap, he pierced through the world and appeared in the sky. Then, he grabbed at a resplendent scarlet light. A pair of hands filled with demonic energy silently encased the world. Although that scarlet light struggled, it was futile. Chi, a strand of azure smoke rose from between Xiaochen's fingers. The divine energy in Xiaochen's horrifying flesh shell instantly refined it. The entire curse realm is raining blood. Every drop of blood in the world is my incarnation. Millions of ancestral gods are scattered in the world. How are you going to kill me? Leng Xingyi's words became even colder. He was like an emotionless, cold man. Many ancestral god figures appeared in the sky filled with blood rain. They were all Leng Xingyi's figures. They were densely packed in the sky. All of them were cold and emotionless as they stared at Xiaochen. This terrifying scene made one's scalp go numb. After all, this was a powerful otherworldly ancestral god. The entire world was filled with his figures. How were they going to fight? Shua, countless Leng Xingyi stretched out their hands at the same time and tore through the sky. All sorts of mysterious curses covered the sky and surged towards Xiaochen. No matter how many curses you cast, my body will not be destroyed. Xiaochen was calm. He stood in the sky. His entire body was hazy, and a faint radiance flowed around his body. Boundless curses and millions of deity laws flooded his surroundings. However, Xiaochen's physical body was simply too strong. It could be said to be an immortal flesh shell. At this moment, Xiaochen displayed an incomparably terrifying strength. He supported the world, standing alone in the world, no longer belonging to this place. Yes, the boundless curses and millions of deity laws could not touch Xiaochen's divine body. Even if the extremely strong power of the curses broke through, the divine light flowing through the flesh shell would shatter them and turn them into nothing. The terrifying divine body caused Leng Xingyi's heart to tremble. This was simply the bane of curses. Such a physique was ridiculously sturdy and powerful. It could support the heavens and earth and was independent of the world. This was simply too shocking. Bang, Xiaochen took a step forward and pierced through the curses in the sky. Soon, he arrived at the divine origin in front. Xiaochen seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through the boundless curses of the ancestral gods, ignoring the attacks of the thousands of curses. Such a monstrous physique shocked all the cultivators paying attention to this battle. A heavenly mark appeared on Xiaochen's palm. He pressed forward, and the divine origin formed by the many ancestor gods in the dark scarlet sky immediately shattered. Whoosh! Whoosh! A rain of blood poured down. Heaven and earth were dyed crimson, and the blood was boundless like an ocean. Leng Xingyi, I will kill you today. Xiaochen stood in the sky, letting the blood rain pour down. His eyes slowly turned cold. It is impossible for you to kill me. However, it is already destined that millions of lives will die in the curse realm. Leng Xingyi's cruel voice reverberated in the sky. My blood will flow throughout the curse realm. The mountains will crumble, the plains will sink, and countless lives will turn into white bones. This was the horrifying strength of an ancestral god expert. Even though the divine blood was infinitely diluted, as long as he willed it, he could still use the blood drifting in the curse realm to destroy mountains and rivers, destroying all life. Chi! 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 The blood rain in the sky suddenly started trembling. Millions of blood pearls turned into scarlet swords and shot at Xiaochen. This was a terrifying forbidden curse technique. It was passed down from ancient times and filled with demonic energy. It swallowed up the life force of the entire curse realm, strengthening this forbidden technique infinitely. Blood light refining spirit. Leng Xingyi shouted emotionlessly. At this moment, all the blood pearls turned into scarlet swords and turned into blazing scarlet light. They were like blazing flames, trapping Xiaochen in the center. Leng Xingyi simply wanted to burn Xiaochen to death, completely refining him. Xiaochen's hands tore through the sky, and two heavenly marks appeared between his palms. Then, he started to destroy the scarlet purgatory. Just at this moment, cold laughter echoed in the curse realm. Soul-snatching death melody, soul plunder. Leng Xingyi executed thousands of forbidden techniques just to hide his true purpose. He did not believe that Xiaochen could lock down his soul, so he used all sorts of confusing methods. At this moment, Leng Xingyi split into thousands of clones and closed in. He executed the strongest soul destruction technique, wanting to destroy Xiaochen from the inside. As long as his soul was destroyed, no matter how strong this flesh shell was, it would just be a walking corpse. A funeral bell suddenly appeared and rang in the sky. The sound was incredibly loud, shaking heaven and earth. Soul-snatching death melody was extremely demonic and heaven-defying. At this moment, the horrifying funeral bell drowned Xiaochen. He could clearly see the demonic patterns of death rippling in the surroundings. Although Xiaochen's physical body was strong, the radiance it gave off was somewhat dim. The light on his bronze-colored body was being extinguished. Summoning soul, 9 fragments, plunder. Lung Xingyi's voice was bone-chilling, as if an icicle had pierced into a person's back in the winter of the 12th month, causing his entire body to shiver. His primordial spirit continued to tremble in the skull, as if it could break out of the skull at any time. Dang, the sound of the funeral bell was focused on Xiaochen. The surrounding areas were not affected. However, even so, several tens of buildings in the vicinity were turned into ashes. The few cultivators who did not retreat had their soul snatched out and turned into dust. The funeral bell was formed from Lung Xingyi's soul. He used the primordial soul record to trap the enemy's soul. Its might was extremely demonic and heaven-defying. Impenetrable by all techniques, evade by punishing evil. My body is immortal and will not perish for 10,000 years. Xiaochen's hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, his aura suddenly soared. It was as oppressive as a mountain. His physical body shone brightly as he rushed out of the demonic patterns of the funeral bell. He directly shattered heaven and earth and arrived in front of the funeral bell. He used the physical body of an ancestor god to execute the hand of heaven. Dang, the death knell began to ring, and then cracks began to appear on it. With a boom, the death knell shattered. A cold snort resounded. In that instant, 8 funeral bells suddenly appeared in the surroundings and surrounded Xiaochen. The shattered funeral bells were only a portion of his soul. That was just bait. At this moment, Lung Xingyi revealed his killing intent. The 8 funeral bells appeared and forcefully snatched Xiaochen's soul. Dong. Dong, dong. Xiaochen felt an intense pain in his head. His soul was smashing against his skull uncontrollably, trying to break out of his skull. 2 heavenly marks quickly appeared between Xiaochen's fingers. He shook the 8 funeral bells with all his might. At the same time, the incomplete divine diagram also slowly spun out. It was hazy as it pressed towards the funeral bells. Even though Lung Xingyi knew that the heavenly marks and the divine diagram were extremely powerful, he did not flee immediately. He wanted to snatch Xiaochen's soul even if he was severely injured. This was because he was already very close to that step. However, he still underestimated Xiaochen's terrifying flesh shell. Even the heaven-defying evil technique that specialized in dealing with souls was ineffective. Moreover, the 2 heavenly marks turned into heavenly steels and the divine diagram appeared. They emitted a might that could suppress the world. The moment they appeared, they shattered several funeral bells. Lung Xingyi fled in terror. His shattered primordial spirit reassembled itself with great difficulty. He had suffered heavy injuries. While he was terrified, he was also furious. The ant in front of him was clearly not an ancestor god, but he had such a terrifying attack. It made him feel extremely sullen. Alright, you forced me to do this. Today, I will sacrifice you to the heavens. Lung Xingyi's cold and emotionless voice came from the pouring blood rain. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and the vault of heaven cracked. In the distant dusky sky, the blood rain started to burn. The sky of the curse realm was like a blazing divine fire. Sacrifice to the heavens. Lung Xingyi only said 2 words, but they shook the world. His physical body turned into scarlet light and spread in the sky of the curse realm. He wanted to use this to ignite the curse realm and use the world's might to sacrifice Xiaochen to the heavens. This was an extremely ancient and terrifying secret technique. It was very dangerous. Even if someone knew it, they would not be willing to use it casually. It was very likely that they would suffer severe injuries. However, the might of this ancient curse was very strange. Even if an ordinary ancestor god was enveloped by it, they would probably die with a grievance. At this moment, Xiaochen's soul trembled. His physical body was in intense pain. He felt an extremely horrifying and dangerous aura. Using one's own body to draw on all the energy of a great world and sacrifice the opponent to the heavens, refining them into nothing. This was indeed very heaven-defying. Lung Xingyi executed the strongest forbidden curse. The scarlet light filling the dusky sky was exceptionally glaring. It was like countless huge lightning bolts interweaved together, forming a scarlet tide. The blazing scarlet light communicated with the curse realm's vast energy and trapped Xiaochen. It started to sacrifice to the heavens. Xiaochen used the incomplete divine diagram to block behind him and the two heavenly steels formed by the two heavenly marks to block in front of him. They trembled and destroyed the boundless scarlet divine energy to block this heaven-defying curse. It's useless. Even if you have a heaven-defying treasure, your divine energy will be exhausted eventually. At that time, you will be sacrificed to the heavens. Xingyi was not at ease when he said these words. This kind of ancient curse could be said to kill 1,000 enemies while suffering 800 casualties. He was using up his own essence energy. The blazing scarlet light illuminated the heaven and earth. It burned fiercely and collided with the two heavenly steels that were as tall as demonic mountains. From time to time, a huge light beam would burst through the sky. The heavenly sacrificial curse was really abnormally horrifying. All kinds of ancient voices tore through the ancient spacetime and transmitted over at this moment. They communicated with the mighty energy of various worlds and suppressed and refined Xiaochen at the same time. The two heavenly steels and the divine diagram trembled at the same time. It was as if the ninth heaven's thunder was exploding. Berserk divine energy poured down from the sky. It was filled with terrifying power and shattered the scarlet light. The entire curse realm was trembling, but it was unable to extinguish the source. However, Xiaochen did not panic. At this moment, his heart was strangely tranquil. He recalled the heaven-defying essence of the martial ancestors' evil taboo chapter, holy sacrifice. Among them, there was a special condition mentioned. If it was fulfilled, a living ancestral god could be sacrificed. It was a special kind of holy sacrifice, living sacrifice. The condition before his eyes was really too perfect. It was simply a preparation for the execution of a living sacrifice. Xingyi used his own body as a guide to communicate with all the power of the curse realm. He wanted to sacrifice Xiaochen to the heavens. However, the prerequisite was that Xiaochen had to burn a portion of his divine energy and flesh first. This was the perfect beginning of the living sacrifice, active sacrifice. Could it be that the special case of the holy sacrifice, living sacrifice, was prepared to deal with this kind of ancient heaven-defying curse? Xiaochen had this thought in his heart. However, now was not the time to let his imagination run wild. Xiaochen immediately started his heaven-defying action. He wanted to sacrifice the ancestral god alive. In this special case, his primordial spirit didn't need to fly out of his body. That was because the other party was sacrificing themselves. Xiaochen fused with the two heavenly marks and borrowed their majestic power to start the living sacrifice. At the same time, the incomplete divine diagram slowly revolved and shook away the mysterious power of the living sacrifice. Very soon, the powerful ancestral god Xingyi felt that something was wrong. After that, he suddenly shouted. He realized that the target of the sacrifice seemed to be wrong. He was being sacrificed. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Xiaochen replied coldly. The bloody light that filled the sky was burning. The purest divine energy was gathering toward Xiaochen. Xingyi roared in fear. He felt that he had lost control. A mysterious power in the world fused with him and started burning. Living ancestral god, the ancient heavenly voice, the hymn of the doomsday, shook the ages. It came from the distant ancient times and made people feel terrified. A heaven-defying feat was happening. Live sacrifice to the ancestor god, the curse realm was filled with a bloody rain and foul wind. Blood dyed the sky red. The ancestor god's life essence was burning fiercely. The scarlet bloody light illuminated the entire world. A special case of the sacred sacrifice, a live sacrifice, was currently being carried out. Xingyi screamed in pain. His flesh and soul were disintegrating into a bloody rain and scarlet light. There was no way to reverse this terrifying scene. Ancient scriptures, mysterious heavenly songs, horrifying death songs. All of them came one after another at this moment. They transcended the ages, shook the future, and connected the past and present. The majestic heavenly music shook heaven and earth. The entire curse realm was trembling. A mysterious and horrifying aura pervaded the air. The ancestor god Xingyi's purest life essence was being burned. It turned into resplendent divine rainbows and soared into the sky. The blood-red sky was illuminated by the rainbows. It was resplendent and dazzling. In the end, it formed a ball of divine origin. It made the sun, moon, and stars lose their splendor. Xiaochen stood in the sky like a boulder. He was immersed in the resplendent divine origin. He allowed the ancestor god's life essence to gather. All the pores on his bronze-colored body opened up. The divine splendor was like the sunset, rushing into his body continuously. The life sacrifice was also a kind of sacred sacrifice. Naturally, it could condense boundless divine splendor. Xiaochen refined his physical body in the resplendent divine origin. He had just sacrificed 3 ancestor gods' remains. Now, he was going to sacrifice a powerful ancestor god from another world. This could be said to be a miraculous event. This was a process of repeated tempering and sublimation. Every inch of Xiaochen's flesh underwent a qualitative change. An unimaginable amount of divine power was condensed. All the acupoints on Xiaochen's body flickered and released a glaring radiance. It was unknown how many of those tiny acupoints in his body had lit up. The divine splendor condensed in the sky became increasingly majestic. The divine origin soaked Xiaochen in it like lava. Boundless divine splendor rushed into Xiaochen's body, refining and tempering him. Xiaochen's bronze-colored skin gradually hardened. In the end, it actually formed a layer of light. His flesh was reborn inside. The old skin was like a jade shell, wrapping Xiaochen inside. The dazzling divine splendor flickered. Xiaochen was as still as a dead tree. His entire body was in an undying state. However, the living sacrifice was proceeding on its own. He didn't need to control it. The 2 heaven marks were as silent as tombstones, protecting him. The divine diagrams were misty as they slowly revolved around him. One was still, one was moving. Sometimes, they merged with him, and sometimes, they separated from him. Amidst the blazing bloody light, the alien ancestor god Xianxia was howling in rage. He was suffering unimaginable pain. The pain of being sacrificed was unimaginable. The evil taboo chapter left behind by the martial ancestor was world-shaking. At this moment, it revealed its extraordinary profundities, sacrificing the life of an ancestral god. An ancestor god's pained howl shook the entire curse world. It was exceptionally horrifying. A character at the peak of the pyramid was actually howling in pain. It was truly hair-raising. Divine sense, primordial spirit deprivation. Xianxia was very unwilling. At this moment of life and death, he bellowed out a heaven-defying forbidden art. He wanted to counterattack and injure Xiaochen before his death. The powerful ancestor god's primordial spirit condensed into a mountain-sized funeral bell. It floated in the bloody rain and slowly trembled. Dang, the moment the terrifying demonic sound came out, the mountains and rivers trembled. The condensed terrifying power immediately enveloped the divine origin in the sky. However, the misty divine diagram trembled slightly. The ripples of the funeral bell's demonic sound quickly collapsed and vanished in an instant. The 2 heaven marks turned into stone tablets and smashed towards the mountain-sized funeral bell. Dang, the funeral bell rumbled, and the body of the bell cracked. With a bang, it shattered into pieces in the sky. Xianxia held in pain, shaking the entire curse world. His primordial spirit shattered in the bloody light of the living sacrifice. I won't die, Xianxia held, but he couldn't do anything. His flesh and soul were imprisoned in this world. He was being sacrificed alive. Kacha, Kacha. In the divine origin in the sky, Xiaochen's old skin cracked and slowly fell off, revealing snow-white, jade-like new skin. In merely 7 or 8 minutes, Xiaochen's flesh and blood regrew, making him look even stronger. Divine splendor circulated around his nearly transparent body, releasing dazzling radiance. A terrifying aura spread out, and Xiaochen's combat physique improved further. This was the powerful power obtained from the living sacrifice of the ancestor god. If he could comprehend the origin of the universe and the myriad worlds' divine laws, he would be a powerhouse even among the ancestor gods. That was because the divine power contained in his body had reached a horrifying level. The living sacrifice continued, and the divine origin in the sky became brighter and brighter. A shell of light appeared on the surface of Xiaochen's body again. An even stronger flesh was taking shape inside, and the old shell on the surface of his body was as hard as a divine shield. I won't die, the otherworldly ancestor god Xianxia's voice became weaker and weaker. He was falling, and his divine blood flowed to every corner of the world. The sky was filled with an endless burning scarlet light, and below was a downpour of blood. The blood dyed the ground of the curse realm red. In the sky, Xiaochen was wrapped in the old shell, and it was overflowing with light. The new power was getting stronger and stronger. Sacrificing an otherworldly ancestor god alive was simply a heaven-defying feat. All the cultivators in the curse realm were extremely shocked. Only ancestor god Xianxia was suppressing the curse realm. The otherworldly ancestor gods couldn't sense what was happening here because they were separated by the world. However, at this moment, in an eternal unknown place, a supreme ancestor god suddenly opened his eyes, and two shocking rays of light shot out. Xianxia was his descendant. Due to some kind of bloodline connection, he already knew that Xianxia was fading away. Bang! A 33-layered ancient pagoda suddenly appeared, and it instantly pierced through the world, appearing in the sky of the curse realm. Divine light shone out, and the pagoda was as big as a mountain. Moreover, it was still expanding rapidly. Each layer could suppress a world. The 33-layered pagoda's might was overwhelming, and it covered most of the sky of the curse realm. Supreme Ancestor God, save me, Xianxia, who was at the end of his rope, shouted. It was like he was grasping at straws. An ancestor god was not that easy to kill. Even if Xiaochen completely sacrificed him, he would probably leave behind a strand of his primordial spirit. At the same time, on the ground of the curse realm, in a mysterious region, the pit of 10 million people, a huge black light suddenly burst forth. With a rumble, it collided with the 33 divine pagoda, causing it to shake a few times. Then, with a fierce sweep, the bloody light that filled the sky was swallowed into the pit of 10 million people. At the same time, Xiaochen fell into the abyss where the heavenly steel was. In an eternal unknown place, that supreme ancestor god's eyes immediately shot out two resplendent beams of divine light. They pierced through the world's barrier and looked at the curse realm. He did not see Xiaochen. He just happened to see Xianxia's bloody soul being swept away by the pit of 10 million people. Even someone as strong as him frowned. The curse realm's restriction formation is indeed extraordinary. One could imagine how ruthless he was. One of his descendants died, but he did not feel sad at all. He did not even make a move. Whoosh, the two beams of light disappeared in an instant. The heavenly steel in the eternal unknown place became motionless like a fossil that had existed since ancient times. The abyss of the curse realm had already closed. The heavenly steel below trembled slightly and sealed everything inside. Only then did it avoid the gaze of the supreme ancestor god. Crack, the old shell on Xiaochen's body cracked, and new skin was revealed. It was no longer snow-white like jade. Instead, it had regained its bronze color. Xiaochen had returned to his natural state. His flesh shell was so strong that it was hard to find a few among the ancestor gods. The divine energy in his body was as vast as the ocean. Once upon a time, there was a tortoise. This tortoise raised a human. In the abyss, the old stone tortoise was telling a story to Kiki. Xiaochen was speechless when he saw this scene. The snow-white little critter's big eyes were sparkling. It was listening very quietly at the side. Seeing that the old tortoise had stopped talking, it asked in a tender voice like an obedient child, "What happened after that?" "After that, that human died. The tortoise also died. It's over." The old tortoise slowly stopped talking. "Old liar." Ku, who was like an obedient child, immediately opened her eyes wide in anger when she heard the result. "Liar." Squeak, the little critter did not care about the consequences. It immediately charged over and stomped on the old tortoise. "All right, it's time for you to leave. Come back after you have collected all the heavenly marks. When the 7 steels merge, there will be a pleasant surprise." After the old stone tortoise finished speaking, it raised one of its claws. The top of the abyss immediately opened. The tortoise, the heavenly steel, and the lake of death disappeared from this place. It seemed like they had hidden deeper underground. The curse realm did not suffer any damage. All the blood had vanished. Even if the black light from the pit of 10 million people had not appeared, Xiaochen could have completely sacrificed Xianxia. After a long time, Wu Ming, Torty, and the others appeared one after another. The curse realm became the main camp of these fugitives. Everyone lived in seclusion in the mountains and rivers. On the tall and mighty Bosch, the 2-year-old Baldy's big eyes flickered with a crafty light. He bowed to Xiaochen and said, "Master, you are really amazing. Tofu, from today onwards, you are my master." Xiaochen laughed loudly and rubbed the little Baldy. Then, he looked at Bosch and Miaoqi and said, "It's time to find him a master. However, I don't have time to teach him now." Then, he turned to Wu Ming, Torty, and the others and said, "Quickly go and spread the news. Gather everyone. I will send you to a brand new world. That way, you won't have to face the threat of the otherworldly experts." "All right." Hearing this, Torty immediately beamed with joy. Bang, just at this moment, the void suddenly shattered. A huge ancestral god warship appeared in the primitive mountain range of the Curse Realm. A few hazy figures stood quietly on it. They were Yan Huang, the ancestor dragon, and the other ancestral gods of the 9 provinces. Xiaochen was shocked. The ancestral gods had disappeared from the world of death for more than 30 years. He did not expect that they would appear in the Curse Realm with the ancestral god warship. Greetings, ancestral gods. Even though Xiaochen was already very powerful, he still had to be very respectful to these people. All the cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. They were very excited to have several ancestral gods on their side. "Get up, quickly return to the world of death with us." Yan Huang's dignified voice resounded. Xiaochen was stunned. The ancestral gods were actually looking for him and wanted him to return to the world of death. This was really strange. It seemed like this matter was not ordinary. Without any hesitation, he quickly boarded the ancestral god warship with Kiki and disappeared from the Curse Realm along with the ancestral gods. That is, after returning to the world of death, Xiaochen was extremely shocked when he saw the scene before him. In the world of death, the ground was ice-cold and devoid of life. Thick clouds covered the ground. In front of the divine village, there was an ancient city quietly standing there. The tall and majestic black walls were like a majestic mountain range that stretched across the front, intimidating people's souls. The entire city was built from black divine stones. The immemorial demon city. Xiaochen was shocked. Why did such a huge city suddenly appear here? "We moved it here." Yan Huang's tone was calm. The ancestor gods stood on the ancestral lord warship. Their figures were hazy, but they all had an innate majesty. Ancestor gods, this is, Xiaochen could not understand. At the same time, he was shocked. The ancestor gods had disappeared for more than 30 years, but they actually captured such a mysterious huge city. They were indeed very powerful. Such a huge ancient city hid too many secrets. The more he understood, the more he found it terrifying. The once in 10,000 years gathering of the other world is about to begin. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Retreating is a last resort. If necessary, we will retaliate. The old ancestor dragon's aura was oppressive. His long gray hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was as sharp as lightning. Xiaochen was shocked when he heard that. This was indeed a big move. The ancestor gods were very bold. If they moved such a huge ancient city to fight, they would probably turn the world upside down. This is a dead city that has already self-destructed. There is no vitality at all. Otherwise, we would not have been able to move it here. However, it can be very useful in battle. Xiaochen naturally knew how terrifying a primordial divine city with life energy was. Even the ancestral gods had to retreat. Even if it was a demon city without any life energy, the few ancestral gods still had to spend a lot of effort to successfully move it over. "What can I do?" Xiaochen asked. There had to be a reason why the ancestor gods brought him back. "You were once petrified when you collected the stone golems. Your body is very special. We want you to control this city." Yan Huang said these words. The martial imprint descended from the ancestral lord warship and patted Xiaochen's shoulder. "I think highly of you." He seemed to have forgotten that he once looked down on Xiaochen as trash. "Is there an ancient city in the 9 provinces?" Xiaochen mentioned the dead city in front of the ancestral dragon village. The old farmer who survived from the previous civilization held the great destruction spear and said, "That city cannot be touched." "Why?" Xiaochen was somewhat astonished. He said, "Could it be that it is still alive?" "Yes, it didn't completely self-destruct." Beside him, Mo Xiaowang gave such an answer. Not really extinct yet? Xiaochen shivered inwardly. The ghost town had once swallowed everything, yet there were no existences that had been destroyed. It was truly terrifying. Perhaps it needed an endless amount of divine power to maintain its immortality. But maybe, you can give it a try one day. The half of the stone bone is still in your hands, right? Yan Huang suddenly said. Still here. Xiaochen opened his palm, and half of the stone bone appeared on his palm. Keep it safe. Yan Huang and the old ancestor dragon nodded. The stone man carried too many secrets. Even if the ancestor gods did not say anything, Xiaochen could vaguely guess that this was a great secret that could not be divulged. Ya, Ku was very happy to see the old dragon ancestor. The old ancestor retracted his imposing aura and revealed a benevolent smile. The snow-white little critter flew over with a whoosh and landed on the old ancestor's shoulder. Fortunately, the old dragon ancestor's divine eyes were as sharp as lightning. He had already noticed the pair of pink and translucent jade-like protrusions on Ku's head. He felt lucky. If the little critter really transformed into the little ancestral dragon form, perhaps the dragons would have to exterminate a few more major clans. There were a lot of cultivators living in seclusion in the surroundings of the divine village. They were rescued by Xiaochen and Ku 30 years ago. Many of them had their own descendants. The children born here and the children of the divine village were curiously looking at the huge ghost town from afar. Only they could still be carefree and play happily in this world of death. All the adults were training bitterly to increase their strength. Brat, come and try to see if you are compatible with this ghost town. To be able to address Xiaochen like this without the demeanor of an ancestor god, it could only be the old swindler, the imprint of martial arts. All right. Xiaochen absorbed the stone bone into his body and jumped into the majestic ghost town. The moment he entered, he immediately felt an unusual aura. His body was heating up, and one after another demonic mark appeared on his forehead. That's right, the demonic mark on his forehead was like a vertical eye. A divine radiance rushed out from that vertical eye. In the ghost town in front of the ancestral dragon village, he had this kind of experience before. However, it was far from being able to truly experience the feeling of connecting with this ghost town like now. Xiaochen landed in the center of the ghost town. At this instant, it was as if the ground grew roots under his feet. It was as if he was rooted to the ground. At this moment, he felt as if he could control the vast ocean-like power for his own use. He faced the sky and let out a loud roar. The immemorial demon city shook violently. It instantly shook the entire world of death. All the fire seed life forms in the outer regions of the continent were trembling with fear as they knelt on the ground. Rumble. With a loud sound, this ancient ghost town slowly rose into the sky. Just the aura alone was enough to intimidate all the fire seed life forms within the circumference of several tens of thousands of miles. How is it? The old farmer who survived from the previous civilization asked. I feel that it is very hard to control. This was Xiaochen's true feeling. Currently, he could only control the ghost town into the sky. No worries, we will help you. Just at this moment, the few ancestor gods all flew out of the ancestor gods' worship and entered the center of the majestic ghost town. A few divine lights merged with Xiaochen as everyone worked together to control the immemorial demon city. In the next few days, rumbling sounds resounded unceasingly in the outer regions of the continent of death. In the center of the ghost town, a man's forehead continuously shot out divine lights in all directions. Many mountains of death turned into ashes because of this. The few of them spent several days and finally gradually became compatible with this immemorial demon city. The few ancestor gods were preparing for a great battle. It was easy to imagine what kind of world-shaking scene it would be in the near future. However, Xiaochen felt that this was not their final goal. We should go and bring some cultivators to this world. 3 days later, the few ancestor gods made such a decision. When Xiaochen mentioned the island cage that densely covered the 9 provinces, Yan Huang, the old dragon, and the others all shook their heads. That is a trap set by the ancestor gods of the otherworldly realm. It is to lure us there. Once we use our magic power to collect the islands, they will be the first to sense it. We won't be able to rescue them for now. Xiaochen felt a chill run down his spine. Last time, he was really in danger. If he had rashly collected those islands, he probably wouldn't be standing here anymore. Being able to kill the otherworldly realm's ancestor god Cho Tian in that kind of situation was extremely dangerous. Several days later, Xiaochen and the few ancestor gods set out for the Curse Realm to rescue all the cultivators here. The Curse Realm formation only suppressed the otherworldly realm's ancestor gods. The old dragon and the others all suspected that this formation, which used the entire world as the formation source, might have its own soul. "You guys met that old stone tortoise here?" When they arrived at the abyss again, the few ancestor gods all had solemn expressions. "Yeah, this is where we met that old swindler." Kiki pointed at the pitch-black abyss and answered while panting with rage. It was still brooding over how the old stone tortoise used a story to send it away. "What exactly is that old tortoise's identity?" Xiaochen asked. "That is a legendary existence." The old farmer had a grave expression. For an antique from the previous civilization to give such an evaluation, one could imagine how extraordinary the old stone tortoise was. In the end, Yan Huang, the old dragon, the old farmer, and the other ancestor gods decided to enter the abyss to search for the old stone tortoise. "It doesn't matter if it's just a strand of spiritual essence or not, we must meet him." The old dragon and the other two had solemn expressions as they disappeared into the abyss in an instant. In their opinion, this was a major event. Xiaochen and Kiki entered the depths of the Curse Realm and began to search for the cultivators who had fled here. They were prepared to bring everyone into the world of death. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation of divine power in front of them, and the sound of battle could be heard. Shua, Xiaochen lightly trembled and pierced through heaven and earth. He brought Kiki and quickly appeared in a primitive mountain range several hundred li away. Wu Ming, Bosch, Miaoqi, Todi, and many other familiar figures appeared before their eyes. At this moment, they were surrounded by otherworldly cultivators and were engaged in a bitter battle. Even after fleeing to the Curse Plane, these cultivators would often end up being besieged. Thankfully, there were many mysterious places within the Curse Plane that they could hide in. Today, however, for some unknown reason, news had leaked out and many cultivators ended up being besieged here. "I have tolerated you for a long time. You actually let an ancestor god of my world fall here. From today onwards, we will flatten the Curse Realm and crush all the ants." The leader was a second celestial layer half-ancestor. He ruthlessly swept his gaze over everyone. Lung Xingyi's death shocked all the otherworldly cultivators. It made them realize that the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds still had existences that could threaten them. All these years, the ancestor god experts had been thinking of ways to break the Curse Realm's forbidden formation. Thus, they didn't make a big move in fear of the consequences. However, this time, some radical half-ancestors could no longer endure it. They all requested to fight and led their troops into the Curse Realm. There were even some half-ancestors who were willing to be bait to lure out the murderer. "Who betrayed us?" Many cultivators were very angry. They knew that someone must have informed them. Otherwise, even a half-ancestor expert would find it hard to find them in the mysterious Curse Realm. "Your time of death has come. There is no need to know." That second heaven half-martial ancestor shouted, and his disciples and grand-disciples all retreated. Then, he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion toward Wu Ming and the others, enveloping all of them within it. How awe-inspiring. Xiaochen appeared in the sky above this mountain range. The instant the second celestial layer half-ancestor grabbed at Wu Ming and the others, Xiaochen also stretched out his hand and grabbed at the second celestial layer half-ancestor. That otherworldly layer half-ancestor quickly withdrew his hand and clashed with Xiaochen. Bang! The two hands clashed. The expression of the otherworldly layer half-ancestor changed. His hand that covered the sky immediately shattered and turned into ashes. Bang! In the next instant, Xiaochen's palm covered the second heaven half-martial ancestor. Xiaochen squeezed hard, and the second heaven half-martial ancestor cried out miserably. His flesh immediately turned into a mangled mess. Then, he died in body and soul. This was the huge difference in strength. Xiaochen attacked mercilessly. As his hand swept across, all the otherworldly cultivators in the sky were enveloped. Earlier, they had been overbearing. Now, they were all trembling with fear. Silently, dozens of otherworldly cultivators turned into ashes in an instant. Wu Ming and the others were dumbfounded. Xiaochen's current strength deeply shocked them. Ya Ke quickly opened the Lost Paradise and collected all the cultivators in this mountain range. Let's go. Xiaochen carried Ke and quickly rushed into the depths of the Curse Realm. Because there were energy fluctuations coming from time to time, it was clear that there were intense battles in more than one area. Hey, Xiaochen was startled. A hazy taiji diagram swept across the sky in front of him. Many otherworldly cultivators fell like ants, dying one after another. By the time Xiaochen got close, the taiji diagram had already disappeared, leaving behind a group of 9 prefectures cultivators who had survived the calamity. Taiji Zhang Sanfeng, a strange light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He had always been filled with reverence for this outstanding person throughout the ages. He knew that if this extraordinary person did not die, it was only a matter of time before he became an ancestor god. This was because he was like old Shuang in the realm of half-ancestor. He had already comprehended most of the origin source of the universe and the divine laws of the myriad realms. He was not like Xiaochen, who had only taken out an ancestor god's physical body. This extraordinary person could have taken the ancestral dragon ship and left, but he still chose to stay. It was easy to imagine that he wanted to become an ancestor god in this perilous environment. It was obvious that he knew of Xiaochen's arrival and left. An expert of this level had his own way of doing things. Xiaochen quickly passed through the Curse Realm and collected almost half of the cultivators into Ke's Lost Paradise. At this moment, Yan Huang, the ancestral dragon, and the others rushed out of the abyss and appeared in the primitive mountain range where Xiaochen was at. All of them had grave expressions. Go! The old farmer shouted at Xiaochen. We only collected a small portion of them. There are still many cultivators that we have not collected. Xiaochen answered. There is no time. Quickly take out the stone bone and hide all of our auras. Yan Huang's expression was solemn. Xiaochen was startled. The stone bone appeared in his palm and hid the auras of the few ancestor gods. The entire Curse Realm has been sealed. It seems like it will be very difficult for us to return to the Death Realm. Whoosh! While they were talking, the few ancestor gods and Xiaochen's group had already moved several thousand miles and appeared in another primitive mountain range. The otherworldly ancestor gods have made their move. The ancestral dragon revealed a piece of bad news. This was a matter that made one's scalp go numb. The terrifying strength of the ancestor gods was too frightening. Once they made their move, it would definitely be earth-shattering and cause the enemy to fall. It seems like the ghost town we prepared won't be able to be used anymore. Now that we have alarmed the otherworldly ancestor gods, their strength is indeed terrifying. Mo Xiaowang sighed. It was originally to attract their attention, but I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Yan Huang's words were very strange. This made Xiaochen even more suspicious about the ancestor gods' intention to make their move. It seemed like they really had another objective. Just at this moment, 3 divine lights suddenly appeared in the sky of the Curse Realm. The immortal heavenly shield, the fiend blade, and the 33-layered divine pagoda appeared at the same time. 3 ancestor gods are making their move at the same time. The old faker's martial imprint suddenly changed color. At this moment, he was no longer as lazy as before. In the sky of the Curse Realm, 9 figures silently appeared. The otherworldly ancestor gods had descended and were about to make their move. The situation was grim to the extreme. Just at this moment, in the direction of the abyss, a heavenly steel suddenly expanded. It surpassed all the huge mountains in the surroundings and pierced through the blue dome of heaven in an instant. Not only did it force back the 9 hazy figures, it even expanded crazily towards the treasures of the 3 ancestor gods. At the bottom of the abyss, the heavenly steel expanded explosively to become larger than a 30 kilometers tall mountain. It pierced through the sky and forced back the 9 ancestral gods before colliding with the supreme treasures of the 3 supreme ancestral gods. Boom! The entire Curse world was shaking. It was as if the world was about to collapse. A terrifying aura covered the sky. It was just a patch of white and nothing could be seen. Let's go. Yan Huang growled. Although he wanted to attract the attention of the experts from the other world, he could not sacrifice himself for nothing. The few of them rushed into the starry sky, preparing to use this opportunity to break through the world barrier. In the eternal unknown, a petrified elder god suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of godly light pierced through the world barrier and appeared in the curse realm, enveloping the patriarch dragon and the others. Aside from Xiaochen, who grasped the other half of the stone bone, Yan Huang, Mo Xiaowang, and the others all revealed themselves in the sky. The eyes of the otherworldly realm's supreme ancestor god were like torches. Even though they were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, they could see through the situation. Whoosh, 9 blurry figures instantly appeared above the sea of stars. 9 otherworld elder gods joined forces to suppress the patriarch dragon and the others. Boundless might, majestic and unfathomable. The starry sky of the curse world was silently annihilated. Countless stars dimmed forever. The clash between ancestor gods had begun. The two sides fought fiercely. 6 paths of reincarnation. Moment of beauty. Cosmic annihilation. Ancestor dragon, Yan Huang, the old farmer, and the others attacked one after another, and they revealed the terrifying strength unique to ancestor god realm experts. Within the resplendent divine light, the endless galaxies in the cosmos began to burn. Then, they shattered with a loud rumble, becoming an eternal region of darkness. This was a clash between ancestor god-level powerhouses. Bang, the sky of the curse realm was torn apart. The patriarch dragon, Yan Huang, and the others were sent flying back to the curse realm continent. The 9 great ancestor gods above them were all peerless experts, and they were able to suppress them with absolute numbers. There's no way to draw the 3 elder gods out of the eternal unknown. The ancestral dragon's voice was low and deep, and it seemed very regretful. Xiaochen felt startled in his heart. Even now, the ancestor gods still had such thoughts. It was clear that they were planning something very crazy. Those 3 supreme universe-enlightened ancestral gods had remained the same since time immemorial, and they sat cross-legged in an eternal unknown place like fossils. There was obviously a reason why they hadn't personally descended to deal with all of them. Boom, the 9 great elder gods possessed peerless divine might. As they pressed forward, the heavens shook and the earth quaked. Retreat! Yan Huang growled, and the few of them quickly retreated to the front of the heavens monument. Kill! The word kill wasn't shouted out. Instead, it was the sound of the collision of the invisible killing intents of the 9 otherworld elder gods. A chilling aura froze the sky. 30,000 miles up in the sky was a vast expanse of whiteness, filled with chilling killing intent. The 9 otherworldly ancestral gods closed in on the heavenly steel, and all kinds of divine techniques were instantly unleashed. Resplendent light illuminated the continent, and the entire starry sky shook. The heavenly steel, which was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, shook violently. The densely packed patterns on its surface shone with a divine radiance, and the light shot into the sky, sweeping towards the 9 great ancestral gods. At the same time, the supreme treasures of the 3 great ancestral gods, the demon blade, the undying heavenly shield, and the 33-level divine pagoda, were like bottomless vessels. Endless god blood flowed down from the waves and poured toward the heaven steel. This was a terrifying scene. 3 long rivers of blood that were tens of thousands of meters long poured down from the sky and drowned the heaven monument. The bright red blood dyed the heaven steel red. The majestic ancient steel violently trembled. In the end, it actually became shorter and retreated into the abyss. Stoneman blood! The old ancestor dragon roared. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from its eyes. It was obvious that it was very excited. The supreme treasures of the 3 sects were soaked in the stoneman blood. The blood is everlasting, and they are using it to deal with the heaven steel. Yan Huang's expression was very unsightly. All of you, retreat! The old stone turtle's voice came from the abyss. The heaven steel sank into the abyss. Xiaochen, Yan Huang, and the others also flew down at the same time. The stoneman blood dyed the sky red, and the abyss was sealed. Xiaochen felt that the rock bone in his hand was heating up. He had an urge to use the rock bone to deal with the divine blood above. In the abyss, the old stone turtle stretched out a huge stone claw and pressed down on Xiaochen's hand. Don't be rash. But, this divine blood is too tyrannical. It is suppressing the heaven steel. Xiaochen was somewhat worried. You are wrong. The heaven steel is fine. The reason why it retreated is because it doesn't want to kill itself with the stone blood. Now is not the time to use the stone bone. Speaking up to this point, the old stone turtle said, all of you, retreat from this dead lake. Bang! At this time, the 9 otherworldly ancestor gods rushed down and launched an attack at the suppressed heaven steel. The old stone turtle's eyes lit up. Xianxia and the others prepared for battle. But at this time, the heaven steel shook, and all the patterns on it appeared. In the end, they flew away from the heaven steel and turned into a beam of dazzling divine light that shot into the sky. In an instant, one of the otherworldly ancestor gods was sucked into it. The figures of the other 8 ancestor gods became hazy. They burst out with world-destroying power and clashed with the dazzling divine light. The dazzling divine light was the essence of the heaven steel's inscriptions. At this moment, it took form. It was the condensation of power, the direct manifestation of the profound divine laws. It destroyed time and space, causing the past, present, and future to become chaotic. Although it didn't connect the past and the present, it successfully broke through the obstruction of the 8 otherworldly ancestor gods and swept one of them back. In the sky, the treasures of the 3 supreme ancestor gods shone brightly. The stone blood stored inside poured down like an ocean, drowning the abyss. Bang! The heaven steel's inscriptions turned into dazzling divine light that wrapped around the otherworldly ancestor god and imprinted it on the heaven steel. The ancestor god was covered in blood and stuck to the heaven steel, unable to break free. 6 paths of reincarnation. The old ancestor dragon roared and immediately executed this unparalleled ability, attacking the restrained otherworldly ancestor god. Chi! Chi! Sonic booms resounded. The 8 ancestor gods above attacked at the same time, dispelling this unparalleled ability. Instant of youth. Struggle of the tiger and snake. Yan Huang, Mo Xiaowang, and the others quickly made their moves. This was a great opportunity to eliminate an otherworldly ancestor god. Bang! Just at this moment, 2 heaven marks appeared between Xiaoqian's palms. The 2 heaven marks trembled slightly, and the heaven steel in front immediately shook. 2 heaven marks rushed out of Xiaoqian's palms and broke through the obstruction of the 8 otherworldly ancestor gods' divine techniques. They immediately imprinted themselves on the huge heaven steel. The sealed otherworldly ancestor god immediately let out a muffled groan because the 2 heaven marks and the real heaven steel had squeezed him in the middle. At this moment, he fell down. Powerlessly. The old stone turtle nodded at Xiaoqian and said, "You are the most suitable to make a move in front of the heaven steel." The 8 otherworldly ancestor gods above attacked ferociously, wanting to stop everything. However, it was already too late. That otherworldly ancestor god had already fallen at the base of the heaven steel. Squeak! Ku took out a 7-colored jade bowl and immediately trapped that heavily injured otherworldly ancestor god inside. As for Mo Xiaowang, he charged over at high speed, violently twisting the neck of that outsider universe ancestral god. He held Taoshua's head in his hand, while the old farmer pierced his body with the great devastation battle spear and propped it up. An ancestor god was not that easy to kill. The 2 of them only managed to split his body temporarily. They still needed to use a special method to completely destroy his body and soul. We captured an ancestor god. You guys can bring him along and sacrifice him on the way. The old stone turtle looked at the black paint sex dead lake in front of the heaven steel and said, "You guys should retreat from here. I believe you won't run into too much trouble." Sacrifice? Xiaoqian was shocked and confused. The old stone turtle pointed at the dead lake, and the lake water immediately surged. The old farmer, Yan Huang, the old ancestor dragon, and the others did not hesitate. They carried that otherworldly ancestor god's divine body and immediately rushed into the black lake. The old stone turtle watched as they jumped into the dead lake and said, "Go. Remember to sacrifice yourself. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. However, if you are lucky, you might even obtain a stone warrior." After that, the old stone turtle looked at the sky and said, "The Curse Realm's great formation should be activated soon." At this moment, the Curse Realm was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. This terrifying change had happened so suddenly and so quickly. It was as if this place had become an eternally silent and desolate world. The trillions of living beings were all panicking. All of them were terrified from the bottom of their hearts. "Let's go." Above the abyss, one of the 8 alien ancestor gods let out a low shout as he decisively charged into the skies. But in the end, he was still a bit too late. Within the curse realm, within the crater of 10 million people, beams of black light shot into the skies, sweeping out in all directions. The primordial forbidden formation that used the curse realm as its foundation had been activated. It didn't kill mortals, it didn't kill birds or beasts, it only killed alien ancestor-level powerhouses. This world-class grand formation seemed to have its own soul. Chi, black light shot into the skies, tearing apart the heavens and connecting the heavens and earth. Each beam was thicker than a mountain, piercing through all obstacles. The terrifying black light pierced through the curse realm, twisting and turning, forming a black cage in the skies that shot towards the 8 ancestor gods. Annihilate! The 3 alien ancestor gods roared. 3 beams of divine light shot into the skies, causing the skies to split apart. But the black cage didn't move at all. It continued to shrink inwards, suppressing the 8 of them. 6 realms collapse. The 8 ancestor gods roared together, their voices shaking the skies. 8 beams of divine light shot into the skies, instantly tearing apart the black cage. 5 figures flew into the skies, but 3 of them were suddenly wrapped up by the black light. A pair of giant black hands formed from the black light slowly closed together, crushing the 3 alien ancestor gods within them. This was a peerless grand formation that used the entire curse realm as its source. Now that it had its own formation soul, its power was unfathomable. Chi, 10 million beams of sword energy shot into the skies from various regions of the curse realm, piercing towards the 3 alien ancestor gods who were imprisoned in the skies. Terrifying light wove together in the skies of the curse realm, forming a dense black net that completely submerged the 3 alien ancestor gods. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the curse realm red. The peerless grand formation unleashed an unimaginable destructive power that pierced through the 3 ancestor gods. As for the giant black hands in the skies, they began to press down, wanting to completely crush the 3 of them. Chi, the demon blade, eternal shield, and divine pagoda in the sky shook violently, and they emanated a myriad of strands of divine light that were like silk ribbons. They instantly injured the pair of jet black hands to the point they were riddled with holes, and they blocked the boundless black-colored sword chi beneath them. Swish, the 3 otherworld elder gods soared into the skies, breaking free from the bindings of the giant jet black hand. Boom, at that moment, the black clouds surged. In almost an instant, they drowned out the sky and the stars in the sky. There were black demonic clouds everywhere, surging like long rivers, surging like underworld flames. They surged in the sky dome, black clouds, and mist surrounding the endless cosmos. At this moment, it wasn't just those 3 Xenorace universe-enlightened ancestral gods, even the 5 universe-enlightened ancestral gods and the supreme treasures of the 3 supreme universe-enlightened ancestral gods had been drowned beneath it. The heavens and the earth became pitch black. The heavens and the earth seemed to have joined together, and the 2 began to rotate like millstones. The otherworld ancestor gods who were caught in the middle of it all suffered a terrifying attack. The peerless battle was ever-changing, and all sorts of ancient curses and secret arts were activated, a muffled groan rang out. And universe-enlightened ancestral gods' blood dyed the sky red as a terrifying black light pierced through his chest. Bang, another universe-enlightened ancestral god felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His body nearly cracked as a giant black hammer smashed into his back, causing him to vomit blood. Within the demonic clouds that blotted out the sky, over a dozen ancestor god weapons shot out from within the peerless formation. Moreover, the power of the primordial forbidden formation was constantly increasing. Every blade of grass and tree in the world was being sanctified. They soared into the sky and transformed into sharp blades. With the divine essence as the foundation, every artifact within the curse realm could be transformed into a terrifying killing weapon. This was the peerless formation of the curse realm. It was completely capable of injuring an ancestor god. In the sky, the 8 ancestor gods were all bleeding. The terrifying forbidden formation had truly injured them. As for the supreme treasures of the 3 supreme ancestor gods, they were also rampaging about, clashing with the various ancestor god weapons within the black fog. It was already extremely difficult to cause the ancestor gods to bleed, and it was even more difficult to truly kill them. After all, every single one of them was indestructible and could only be killed using special methods. It was impossible for the peerless formation to destroy everyone. At this moment, everything in the world, every blade of grass and tree, was completely sanctified. Even many of the cultivators within the formation had become sacred weapons of slaughter. They appeared high up in the sky, becoming weapons within the peerless formation. Millions of living beings, trillions of plants, mountains, and rocks, all gathered towards 2 or 3 people. The forbidden formation wanted to obliterate these ancestor god powerhouses. In the eternal unknown, the 3 supreme ancestor gods who were sitting cross-legged like fossils suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. At this moment, 3 raging waves descended upon the curse realm. The demon blade, the undying heavenly shield, and the 33 divine pagodas trembled at the same time as though they had come to life. Then, they pierced through the black fog and forcibly opened up a passageway that calmly guided the 8 universe-enlightened ancestral gods out. This was the terrifying strength of the supreme ancestor gods. But the moment the experts left, the peerless formation shook. Black fog that covered the sky rushed into the passageway, and muffled groans could be heard. Moreover, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. The black fog enveloped everything. Even the supreme ancestor gods in the eternal unknown couldn't see what was happening inside. The 3 supreme ancestor gods finally revealed a look of shock on their petrified faces. They stretched out a large hand towards the curse realm. With a loud rumble, the black fog scattered, but at the same time, the giant hand trembled repeatedly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 7 universe-enlightened ancestral gods flew out from the spatial passageway and escaped the curse realm. 2 of them were heavily injured, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. As for the 8th, he disappeared, leaving behind a thick fog of blood. The result was obvious. Just now, they had suffered an inexplicable attack. They hadn't been able to clearly see the enemy at all. The 7 of them revealed looks of shock. In the eternal unknown, the petrified ancestor god retracted his large hand. 5 drops of blood seeped out from his 5 fingertips. They were bright red and bewitching, and they were filled with a demonic power. Old Deva, he only spat out these 5 words. In another direction, a supreme ancestor god was unperturbed. He said, "The weakest civilization is just the surface. I have a bad feeling. Maybe it's time to sweep through the world with the strongest power." The 3rd supreme ancestor god said coldly and emotionlessly. Bang, a huge yellow man suddenly descended into the abyss of the curse realm. Only his head was completely petrified. If Xianxia were here, he would definitely recognize this person as the horrifying existence that had attacked Ke's ancestor Xian in the ancient era. The old stone turtle immediately shrunk its neck and charged towards the heavenly steel with a whoosh. It turned into a carving and imprinted itself on the steel, turning into a huge, lifelike turtle. The horrifying yellow man arrived before the heavenly steel with large strides and grabbed the huge steel that was as tall as him. He shook it with all his might, wanting to shatter it. However, the heavenly steel shone brightly and knocked him back by 7 or 8 steps. The yellow giant let out a deep roar and jumped into the dead black lake. He was as tall as a mountain, but the lake was like a bottomless pit, completely submerging him. There was no light at the bottom of the dead black lake. Xianxia, the old ancestor dragon, and the others were isolated in a hopeless world. "What do you guys feel?" The old farmer used the great destruction spear to pick up the body of the otherworldly ancestor god and suddenly said, "I feel a great danger approaching." "That's right, it's behind us. Go quickly." Yan Huang and Grand Elder Long Sishi shouted. The black lake water was as heavy as a mountain. Only ancestor god experts could pass through it. Ordinary cultivators would probably be immediately turned into a pool of blood. Rumble, waves surged, and a huge black figure rushed over from the bottom of the lake. There was a primal chaos horn on its head, and it suddenly attacked the group with a hazy primal chaos radiance. Bang, Xianxia directly took out the formation and pressed forward, shattering the chaotic waves and chopping off the tip of the horn, blocking the huge figure. "This is the ancestor god battle pet that the old stone turtle mentioned. The danger doesn't come from it, let's speed up." Yan Huang's expression was solemn. The few experts rushed to the bottom of the lake in an instant. The huge black hole was where the heavenly steel was suppressing. It was hard to imagine where it led to. They could vaguely see a dilapidated city standing within the black hole. Leads to the world of death? The old farmer stared at the huge black hole at the bottom of the dead lake and said, "Are we going to sacrifice here?" "Yes, right here." Mo Xiaowang first raised the head in his hand and used a forbidden technique to burn it. Boundless divine power rushed into the black hole. "You guys will be destroyed sooner or later," the captured otherworldly ancestor god roared. Bang! The old farmer used the great destruction spear to shatter the headless body into pieces and sacrificed it. The divine fire burned under the dead lake, causing the black lake water to boil. The few ancestor gods immediately took action and completely refined the otherworldly ancestor god. They sacrificed its flesh and blood and threw it into the huge black hole. At that moment, they felt a terrifying ocean-like aura. They didn't know whether it was from the heavenly steel or the blurry ancient city inside the black hole. The otherworldly ancestor god's flesh and blood quickly turned into ashes. Boundless divine power melted into the black hole. Swish, 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 the few of them followed Old Tortoise's instructions and rushed into the giant black hole at that moment. At the same time, a yellow hand silently swept over. If they were one step slower, they would have been enveloped by the hand. The head was petrified, and the body was formed from the condensation of yellow. A terrifying existence had rushed over. Roar! The roar that came from the soul shook the entire dead lake, and even the giant black hole was shaken. The khaki-colored giant reached into the hole with both of his hands, and his giant head. Bang! At that moment, the huge heavenly steel on the island in the dead lake suddenly shone brightly. All the patterns engraved on it seemed to have come to life. The heavenly steel quickly sank, pierced through the island, and fell into the dead lake. With a rumble, it suppressed the yellow giant at the bottom of the lake. Roar! The yellow giant was like a wild beast. It let out a terrifying soul roar. The upper half of its body had already entered the black hole, while the lower half was suppressed by the heavenly steel. Yan Huang, the old ancestor dragon, Xiaochen, and the others were all shocked. The dangerous aura they felt just now came from this giant. Why is it like a wild beast? Does it not have the corresponding intelligence? Xiaochen was very shocked. The yellow giant's strength was immeasurable, but its intelligence was like that of a ferocious beast. There was only killing intent and madness in its eyes. Even universe-enlightened ancestral god realm experts would be extremely shocked by the cold and ghastly aura emitted by the soul formation. Roar! The terrifying existence with a petrified head shook the lower half of its body violently, trying to break free from the heavenly steel. At the same time, it waved its terrifying hands at the few ancestor gods. "Retreat quickly!" the old farmer shouted. The other side of the black hole was also a boundless black water. The group directly tore through the space and fled more than 5 kilometers away until a dilapidated ancient city blocked their way. This was the mysterious city that they had seen before entering the black hole with their great divine power. It looked like the immemorial demon city, but it was in ruins. More than half of the city walls had collapsed, and the buildings inside had already been reduced to ruins. Behind him, the giant hand of the adornment giant was expanding rapidly, reaching out for more than 10 miles and catching up to them in an instant. At this moment, Xiaochen, the old ancestor dragon, and the others were staring blankly. A stone spear was stuck in the center of the dilapidated ancient city. Although it looked simple and unadorned, it deeply attracted everyone's attention. Even the ancestor god experts were tempted by it. "Go!" Yan Huang shouted. Now was not the time to be in a daze. They couldn't recklessly rush over to pull out the stone spear. The old stone turtle had warned them before that obtaining the stone spear depended on luck. Rumble! Behind them, the pair of terrifying yellow hands had already expanded to the front. They had no scruples at all. They pushed down the dilapidated city walls as easily as crushing dry weeds. The 100-meter-tall majestic wall collapsed with a loud rumble, causing the black water to churn. The yellow giant was like the most ferocious beast. It didn't care at all. In an instant, it stretched its hands to the center of the city. Obviously, it had also seen the stone spear. Bang! In the center of the dilapidated ancient city, an ancient well suddenly stretched out a petrified hand. With a loud rumble, it blocked the yellow giant's hands and almost cracked them. Yan Huang and the others had already rushed out of the black water. They were now above a surging black Styx river. Xiaochen was instantly shocked. He was no stranger to this majestic river. This was the Styx River that flowed out from the deepest part of the world of death. It extended all the way to the homeland of the demonic creature Xianxia. No one had ever reached the end of the Styx River. This was just a section of the Styx River. They didn't expect that the black hole suppressed by the divine steel was connected to this place, and that there was a dilapidated ancient city hidden under the river. Squeak, Kiki cried out in alarm. Through the river, they could vaguely see the scene inside the ancient city. A strange person climbed out of the ancient well. The left half of his head was petrified, and the right half was almost rotten white bones. As for his torso, the left half of his chest was already petrified, and the rest of his body was full of cracks. It seemed like it would shatter at any time. Is this the half-dead person that the old stone turtle mentioned? Bang! The strange person pulled out the stone spear from Gu Bingqian and shook it with all his might. In an instant, it pierced through one of the yellow giant's arms. The ancestral gods could already tell that the stone spear was the real stone warrior. Whether it was the left half of the strange person's head or the left half of his chest, or the yellow giant's head, they were all petrified. They weren't the real stone warrior. The stone spear and the stone bone in Xiaochen's palm seemed to be of the same origin. Bang! Although one of the yellow giant's arms was pierced through, it still possessed unparalleled ferocity. With a violent shake, a misty yellow aura rushed out and submerged the strange person in front of it. Without a sound, a layer of bone powder was shaved off the rotten right half of the strange person's bones and fell to the ground. It was clearly a lot thinner now. Boom! The strange person shook it with all his might, and the stone spear pierced through the yellow giant. In an instant, the giant was split open, and even the petrified head rolled down. In the eternal unknown, the three supreme ancestral gods opened their eyes at the same time and revealed a shocked expression. They had already sensed that the yellow giant was in danger. Rumble! After the petrified head rolled down to the ground, it opened its mouth and spouted out a terrifying yellow light. In an instant, the light enveloped the strange person holding the stone spear. Boom! The rotten white bones on the strange person's body immediately shattered. Only the petrified part remained intact and fell to the ground. He used his powerful divine sense to control the stone spear and once again pierced through the enemy in front of him. The two terrifying existences didn't move very fast, but every strike they made was earth-shattering, causing the continent of the world of death to tremble. In the abyss, the huge black hole suppressed by the seventh divine steel was actually connected to the endless Styx of the death world. And under the Black River, there was a dilapidated ancient city that was so ancient that it was hard to deduce its age. In the stone well at the center of the ruined ancient city, a skeletal monster whose body was partially petrified climbed out. Bang! The stone spear pierced through the sky and the earth. At that moment, the entire death continent was violently trembling. One could imagine how terrifying that terrifying attack was. Rumble! Only the earthen giant's petrified head was undamaged. It was struck by a powerful force and rolled in the ancient city. The petrified head was enveloped in a hazy yellow light. Without a sound, it destroyed everything in its way. The ancient and dilapidated city was almost destroyed in an instant. The only remaining part of the city wall also collapsed with a rumble. The master of the ruined city, that monster, was not much better off. Only the left half of his petrified head and chest remained. The stone spear was quietly lying in front of him. The battle between the golems was not fast, but it was extremely terrifying. As long as they fought, the victor would definitely be decided. That was because their battle prowess was too powerful and unfathomable. In the sky above the black Styx, the martial imprint coveted the stone spear. However, the ancestral dragon sternly warned, "Do not approach it." Even an ancestral god was so cautious. One could imagine how dangerous the ruined city was. Rumble! Under the surging dead river, there was a series of rumbling sounds. It sounded like muffled thunder. The originally dilapidated city was rumbling and reforming. It slowly gained the grandeur of a grand city. The black river above was affected by this. It surged and roared as if thousands of horses were galloping. The earthen giant's remaining head soared into the sky. It rushed out of the reconstructed ancient city and broke through the water surface to soar into the sky. Boom! The ancient city suddenly expanded. The city wall instantly became like a towering mountain. It rushed out of the water surface and trapped the petrified head back. Asterisk roar, asterisk the earthen giant's head let out a beast-like roar and violently shook. Asterisk crack crack, asterisk the ancient city was torn apart. One could imagine how powerful the collision was. The destruction of the demon city was not something ordinary people could imagine. At this moment, the master of the ancient city seemed to have gained life. He seemed to have fused with the stone spear and soared into the sky, piercing through the petrified head. Boom, as if it had pierced through a leather drum, the simple and unadorned spearhead pierced through the stone head, producing a dull sound. The bright radiance illuminated the black continent of death. Xianxia and the others who were in the distance all revealed a shocked expression. That simple strike contained too terrifying power. They could clearly feel the world of death trembling thrice, shaking thrice, making them feel suffocated. Boom, at the same time, the earthy yellow giant's head split into two halves. One half of it burst into flames and turned into a ball of yellow divine light that shot toward the strange man. Bang, the strange man controlled the stone spear with his spiritual sense and pierced through the yellow light, but the afterglow still covered his left chest. Crack, his petrified chest suddenly ignited and turned into a dazzling divine splendor. This was a completely suicidal and destructive confrontation. Regardless of the consequences, the two of them were mutually injured. Moreover, they did not have the slightest intention of stopping. In the next instant, they charged together again. Boom, after an intense collision, the two terrifying existences completely turned into divine splendor and burned. The two entangled with each other and headed toward destruction. At this moment, a wave of divine power suddenly surged from the depths of the continent of death. A dark cloud covered the land and quickly approached. Hide! Yan Huang shouted. Everyone could already sense that it was an ancestor god expert. As soon as they vanished, a powerful ancestor white bone charged forward. When he saw the two powerful experts in the ruined city below him, his eyes flashed with a blazing light, and he transformed into a beam of white light and shot down. His main target was that stone spear. Just as he was about to snatch it, the black nether river surged and thousands of divine splendor soared into the sky. The two terrifying monsters that had already been destroyed appeared again, entangling with the ancestor white bones and burning them together. The black nether river instantly went berserk. In the distance, Xiaochen and the others were dumbfounded. The two petrified existences were too horrifying. The moment they were about to be destroyed, they burned an ancestor god expert to death in both body and soul. It should be noted that ancestor gods were immortal and very difficult to kill. But now, they turned into ashes in an instant. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the divine power of the two petrified existences was. In the eternal unknown, the three supreme ancestor gods were shocked at the same time. At this moment, their eyes blazed like divine flames. A nearly invincible war tool was destroyed just like that. What kind of existence killed him? They could only sense the disappearance of the earthen giant, but they could not see what was happening in the world of death. Above the black nether river, time and space became completely chaotic. The light emitted by the two petrified existences distorted the world. Boom, at this moment, a majestic aura came from the depths of the distant continent of death, shocking everyone. A majestic immemorial demon city actually flew into the sky, and then with a rumble, it descended into the underworld river, replacing the original dilapidated ancient city. It suppressed the chaotic time and space. After the two petrified existences were burned, the remaining divine light was absorbed by the huge city like ripples. Clearly, it came for the remaining strange power. Swish, light soared into the sky, and a rainbow tore through the hazy sky of the world of death, rushing to an unknown place in the distance. It was the originally simple stone spear. The newly descended huge city burst out with an overwhelming divine power and swept towards the stone spear, trying to take it back. However, the stone spear could not be stopped at all. It left behind an afterimage and disappeared completely. Boom, under the nether river, the newly descended ancient city gave off a loud tremor. Then, it became completely quiet, falling into an eternal deathly stillness. Yan Huang and the ancestor dragon looked at each other in shock. They did not expect things to develop like this. Usually, the immemorial demon cities will not attack each other. Only when one side is about to be destroyed, at the last moment, the huge city will fly over and absorb the remaining power. It seems that no one has really succeeded in taking that last step. The few ancestor gods discussed softly. They had been in the depths of the world of death for more than 30 years, so they naturally knew a lot of secrets. Squeak, squeak, Kiki pointed in the direction where the stone spear disappeared and muttered. The little guy was very unwilling to watch a stone weapon fly away. Let's go and take a look. Xiaochen grasped the half-stone bone in his hand tightly. Never mind, it is very hard to find. The ancestor dragon shook his head and said, even the newly arrived immemorial demon city could not find the stone spear. If we search blindly, it will be even harder to find anything. Xiaochen circulated his divine power and infused it into the half-stone bone, wanting to see if it would have any special reaction. However, he was disappointed. The stone bone was like an ancient well, without any strange changes. Hey, suddenly, a fist-sized black hole appeared silently between Xiaochen's fingers. No one knew where it led to. Squeak, Kiki let out a startled cry, and the few ancestor gods immediately surrounded Xiaochen. Two simple and unadorned stones appeared between Xiaochen's fingers. They were both the size of Longan eyes. The ancestor dragon was somewhat shocked. It revealed a grave expression and said, when the two petrified existences were destroyed, I saw that their petrified parts did not completely burn. These seemed to be the remaining parts. The few of them looked carefully. The two unadorned stones were made of almost the same material as the half-stone bone. They were truly stone and not as simple as petrification. These seemed to be the essence of those two horrifying existences. Only such a small part of their entire bodies truly turned into stone. Just at this moment, the half-stone bone appeared between Xiaochen's fingers and turned into the size of a normal skull. The two Longan-sized stones entered its mouth. After that, the half-stone bone shrank to the size of a pigeon's egg again and disappeared from Xiaochen's hand. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't say anything. Only Kiki curiously flipped Xiaochen's palm and kept looking at it. The ancestor dragon looked at the huge city under the underworld river and said, we should leave this place quickly. Although no one has truly taken that step, there are still serious flaws even if they have horrifying combat prowess. However, we still have to be careful. The others nodded. Even the ancestor gods felt uneasy staying in front of an immemorial demon city that still had some vitality. This time, they returned to the divine village without any mishaps. Kiki released all the cultivators that she kept in the lost paradise. Although she couldn't rescue everyone from the curse realm, this half of them was enough to pass on everything. Now, the divine village became even more lively. There were many cultivators, so they had no choice but to establish a pure land in the surroundings. In front of the divine village, Xianxia couldn't help but ask the ancestor gods in the immemorial ghost city that was moved here. Attracting the attention of the otherworldly supreme ancestor gods, why? Just to create an opportunity for the martial ancestor. Yan Huang said this sentence calmly. Didn't the martial ancestor already enter the deepest part of the world of death? Xiaochen was confused. He asked, what does this have to do with the otherworldly supreme ancestor gods? The martial ancestor wants to sacrifice his life to do something important. The ancestor dragon answered. What the two said was limited, so Xiaochen couldn't speculate. The reason why the three supreme ancestral gods of this alternate dimension are motionless like fossils in the eternal unknown is because they're guarding an ancient stone staircase. The martial ancestor is in the depths of the death continent. After gathering everything he needs to silently charge through the 99 weighty stone steps. What we need to do now is to make the three otherworldly supreme ancestor gods lower their guard, making them pay attention to the 9 provinces and the 4 realms. Only then will we have an opportunity in the future. Are the 3 otherworldly supreme ancestor gods that terrifying? Xiaochen was shocked. It's not about how terrifying they are, but that no one can discover them when they charge through the 99 weighty stone steps. The immemorial demon domain floated quietly under the dark clouds. After training for the past few days, Xiaochen could already control this huge city that had lost its vitality. The huge black city was lifeless, it was like a dark cloud hanging in the sky. There was no vitality to speak of, but it still had a majestic aura that made people feel suffocated. Shua, With a flash of black light, the huge immemorial demon city instantly moved 1,000 li and appeared in the eastern region of the Death Continent. Not good, it's still too slow. The old dragon ancestor shook his head and said, at least 10,000 li in an instant. His opponent was not a half-ancestor, but the otherworldly ancestor god. Everything had to be strictly controlled. The divine diagram slowly rotated beside Xiao Lai, providing him with an endless supply of divine power. Only with this could he control the ghost city better. However, it was still hard for him to truly become one with the ghost city. He couldn't move the ghost city with a thought. In the distance, the old farmer held the Great Destruction War Spear and shouted at Xiaochen, "Come and suppress me." The black light soared into the sky, the majestic ghost city drew a long divine light as it streaked across the sky. It was like the firmament was pressing down and suppressing the old farmer. The old farmer and the Great Destruction War Spear suddenly expanded and became as thick as a mountain. The divine power of the Great Destruction War Spear was overwhelming, it scattered all the dark clouds above the death world. With a loud bang, the ghost city swayed 3 times and violently trembled. It heavily collided with the Great Destruction War Spear. Even though they laid down an ancestor god-level barrier, with a loud rumble, the Death Continent below still collapsed for several thousand li and sunk in. The old farmer fell straight into the depths of the earth. Meanwhile, the ghost town followed suit, descending onto the blood-colored land that was split into pieces, crushing the old farmer underneath. It more or less displayed some of its might, but it is still far from enough. The old farmer's voice transmitted from below as he struggled to break free while grimacing in pain. Very clearly, the might was still not enough. It couldn't suppress him at all, not to mention kill the otherworldly ancestor god. Let's help him and test out its might. The old dragon ancestor, Yan Huang, and the others flew into the ghost city to help Xiaochen. The huge ancient ghost city immediately soared with black light and pressed down on the old farmer again. A horrifying aura shook the death world. The immemorial demon city emitted a frightening black light and immediately enveloped the old farmer below. "Stop!" the old farmer shouted. At that moment, he felt an extremely powerful destructive power. He felt that his body and soul would be destroyed in just a moment. The radiance of the ghost city receded and floated in the sky. The old farmer charged out of the black light and let out a long breath. He said, "If the few of you join forces, even if you can't control the death city, you can still kill an ancestor god, much less control this devil city." Yan Huang nodded and said, "It's best for us to split up. We can't be in the ghost city at the same time. Otherwise, if all of us get trapped inside, then we'll really lose our ancestor god-level battle strength." The imprint of martial arts frowned and said, "Sealing everyone in the ghost town, is there really such a person in the other world who can cover the sky with one hand?" The ancestor dragon was extremely solemn as he said, "There are no absolutes in this world. The 3 great supreme ancestral gods of this dimension have remained motionless like fossils for so many years. Perhaps they already have such a method. Moreover, we're clearly aware of their true deterrent force. If they were to activate it, the consequences would be unimaginable." Although Xiaochen was once petrified, it was still difficult for him to become one with the ghost town. He was unable to control it completely. Mo Xiaowang frowned. "Gotcha." Just at this time, Xiaochen's body suddenly turned into stone inside the ancient devil city. It was as if he was covered in a layer of stone armor. It was simple and unadorned. Good. Yan Huang and the ancestor dragon's eyes were like torches. They immediately guessed what had happened based on what they saw. Xiaochen used the half of the stone bone in his body to petrify his physical body. He had done this not long ago. However, even though his defensive power reached a shocking level, his movement speed couldn't be praised. But now that he was petrified, the situation was very different. At this moment, Xiaochen felt a connection with the ancient devil city. It was as if his flesh and blood were connected. Gradually, he showed signs of becoming one with it. A demonic mark appeared on his forehead and throbbed like raging flames. It formed a vertical eye and immediately shot out a terrifying light. Bang, the ghost town trembled. Xiaochen's figure gradually disappeared and entered the center of the ghost town. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The ancient devil city seemed to have come to life. It shook violently and a black light soared into the sky. With a schwa sound, it flew far away and then flew back in an instant. Come, continue to suppress me. The old farmer held the great destruction spear in his hand, and once again, he tested the spell with his own body. With a flash of light, the ghost town was like a piece of demonic cloud that covered the sky and covered the sun. In an instant, it had sealed all directions of the old farmer, and the hazy black light had confined everything in this place. The old farmer held the great destruction spear in his hand to block. However, with a rumbling sound, the ghost town descended with an unstoppable force and suppressed him below. Stop! He hastily shouted because the destructive power made him feel extremely uneasy. Rumble, the ancient devil city shook, but it didn't stop immediately. Below, the old farmer spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was cracking. He felt a terrifying aura enveloping him. Not good. Yan Huang and the ancestor dragon turned pale. They quickly rushed over to stop the ghost town from descending. Rumble, the ghost town shook unceasingly. Finally, it soared into the sky and left that place. The old farmer's cracked body slowly recovered. He looked at Yan Huang, the ancestor dragon, and the others, and they all revealed astonished expressions. At this time, Xiaochen also rushed out of the ghost town. His face was filled with astonishment as he looked back at the ghost town and said, "It still has vitality." That's right, we all guessed wrongly. Yan Huang and the ancestor dragon also looked at the ghost town in astonishment. In the end, they worked together to use their great divine ability to explore the ghost town. There is a ball of hazy weak radiance in the underground of the city center. It is enveloping an incomplete humanoid statue. This was the truth they discovered. Even with the help of the ancestor god-level experts, they could only barely discover it. That ball of hazy radiance is about to be extinguished. If not for Xiaochen entering with his stone body, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered it. That's even better. The ancestor dragon's eyes shot out two sharp rays of light and said, "If a peerless expert from another world can destroy this city, it will definitely be shocking." The martial imprint was a guy that craved for the world to be in chaos. He chuckled and said, "This is really exciting." At the same time, everyone was also worried. The ghost town did not truly extinguish its vitality. Controlling it was like playing with fire. That horrifying existence in the underground of the city center could awaken at any time. In the end, Xiaochen controlled the immemorial demon city alone. This was the most appropriate way. The half-stone bone in his body still had a certain deterrent power. If the old antiques of the celestial race also make a move, the world will definitely turn upside down. We should be able to lure out the three supreme ancestor gods. 3 days later, Xiaochen quietly returned to the 9 provinces. Then, he directly appeared in the southern sea and went to the mountain gate of the ancestor god Cho Tian. Cho Tian was already sacrificed alive by him. Now, only a shell of flesh remained. His mind and thoughts were completely puppetized. It could be said that he was at Xiaochen's mercy. This was an important chess piece. After infiltrating this dimensional world created by the ancestor god, Xiaochen quickly established a connection with Cho Tian. The mountains were green and the valleys were green. There were waterfalls and flowing springs. This was a beautiful pure land. There were countless pavilions dotting the mountain range. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Xiaochen appeared on the most beautiful divine mountain. The flat top of the mountain was filled with divine trees. There was only a pavilion dotted among them. The ancestor god Cho Tian was sitting cross-legged inside. "How are the undying patriarch and Yan Qingqing?" Xiaochen asked. "Very safe." Cho Tian was expressionless. He was almost numb. "I want to see them." The ancestor god Cho Tian's body was shrouded in mist. He nodded silently and sent a message with his divine sense, ordering people to bring 2 slaves here. After the cultivators of the 9 provinces and the 4 cardinal worlds were captured, they were all slaves. However, they were also divided into different grades. Those who performed well could even become the family guards of the otherworldly experts. In an instant, Xiaochen already sensed the aura of the undying patriarch and Yan Qingqing. The 4 people escorting them were not particularly powerful. They were only at the Paragon realm. In this space created by the ancestor god, the otherworldly cultivators were completely at ease. They were not worried that the two would dare to escape. This woman is indeed an outstanding beauty. I must ask the ancestor to bestow her to me. The person who spoke revealed a fiery glint in his eyes. Although we are the direct descendants of the ancestor god, our cultivation is not outstanding. I'm afraid it will be hard for us to bestow the most beautiful woman in the world. Then let my grandfather ask for her. He is a ninth celestial layer half-ancestor. I am his only great-great-grandson. Clearly, one of the youngsters among them was not ordinary. Although my grandfather is only a third celestial layer half-ancestor, he had made great contributions in the past. It should not be a big problem for him to ask for a beautiful slave from the ancestor god. The four of them went overboard on the way. They kept provoking the undying patriarch and Xianxia. If not for Qiu Tian personally giving the ancestor god's order, they might have taken action. When they approached the divine mountain, they all shut their mouths. They did not dare to speak nonsense. The ancestor god was heartless. Even if they were the direct descendants, they were still trembling with fear. When they arrived at the divine mountain and saw Xianxia sitting side by side with the ancestor god, they were immediately startled. The four youngsters mistook him as an ancestor god who had come to visit. It had been many years since they last saw each other. Xianxia was still the same as before. Her skin was as smooth as ice and her bones were as white as jade. She was as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Her jet-black hair was fluttering in the wind. The purple dress she was wearing made her curvy body look even more alluring. At this moment, Xianxia was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. She simply couldn't believe everything. Xianxia was actually sitting beside the ancestor god. This was beyond common sense. The undying patriarch more or less knew some secrets. Although he was shocked, he did not show it. Greetings, ancestor god. The four young otherworldly cultivators hastily paid their respects. Qiu Tian did not say anything. He quietly sat cross-legged in the pavilion and looked down at the four of them. The four of them were trembling with fear. They knelt down in the divine forest and berated the undying patriarch and Xianxia. Why are you still not kneeling down? Xianxia and the undying patriarch remained indifferent. You two slaves, do you want to die? Hearing their shout, Xianxia smiled faintly and said, have the four of you killed any cultivators of the 9 provinces before? Reporting to ancestor god, we have dyed our battle robes with blood. Each of us has killed at least 100 experts. The four of them answered hastily. Your hands are really stained with blood. Xiaoqian's voice was a little cold as he said, if that's the case, killing you all is not wrong. The four of them clearly felt something was wrong. They didn't know where this youngster sitting beside Qiu Tian came from. He actually wanted to kill them? Ancestor god, they hastily looked at Qiu Tian. You don't have any objections, right? Xiaoqian patted Qiu Tian's shoulder. The four youngsters opened their eyes wide. They were a little incredulous. Even though Xiaoqian was also an ancestor god, he shouldn't have patted an ancestor god's shoulder so casually. At the side, Xianxin's beautiful eyes were swiveling around. Her face was filled with astonishment and doubt. This was too inconceivable. And what made them even more dumbstruck was, at this moment, Xiaoqian patted Qiu Tian's head again and said, it's better if you do it yourself. The four otherworldly cultivators were simply going crazy. What was going on? Who was this youngster? He actually dared to treat their ancestor so rudely. And Xianxia opened her cherry lips in shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with light. She simply didn't dare to believe her own eyes. Only the undying patriarch was still considered calm. Bang, Qiu Tian was expressionless. He raised his right hand and pressed forward lightly. Ancestor god, don't, the four young otherworldly cultivators all revealed a terrified expression. They turned around and wanted to escape. However, in front of the ancestor god, they were really as weak as ants. Qiu Tian pressed lightly across the air and they instantly turned into blood mist. After that, with a flash of light, even the blood mist disappeared. They were completely annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Xianxia, whose beauty could captivate even the birds and beasts, felt that everything she saw was too surreal. She cried out involuntarily, are you really Xiaoqian? What's going on? Naturally it's me. Xiaochen sat in the pavilion, waved his hand towards the two and said, "Come and sit with me." "How is this possible?" Yan Qingqing found it hard to believe. One must know that the person in front of them was the otherworldly ancestor god, Cho Tian. How could Xiaochen act so casually in front of him? The undying patriarch was also bewildered. After all, Cho Tian was right in front of them. No one would be able to relax when facing an otherworldly ancestor god. Xiaochen casually patted Cho Tian's body. He looked at the two in front of him and said indifferently, "Don't mind this blockhead, I accidentally sacrificed him." "He sacrificed him?" Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes were opened wide. Her alluring red lips were unable to close, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. She had an unimaginable and unbelievable expression on her face. The pair of dimples on her jade-like cheeks froze. The undying patriarch was also shocked. Killing a otherworldly ancestor god alive, this was too unreal. He found it hard to believe. "Didn't I just kill a person? What's there to make a fuss about?" Xiaochen said it very casually. However, in the ears of the two in front of him, it was like a raging storm. How many ancestor gods could there be in a civilization? Every one of them was an immortal existence. They were almost unkillable and hard to destroy. The person in front of them who used to be in the same world as them seemed to have become illusory all of a sudden. He actually possessed such power. Oh, I forgot. Cho Tian is an ancestor god after all. It is indeed a little hard to believe. I have killed too many. Ancestor gods and ordinary cultivators are all humans. To me, killing people is already very numb. This was the truth. Even though Xiaochen knew it was hard to kill an ancestor god and killing one of them was enough to shake the world, he still felt numb. Perhaps he was too tired from the continuous battles. However, in the ears of the undying patriarch and Yan Qingqing, these words had a different kind of charm. He even talked about killing an ancestor god in such a calm manner. It really made them speechless. It was indeed a pretentious act. "Stay at one side." Xiaochen pushed Cho Tian away casually and made him give up his position. Then he said, "You two can sit down." The undying patriarch and Yan Qingqing were really stunned. Even though they knew what Xiaochen said was most likely true, they still found it hard to accept this fact. In that instant, Yan Qingqing recalled a lot of past events. The confrontation on the Dragon Island, the dribs and drabs of the southern wasteland, the past events were like a clear spring, like a cool breeze, they pervaded her heart. It made her reveal a trace of bewilderment for a short while. Back then, she was almost married to Xiaochen because of the undying patriarch's arrangement. However, they didn't continue to develop in the end. Scenes of the past flashed past quickly. Yan Qingqing felt a little complicated in her heart. To her, everything in the past was a complicated and unforgettable chapter. It was very hard to truly understand what she was feeling at that time. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, the beauty of the world has aged. Several hundred years have passed in a flash. Xiaochen made an inviting gesture. Only then did the two of them come back to their senses and sat down. At this moment, the undying patriarch was shocked in his heart. He completely believed everything. And Yan Qingqing's mood was very complicated. Even she couldn't explain it clearly. "Oh, trouble is coming. One of the half-ancestors seemed to have sensed something and is spying on this place." Xiaochen said to Cho Tian very calmly, "Summon him and kill him." Cho Tian nodded silently. Right now, only his flesh shell belonged to Cho Tian. His mind had already been reconstructed a long time ago. Swish, with a flash of light, a powerful half-ancestor flew over. He was precisely the divine emissary chosen by Yan Qingqing and the undying patriarch. He looked like a handsome and confident youngster, but he was already 1,000 years old antique. His talent was out of the ordinary, he couldn't be underestimated. Ancestor God, when he paid his respects to Cho Tian, he was shocked to find Yan Qingqing and the undying patriarch sitting above. He felt it was inconceivable. And the moment he saw Xiaochen, he revealed an even more astonished expression. He had seen Xiaochen's portrait before. At this moment, he immediately felt that the situation was far from reassuring. Bang, this time, Xiaochen directly made a move and directly sealed this divine mountain. He stretched out his big hand. The combat physique that could even shock the ancestor god contained an unimaginably terrifying power. Even someone as powerful as this divine emissary couldn't resist at all. He was grabbed in one move. You must have killed a lot of cultivators of the 9 provinces. Now, I shall grant you death. Xiaochen's voice was calm, but it made this divine emissary tremble. No, he only spat out this one word before he was crushed by Xiaochen, thoroughly erased. At the side, Yan Qingqing and the undying patriarch revealed an astonished expression. Now, they finally believed that everything was true. How many half-ancestors are there in this space? I might as well just kill them all. Xiaochen said coldly. Most of them are outside, only a few are in this pure land. The undying patriarch replied, but there is a 9th celestial layer half-ancestor. I know him. How could Xiaochen forget the 9th celestial layer half-ancestor called Chou Tian who guarded the exit? He could even feel his aura now. I am only one step away from the ancestor god realm. I have to eliminate this person. Xiaochen's calm words were filled with terrifying killing intent. He asked Chou Tian to send a voice transmission to summon that 9th celestial layer half-ancestor. Shua, soon, a light flashed, and the peak 9th celestial layer half-ancestor arrived. Xiaochen did not dare to be careless when facing such a peak half-ancestor. He directly used the formation to seal the sky, encasing this place. At the same time, he got Chou Tian to make a move. Ancestor God, you, the 9th celestial layer half-ancestor's expression suddenly changed. The instant he saw Xiaochen, he immediately understood many things. He did not say anything and just wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, the space around this divine mountain was completely sealed. Furthermore, a hazy divine formation blocked his way. Bang, Chou Tian's combat instincts were still present. He immediately knocked the 9th celestial layer half-ancestor to the ground. Pooh, a heavenly mark appeared between Xiaochen's fingers. That was the miniature manifestation of the true heavenly steel. He pressed down mercilessly, covering the sky with one hand. At this moment, an ordinary palm strike contained supreme essences. That was the path of the Tao, the sublimation of the peak martial Tao. It also contained the power of divine laws. The 9th celestial layer half-ancestor could not resist the vast aura. With a loud bang, that huge hand that covered the sky pressed down, immobilizing him. Xiaochen exerted some force and crushed the half-ancestor's spiritual sense. Then, he sealed the half-ancestor and said, it would be a pity to kill such an expert. Leave his physical body and soul for others to use as a living sacrifice. At the side, Yan Qingqing and the undying patriarch were deeply shocked. Chou Tian, do you have any ancestor god weapons here? Now that he was here, Xiaochen naturally had to plunder everything. He could not make use of Chou Tian for long. Chou Tian could only be used once, to erupt in the gathering. After that, he could only be destroyed. Yes. Good. Open up your treasure trove and let me take a look. Chou Tian cut open the space, and suddenly a strange and dazzling narrow space appeared in front of him. Inside, there was a leather drum covered in dragon scales. Xiaochen's eyes immediately opened wide. The leather drum was made of the skin of an ancestor dragon. He could feel the aura of an ancestor dragon. Clearly, this was a supreme divine treasure refined after an ancestor dragon was killed. Xiaochen immediately had the urge to eliminate Chou Tian. However, when he recalled that Chou Tian had already been sacrificed, he could only suppress his anger. He quickly searched through Chou Tian's remaining memories. Very soon, his anger was reduced by half. The ancestral dragon heavenly drum was made of the ancestor dragon's skin. Because the battle in the past was too cruel, they had no choice but to use the corpses of their own ancestor gods. But in the end, this heavenly drum fell into the hands of the otherworldly cultivators. It was easy to imagine that many of the supreme treasures in the otherworldly world were snatched from the 9 provinces and the 4 cardinal worlds. Report. At this moment, an otherworldly cultivator transmitted his voice respectfully from afar to report the news. The otherworldly gathering that happened once in 10,000 years was about to begin. A divine envoy came to inform them. The world is going to turn upside down. Xiaochen spat out these few words calmly. However, Yan Qingqing and the Undying Patriarch knew that the world was going to be in chaos. You want to participate in the Otherworld's banquet? Yan Qingqing's jade-like face was filled with shock. Light waves circulated in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Xiaochen in astonishment. Her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, she felt that this was too crazy. A mortal's life is less than 100 years. This is a once-in-10,000 years banquet, it's a once-in-100 years banquet. How can I miss it? Xiaochen sat in the pavilion quietly. Divine power surged all over his body. A powerful battle intent soared into the sky. That's too dangerous. Undying Patriarch advised, but he knew it was hard to change anything. Xiaochen's strength transcended the mortal world, he could look down on all living beings with pride. It was impossible for him to change his decision because of an outsider's opinion. But fortunately, he still looked like a human with flesh and blood. There wasn't much difference from before. I'll have to trouble the two of you for a period of time. Follow me to the Otherworld banquet. Undying Patriarch and Yan Qingqing were already prepared for the worst when they were captured. They were naturally not afraid of anything now. Oh, Cho Tian, follow me to the world of death. Using Cho Tian's name, he arranged for Yan Qingqing and Undying Patriarch to stay here. After that, Xiaochen brought Cho Tian through the world barrier and returned to the ancestral worship of the world of death. The moment he appeared, the old ancestor dragon and the rest walked over. It's really this guy. The old farmer held the great destruction spear and walked around Cho Tian. He said, we had crossed paths back then. Although he wasn't that powerful, he was still an ancestral god from the previous civilization. I didn't expect him to fall in your hands like this. Mo Xiao Wang, Yan Huang, and the old ancestor dragon also walked over. They all knew Cho Tian and felt somewhat regretful. If we are going to participate in that banquet, we must grasp this guy's absolute art. Speaking until here, the old farmer's aura suddenly changed. It was as if Cho Tian was reborn. He said, it just so happens that we all know a little about this guy's methods. We will pass it to you now. When one's strength reached their realm, they could easily imitate some absolute art. There was no need to deliberately imitate it. Facing the ancestral god's divine law and curse technique, Xiaochen could only look on helplessly. But fortunately, he had many body arts. He could easily use them with his terrifying body. 1 point severing the vault of heaven. The old farmer shouted. This was one of Cho Tian's ultimate techniques. With a point of his finger, it could pierce through heaven and earth and shatter the blue dome of heaven. With that point as the center, the power of the finger could shatter everything. Any form of matter would be turned into nothingness. Lament of sorrow. Yan Huang also displayed a move. This was a combination of incantation arts and physical techniques. His hands formed a seal to enhance the incantation art. A gentle breeze blew past, and a sorrowful emotion instantly enveloped the heavens and earth. A soft sigh could shatter the spiritual senses of others. Xiaochen had only scratched the surface of this move. As it involved curses, he needed a strong spiritual sense to execute it. His mental energy cultivation had not reached the ancestor god realm yet. However, with his powerful flesh shell, he could forcefully activate the god power. His hands formed the immortal everlasting seal and he could shout out any of the 8 original sounds. The effect wasn't inferior to the sigh of sorrow, and it might even be stronger. One could imagine what kind of power the 8 source sounds and hand seals would produce once his divine sense reached a certain level. It would definitely be a peerless divine ability that was worth looking forward to, just like the Eightfold World. In the following few days, the few of them did their best to make Xiaochen the second Cho Tian. As the ancestor dragon looked at the ancestor dragon heavenly drum, he felt incredibly sad. He sighed a few times but did not say anything in the end. Xiaochen learned from the old farmer that the ancestor dragon refined into the heavenly drum was the great 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 great. great 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 dash this time. Not only do we have to shake the 3 supreme universe enlightened ancestral gods and kill at least 3 of them, we have to rescue all the cultivators of the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds. Yan Huang solemnly stated the mission of this trip. Without a doubt, this would be a very difficult task. In terms of absolute strength, they were in a weak position. Even if they succeeded, it would mean that they would have to give up the 9 regions and the 4 corners world. All the cultivators would have to retreat into the world of death, and it was unknown when they would be able to fight their way back. Rather than saying that they wanted to destroy this distinguished meeting, it would be better to say that they wanted to use this opportunity to carry out a comprehensive retreat. In the end, the few of them began to make preparations for Xianxia to successfully sneak into the distinguished meeting. Naturally, they had to borrow Chou Tian's body. Xianxia possessed half of the stone bone, so he could completely hide inside Chou Tian's flesh shell and avoid the prying eyes of any universe-enlightened ancestral god. The most troublesome problem was how to carry the ultimate weapon, the Ghost City. At the beginning, the few universe-enlightened ancestral gods wanted to forcefully refine the immemorial demon city and seal it inside Xianxia's physical body space. But now that they knew that the city was not completely dead and there was still a weak fluctuation of life, they hesitated. If they continued to do that, Xianxia would be in great danger. If by any chance the slumbering life form inside the immemorial demon city suddenly woke up and swallowed him, then it would be too late for regrets. No matter, I think it is already on the verge of losing its life force. Otherwise, how could it allow us to imprison the demon city? Xianxia decided to take the risk and said, I have half of the stone bone and 2 heavenly marks. In addition, I have 30 swords and the divine diagram. Even if it wakes up, I can get rid of it immediately. The few universe-enlightened ancestral gods worked together to refine the immemorial demon city. On this day, the resplendent divine radiance illuminated the outer region of the Death Continent. The radiance broke through the deathly clouds shrouding the sky and revealed the stars in the sky. The few universe-enlightened ancestral gods sensed the depths of the Death Continent. A few strands of spirit sense were sent over. Clearly, there was a super terrifying existence that sensed everything here. However, the few strands of spirit sense didn't make any strange movements. In the end, they all retreated quietly. The Death Continent is not simple. It seems like there is no end to it. The old dragon ancestor and the other sighed. Even with their current strength, they had never truly entered the depths of the Death Continent. After several days of refinement, the immemorial demon city was refined into Xianxia's acupoint space. During these few days, many acupoints in Xianxia's body were linked up, all for the sake of accommodating this immemorial demon city. It was not because there was not enough space. Instead, it was because the power of Death City was simply too horrifying. Even though the few universe-enlightened ancestral gods sealed it, it still nearly burst Xianxia's divine acupoints and tore his physical body apart. After Xianxia successfully accommodated the immemorial demon city in Xianxia's physical body, divine light soared into the sky. His acupoints were all linked up, and a vast ocean-like divine energy surged. Just at this moment, the immemorial demon city in Xianxia's physical body trembled a few times, and a destructive energy spread out. At that moment, the expressions of the old dragon ancestor, Yan Huang, and the others changed. If the immemorial demon city trembled at this moment, Xianxia would be in danger of being torn apart. Even if Xianxia could reconstruct his physical body, his essence would be severely injured by such a powerful killing weapon. However, the immemorial demon city eventually quieted down, and no destructive energy erupted. This allowed everyone to release their bated breaths. At the same time, a hazy fog appeared in Xianxia's acupoint space. A vague figure appeared in every acupoint. Finally, all of them surrounded the immemorial demon city and sat down cross-legged. They looked like many immemorial war ancestors meditating and guarding this place. In such a situation, even Yan Huang, the old dragon ancestor, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They could not tell what was going on. The heavenly steel mystic technique is indeed miraculous. It is indeed very mysterious. A light flashed, and Xiaochen entered Chou Tian's physical body. Naturally, the immemorial demon city was hidden deep within. From this moment onwards, Chou Tian was Xiaochen. Soon, Xiaochen returned to the southern sea of the 9 provinces. He led Chou Tian's men and set off with the divine envoy that was specially sent over, rushing to the Otherworld's convention. The divine envoy used a special divine scroll to break through the barrier of the great world, breaking through the restrictions of the world's might, and arrived at a hazy place where the world had yet to open. The surroundings surged with primal chaos, and everything emitted the power of the origin. This was not the end. There was a spatial passageway here that led to a mysterious region. The otherworldly ancestor gods had entered long ago. Xiaochen looked around and started to enter this passageway as well. This was a space without any signs of life. Desolation and desolation were the main theme here. It was like a boundless desert, desolate and silent. The space was very limited. There was no starry sky, only this quiet continent floating quietly. After arriving here, Xiaochen already knew what kind of place this was. There were otherworldly ancestor gods explaining everything to the younger generation. This was actually the birthplace of the otherworldly cultivators. Their ancestors originated from here. Later on, after a destructive war that shook the heavens and the earth, this world completely collapsed. The starry sky was destroyed, and the universe returned to its original state. Everything returned to primal chaos. Only the continent they once lived on was preserved by the otherworldly experts. They used a strong divine power to suppress this place, leaving it as a place to pay homage and reminiscence. The convention that happened once every 10,000 years was held here almost every time. At this moment, this originally lonely, broken continent gradually became lively. Many otherworldly cultivators gathered here. Soon, the region was divided. Xiaochen and Chou Tian's men were in the 15th region, which meant that there were at least 15 otherworldly ancestor gods participating in this convention. Although this place was desolate, when an ancestor god descended, the region they divided would immediately bloom with flowers, jade grass covering the ground, and become a paradise. This was the supreme power of an ancestor god expert. Temporarily creating life and divine lands was as easy as raising a hand. Flowers bloomed, and this ancient continent recovered its vitality in the following 2 days. Verdant greenery filled the place, and the dry divine spring started to gurgle, filled with a divine aura. Xiaochen really wanted to investigate and see how many otherworldly ancestor gods there were. However, this continent was very strange. It could actually block the mental energy of an ancestor god. Xiaochen did not know how many ancestor gods had come. He only saw a few familiar faces nearby. They were the otherworldly ancestor gods Lan Yufeng, Lu Luxiu, and Ai Er. Chou Tian, how have you been? The previous time was really a misunderstanding. Ai Er greeted Xiaochen from his region. Although he was very far away, to an ancestor god, distance was nothing more than a symbol. Humph. Xiaochen only snorted coldly at this. He had to play the role of Chou Tian well. In order to not expose himself, it was best to avoid contact with the other ancestor gods. Very few people moved about among the ancestor gods. They all remained in their deity domains. However, their disciples and followers were not restricted. At this moment, this ancient continent was extraordinarily bustling. Cultivators below the ancestor god level flew everywhere. The 3 exalted elder gods are unable to descend, because they have important responsibilities to attend to. There's no way for them to leave. Just at this moment, a powerful otherworldly ancestor god hosting the gathering spoke in a clear voice, spreading to every corner of this ancient continent. Furthermore, the few old ancestors of my race cannot come personally due to certain reasons. The moment these words were spoken, discussions immediately broke out. There were even otherworldly ancestor gods discussing in soft voices. There are fewer strong characters in this gathering than in the past. Could something big have happened in our world? The few strong characters I'm acquainted with have all been transferred back. I don't know why. That's right. Something big is definitely going to happen. Just at this moment, the powerful otherworldly ancestor god hosting the gathering spoke in a dignified voice again. Everyone, there is no need to worry. There is no power that can shake our world. Although he didn't reveal anything, he exuded a strong sense of self-confidence, which reassured many people. I heard that someone in our race took that crucial step recently. Could it be related to this? It is very possible. It is impossible to take that step smoothly. It is likely that he has not finished his work yet. Hence, he summoned many experts back to protect him. If that is really the case, perhaps one day, we can really enter the heavenly realm. Hearing this news, Xianxia was startled. Someone in the otherworldly world was about to take that crucial step? This was really bad news that couldn't get any worse. Just at this moment, someone whispered, I heard that there is a problem in the heavenly realm. It seems like a strong character is going to forcefully open the sealed main passage and descend. I wonder if the strange movements in our world are related to this. Something has indeed happened in the heavenly realm. Perhaps in the near future, a terrifying character will appear in this world. This news was not bad for Xianxia. Although he did not know the stance of the heavenly realm, he could look forward to it. The powerful ancestor god hosting the gathering said slowly, his voice shaking all directions, the main purpose of this gathering is to discuss a major problem. I believe many people have already received the news. Is a new battlefield going to be opened? An ancestor god asked. That's right. When there is light, there is darkness. When there is reality, there is illusion. Everything has its opposite. Compared to the realms that we can reach, there is a strange world of death. In fact, the supreme experts of our race have long discovered the existence of that world. However, they did not act rashly. Countless years ago, a supreme ancestor god of our world ventured into that world. Since then, he was unlucky. Not long ago, his skeleton appeared in the form of a warship in the 9 provinces. The otherworldly cultivators were in an uproar. Many cultivators below the ancestor god level were shocked. That supreme ancestor god who has already passed away was my father. When the powerful ancestor god hosting the gathering said this, his voice suddenly became high-pitched. Although he has passed away, he left us extremely precious information. Although we have yet to enter that world, we have a rough understanding of what kind of place it is. Boom, at this time, the ancient continent shook. It was a terrifying fluctuation that came from a space in the endless depths of the primal chaos. Someone from our world has begun to take that final step. A powerful otherworldly ancestor god cried out in alarm. He is charging towards the most crucial step. Any ancestor god who understood this step was undoubtedly an old antique, a peak expert even among ancestor gods. That indescribable and indescribable aura shook all the realms in the universe. It heavily impacted everyone's soul. From the ancestor gods to the ants, everyone felt an indescribable pressure. The ancient continent was shaking. The heavens were shaking. Boom boom boom, the heavens were shaking violently. Not good. Someone is preventing the experts of our race from taking that final step. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion shook the world. On this otherworldly ancient continent, the aura of great destruction could be felt, as if several worlds were collapsing at the same time. Boom, another explosion resounded. The misty primal chaos shrouding the ancient continent collapsed with a loud rumble. A great pressure spread out, shaking the entire dog continent. A boundless divine power came from the eternal unknown. It was as vast as the ocean, unfathomable. Not good. Everyone cried out in alarm. The otherworldly world was being attacked by a supreme expert. Someone was using an unparalleled power to fight against the heavens, unleashing a destructive power. The final step, a furious roar shook the starry sky. A supreme existence let out such a roar, traversing through the ages and connecting all space-time, he was disturbed. At this moment, he was caught between life and death. He couldn't take the final step. Who has such great power to disturb our world's supreme expert taking the final step? At this moment, everyone on the ancient continent went crazy. This was too ruthless. He had gone through thousands of dangers and was only one step away, yet he was interrupted. Bang, an oppressive sound burst out, traversing spacetime and shaking the past and present. Time and space couldn't stop it. that terrifying aura erupted in a frenzy. An unimaginable destructive power was clashing intensely. The source of the shockwave came from the otherworldly world. Kill. At this moment, all the ancestral gods on the origin land of the otherworldly world erupted with shocking killing intent. They gathered together and collided, producing a murderous sound that shook the primal chaos. Everyone, listen to my command, kill your way back. At this moment, the super-powerful ancestral god who was in charge of the event shouted and gave such an order. The murderous intent shattered the void and the primal chaos. At this moment, the otherworldly ancestral gods rushed out of the ancient continent. Their majestic power destroyed everything in their way. The primal chaos collapsed, unable to stop the charge of the ancestral gods. The situation was too critical. There was actually an unimaginable expert killing his way into the otherworldly world, stopping the apex supreme god from taking the final step. None of the experts were able to stop him. One could imagine how terrifying that person's strength was. Xianxia stretched out his hand and enveloped the undying patriarch and Yan Qingqing. In an instant, he kept them in his acupoint space. After that, he also soared into the sky and followed behind the ancestral gods. Beams of divine light soared into the sky. Even the cultivators below the ancestor god realm felt their blood boiling as they charged towards the unknown energy fluctuations. Boom, it was as if the firmament itself had fallen down, causing the blood and chi of the many elder gods to surge. It was as if a giant that could split the heavens and earth apart was brandishing a gigantic axe, cleaving apart the divine roots of the heavens and earth, blocking their path. What exactly happened? It must be the enemies of the heaven realm. The ancestral gods of this world roared. They were actually blocked. A blurry yellow light sealed off the path into the other world. Time reversal, myriad phenomena reappear. The otherworldly ancestral god who was presiding over the event displayed an astonishing divine ability. He forcibly broke through the envelopment of the blurry yellow mist and replayed what had happened not long ago, allowing everyone to clearly understand what had happened. In the otherworld, within a pure land, there was a majestic god city. At this moment, a beam of dazzling divine light suddenly shot up from the center of the city. Next, a stone statue emerged from the ground, slowly growing out of it. Godly power that shook the heavens spread out to all the other worlds. But at this critical moment, the heavens shook. A destructive force traversed space and time, shaking the past and the present as it slashed down. An enormous stone blade tore through the sky of the otherworld and slashed down on the towering god city. A blurry yellow light flowed out from the ancient and enormous stone blade. In an instant, it became the only and eternal existence between the heavens and the earth. His aura reached the sky, and his might pressed down on the heavens. The entire otherworld was trembling, as if it would collapse at any time. Even though the otherworldly ancestral gods soared into the sky and did their best to block it, the unstoppable stone blade was unable to withstand it at all. The blade sliced through the heavens, it slashed into the ancient god city and destroyed the ancient walls that had stood for countless years. The continuous walls collapsed like fragile sand. The godly power that the god city had accumulated was rapidly dissipating at this moment, and the godly splendor shot out in all directions. The human-shaped stone statue at the center of the city let out a furious roar of unwillingness. It stretched out a terrifying and enormous palm towards the stone blade in the sky. The stone palm covered the sky and covered the sun. It grabbed the stone blade and violently shook it, wanting to shatter it. The boundless yellow light shattered the otherworld continent, and even an elder god that flew close to it suffered a devastating attack. His divine body, which was indestructible, split apart, and his divine blood dyed the skies red as a rain of blood rained down. Boom, the stone blade of the giant dog vibrated, and a stone statue appeared in the sky above the otherworld city. It pressed down with the stone blade in its hand. The eyes of the stone statue that grew out of the city were filled with unerasable hatred. Its stone face was ferocious, and it roared at the sky. Blood flowed down the palm that he used to block the stone blade. He was on the verge of despair, and in the end, he couldn't take the final step. Is this what happened just now? A strange stone statue holding a stone? It descended from the sky and killed its way into the otherworld, stopping the terrifying existence that was about to take the final step. The gods of the otherworld went crazy. They watched helplessly as the otherworld city was slashed open. An endless divine light soared into the sky. Their eternal preparations were all for naught at this moment. The hatred in the stone statue's heart was like a torrential ocean, and it wouldn't stop for eternity. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the end, he still failed. Kill him. Kill him. At this moment, all the experts of the otherworld were seething with anger. Everyone went crazy. They watched helplessly as this bitter outcome happened, but they couldn't stop it. All sorts of divine abilities and nomological laws enveloped the stone statue that swooped down from the sky, attacking it with all their might. It hasn't completely failed yet. With this stone statue repairing the otherworld city, with its infinite power as the source of the god, we can still successfully take the final step. The stone statue hasn't completely grown out of the otherworld's ancestral god. There's still a chance. This was the roar of the otherworld's ancestral god. At this moment, everyone attacked in a frenzy, wanting to shatter the stone statue in the sky to make up for everything that happened earlier. The group of ancestral gods that Xianxia followed were blocked on their way back. Their rage was about to burn the 9 heavens. They shattered the hazy yellow light in front of them, but they still couldn't enter their own world. Because a majestic ancient city had already blocked their way. It's that one. It's actually that one. At this moment, everyone went crazy. This city was the ghost city that stood in the 9 prefectures. It broke through the barrier of the 9 prefectures, flew away from the 9 prefectures, and suppressed this place, blocking everyone's way back. The vast power shook the world, even Xianxia didn't expect this to happen. The ghost city flew to this place, just who was it that drove it here? Reincarnation in a corpse, the super ancestral god that was hosting the gathering roared furiously. He stared at the ghost city in front of him and revealed an incomparably furious expression. He roared, "Reincarnation in a corpse." At this moment, the other super ancestral god beside him also finally understood what happened. He roared furiously, "There's an ancestral god in the 9 prefectures that actually reincarnated through the ghost city." He seized the stone statue's shell and replaced it. How hateful. The otherworld's ancestral god roared furiously. If they had known earlier, they would have destroyed this city in advance, no matter how great the price was. Within the otherworld, the stone statue was wreaking havoc with a stone saber in its hand. Every saber strike contained unimaginable might, shaking the entire otherworld. Why? The stone statue in the divine city roared malevolently. He was just one step away from breaking out of his predicament, but he was blocked in the end. This was a great regret that would last for eternity. His stone face was filled with viciousness. His stone body actually surged with surging black aura. He was close to going mad as he roared, "You are also about to take that final step. You actually didn't hesitate to come into the world in advance and completely destroyed your own hope." Half of the stone statue in the sky had already completely turned into stone, while the other half was in a petrified state. It wasn't a true stone body. It was actually an incomplete stone statue that destroyed its own hope and came into the world in advance. Just how much courage did one need to do this? Because you succeeded before me, you were one step ahead of me. I had no choice but to destroy my own hope. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to protect myself in this world. What future would there be to speak of? Everything will be too late. This was the reply of the stone statue in the sky. The stone saber in its hand became even more powerful. The boundless might seemed to connect the past and present. The stone statue in the divine city roared furiously. Its stone hair shot into the sky, and it looked sinister. Both of them were bleeding as they faced the stone saber. Don't pull yourself out of the ground. There's still hope." The otherworld's ancestral gods were all alarmed. They temporarily stopped their attacks and shouted with all their might to dissuade him. The upper half of the stone statue in the divine city had already turned into stone, but the lower half had yet to completely transform. Upon hearing this, the demonized stone statue seemed to awaken. It stopped its rampage and didn't pull its legs out of the ground. All the otherworld experts present unleashed their most violent attacks, nearly shattering the stone statue in the sky that wielded the stone saber. However, it still persisted in attacking the divine city and the stone statue below. Outside the alternate world, on the way back, the ancestral gods who were participating in the convention were all roaring furiously. "There's no more time. Gather our boundless divine power and temporarily connect the past and present. Shatter the stone statue that is wreaking havoc in our world and provide the divine source for our stone statue. Upon hearing this order, the ancestral gods who couldn't return to the alternate world responded one after another. They erupted with astonishing killing intent. The stone statue that had entered the alternate world would undoubtedly die. Just the power of the alternate world was enough to destroy it many times over. However, the most crucial thing now wasn't a problem of strength, but a problem of time. If they were slow for even an instant, they might regret it for all eternity. They had to kill the stone statue that was wreaking havoc in their world in the shortest amount of time possible. At this moment, all the other world's ancestral gods who couldn't return to the alternate world sent their powerful divine wills into the sky and gathered together. This was the sublimation of boundless divine power. It contained an unimaginable mysterious power that could temporarily pierce through any barrier. Even if the city of death had used its undying power to seal the path ahead, it would still be destroyed. A beam of divine light shone through the ages, connecting the past and present. At this moment, it condensed together and shot straight towards the city of death ahead. Bang! The sturdy city of death was pierced through at this moment. That beam of divine light condensed by the many ancestral gods directly rushed into the alternate world. Dang! An intense tremor rang out. The powerful divine sense power heavily struck the stone saber that covered the sky, but it didn't hit the stone statue. It was hard to imagine how sturdy the terrifying stone saber was. Only cracks appeared on it, but it didn't shatter. Moreover, with a flash of yellow light, the stone saber instantly recovered. However, at this moment, the stone statue that was wreaking havoc also encountered a destructive attack. Apart from the stone statue that grew in the city of death attacking him, from an unknown location far away, 3 large petrified hands reached out and slashed towards him. Although it wasn't a true stone statue and was only a petrified battle body, it was still unimaginably terrifying. His body had already been shattered in many places. As for the surrounding ancestral gods, they unleashed destructive attacks that pierced through him several times. If the stone statue didn't take that final step, although its combat strength was formidable, its movement speed wasn't that fast. It was even inferior to the ancestral gods. This was a fatal weakness. If it wasn't for the stone saber that covered the sky and continuously blocking the divine light, he would have already been destroyed. This was the true scene of the alternate world at this moment. The destruction of the stone statue that was wreaking havoc was only a matter of time. All he was fighting for was time. He wanted to prevent the stone statue within the city of death from taking that final step. Outside the alternate world, the ancestral gods that attacked the stone statue just now truly displayed heaven-defying divine abilities. They temporarily linked up the past and the present. However, their attacks landed on the stone saber and failed to truly succeed. At this moment, everyone roared loudly. Their spiritual sense trembled violently. Linking up the past and the present wasn't that easy to accomplish. Everyone was either lightly or heavily injured, and their spiritual sense was damaged. Just as their minds were in a daze, Xianxia finally made his move. The majestic immemorial devil city suddenly descended at this moment. Its boundless might shook the heavens. The gigantic immemorial devil city that was like a mountain suddenly appeared and directly suppressed an ancestral god beneath it. The black light illuminated all directions and turned him into a pool of blood. A rain of blood filled the world. This was a sudden unforeseen event. The gods were in a daze and simply didn't expect such a situation to occur. A second miserable shriek resounded. The second ancestral god was obliterated by the black light of the immemorial devil city. Only at this moment did the ancestral god Ire roar loudly, "Cho Tian, what are you doing?" He saw Cho Tian in the immemorial devil city. It was precisely the ancestral god from their side that was controlling the ghost city. No one expected that a second ghost city would appear. Boom, the majestic might was world-shaking. The immemorial devil city enveloped Ire. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The black light pervaded the sky and sealed off all his escape routes. No. An unresigned roar resounded in the sky. Ire was also obliterated by the ghost city. However, one could clearly see cracks gradually appearing on this immemorial devil city. The amount of divine power consumed to obliterate an ancestral god was too great. the immemorial Devil City couldn't bear it anymore. It was already in danger of shattering after merely obliterating 3 ancestral gods. Xiaochen controlled the ghost city and moved several hundred miles away. He directly appeared on the path leading to the other world. The pierced ghost city in front started trembling at this moment. At this moment, Xiaochen threw caution to the wind. He controlled the 2 ghost cities and charged into the other world. Because he already sensed that the stone man that was wreaking havoc in the other world was about to be destroyed. He had to wake up the slumbering existence in the immemorial Devil City that he brought from the death world and throw him into the battlefield. At this moment, everyone was fighting for time. Behind them, a group of ancestral gods frantically chased after them. Why aren't the supreme ancestral gods making a move yet? They can't make a move. They have an even more important duty. The world was in chaos. Because of the appearance of the stone man from the other world, the war that was supposed to happen in the future erupted ahead of time. The stone statues attacked and destroyed the stone man at all costs. In the eternal unknown, the nearly petrified bodies of the 3 supreme ancestral gods actually started to crack at this moment. Someone finally made it here. The bodies of the 3 supreme ancestral gods suffered from the attack. Cracks appeared and traces of blood seeped out. However, it wasn't a big deal. They started to recover quickly. They quickly recovered their vitality and recovered from their ancient petrified state. The world was in chaos. The war erupted ahead of time. At this moment, the world was collapsing and the waters were flowing in reverse. Everything was in utter chaos. The stoneman's rampage distorted time and space, causing the entire world to tremble. One had to know that this world had been specially refined by many ancestor gods and could completely withstand supreme attacks. Even so, it was still in danger of being torn apart. Bang, the already broken divine city suddenly shook. A section of the ancient city wall that was as tall as the sky collapsed. Light shot out in all directions as essence energy quickly dispersed. Roar, the stoneman whose feet were rooted in the center of the divine city was enraged. He wanted nothing more than to pull himself up from the ground and fight the terrifying invader in close combat. However, he didn't dare to truly pull himself up from the ground. If he rushed out of the divine city at this moment, then he would have completely given up and there would be no more hope. An eternal hatred, an eternal regret, it was unknown how many tribulations he had experienced to reach this final step. Until the very last moment, no one would easily give up. The stoneman in the center of the divine city stretched his hands into the void. His hands suddenly grew to the length of 10,000 dogs. His stone palms were like 2 huge stone doors that completely covered the sky. An ancient aura of great desolation blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Not only was there his own limitless divine power, but there were also all kinds of mysterious powers accumulated over the years. The primal chaos sealed the sky and turned hazy as it overturned one side. The stoneman in the divine city unleashed a matchless divine technique, isolating this side of the world from the outside world and making it independent from the other worlds. He didn't want to be destroyed together with the invader who destroyed his own future. He wanted to temporarily connect the past and present to redraw the world. He wanted to disappear from this world and escape from this dangerous situation. Clang, a terrifying sword hum shattered the great world's barrier and pierced through the other worlds. All the worlds heard this soul-shaking sound. The stone sword cut through the blue dome of the sky. Although the huge sword body was simple and unadorned without any dazzling sword radiance, it was the most terrifying weapon in the world. An ancient aura pervaded the air. The stone sword broke through the blue dome of the sky, shattering the primal chaos and breaking the shackles. It made the sun reappear and destroyed all the divine techniques of the stoneman in the divine city. Rumble, the other worlds were greatly shaken. The stoneman in the sky pierced through the void and returned to its origin. He forced the divine city that wanted to escape into the outside world to reappear in this world. Kill him. The surrounding ancestor gods were howling madly. The forbidden curses were like divine rivers that surged and surged in the sky. Brilliant light shot out in all directions, splitting the heavens and the earth. The sun, moon, and stars all lost their color. Bang, 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 the terrifying divine ability, the mysterious curse technique, shattered the stone man in the sky into pieces, and large pieces of rock fell down. His body was on the verge of collapse. Large holes had been punched through his front and back, and cracks covered his entire body. Although he was incomparably powerful, he still hadn't succeeded in taking that final step. Facing the madness of the gods, he could only walk towards destruction. The stoneman's blood dyed the heavens. The amount of blood that flowed out of him was far greater than that of the stoneman in the divine city. The entire sky was a ghastly red. Become eternal, coexisting with the world. The blood-stained stone man growled with difficulty. The yellow light around his body shone brightly, and the flowing blood flowed back into his body. His broken body quickly recovered. Boom! 3 large petrified hands reached out and grabbed the 2 thighs and 1 arm of the rampaging stoneman. A bone-chilling sound rang out. 3 giants that weren't stone men but had been petrified flew out from an unknown place. They grabbed the rampaging stoneman and tore him apart. Coexisting with the world also had a critical point. God power that had reached this level could still destroy it. Crack, 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 the stoneman in the sky, his 2 thighs and left arm were about to completely leave his body. There were only a few streaks of blood holding him together. He was about to be dismembered. Boom! At this moment, the stoneman in the dilapidated divine city on the ground also made a ruthless move. Although his feet hadn't left the ground, his body was explosively expanding. The large petrified hands reached towards the stoneman in the sky, causing the rampaging stoneman to be unable to save his split body. He could only use his single arm to swing the stone blade downwards. Attacks from all directions landed on his body. The rampaging stoneman was about to be destroyed. At this moment, he was clearly throwing caution to the wind. He didn't care that he would be dismembered. With a boom, he severed his left arm and both his legs. With his single arm holding the blade, he swooped down and slashed at the stoneman in the divine city. The rampaging stoneman held on to the belief that he would perish indiscriminately. He was like a comet crashing into the ground, like a divine rainbow tearing through the sky. He appeared extremely tragic as his blood dyed the sky. He was carrying out a suicidal attack. This was a supreme existence that could become the pinnacle of the pyramid. In order to stop the otherworldly stoneman from appearing in advance, he had destroyed his own future. The fresh blood of the stoneman rained down from the sky. Blood gushed out from the severed arms and legs, dyeing the sky red. This was a terrifying scene. After the stoneman's blood splattered out, it turned into a blood-colored waterfall. The surrounding ancestor gods were in extreme pain after being drenched by it. They frantically retreated. It was an earth-shattering collision. The rampaging stonemen wanted to perish together with the stone men in the divine city. The stone hands of the stone men in the city collided ceaselessly with the stone blades in the sky, causing strings of terrifying sparks to shoot out like shooting stars. The otherworldly land trembled. When experts of this level fought, the strength of their divine power was simply immeasurable. Blood rained down from the sky. The stoneman in the divine city used his stone hands to forcefully clash with the stone blade. His palms and fingers were cracked and his hands were bleeding. No matter how strong his palms were, they couldn't compare to the stone blade that was emitting a hazy yellow light. One could see that his hands and other parts of his body had completely ruptured. Fresh blood flowed down. The 2 stone men were bathed in blood as they fought. Their blood was incomparably tyrannical. Wherever it passed, it could destroy all divine power in its path. Destroy him! Everyone roared. They wanted to destroy the stoneman in the sky who was about to perish with their final attack. Boom! Just at this time, a black light soared into the sky. A boundless aura passed through the barrier of the big world and descended at high speed. It shook the otherworldly land so much that it cracked. The 2 ghost cities rushed over one after the other. Their boundless might was world-shaking as they pressed down. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The divine incantation launched by the ancestral god at the side was directly crushed. The myriad divine splendor was extinguished, and the black light became the only thing in this world. Bang! 3 petrified hands stretched out and faced the first ghost city head-on. All of them condensed an unimaginable destructive power in an attempt to disintegrate the huge city. Boom! The instant the first ghost city descended, it was immediately grabbed by the 3 petrified hands. This was the immemorial demon city that Xianxia brought back from the world of death. Not long ago, it was on the verge of collapse after killing the 3 ancestral gods. Now, the instant it was grabbed by the three petrified hands, the majestic ancient city wall immediately collapsed. The primordial devil city was torn apart by the three large hands, and it immediately fell apart. Dark light filled the air, and the city fell from the sky. However, every piece of the city contained an unimaginable divine power that shook all directions. That's right, the shattered city was burning and obliterating the countless incantations in the surroundings. At the same time, the black light soared into the sky from the center of the city. The largest piece of the city pressed down and smashed towards the divine city below. Xianxia came just in time and pulled the troublesome rockman back from the brink of destruction. The city in the center of the immemorial demon city smashed onto the rockman that grew from the divine city below. The one-armed rockman holding the stone saber was freed and soared into the sky. Boom, the center of the city was burning. The black light enveloped the otherworldly sky and submerged the divine city. Although they were all cities, the demon city that had split apart was burning at this moment. All the remaining power was being burst out. This was an incomparably terrifying result. The divine power condensed by the immemorial demon city for thousands of years was burning fiercely, causing the shattered divine city below to burn as well. Roar, the rockman that took root in the divine city roared at the sky. However, he couldn't move his feet. Even if he had unparalleled combat prowess, he couldn't display it at all. This made him feel very sullen. Just at this moment, the surrounding ancestor gods all shouted loudly. They wanted to stop the rockman from coming into being. Countless divine techniques blossomed brilliantly. The ancestor god-level incantations were unimaginable. They quickly submerged the divine city. The black light that was still burning fiercely was instantly extinguished. Good timing. Let's use the broken demon city to repair the divine city. A super ancestor god shouted to remind the rockman in the broken divine city. Rumble, the rockman's divine techniques were extremely powerful. He enveloped all the shattered pieces of the demon city and reassembled them around the divine city. He wanted to use them to rebuild the divine city. At this moment, Xianxia was controlling the second ghost city. He merged with the rockman in the sky and fought against the three huge petrified palms in the sky as well as the incantations of the ancestor gods. He didn't stop the actions of the otherworldly ancestor gods. He didn't stop the rockman below from using the demon city to repair the divine city because he knew that if the divine city was repaired in this way, the rockman would definitely rush out of the ground. The shattered immemorial devil city wasn't completely devoid of vitality. There was a mysterious existence whose body had been partially petrified and was currently slumbering in the shattered remains of the dead city. Once the divine city absorbed his vitality, this mysterious existence whose life fluctuations were about to be extinguished would definitely erupt. Boom, in the sky, three huge stone hands grabbed the second ghost city that Xianxia was controlling and wanted to tear it apart. This was the ghost city in front of Ancestor Dragon Village in the 9 provinces. It was also the sleeping place of the rockman. It shook violently and the city quickly cracked. The power from the 3 stone hands and the attacks from the surrounding ancestor gods made the sturdy ghost city unable to withstand it. All of this was too dangerous. The rockman in the sky finally recovered a breath of essence. The stone saber swept across the sky and slashed down. At this moment, the stone saber turned into thousands of yellow saber images. For the first time, it gave off a dazzling divine light and drowned the 3 stone hands. Bang, the sound of shattering resounded. The one in the center was chopped off and fell to the ground with a rumbling sound. The other 2 stone hands at the side also cracked and let go of the ghost city in an instant. The ghost city was spared from the calamity and didn't collapse in the sky. Kill. At this moment, the otherworldly ancestor gods that followed Xianxia arrived. Boundless killing intent condensed together and shook the heaven and earth. The powerful divine senses of the ancestor gods merged together and turned into a resplendent divine rainbow. Bang, the stone golem's chest was pierced through in an instant. Ancestor gods were the most terrifying experts. If the rockman didn't take that final step, he couldn't avoid being injured by them. Rumble, more than half of the rockman's chest split off and fell from the sky, smashing towards the divine city. Roar, the rockman in the divine city had a petrified face that was almost malevolent. He faced the sky and roared. Boundless black clouds soared up and covered the sky. At this moment, he absorbed the chest of the Rockman in the sky and wanted to reform it into a part of the divine city. And the Rockman's legs and left arm that fell earlier had already condensed into the walls of the divine city. They were currently contributing divine power to the city. Nirvana rebirth, I will take the final step. No one can stop me. The terrifying voice shook the heavens and penetrated every world, causing the sky of every world to tremble. Finally, he was going to take that final step. The otherworldly ancestor gods were all incomparably excited. In the eternal unknown, the three supreme ancestor gods could no longer maintain their calm. Someone was going to forcefully break through the 99 stone steps. Since ancient times, they rarely left this place. Even now, an intense event was happening in their own world. Someone was going to take that final step but was stopped by someone. They didn't return. Bang, it was unknown where the mysterious attack came from. It was an unparalleled divine power that had accumulated over millions of years. It was mixed with the understanding of time and space, as well as the contemplation of the birth of the universe. It condensed into a terrifying mysterious power. Boom, the figure of a supreme universe-enlightened ancestral god that was seated cross-legged shook violently, and the stone bed he sat on shattered on the spot before transforming into ash. His eyes shot out two terrifying rays of light that pierced through space and saw through the past and future. However, he didn't find any enemies. This was a bad sign. Boom, another majestic power suddenly appeared and descended on his body. Divine light filled the air and completely enveloped him. Streaks of blood appeared on his divine body, like a blood-colored spider web densely covering his body. The supreme ancestor god was withstanding an unknown and terrifying attack. God, appear. Right at this moment, the other two supreme universe-enlightened ancestral gods that were seated cross-legged suddenly opened their eyes, and they shot out 4 strands of dazzling divine light while they shouted in low voices. Their voices shook the sky as they charged towards an expanse of nothingness with the intention of blasting that terrifying observer out. Bang, the sky was shattered by the sound. There was a flash of light, and a phantom rapidly enlarged. It was as big as the sky, as if it was going to split open the world beyond. Billions of Zhang tall, his terrifying aura was everywhere. Old Antique of the Celestial Clan. It really is you. I knew you weren't dead yet. The three supreme ancestor gods, who were usually quiet and almost petrified, all spat out murderous words at this moment. The history of the Celestial Clan, the Dragon Clan, and the Human Clan, these were the 3 known civilizations. Every civilization had flourished and perished several times. It wasn't hard to imagine how ancient and terrifying the ancient Antique of the Celestial Clan would be if he was still alive. Die. At this moment, the 3 supreme universe-enlightened ancestral gods that had always been in a tranquil and calm state actually roared in unison, and then 3 enormous hands that were as enormous as the sky enveloped down towards the boundlessly enormous phantom. Boom, their palms broke through the eternal unknown. The 3 supreme ancestor gods destroyed everything that was tangible here. The unstoppable divine power shook the heavens. However, the ancient Antique of the Celestial Clan disappeared into thin air just like that. It was unknown if he was injured, but it was as if he had never appeared. How dare you? At this moment, the 3 supreme ancestor gods were furious. When they were attacking the ancient Antique of the Celestial Clan, another tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of the 99 stone steps. Bang, the 3 supreme ancestor gods had never moved since the beginning of time. But at this moment, they all erupted. They appeared in front of the stone steps and attacked that tall and sturdy figure. It's you, martial ancestor. The 3 supreme ancestor gods' eyes were ice cold, and their words were cold and emotionless. Even if you come back to life, I can still kill you a second time. The newcomer was none other than the martial ancestor. He had a tall and sturdy figure, deep black hair, and a heroic appearance. At this moment, he had completely recovered to his peak state. His youthful and energetic body flickered with a bronze radiance that contained boundless divine power. The martial ancestor stood there silently like an unreachable mountain. He was incomparably majestic and made others look up to him. The martial ancestor was like a young man in his 20s. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, no longer the strange appearance he had when he was a corpse. Facing the 3 supreme ancestor gods, he showed no fear and didn't say a word. He strode through the void and arrived before the three supreme ancestor gods with a single step. Bang! The three supreme ancestor gods' eyes were as cold as an icehouse. 6 rays of divine light shot out from their pupils, containing unimaginable destructive power. 6 black holes appeared, shattering the sky and drowning the martial ancestor. Amidst the rumbling, a terrifying aura shook the heavens and traversed through the various worlds. Boom! The 6 black holes collapsed, and the martial ancestor emerged with a palm blade that slashed at the 3 supreme ancestor gods. The moment he attacked, the eternal unknown seemed to have collapsed. Space-time instantly fell into chaos and everything shattered. His monstrous battle prowess wreaked havoc in all directions. Everything that had a form was destroyed. Even someone as powerful as the 3 exalted elder gods had placed their deathless bodies within the void, allowing them to avoid this unstoppable power. The martial ancestor was the strongest person at the pinnacle of the martial Tao. His attack was simple and direct, without any fancy tricks. Boom! A supreme ancestor god appeared and grabbed at the martial ancestor. It was absolutely domineering. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was to deal with the martial ancestor of the ninefold sky peak in such a manner. The martial ancestor didn't dodge. A giant palm with a circumference of thousands of zhong met the supreme ancestor god's attack head-on. Clang! A deafening explosion washed away everyone's souls. The eternal unknown was instantly turned into primordial chaos. Everything ceased to exist. This was the power of the clash between 2 palms. Genesis Splitter. The second supreme ancestor god shouted. With a loud bang, the primordial chaos collapsed and the void appeared once again. They possessed supreme power. Death deprivation. The third elder god roared. A dazzling divine light burned, engulfing the martial ancestor. In the eternal unknown, a blinding, destructive power sealed everything. The body of the martial ancestor began to burn. The divine technique of the third supreme elder god locked him in place. With a loud explosion, the body of the martial ancestor instantly turned into ashes. The second and third supreme elder gods naturally didn't believe that the martial ancestor had died. How could a peak figure of the 9th layer of the martial Tao be killed so easily? Boom! At this moment, the 99-layered stone steps behind them shook violently. That was just an illusion. The 3 overlord elder gods all knew of this outcome. A true martial progenitor stepped onto the first step of the 99-layered stone steps. There were 99 stone steps, and each step was as tall as a majestic mountain. It was as if there were 99 majestic mountains in front of them, with no end in sight. An imposing figure ascended the first mountain-like stone step. Even the 99 stone steps were shaking. The 3 supreme ancestor gods didn't seem surprised when they saw this. They calmly sat down cross-legged. The 3 of them were almost petrified at the bottom of the 99 stone steps. They remained motionless like statues, but a mysterious ripple spread from them to the end of the 99 stone steps. Retreat! At this moment, an old voice yelled at the martial ancestor with an urgent tone. Old fogey of the celestial tribe, the 3 supreme elder gods spread out their divine senses, trying to find this powerful opponent. The martial ancestor didn't retreat. Instead, he continued to charge forward. Boom boom boom, the 99 stone steps were like a demon king coming back to life. They emitted a misty yellow radiance and shook violently. Moreover, at the end of the 99 stone steps, an incomparably terrifying power surged forth like a flood. Bang! After ascending 13 giant mountains, or 13 stone steps, the martial ancestor encountered a terrifying attack. Even a powerful martial artist like him was torn into pieces. Martial artists' bodies were the most powerful. The martial ancestor, who was known as the #1 martial artist, had an unimaginably sturdy divine body. But even so, it was cracked on the stone steps. Whoosh! The martial ancestor's divine body reformed, and a divine soul appeared next to him. It was the soul of an elder god. It let out a mournful howl and instantly collapsed, turning into ashes. Accept your death in place of the martial ancestor. The 3 supreme elder gods were all sitting on the ground, as if they were silently praying for something. Strange energy ripples spread to the end of the stone steps. It was hard to imagine what was at the end of the 99 stone steps. Roar! The old fogey of the celestial tribe roared. His billions of feet tall body appeared and pounced toward the three supreme elder gods. Bang! The three supreme elder gods each fired a beam of divine light toward the old celestial. Spacetime reversed, drowning the old fogey of the celestial tribe. This person is troublesome. We must kill him. The three supreme elder gods' emotionless voice reverberated as they watched the billions of feet tall figure slowly being obliterated. It's a pity that the supreme treasure of our world was lost in the hands of that heaven-defying family. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the old fogey of the celestial tribe was, he wouldn't be able to hide. Boom! At this time, the martial ancestor had already jumped onto the 37th stone step. His body couldn't withstand the destructive power anymore and began to crack. Humph! One of the three supreme elder gods let out a cold snort and said, "Let him walk towards destruction." With that, the three of them turned into fossils once more and remained motionless. Rumble! Suddenly, a strange sound shook this eternal space. It was like a surging tide, or like the neighing of 10,000 horses. Dong, dong, dong. At this time, the three supreme elder gods' bodies began to tremble as they endured an unimaginable force. They were suffering a terrifying attack. Crack, crack, the three supreme elder gods' bodies erupted with divine light, but they couldn't stop it. Their bodies began to crack like porcelain, and streams of divine blood began to seep out. Roar! For the first time, the three supreme elder gods revealed expressions of fury. They raised their heads to the sky and roared, causing the entire world to tremble. Every realm could hear this terrifying roar. He's killing us in the past. Even though the three supreme elder gods knew how powerful the old fogey of the celestial tribe was, they were still shocked. The old celestial had returned to the past by himself and traveled through time to kill the past bodies of the three supreme elder gods. This was absolutely shocking. It wasn't that there were no elder gods who could travel back to the primeval era, but it was impossible to change the past. The elder gods who were able to transmigrate to the primordial era would usually surround their enemies in the modern world and go with them. They would then find an opportunity to eliminate their enemies in the modern world, unlike the old celestial, who would directly attack the past bodies of the three elder gods. This was absolutely terrifying. Dong, 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 the three supreme elder gods swayed. Their bodies were cracking, and their blood dyed the sky red. He has also reached that step. He had the same opportunity as us to take that step, but he didn't choose that path. The deep voices of the three supreme elder gods shook the heavens. At this moment, one of the supreme elder gods' eyes was as empty as a bottomless abyss. Then, he became completely still, as if his life force had been completely exhausted. He was like an ancient well, still and silent like a fossil. His divine will traveled through time to kill the old fogey of the celestial tribe. Dong, 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 the divine thrones of the three supreme elder gods swayed, and more cracks appeared on their bodies. It was clear that they were suffering from an unimaginable attack. Bang! With a final loud bang, the bodies of the three supreme ancestral gods finally stopped trembling, and the withered supreme ancestral god suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, in another part of the void, the old fogey of the celestial tribe appeared. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was bathed in a bloody light. Even if you can forcefully return to the past and destroy the enemy's foundation, you will have to pay a corresponding price. The voices of the three supreme elder gods were cold, and endless killing intent enveloped the old fogey of the celestial tribe. At the same time, the 99 stone step shook again. The martial ancestor had reached the 49th step, but he couldn't take another step forward. The martial body couldn't take it anymore. If he took another step forward, he would be destroyed forever. This was what the martial ancestor felt. He could only stop. There was still half the distance to the end of the 99 stone steps. Roar! The martial ancestor roared, his black hair standing on end. He was unwilling, but he had no choice but to retreat. He hadn't made sufficient preparations this time, and everything was because of the appearance of the otherworldly stone men. Now was not the time to sacrifice for nothing. The martial ancestor resolutely turned around, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning as they shot towards the three supreme elder gods. Sensing that the old fogey of the celestial tribe wasn't in a good state, the martial ancestor transformed into a beam of divine light and swooped down. The old fogey had just bought some time for the martial ancestor, and now he was in a dangerous situation. The three supreme elder gods' killing intent had imprisoned him and were about to destroy him. Boom, the oracle bone diagram around the martial ancestor flashed, and he broke through the 49 stone steps. He swooped down towards the three supreme elder gods and slammed his bronze palm down. This was the #1 expert at the peak of the martial Tao. At his level, his attacks were simple and direct, but his strength was terrifying to the extreme. Rumble. The sky was shattered, and the old fogey's imprisonment was broken. I'll kill you a second time. The three supreme elder gods' eyes flickered with merciless light as they shot out millions of beams of light toward the martial ancestor. Millions of beams of divine light. Millions of beams of light. The most terrifying thing happened. The boundless divine light turned into millions of stars that trapped the martial ancestor within. This was an actual great cosmos that had been refined by the three ancestor gods and stored within their bodies. Now, it had become a world cage, using the real great cosmos to trap the martial ancestor, but the result was shocking. Boom, a huge explosion shook the entire world. The martial ancestor pressed his palm down from within the eternal cosmos, causing the entire cosmos to collapse. The boundless starlight was extinguished, and the entire world cage was turned to dust. The entire cosmos was completely destroyed. The martial ancestor broke free and reappeared in the eternal cosmos. The true confrontation had begun. One of the seated supreme elder gods stood up and instantly arrived before the martial ancestor, using a martial technique to fight him. His fingers were like jade, sparkling and translucent. However, it was unknown how terrifying the power contained in those beautiful fingers was. They were able to sever the eternal cosmos. The martial ancestor stood proudly and slashed his right palm forward like a blade. Boom, this was a true clash between peak experts of the ninth heavens. The terrifying shockwaves from the peak of the ninth heavens surged out like a flood, spreading to the various worlds. The starry skies trembled as everyone felt this terrifying aura. Within the eternal cosmos, the supreme elder god's jade-like fingers were broken, revealing his pale white bones. Fresh blood dyed the sky red as the arm fell limply to the ground. The martial ancestor's aura was unstoppable as his palm continued to slash forward with an unstoppable momentum. The strongest person at the peak of the martial path. Even the supreme elder god was slightly inferior to him in terms of pure strength. The injured supreme elder god felt humiliated and lost his composure for the first time. He let out a deep roar and yelled, 7 divine melodies, lament of death. The divine melodies shocked the world. Chaos manifested and shattered. The entire place was instantly enveloped by a strange force, trapping even the martial ancestor within it. At the same time, a divine pagoda appeared from the undamaged palm of the supreme elder god and slowly rose into the sky, suppressing the martial ancestor. In the otherworldly realm, the stone men were wreaking havoc. However, at this moment, the stone person that caused chaos was almost completely destroyed. His body completely collapsed, only leaving behind an enormous head. Even though this was the case, the stone blade was still clamped in his mouth, cutting through the heavens as he fought against the experts of the otherworldly world. As for the ghost city that Xianxia controlled, it finally couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, the 6 ancestor gods smashed it into pieces. Rumble. The immemorial demon city fell to the ground and became the nourishment for the divine city below. Kill them and refine them. The otherworldly ancestor gods roared. All the experts' eyes turned red from killing. However, they were no longer afraid because the divine city below had almost been restored. The stone men in the divine city looked disdainfully at the world and was about to take the final step. The stone body flickered with a hazy yellow radiance. At this moment, the stone man proudly looked down on all the deities. He was about to become an eternal legend. Boom, the 5 ancestor gods charged at Xianxia. A formation appeared and immediately blocked the terrifying divine radiance. However, Xianxia suffered an intense shock. At this moment, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't contend against them. This was the otherworldly realm, surrounded by ancestor gods. Without the protection of the ghost city, his death was only a matter of time. Just at this moment, the stone head in the sky suddenly shattered the void and swallowed Xianxia in one gulp, protecting him within it. At the same time, the stone head emitted an incomparably loud sound that could be heard clearly in all the worlds. The vast sound passed through the barrier of the world and shook the entire starry sky. A piece of yellow clay stood in the center of the stone bone. It was actually the one leading all of this, reincarnation in a corpse. It was actually the yellow clay platform that seized the shell of the stone men in the ghost city. The three otherworldly ancestor gods at the side were immediately enveloped by the majestic heavenly sound and shattered on the spot. They turned into endless divine blood and dissipated in the void. 8 original sounds. The 6 sounds were comparable to the 6 paths of reincarnation. When the 8 sounds were released at the same time, the heaven and earth were in chaos. Its might was unimaginable. Even the stone men in the divine city below who was about to take the final step was shaken. End of chapter 552. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.